Chapter 810, Female Expert. What? You broke through to the second level of the void interpretation stage. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Feng Tianwu didn't even have the chance to speak when Feng Wudao had already exclaimed with surprise. He was extremely clear about when his daughter had broken through to the first level of the void interpretation stage, but when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words and saw the reaction of his daughter, he realized a problem. His daughter might have really broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage. Yes. Feng Tianwu's answer caused Feng Wudao to be completely petrified. After a short moment, he recovered from his shock and muttered. What did you encounter in the illusory crypt? Could it be that it's really as Ling Tian said? You obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could you repeatedly break through twice in the short time of a single month? Break through twice in the short time of a single month. The speaker had no particular intention in saying something, but the listener understood something different from it. Feng Wudao's words shocked Sword 13 and Saber 5, to the point their gazes towards Feng Tianwu changed completely. The cultivation of this 25-year-old little girl had advanced by 2 levels in the short time of a month to step into the second level of the void interpretation stage. After all, no matter how good and how many spirit fruits one consumed, it was impossible to allow a void interpretation stage expert to surmount 2 levels in a short 1 or 2 months of time. The medicinal strength of a spirit fruit required time to be dissolved, otherwise, it would be impossible for the medicinal strength to be completely revealed. I passed through a barrier related to water inside the illusory crypt, and my entire body was immersed into the water and suffered the assault of water in there. In the end, it seemed to have drawn some sort of energy within my body, and it caused my origin energy to roil and directly break through. Feng Tianwu replied. A barrier related to water. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew what Feng Tianwu was speaking of, and it was none other than the area enveloped by the inscription formation that was capable of creating water. He'd encountered that barrier as well, but his spiritual force had temporarily turned off the inscription formation at the first possible moment, so he utterly didn't need to forcefully traverse this barrier. But Feng Tianwu was different. She didn't possess a spiritual force like Duan Ling Tian, nor did she know the Tao of inscription, so it was impossible for her to do as Duan Ling Tian did. She could only traverse it by force. Water drew out some sort of energy. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian experienced a flash of realization and seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Feng Wudao at the first possible moment. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed Feng Wudao had looked at him as well. Fire spirit body. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao looked at each other in the eye and practically spoke out at the exact same time. Obviously, they'd thought of the same thing. The energy that Feng Tianwu said to have been drawn out was probably the energy Feng Tianwu possessed as a possessor of the fire spirit body. That energy would completely explode out when Feng Tianwu turned 30, and if Feng Tianwu was unable to endure it, she would die for sure. Moreover, that energy would effuse out bit by bit to fuse into Feng Tianwu's body and assist her to cultivate, and this was also the reason Feng Tianwu's cultivation advanced extremely swiftly. So in this way, the water in the illusory crypt pressured the energy of the fire spirit body within Feng Tianwu's body to the point of erupting. And it assisted her to advance to the second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. Tianwu, did you feel anything when the energy within your body erupted? Duan Ling Tian asked with a serious expression. At that time, I felt the meridians in my entire body extremely scorching hot and almost about to explode. At the critical moment, the water that pressured my body stretched out with a force that suppressed it, causing it to fuse with the origin energy in my body and assist me in breaking through. Feng Tianwu recalled the scene at that time. It's more or less as I thought. Duan Ling Tian nodded. On the other hand, Feng Wudao realized how dangerous this incident was from his daughter's words, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for her. The energy of the fire spirit body is formidable indeed. If it can be constantly and suitably drawn out like this, then perhaps it will be able to allow Tianwu to possess a cultivation at the void transformation stage before the age of 30. If Tianwu is able to possess a cultivation at the void transformation stage at the age of 30, then she'd be able to forcefully under the energy of the fire spirit body that's hiding within her body. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. There are another 5 years of time. It's slightly pressing. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze became resolute. No matter what, he would try all means to assist Tianwu in breaking through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30, and he would absolutely not stand idly by and watch Tianwu perish. So long as Tian Wu was able to endure the explosion of the fire spirit body at the age of 30, her future would be limitless. Fire spirit body, Saber 5 and Sword 13 stared blankly at Feng Tian Wu, and their eyes contained slight pity. They naturally knew what the fire spirit body meant. It meant that it would be impossible for the possessor of this constitution to live past the age of 30. Unless the possessor was capable of breaking through to the void transformation stage by the age of 30. But this was practically impossible for a possessor of the fire spirit body. Perhaps a possessor of the fire spirit body was able to consume spirit fruits to assist in cultivating in the beginning, but once the possessor stepped into the void interpretation stage, the possessor was unable to consume spirit fruits to cultivate any longer. If spirit fruits were consumed, then it would end in chi deviation, or even death from the explosion of the pent-up energy. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was naturally clear about, otherwise, he wouldn't feel that time was pressing. Tian Wu was a possessor of the fire spirit body and had already broken through to the void interpretation stage. If she was capable of consuming spirit fruit and combined with the assistance of a fire concept fragment, it wasn't difficult for her to break through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30. But the problem was, even if spirit fruits utilized by void interpretation stage martial artists were right before Feng Tian Wu's eyes, she was unable to consume them. This was something that caused the greatest headache. No matter what, you've obtained fortune out of misfortune this time. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Suddenly, another figure appeared at the exit of the illusory crypt. This was a young man with an ordinary appearance, and the first thing he did after coming out was to sweep the group of people in the sky above the combat arena. It was as if he wanted to know who'd obtained the first to the 7th token. When his gaze encountered Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu, a shocked expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How could that be possible? It's a member of the Darchu dynasty, the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darchu dynasty, Chen. In next to no time, someone recognized the identity of the young man that was the 8th to leave the illusory crypt. Chen, the representative of the Darchu dynasty, had a face full of smiles when he saw Chen come out. How could they possibly have come out before me? After Chen returned to the side of the Darchu dynasty's representative, he was still unwilling to believe that Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu would be able to traverse the illusory crypt before him. That Duan Ling Tian is extraordinary. He was the first to come out. The #1 token is in his possession. The representative of the Darchu dynasty noticed that Chen's gaze was staring at Duan Ling Tian's direction, and he couldn't help but speak out. What? Chen's shocked expression froze completely when he heard this. After a short moment, he recovered from his shock and fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Duan Ling Tian was actually the first to have traversed the illusory crypt. What's the ranking of the red-clothed young woman by his side? After taking a deep breath, Chen asked again. She was comparatively slower and was only before you at the 7th. The #7 token ought to be in her possession. The representative of the Darchu dynasty sighed. You're at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, yet you're actually behind her. Could it be that her strength is even capable of defeating you? She seems to be only 25, right? It ought to be impossible. Chen shook his head, and he said in his heart at the same time, perhaps she spent less time in the illusory formations within the illusory crypt. If it's solely in terms of strength, then it's impossible for her to be stronger than me. After Chen, the 9th person quickly came out. Another woman. The person that appeared before the eyes of everyone at this moment was a woman with a hot body in tight clothes, but unfortunately, her appearance could only be considered to be ordinary. But her ability of being able to become eminent as a female indicated that her strength was formidable. After all, amongst the 100 young geniuses that participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, female martial artists numbered less than 20. Since she was able to come out at this time, it undoubtedly indicated that she'd already surpassed over 70 male martial artists. It's Yi Ling, the publicly acknowledged female overlord of the Darking dynasty's younger generation. Supposedly, she was already at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage a year ago, and it's extremely likely that she has broken through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage now. Someone recognized this woman, the Darking dynasty's Yi Ling. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw a second woman after Feng Tian Wu coming out at this time. If nothing unexpected has happened, I ought to be the one and only female martial artist that has obtained one of the top 10 number tokens. Yi Ling's ordinary face was suffused with a wisp of a complacent smile when facing the numerous gazes that converged onto her and the numerous gasps of admiration. but when her gaze shot into the distance, it completely froze on the spot and was unable to move away. How could this be possible? How could she possibly have come out earlier than me? Yi Ling stared fixedly at the distant Feng Tianwu as her pupils constricted, and she was unwilling to believe that everything before her eyes was real. How could there possibly be a woman that had traversed the illusory crypt faster than her? Moreover, it was a woman that was beautiful to the point it aroused envy in her. As a woman, who wouldn't want to possess a drop-dead gorgeous appearance? In the past, she'd seen many women that were more beautiful than her, but almost all of those women were flower pots. So what if they were more beautiful than her? In this world where the strong were respected, she could decide her own fate. So Yi Ling had always felt that even though the heavens didn't bestow a drop-dead gorgeous appearance to her, it had instead given her a natural talent in the martial Tao that wasn't inferior to a man. Yet now, Feng Tianwu had ruthlessly destroyed the pride in her heart, causing her to feel that she was like a pitiable wretch. In terms of appearance, she was inferior to Feng Tianwu. In terms of strength, based on current circumstances, since Feng Tianwu was capable of traversing the illusory crypt before her, Feng Tianwu's strength was obviously not inferior to her. Chapter 811, the third round of the selections. Perhaps she took some sort of shortcut and was able to come to before me. How old is she? It's impossible for her strength to surpass mine. Yi Ling consoled herself ceaselessly, as she wouldn't believe that she could be surpassed by a woman that was younger than her. As the strongest expert in the younger generation of the Darking dynasty, she had her own pride. Tian Wu, Yi Ling seems to be extremely unconvinced of your strength. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Feng Tianwu glanced indifferently at Yi Ling and paid no further attention to her. A woman that was 10 years older than her wasn't worthy of being compared with her. After the Darking dynasties, Yi Ling, who was the 9th, the 10th person, came out as well. The Dardang dynasty's Li Ji. Li Ji was a handsome young man around the age of 35, and he was also the 11th prince of the Dardang dynasty. Up until now, the possessors of the top 10 number tokens had appeared. The possessor of token number 1, Duan Ling Tian, from the Darkin dynasty. The possessor of token number 2, Zi Shang, from the Darkin dynasty. The possessor of token number 3, Qi Feng, from the Darky dynasty. The possessor of token number 4, Qin Kong, from the Darkin dynasty. The possessor of token number 5, Ta Mu, from the Daryuan dynasty. The possessor of token number 6, Lu Yong, from the Darming dynasty. The possessor of token number 7, Feng Tianwu, from the Darkin dynasty. The possessor of token number 8, O Chen, from the Darchu dynasty. The possessor of token number 9, Yi Ling, from the Darking dynasty. The possessor of token number 10, Li Ji, from the Dardang dynasty. Amongst the possessors of the top 10 number tokens, there are 3 that are from the Darkin dynasty. The Darkin dynasty is really in the limelight this time. The representatives of the various dynasties sighed emotionally. Of course, the expressions of the representatives of 2 dynasties were ominous because none of the younger generation recommended by their dynasty had obtained one of the top 10 number tokens. Presently, the owners of the top 10 number tokens had made an appearance, and the owners of the remaining 40 command tokens made an appearance along with this. Numerous figures soared up from the exit of the illusory crypt and appeared in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. These people included Su Li, Long Yun, and Zhang Shouyang, and they returned successively to the side of Duan Ling Tian's group. There are really numerous experts concealed amongst the young geniuses of the various dynasties that are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Su Li sighed. Su Li obtained the command token number 12, whereas Long Yun obtained token number 19. To Duan Ling Tian's shock, Zhang Shouyang had actually obtained token number 15. For a time, his spiritual force stretched out with the desire of detecting Zhang Shouyang's strength, and he noticed an inkling from the outcome as expected. Zhang Shouyang had already broken through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Congratulations, big brother Zhang. Duan Ling Tian smiled light as he looked at Zhang Shouyang and congratulated. Brother Ling Tian, I really can't hide it from you. Zhang Shouyang laughed bitterly. Besides being shocked by Duan Ling Tian's ability to see through his cultivation, he wasn't surprised. As far as he was concerned, no matter what sort of miracle occurred, so long as it occurred on Duan Ling Tian, it couldn't be considered to be a miracle. Big brother Zhang has broken through. Feng Tianwu's eyes lit up, and then he congratulated Zhang Shouyang. Young Miss Tianwu, you came out before us. What number is the token you obtained? Su Li looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with slight anticipation. What? Zhang Shouyang was already surprised when he saw Feng Tianwu had come out previously, yet he only thought that Feng Tianwu had come out before him. Now when Su Li asked this, he realized that Feng Tianwu had come out before Su Li. Su Li had obtained the number 12 token, and in other words, the number token Feng Tianwu obtained was either the number 11 token or one of the top 10. HMPH. Tianwu is much better than you. Sword 13 was obviously dissatisfied that Su Li had only obtained the number 12 token, and he intended to strike a blow to Su Li. Tianwu obtained the number 7 command token. Number 7 command token. Su Li was instantly petrified when Sword 13 said this, whereas Zhang Shouyang and Long Yun were dumbstruck as well. Stinking kid, you're at the bottom this time. Looks like I have to use special methods to properly temper you once we return to the sect. Saber 5 looked at Long Yun as he spoke while gnashing his teeth. Long Yun's expression went slightly pale when he heard this. Duan Ling Tian, what number is your token? After Su Li returned to his senses and laughed bitterly, he couldn't help but ask Duan Ling Tian, as if he wanted to find an equilibrium from Duan Ling Tian. If even Duan Ling Tian was inferior to Feng Tianwu, then he could rebuke his master. Number 1. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. For a time, Su Li was petrified once more, whereas Zhang Shouyang, who'd just returned to his senses, couldn't help but cough and was choked by his own saliva. Long Yun's face sank slightly, as he never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually have obtained the number 1 token, and this also indicated that Duan Ling Tian was the first to have come out from the illusory crypt. Duan Ling Tian, since you're the first to come out, do you know who are the other 8 people besides Tianwu that obtained the top 10 number tokens? Su Li asked. In next to no time, Su Li found out about the other 8 people that obtained the top 10 number tokens from Duan Ling Tian. He wasn't surprised that Zishang obtained the number 2 token. He'd witnessed Zishang's secret technique in the past, and it was extremely formidable. At that time, Zishang was only at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, yet his strength had instantly risen to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage once he executed the secret technique. Presently, Zishang had most likely broken through to the Void Interpretation stage just like him, and once Zishang executed the secret technique, his strength would at least be at the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Looks like only you can counter Zishang during this martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Su Li sighed. Zishang. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with cold lights as he'd already decided that he would challenge Zishang during the 4th round of the selections, unless Zishang took the initiative to admit defeat. Otherwise, he would surely make Zishang die a graveless death. Along with the passage of time, the sky gradually dimmed down, and night arrived on time. All 50 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had finally come out, and each of the 50 number tokens had an owner. The 3rd round of the selections will be held tomorrow at dawn. At that time, the top 10 of the martial competition will be decided on. Ningkan announced before leaving with Feng Wei. Zishang and Lu Yong followed after them. Zishang. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Zishang has already been taken as a personal disciple by Ning Kan, said Duan Ling Tian. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang came to a sudden understanding. I truly never imagined that the number 1 token would actually be obtained by Darken Dynasty's Duan Ling Tian. His luck is really good. It's surely luck. Many young geniuses from the other dynasties discussed animatedly, and they obviously didn't think that Duan Ling Tian relied on his own strength to obtain the number 1 token. Duan Ling Tian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to all this. During the 3rd round of the selections tomorrow, he would use his actions to prove his strength and make all these people shut their mouths. The biggest winner today was none other than the Darken Dynasty. The Darken Dynasty occupied 3 of the top 10 number tokens, and it caused the other dynasties to only be able to feel envy and jealousy. The smile on the Darken Dynasty's emperor's face had never disappeared, and at this moment, he seemed to have already completely forgotten the death of his own son and nephew. Let's go back. Duan Ling Tian's group quickly left the combat arena and returned to their own pavilions. It's still slightly lacking. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated for some time, and he couldn't help but sigh when he noticed his cultivation wasn't advancing in the slightest. Even though his cultivation had the formidable medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to urge it on, yet it was still slightly lacking from breaking through to the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian knew that he shouldn't continue persisting in advancing his cultivation, because even if he continued persisting, it would be difficult for his cultivation that had fallen into a bottleneck to advance. Presently, He seemed to have entered into an impasse, and if he wanted to pass through it, it required him to first calm down before he would be able to think of a way. After getting off his bed, Duan Ling Tian stood outside the Narcissus Pavilion and cultivated the high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, while holding onto a wind concept fragment and continuing his comprehension of Wind Dao insight. The more proficient he became in the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, the most it would be as if he was commanding his own arm, and even the third divine dragon was almost condensed fully into form. Once it condensed into form, then the martial skill would be considered to have stepped into the initial stage. As for wind concept, I've only comprehended second-level intermediate wind concept today, so it's impossible to obtain another increase in a short period of time. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. A night quickly passed by, and dawn of the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. The morning sun had just arisen in the horizon when Duan Ling Tian had already walked out of his room to gather with Feng Tianwu, who'd just left her room as well, and then they soared up into the sky. Feng Wudao was standing in the sky and waiting for them. After the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasty gather in the sky above the combat arena, the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Masters Ning Ken and Feng Wei made an appearance successively, and behind them were Zisheng and Lu Yong that followed like shadows. The third round of the selections in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held today. The rules of the third round of the selections is just like it was said before the second round of the selections began yesterday. The challenging starts from the possessor of the number 1 token, yet the possessors of the number 2 to 10 command tokens can't be challenged. Ning Ken continued, the third round of the selections has no restrictions towards taking the life of your opponent. One may voice out an admission of defeat, and no one is allowed to continue attacking someone that has admitted defeat. The hearts of all the young geniuses constricted, and then they nodded successively. Now, the possessor of the number 1 token can enter the arena and issue a challenge. Besides the possessors of the number 2 to 10 tokens, you can choose any other person. Ning Ken glanced indifferently at Duan Ling Tian. Even though he wished for nothing more than to slice Duan Ling Tian into 1,000 pieces, yet he knew that he couldn't lose his composure now. Right when the gazes of most people descended onto Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out like a ghost to arrive at the central area of the sky above the combat arena. Chapter 812, Intense Challenges. Possessors of number token 11 to 50, form into a line according to your numbers. Ning Ken pointed at an empty place in the sky. Instantly, the 40 young geniuses including Su Li, Long Yun, and Zhang Shouyang flew out successively to form into an orderly line. Duan Ling Tian stood at the central area of the sky above the combat arena and scanned the 40 young geniuses that had lines up, and his eyes flickered with flowing lights. Besides Su Li, Zhang Shouyang, and Long Yun, there was one more face that was familiar to him. Duan Ling Tian obtained the number 1 token and possesses an absolute priority. Who do you think he'll challenge? Someone couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Is there any need to ask? He'll surely to challenge the possessor of the number 50 token. Someone else spoke as a matter of course. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's gaze didn't descend onto the possessor of the number 50 token, and it had instead locked onto the final familiar face to him. The possessor of the number 17 token, Zhao Weiyi. The number 1 expert of the young generation of the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan, an existence that was only inferior to Lu Yong in the Darming dynasty. Most importantly, Zhao Weiyi and Duan Ling Tian had once come into conflict with each other. A few months ago, in the 9th floor of the Darming dynasty's Iceflame Pavilion, Zhao Weiyi lost at the hands of Duan Ling Tian and didn't even touch the corners of Duan Ling Tian's clothes. I choose to challenge the possessor of the number 17 token. Duan Ling Tian's gaze locked onto Zhao Weiyi before speaking straightforwardly. Instantly, the scene went into an uproar. Duan Ling Tian actually challenged the possessor of the number 17 token. According to my knowledge, even if it's outside of the top 10 tokens, there are many existences at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian has the confidence to defeat a martial artist at the second level void interpretation stage or above? Many people who questioned Duan Ling Tian's strength discussed animatedly, whereas Zhao Weiyi, who was challenged by Duan Ling Tian, had an ominous expression, and then he took a deep breath and spoke frankly under the numerous burning gazes. I admit defeat. As soon as Zhao Weiyi said this, the scene instantly resounded with booing. From which dynasty is this person from? Since he's capable of obtaining the number 17 token, his strength is probably not weak. Yet he actually doesn't even have the courage to enter the arena. Many people revealed contempt as they looked at Zhao Weiyi. I know him. He's one of the two most outstanding younger generation in the Darming dynasty, and he's equally famous as Vice Fort Master Feng's personal disciple, Lu Yong. It can't be, right? A pussy like this can be equally famous like Lu Yong. You're joking, right? I think a pussy like this doesn't have the qualifications to be equally famous as Lu Yong. Being equally famous with him is simply the shame of Lu Yong's. Many people added fuel to the fire. In this world where the strong were respected, a pussy was the most looked down upon. Zhao Weiyi being afraid before even fighting caused them to feel disgust. Zhao Weiyi's expression flickered between a livid and ashen expression when he heard the wave of ridicule in the surroundings, yet he had no way to refute them. He was indeed afraid of Duan Lingtian. When he fought Duan Lingtian that day, he didn't even touch the corners of Duan Lingtian's clothes, and if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian not striking a killing blow, it would be impossible for him to be standing here now. When Duan Lingtian looked at him earlier, he clearly noticed the coldness that was revealed from Duan Lingtian's eyes. He knew that once he agreed to the battle, his life wouldn't be in his hands anymore, so for the sake of survival, he didn't dare agree and directly admitted defeat. This was the wisest choice to him. Thanks. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zhao Weiyi and thanked him before returning to Feng Tianwu's side. For a time, Zhao Weiyi was angered to the point his expression flickered between an ashen and livid expression. Subsequently, it was the turn for the possessor of the number 2 token to enter the arena. The possessor of the number 2 token, Xianxia, was the young genius of the Darken dynasty and was now the personal disciple of the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Ningcan. I heard that Xianxia was taken as a personal disciple by Vice Fort Master Ning. He was the second person to traverse the illusory crypt after Duan Lingtian. Since he was able to be taken as a personal disciple by Vice Fort Master Ningcan, I presume he isn't an ordinary figure. The gazes of many people descended onto Xianxia in disgust animatedly. After Xianxia entered the arena, his gaze descended onto the possessor of the number 50 token, a green-clothed young man, and he said indifferently, the possessor of the number 50 token. Even though the green-clothed young man felt terror from the bottom of his heart when being selected by Xianxia, yet he still gritted his teeth and flew out to stand in confrontation with Xianxia. If the scene of everyone mocking Zhao Weiyi from before didn't occur, then perhaps he would directly admit defeat. Now, with a previous example and warning, he didn't act in that way for the sake of his dignity. I'll admit defeat once I'm unable to go against him, the green-clothed young man thought in his heart. He's already decided to admit defeat at the first possible moment once he was unable to go against Xianxia. Admitting defeat like this was more dignified than Zhao Weiyi. After all, Zhao Weiyi didn't even have the courage to enter the arena. You dare enter the arena? Xianxia's expression sank instantly when he saw the green-clothed young man didn't take the initiative to admit defeat and even dared to enter the arena to stand in confrontation with him with the intention of crossing blows with him. His sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian, had challenged the possessor of the number 17 token, yet the latter didn't even have the courage to enter the arena before directly admitting defeat. Now, he'd challenged the possessor of the number 50 token, and he thought the latter would probably not dare enter the arena as well and would directly admit defeat. In this way, he wouldn't lose to his sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian. However, he got the opposite of what he wanted. The possessor of the number 50 token entered the arena directly when being selected by him, and the possessor of the number 50 token seemed to not be afraid of him. This caused him to arouse ruthlessness in his heart at the same time he felt he was struck with a great blow. No matter what, I want to try. The green-clothed young man gritted his teeth. Sometimes, a wrong decision will cause you to give away your life. Xianxia's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. This possessor of the number 50 token caused him to be in an embarrassing situation, so he would let the young man use his life to atone for it. Ha! The green-clothed young man's expression went pale when he heard Xianxia, yet he still braced himself and flew out, and then a spirit weapon appeared in his hand and his origin energy exploded out completely while his concept followed behind like a shadow. When the green-clothed young man utilized his entire strength, it drew out the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth to form into over 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First level void interpretation stage cultivation. First level void interpretation stage concept. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged when facing the green-clothed young man's assault, and an extremely simply zither appeared with a raise of his hand. Along with Xianxia raising his hand, his origin energy coiled out, causing 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes to appear in the sky above him, and it indicated his current cultivation, second level of the void interpretation stage. Zishang has actually broken through. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. If he didn't remember wrongly, Zishang was only a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist yesterday, so how could he have broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage overnight? Looks like Ning Can gave him some rewards. Perhaps he consumed a spirit fruit to break through. This was something that wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess. When he saw Zishang reveal a second-level void interpretation stage cultivation, the green-clothed young man went pale as his figure instantly slowed down. At the same time, he opened his mouth. I admit, but unfortunately, he was bound to be unable to say the word, defeat. Along with Zishang's hand descended and slapping onto the face of the zither strings pulsated and suddenly emitted an ear-piercing loud clang. At the same time, a material azure-colored crescent-shaped pulse that was coiled with a strand of the scorching aura of flame swept out, and its target was the green-clothed young man. On the way, the aura of the flames became greater and greater, fire relying on the might of wind. Using a second-level void interpretation stage cultivation and first-level intermediate wind concept to urge on the initial stage fire concept and combined with the grade 4 spirit weapon zither, it bestowed a strength of over 70 ancient horned dragons to Zishang. The crescent-shaped pulse that emitted strands of scorching aura slashed the green-clothed young man into two parts before he was able to speak the word, defeat. Subsequently, a wave of ear-piercing explosive sounds of the zither resounded out, and numerous crescent-shaped pulses that emitted a scorching aura seemed to have formed a dense, material, and enormous net that enveloped towards the corpse of the green-clothed young man that had been slashed into two. In the next moment, only the blood of rain that covered the sky remained, and after the blood of rain descended, the corpse of the green-clothed young man had vanished without a trace. A wave of gasping resounded out in the sky above the combat arena, and many people revealed terrified gazes as they looked at Zishang. Some female martial artists were even terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. When had they ever seen such a bloody scene? The possessor of the number 50 token died unjustly. Yes, he already intended to admit defeat. In the end, he hadn't even spoken the word, defeat, before he was killed. But Zishang is actually only a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Moreover, amongst the concepts he'd comprehended, it seems that only his wind concept is a first-level void interpretation concept, whereas, his fire concept is only a void initiation concept. He doesn't even have a grade 3 spirit weapon. How was he able to be the second to traverse the illusory crypt? At the same time that many people sighed with emotion about how unjustly the possessor of the number 50 token had died, they started to question Zishang's strength. As far as they were concerned, according to logic, with the ordinary strength and ability Zishang revealed earlier, he probably might not be able to even obtain one of the top 20 tokens, but Zishang had obtained the number 2 token. If he really possesses just this level of strength, then it's impossible for him to obtain the number 2 token. The eyes of Qi Feng, the Darqi dynasty's 9th prince that obtained the number 3 token flashed, and he subconsciously felt that Zishang had definitely held back when attacking earlier. Moreover, Zishang had held back greatly. HMPH. Perhaps he used some sort of shortcut. After all, he's a member of the Darqin dynasty, and the Darqin dynasty has 3 people that have obtained the top 10 number tokens. The possessor of the number 4 token, the Darqin dynasty's Qin Kong, stood nearby Qi Feng, and he grunted with disdain when he heard Qi Feng's muttering. For a time, more and more people questioned if the number 2 token obtained by Zishang was obtained through irregular means. I knew it. It's impossible for the Darqin dynasty's Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu, who are 28 and 25 respectively, to obtain the number 1 and number 7 token. So it turns out that the Darqin dynasty possesses an irregular method of traversing the illusory crypt. Zishang was able to obtain the number 2 token with just this bit of strength. I presume that Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu aren't much stronger. Chapter 813, Beautiful and Outstanding Woman. To think that the Darming dynasty's Zhao Weiyi was afraid of Duan Ling Tian because Duan Ling Tian obtained the number 1 token and didn't even have the courage to enter the arena. His intestines are probably green with regret right now, right? If Duan Ling Tian challenges me, I'll surely accept the challenge. Not only do I want to accept the challenge, I also want to defeat him and seize the number 1 token in his possession. It would be great if I'm able to obtain the number 1 token. I can challenge anyone I want later on and intentionally select, ripe persimmons, to squash, and entering the top 10 of the martial competition wouldn't be the slightest bit difficult. At this moment, many young geniuses anticipated Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu challenging them. As far as they were concerned, the number 1 token in Duan Ling Tian's possession and the number 7 token in Feng Tian Wu's possession weren't obtained by relying on true strength, and they were instead obtained through irregular means. Of course, there were also some people that knew Duan Ling Tian and Zishang, and they knew that Duan Ling Tian and Zishang had absolutely not relied on irregular means to obtain the number tokens in their possession. After Zishan, the possessor of the number 2 token, left the arena, the possessor of the number 3 token, Qi Feng, entered the arena. Since he possessed the authority of the number 3 token, Qi Feng would naturally use it, and he directly chose the possessor of the number 49 token. His opponent admitted defeat. After that, the possessor of the number 4 token, Qin Kong, entered the arena, and his opponent admitted defeat as well. The possessor of the number 5 token, Tom Yu, and the possessor of the number 6 token, Lu Yong, ascended the arena successively, and their opponents didn't have the courage to fight them as well. Subsequently, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu flew out and chose the possessor of the number 45 token, a tall and robust young man that was almost middle-aged and had disheveled hair that hung loosely on his shoulders. The young man was an entire 2 meters tall, and he was like a titan when standing before Feng Tianwu. "Little girl, your appearance isn't bad. But unfortunately, you obtained the number 7 token in your possession by irregular means, so you're bound to not be a match for me. Hand over the number 7 token and admit defeat." The young man that was like a titan spoke in a deep voice. "Otherwise, don't force me to ruthlessly destroy a flower. Ha ha, big guy, you have to be gentle. She's only a 25-year-old little girl." Someone couldn't help but laugh. For a time, many people laughed along with them. All of these people felt that Feng Tianwu didn't possess much strength. "If you want the number 7 token, come take it yourself." Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged when facing the young man's arrogance, and she stood there in midair as her red robes fluttered without the wind, causing her to seem to have transformed into a ball of blazing flames. "Young girl, you really aren't sensible. Since it's like this, then let me properly teach you a lesson about how to act." The corners of the young man's mouth was suffused with an evil smile. In the next moment, the tall and robust figure flashed out, and seemed to be heavy, yet it didn't affect his speed in the slightest. At the same time that he flashed towards Feng Tianwu, an enormous spiked club appeared in the young man's hands, and it flickered with origin energy before transforming into a ball of material flames. Almost 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out along with him. Even though he looked down on Feng Tianwu, he didn't dare be the slightest bit careless in the battles of this martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he utilized his full strength as soon as he struck out. World-suppressing strength. The young man roared abruptly as the spiked club that burned with scorching flames carried the strength of almost 60 ancient horned dragons as it descended down towards Feng Tianwu's head. At the same time that many young geniuses present cursed at the young man for not knowing how to show mercy to women when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but close their eyes as they weren't willing to see the scene of a peerless beauty being killed, but they quickly opened their eyes and a heartfelt expression of shock appeared on their faces. The reason they opened their eyes was entirely because of the young man's shrill and miserable cry. When they opened their eyes, they saw an unforgettable scene. The red-clothed young woman that stood there like a fairy of fire didn't move in the slightest, whereas the young man that smashed out with his grade 4 spiked club with the intention of crushing the red-clothed young woman had instead been blasted flying like an arrow that left the bow, and he emitted shrill cries and spat blood as he flew. At this moment, not only was the spiked club in the young man's hand blasted flying, even his disheveled hair was burnt into ash, and he'd become bald. What happened earlier? The young geniuses that closed their eyes because they couldn't bear to see Feng Tianwu perishing had recovered from their shock successively, and all of them asked out at the same time. Never had they imagined that this young woman that was merely 25 would actually defeat the young man that was like a titan. How formidable! She heavily injured and blasted the possessor of the number 45 token flying with a single palm strike and without even using a spirit weapon. Her strength is at least at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Besides that, the flames she controlled were much more material than those controlled by the possessor of the number 45 token. It's at least a 2nd level intermediate fire concept. Is she really 25 years old? Feng Tianwu's strength drew a wave of clamor in the scene. A young woman that was merely 25 revealing such a cultivation and concept had caused them to feel ashamed, and they wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide within it. Unfortunately, she only attacked for a short moment, and the phenomenon of the heavens and earth hadn't even condensed into form before dispersing. Even though the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't condense, but I can be sure that she is a martial artist at the second level of the void interpretation stage or above. Moreover, she had comprehended an intermediate fire concept at the second level or above. A woman possesses such natural talent and ability, and it's sufficient to cause countless men to feel ashamed. The sky above the entire combat arena was in a complete uproar because of Feng Tianwu's brief attack. What a formidable little girl! Even the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, couldn't help but take a few more glances at Feng Tianwu, and in the end, his eyes were covered in killing intent. If a genius martial artist that possessed such heaven-defying natural talent and comprehension ability couldn't join their Skywolf Fort, then he would rather kill the martial artist than allow the martial artist to survive. Once such a monstrous existence was to stand on the opposing side of the Skywolf Fort, the person would surely become a great calamity to the Skywolf Fort, and this was something he wasn't willing to see. Shang, if this woman passes through the third round of the selections and advances to the fourth round of the selections, you must kill her. Ningkan looked at Zishang as he spoke via voice transmission. Yes, master. Zishang's gaze that was filled with coldness descended onto Feng Tianwu when he heard this, and killing intent flashed into existence within his eyes. Ningkan wants Zishang to kill Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian's observational ability was shocking, and he easily noticed the killing intent that flickered in the depths of Ning Kan's gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu. Moreover, he noticed Ning Kan glancing at Zishang and the reaction Zishang made to this. So he guessed Ning Kan's thoughts. Let me see if you, Zishang, kill Tianwu, or Tianwu kills you, Zishang. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he had a method to deal with this in his heart. In the battle between Feng Tianwu and the young man that was like a titan, the young man was heavily injured with a single strike and was unable to continue fighting, so Feng Tianwu was victorious. After a short moment, Feng Tianwu returned to Duan Ling Tian's side. Tianwu, when did you comprehend fourth-level intermediate fire concept? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. Perhaps when other people witnessed Feng Tianwu attacking, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't condensed, so they were unable to specifically confirm Feng Tianwu's cultivation and concept. But Duan Ling Tian, who possessed the experience and memories of the rebirth martial emperor's 2 lifetimes, was capable of discerning with a glance that the fire concept Feng Tianwu exerted earlier was obviously already a 4th-level intermediate fire concept. This caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to be filled with shock. It was also at the illusory crypt. I entered a short period of sudden insight during the barrier of fire, and I'd already comprehended 4th-level intermediate fire concept when I woke up. Feng Tianwu wasn't surprised that the level of her fire concept was see-through by Duan Ling Tian. There were too many miracles and unbelievable things on Duan Ling Tian, and she'd long since become numb to it. In her eyes, this big brother Duan of hers could do what others couldn't. As expected of the fire spirit body, it's actually so abnormal. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless when he heard this, his heart was filled with shock. He knew that the reason Feng Tianwu was capable of obtaining various fortuitous encounters in the illusory crypt was entirely because of the fire spirit body, and if it was another person, it would be utterly impossible for the person to obtain such benefits. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 people that possessed one of the top 10 number tokens issued a challenge. The opponents they challenged didn't even enter the arena before admitting defeat. Subsequently, it was the possessor of the number 11 token that issued a challenge. This person was ranked before Su Li, and he was a young man that was dressed like a scholar. The possessor of the number 41 token that was challenged by him was injured heavily as soon as he entered the arena and couldn't continue fighting. Subsequently, it was Su Li, the possessor of the number 12 token that entered the arena, and his opponent was injured by a single sword strike of his. If it wasn't for him changing the blade of his sword to the body of his sword in time, his opponent would be dead for sure. Thank you for showing mercy. Su Li's opponent was fully convinced of his loss and retreated openly. The third round of the selections continued. No long after, it was Zhang Shouyang and Long Yun's turns, and both of them obtained victory successively. In next to no time, a round finished, and 25 young geniuses were eliminated from the 50. They were either killed, injured, crippled, or admitted defeat. After the round, none of the possessors of the top 10 tokens were replaced, and it was sufficient to indicate that their strengths generally matched the number token in their possession. The remaining 25 young geniuses continued to undergo the second round of challenging. As the possessor of the number 1 token, Duan Ling Tian was once again the first to enter the arena. After he entered the arena, Duan Ling Tian challenged the possessor of the number 25 token, a young man that possessed a savage appearance. The eyes of the young man constantly flickered with a fierce light, and it seemed as if everyone was his enemy. At the central area of the sky above the combat arena, Duan Ling Tian and this young man with a savage appearance stood in confrontation, and the atmosphere in the surroundings went silent. The silent atmosphere didn't last for long and was quickly replaced by clamorous noises. That Feng Tian Wu of the Darkened Dynasty has proven her strength to a certain extent. Yet I wonder if Duan Ling Tian, who hasn't fought since the beginning until the end, is capable of proving his strength. If he's defeated by the possessor of the number 25 token, he'd become the greatest joke of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. He's about to make a move. I truly can't wait. All the people present anticipated Duan Ling Tian's battle. Chapter 814, Top 10, Final Chance. Possessor of the number 1 token, I'll tear you into pieces and replace you right away. The young man with a savage appearance stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips, and his ghastly eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian like a dormant venomous snake. That will depend on if you have the ability. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he spoke indifferently. Duan Ling Tian has clearly seen how the young man with a savage appearance before him, the possessor of the number 25 token, had dealt with the possessor of the number 26 command token earlier. His opponent wanted to beg for mercy, yet he forcefully choked his opponent's throat and didn't allow his opponent to let a shred of sound. In the end, the possessor of the number 26 token was torn into pieces by him with his bare hands. His spirit weapon was a grade 4 spirit weapon glove, and it was worn by him on his right hand. You'll know soon. The ghastly eyes of the young man flashed before his figure moved, and he seemed to have transformed into a venomous serpent that had moved to attack and fiercely bit at Duan Ling Tian. His hand that wore the glove abruptly stretched out to grab at Duan Ling Tian's head, and it was covered with flickering flames that condensed into form and seemed to have transformed into a venomous serpent's open mouth. In the sky, almost 70 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed out along with him towards Duan Ling Tian, and it revealed his shocking strength. The young man could be said to have utilized all his ability and attacked with a killer move with the intention of killing Duan Ling Tian right off the bat. Want to kill me? Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent as his figure moved out to unhurriedly welcome the young man's attack. In the eyes of the spectators, it seemed as if Duan Ling Tian was giving his life away. Right when some people thought Duan Ling Tian's actions were actions that courted death, a sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Ling Tian's hand, a grade 3 spirit sword. The sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand shook as his origin energy combined with second-level intermediate wind concept transformed into an azure gale that coiled around his sword and abruptly whistled out. 2 material divine dragons and 1 more that hadn't completely condensed into form whistled out, and they successfully drew the gazes of everyone as soon as they appeared. Dragons were divine beasts of legend, and no one had seen one with their own 2 eyes. Of course, there were a variety of dragon totems and embroidered paintings that were passed down since ancient times, just like the golden 5-clawed divine dragons that was embroidered on the dragon robes worn by the emperors of the various dynasties. However, lifelike divine dragons that were condensed into form from origin energy were extremely rare. Right when the attention of most people was on the 3 divine dragons, an extreme flash abruptly shot out from each of the eyes of the 2 divine dragons that had completely condensed into form. 4 extreme flashes intercepted the young man with a speed so swift it was astounding. The first extreme flash easily penetrated the hand of the young man that grabbed towards Duan Ling Tian like the mouth of a venomous serpent, and it penetrated through the grade 4 glove to leave behind a bloody hole. Blood sprayed into the sky. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Amongst the other 3 extreme flashes, one of them penetrated between the brows of the young man, another penetrated the young man's throat, and the final flash penetrated the young man's heart. Not to mention emitting a shrill cry, the young man didn't even have the chance to emit a muffled groan before he lost of signs of life and was completely sent flying by momentum. Duan Ling Tian's figure moved to intercept the corpse that still charged towards him, and then he kicked out to kick the corpse flying and plunge onto the combat arena with a thump. In the sky, the 81 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form from the energy of the heavens, and the earth gradually dispersed along with Duan Ling Tian putting away his sword. Second level void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate wind concept. Even though the martial skill executed by this Duan Ling Tian isn't bad, yet his strength seems to not have the qualification to possess the number 1 token, right? After they witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, many people couldn't refrain from voicing out with question, and they questioned Duan Ling Tian's qualification to possess the number 1 token. even more people firmly believed that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the number 1 token by irregular means. Actually, Duan Ling Tian could indeed be considered to have used irregular means. Relying on the lifetime worth of memories in inscription of the rebirth martial emperor and his own spiritual force to temporarily deactivate the inscription formations in the illusory crypts, wasn't this irregular means? Of course, not just anyone was capable of this. I was wondering how strong Duan Ling Tian would be, yet he's only so. The possessor of the number 4 token, Qin Kong, grunted coldly as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with disdain. Since he was able to obtain the number 1 token and be the first to traverse the illusory crypt, there's naturally something extraordinary about him. Looks like he hasn't revealed some trump cards. The possessor of the number 3 token, Qi Feng, muttered to himself. After Duan Ling Tian, the possessor of the number 2 token, Zi Shang, entered the arena. The person Zi Shang challenged was the possessor of the number 24 token, and even though his opponent's strength was strong, it was still inferior to him, causing his opponent to be killed instantly by the blade of wind that flashed out from his zither. The challenges continued. The possessors of the top 10 tokens obtained successive victories all along the way. In next to no time, it was once again the turn of the possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tian Wu. If it was according to the order the previous 6 people challenged their opponents with, then she ought to challenge the possessor of the number 19 token. However, the possessor of the number 19 token was Long Yun, and out of respect for Saber 5, Feng Tian Wu didn't challenge him and chose the possessor of the number 18 token instead. The possessor of the number 18 token had a cultivation at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage and had comprehended 2nd level void interpretation concept, and he could be said to be an opponent with formidable strength. Right when everyone thought Feng Tian Wu would be in a deadlock with her opponent was defeated overbearingly by Feng Tian Wu in a single move. This time, Feng Tian Wu had utilized a spirit weapon, a grade 3 spirit whip, and just a single whip had heavily injured her opponent. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't even condensed into form when it dispersed, and Feng Tian Wu's exact strength was still a mystery in the eyes of most people except Duan Ling Tian. She's merely 25 years old, yet possesses a cultivation like this. It's truly shocking. If she's able to continue maintaining a pace like this, then it's without suspense that she'll step into the void transformation stage in another 10 years. Many people were shocked by Feng Tian Wu's strength, and they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Feng Tian Wu caused them to have a completely new understanding of female martial artists. Feng Tian Wu, the possessor of the number 9 token, the other female that had obtained one of the top 10 tokens, the Darking Dynasty's Yi Ling, looked at Feng Tian Wu with a complicated expression. She hadn't even stepped into the void initiation stage when she was Feng Tian Wu's age. Even though she was unwilling to admit it, she knew that Feng Tian Wu's natural talent and comprehension ability was indeed stronger than her. But I have complete confidence in defeating her if I go against her now. Yi Ling was filled with confidence. Tian Wu, you ought to have properly taught that kid a lesson for me. After Feng Tian Wu returned, Saber 5 spoke out and seemed to be feeling extremely regretful that Feng Tian Wu didn't choose to challenge Long Yun. After Feng Tian Wu, it was the possessor of the number 8 token, the Darchu dynasty's O Chen. The person O Chen chose to challenge was precisely the possessor of the number 19 token, Long Yun. Long Yun was the disciple of the vice master of the House of Sabers, and he'd already touched the threshold of Saber unity, but because of the gap in their cultivation and concept, he still lost to O Chen. Because of being afraid of Saber 5 who stood behind Long Yun, O Chen didn't attack ruthlessly. After Long Yun returned, he stood at the side of Saber 5 with a dejected expression. Master, I'm sorry, I've let you down and didn't even enter the top 10. HMPH. Saber 5 grunted coldly. Once we return to the sect this time, I'll use the method of the House of Sabers to properly temper you. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Saber 5's mouth, and it caused Long Yun to be unable to help but shudder. After O Chen, it was the possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling, that entered the arena, and Yi Ling challenged the possessor of the number 17 token and obtained victory. Subsequently, the possessor of the number 10 token, Li Ji, challenged the possessor of the number 16 token and obtained victory. The possessor of the number 11 token, the young man that was dressed as a scholar, challenged the possessor of the number 15 token, Zhang Shouyang. Big Brother Zhang has encountered a strong opponent. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he muttered. Just like Duan Ling Tian had said, Zhang Shouyang and the possessor of the number 11 token were matched in strength for some time in their battle. and it was because of the grade 3 wine gourd Duan Ling Tian had personally refined for Zhang Shouyang. The young man that was dressed as a scholar possessed shocking strength. In the end, Zhang Shouyang barely defeated his opponent and replaced his opponent to obtain the number 11 token. Big brother Zhang, nice. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up and he started smiling. In next to no time, it was Su Li's turn as the possessor of the number 12 token, and he challenged the possessor of the number 14 token. Su Li struck a total of 3 times and easily obtained victory. The possessor of the number 13 token obtained a bye. What's next? Meanwhile, there were only 13 people remaining in the third round of the selections, and many people couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Now, we're about to carry out the final segment of the third round. This segment will be one where the possessors of the number 11, 12, and 13 tokens will issue a challenge successively to challenge the possessors of the top 10 tokens. Once one obtains victory, the person will be able to replace his opponent and obtain his opponent's number token to enter into the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort. Ningkan spoke clearly. Instantly, the gazes of Zhang Shouyang, Su Li, and the other possessor of the number 13 token lit up. Firstly, it was the turn for the possessor of the number 11 token, Zhang Shouyang, to issue a challenge. He only had a single chance, and if he didn't succeed, then he would lose all fate with the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Zhang Shouyang's gaze flashed past Duan Ling Tian and the others, and in the end, he chose the possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu. Amongst the possessors of the top 10 tokens, even the possessor of the number 10 token, Li Ji, was in existence at the third level of the void interpretation stage. Only Duan Ling Tian, Zisheng, and Feng Tianwu were existences at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Zhang Shouyang knew he wasn't a match for Duan Ling Tian and Zisheng, so he chose Feng Tianwu. Big brother Zhang has bit off more than he can chew this time. Duan Ling Tian, who knew Feng Tianwu's true strength, couldn't help but snicker. Chapter 815, Su Li's True Strength. Tianwu, Zhang Shouyang and Feng Tianwu stood in confrontation and he had an embarrassed expression. After all, he was bullying the young by challenging Feng Tianwu. Big brother Zhang, you don't have to worry. Feel free to fight with your full strength. Zhang Shouyang was a good friend of Duan Ling Tian's and on account of Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu had taken Zhang Shouyang to be a friend of hers as well, so she treated him with courtesy. Alright, Zhang Shouyang nodded, and his expression became slightly serious and he didn't dare be careless. Even though he was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended second-level intermediate earth concept, yet the strength Feng Tianwu revealed earlier wasn't inferior to him. It was even to the extent Feng Tianwu's strength might be slightly stronger than him. Tianwu, watch out! Zhang Shouyang shouted out explosively as he struck out swiftly by raising up his wine gourd and smashing it out. The wine gourd floated in midair and was covered in a layer of material earth concept before it descended down onto Feng Tianwu like a mountain pressing down onto her. An enormous bang shook the heavens, and a terrifying explosion shook the eardrums of everyone present. At the same time, phenomenon of the heavens and the earth arose suddenly in the sky above Zhang Shouyang and condensed into 81 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down from the sky. Zhang Shouyang's wine gourd descended with a crash, and even if the wine gourd that contained the strength of 81 ancient horned dragons smashed onto a mount, the mountain would probably be shattered into pieces. Yet now, the wine gourd was smashing down onto Feng Tianwu, and when it struck its target, even 10 Feng Tianwus might not be able to survive. For a time, many people couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he watched this scene, and he seemed to not be worried in the slightest. Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged when facing Zhang Shouyang's wine gourd that smashed down towards her, and a whip appeared out of thin air in her hand. It was precisely the grade 3 spirit whip Duan Ling Tian had refined for her. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu's entire body seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that shot into the sky. She actually charged towards the wine gourd that was plunging down. Feng Tianwu's figure flashed like a strand of flames as a layer of material flames swiftly coiled on the grade 3 spirit whip in her hand, and then she abruptly swung it out towards the wine gourd. The whip tore through the sky like a python, swinging its tail, and it contained an extremely terrifying strength as it fiercely descended onto the wine gourd. An enormous bang sounded out and tore through the sky, causing the airflow in the sky to flash and emit howls of the wind. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, the material earth concept at the bottom of the wine gourd was actually split open by this whip, and its speed of descent slowed down. Feng Tianwu's hand shook, and the grade 3 spirit whip was swiftly retracted. In the next moment, the grade 3 spirit whip that was retracted was swung out fiercely once more, and it was like a flaming serpent that shot out swiftly. Another enormous bang sounded out. This time, the wine gourd was actually blasted flying, and the material earth concept on its surface shattered completely. Ah! Zhang Shouyang, who moved the wine gourd with origin energy, instantly suffered a backlash from his origin energy, causing his face to pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood that was like an arrow of blood. Fourth level intermediate fire concept. As he looked at the entire 20 more extra ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyang raised his hand to put away the wine gourd while he laughed bitterly. If he knew of Feng Tianwu's true strength earlier, he would absolutely not overestimate his ability and challenge Feng Tianwu. His cultivation and spirit weapon were similar in strength to Feng Tianwu. He originally thought their concepts were similar as well, and this was the reason he challenged Feng Tianwu. Never had he imagined that not only was Feng Tianwu's concept far stronger than him, it was even to the extent of being stronger by an entire 20 ancient horned dragons. This gap was like a chasm that was impossible to surmount. I admit defeat. Zhang Shouyang spoke out slightly bitterly. Big brother Zhang, it was a good fight. Feng Tianwu smiled lightly before returning to Duan Lingtian's side. When Feng Tianwu fought earlier, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't condensed into form yet. This time, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth had finally condensed into form, but never had I imagined that she has actually comprehended 4th level intermediate fire concept. At the mere age of 25, her cultivation is at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, and she has comprehended 4th level intermediate concept. Feng Tianwu is simply a monster. Has a monster like this ever appeared in the history of the 10 dynasties? Not to mention the 10 dynasties, a monster like her is probably extremely rare even in the foreign lands. It's only because she was born in the Darken dynasty, and God knows how terrifying she would be if she was born in the foreign lands. For a time, the entire sky above the combat arena was in a complete uproar, and Feng Tianwu had become the center of attention. Such natural talent and comprehension ability could be called heaven-defying. She has actually comprehended 4th level fire concept. Yi Ling's pupils constricted. Now even she didn't dare say she could defeat Feng Tianwu for sure. Tianwu, when did you comprehend 4th level intermediate fire concept? After Feng Tianwu returned, Feng Wudao looked at her and with a dumbstruck expression. On the other hand, the nearby Saber 5 and Sword 13 weren't any much better. Even though they knew that Feng Tianwu was a possessor of the fire spirit body, and besides possessing a shocking natural talent in the martial Dao, she also possessed unique comprehension towards fire concept. Yet never had they imagined that Feng Tianwu had actually comprehended 4th level intermediate fire concept, and this level of comprehension ability had already left her natural talent far behind. I comprehended it in the illusory crypt yesterday, said Feng Tianwu. Ling Tian, you knew already. Feng Wudao noticed that Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm since the beginning until the end, and he faintly realized this. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a light smile. Feng Wudao sighed when he saw this. They say that women side with their husbands, looks like it really is so. You haven't even been married off. If you have been married off, then I, this father of yours, will be unnecessary. Father, what are you talking about? It was big brother Duan that perceived it himself, it wasn't me who told him. At the same time that Feng Tianwu was slightly speechless, her beautiful face was tainted with a wisp of bright red and seemed like a shy bud that was about to bloom. Continue. Ning Can's voice descended from the heavens and caused the attention of everyone to move from Feng Tianwu. Zhang Shouyang had failed in his challenge. Presently, only Su Li, who was the possessor of the number 12 token and the possessor of the number 13 token that remained, and so long as they succeeded in their challenge, they would be able to rank in the top 10. Su Li flew out, and his gaze locked onto the possessor of the number 10 token, the Dardang dynasty's Li Ji, at the first possible moment. I challenge the possessor of the number 10 token. Su Li challenged. Instantly, Li Ji flew out to stand in confrontation with Su Li, and then he revealed an expression of disdain. A mere 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist like you isn't a match for me. We'll only know after I try. Su Li spoke with a calm expression as a grade 3 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, and then a peerlessly sharp aura rose on the sword. It was sword concept. Second level of the void interpretation stage and second level intermediate sword concept. Your strength isn't bad, but unfortunately, my cultivation is a level higher than you, so I'm bound to surpass you. Li Ji spoke with narrowed eyes, and his words contained thorough understanding of Su Li's strength. But in next to no time, his eyes narrowed and then abruptly stared wide open as he revealed an expression of disbelief, and it was as if he'd seen something that caused shock in him. At this moment, 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared out of thin air above Su Li. This was under the precondition that Su Li hadn't utilized origin energy, and he'd revealed the strength contained in his sword concept. Third level intermediate sword concept. You just comprehended it, Li Ji gasped and asked with slight astonishment. Make a move. Su Li spoke indifferently as the 3-foot-long blade in his hand shook and origin energy poured into it. Instantly, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky underwent a change. Another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared at the side of the 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and then another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 90 ancient horned dragon silhouettes accumulated strength while waiting to be deployed at any time to fight alongside Su Li. HMPH, you think you're a match for me with just that? Li Ji laughed with ridicule, and then grunted coldly. Even if my concept is inferior to yours, but my cultivation surpasses you, and coupled with the amplification of a grade 3 spirit weapon, my strength still far surpasses yours. As soon as he finished speaking, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in Li Ji's hand, and origin energy flashed on the speak before transforming into a layer of material earth concept. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth arose abruptly in the sky. 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Before another 27 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. Li Ji had a cultivation at the third level of the void interpretation stage, had comprehended second level intermediate earth concept, and possessed a grade 3 spirit spear. His entire strength was comparable to the strength of 97 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Su Li, he was stronger by 7 ancient horned dragons worth of strength. All of this didn't stop there, and with a strand of light azure-colored energy appearing on the 7-foot-long speak in Li Ji's hand, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Third-level elementary wind concept. The strongest strength Li Ji possessed at this moment was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. I'll let you know that a difference of the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons is sufficient to allow me to completely crush you. Li Ji shouted out with a light voice as he flew out, and the 7-foot-long speak in his hand flashed out like a WYRM, leaving its lair and approached menacingly while giving rise to waves of ear-piercing explosions of the air. The heavens shook everywhere the spear pointed at. When this spear flashed out, it seemed to be able to pierce a hole through the sky, let alone a person's body. Is the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons very strong? Su Li moved up unhurriedly to intercept the strike, and his hands clenched his sword tightly as he abruptly raised it above his head. Instantly, the origin energy on Su Li's body skyrocketed and enveloped him and his sword, and he seemed to have transformed into an enormous sword that was accumulating strength while waiting to strike out. After the enormous sword appeared, a tremendous change occurred suddenly on the outward appearance of the milky white origin energy. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into rippling green waves that pulsated ceaselessly. Material water concept. Su Li has actually been concealing his strength since the beginning. Duan Ling Tian's gaze raised as he revealed an astonished expression. Practically at the exact same time, Su Li and his sword formed into an aqua-blue-colored enormous sword that soared across the sky and pierced out swiftly towards Li Ji. Chapter 8:16, Arctic Withersword. In this instant, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky underwent a tremendous change. Another 20 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared at the side of the 90 ancient horned dragons, and their imposing manners shot into the sky like a rainbow. First-level intermediate water concept. The enormous sword soared through the sky while containing the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons. Is the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons very strong? At this moment, it wasn't just the expression of Li Ji, the concerned party, that went grim as the words Su Li spoke earlier reverberated in his ears. Even the surrounding crowd of people couldn't help but recall what Su Li said earlier. Never had anyone imagined that Su Li had actually been concealing his strength in the beginning, and the strongest might he was capable of exerting was comparable to the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons. Before the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons, the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons was nothing indeed. Sword unity. The enormous sword fiercely collided with the 7-foot-long spear in Li Ji's hand, causing the spear to tremble and Li Ji's palm to split open, and fresh blood sprayed out as his countenance turned ghastly pale. Ah! Li Ji opened his mouth with difficulty, and then he spat out a dazzling and resplendent mouthful of blood. At the same time that he spat out this mouthful of blood, the enormous sword soared through the sky towards him once more. This sword strike blasted the spear in Li Ji's hand flying, and then the terrifying force descended down onto his body, causing him to fly out like an arrow that left the bow and be in an extremely sorry state. When he stood stably once more, his body was already on the verge of collapse, and he didn't have the strength to continue battling Su Li. You have won. The ghastly pale Li Ji repeatedly coughed a few times, and a mouthful of fresh blood would spray out of his mouth every single time. Obviously, he'd suffered a heavy injury. Li Ji stared fixedly at the enormous sword that stopped in the distance, and the jade wave-like outward appearance of the enormous sword and the fierce aura emitted by it brought extremely great pressure to him. He knew clearly in his heart that his opponent had shown mercy earlier. If his opponent didn't retract his strength in time, then he would have already been annihilated by the enormous sword that soared through the sky. After Li Ji admitted defeat, the enormous sword that was condensed into form from material water concept and sword concept combined with origin energy vanished, and Su Li's proud figure appeared. He's comprehended two types of intermediate concept. This possessor of the number 12 token seems to be a member of the Darken dynasty. Someone in the top 10 has been replaced, and the person that's replacing him is a member of the Darken dynasty. From now onwards, members of the Darken dynasty have occupied 4 spots in the top 10. The Darken dynasty is about to go against what's normal. At the same time that many people sighed with emotion, they couldn't help but gasp. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was the stage for the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, yet the Darken dynasty had occupied 4 of the top 10 positions. Even if the remaining possessor of the number 13 token was successful in his challenge of one of the young geniuses of the Darken dynasty, there would still be 3 people from the Darken dynasty that were ranking in the top 10. This fellow Su Li really concealed his strength deeply. Duan Ling Tian shook his head lightly. It was the first time he'd seen Su Li execute water concept, and it was even a void interpretation concept. Even though it was inferior to his sword concept, yet it wasn't much inferior. There's something I'm extremely curious about. Suddenly, Li Ji, who'd just consumed a medicinal pill and recuperated his injuries, looked at Su Li and took a deep breath before asking. Since your full strength is comparable to the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons, why did you spend so much time to come out from the illusory crypt and only obtain the number 12 token? The question Li Ji asked was also the question most of the people including Duan Ling Tian wanted to ask. For a time, all of them looked curiously at Su Li as they wanted to know Su Li's answer. I wanted to try and see which token I would be able to obtain while not utilizing water concept. Su Li replied indifferently before flying off to return to the side of Sword 13 in short moment, and then he stood there silently. Su Li's reply caused the corners of Li Ji's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. If it was any other person, the person would have probably utilized all his ability in the illusory crypt, yet this Su Li had actually concealed his strength. Willful. For a time, most people present couldn't help but arouse the same thought in their hearts. Su Li's actions couldn't be said to not be willful, but he had the ability to be willful. Ha 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 ha. The Darken dynasty's emperor was stunned for a moment before laughing with delight, and his laughter was arrogant and willful. 4 of the 10 young geniuses from his Darken dynasty had made their way into the top 10 of the martial competition, and he felt proud as the emperor of the Darken dynasty. Number 13. Nainkin glanced indifferently at the possessor of the number 13 token. Instantly, the possessor of the number 13 token flew out. The possessor of the number 13 token had good luck earlier and obtained a buy, and it was an emotionless young man in plain clothes and a pair of ordinary eyes that occasionally flashed with a strand of a fierce and bright light. Possessor of the number 1 token. After the young man in plain clothes made an appearance, he targeted Duan Ling Tian directly. Obviously, he was like most people and questioned the accuracy of the number 1 token in Duan Ling Tian's possession. Even though Duan Ling Tian was shocked, he wasn't surprised that he was challenged, and he directly flew out to stand in confrontation with the young man in plain clothes. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in the hands of the young man in plain clothes, and it was a crimson-red sword. Grade 3 Spirit Sword. With a single glance, Duan Ling Tian discerned that the sword in the possession of the young man in plain clothes was a Grade 3 Spirit Sword, and the young man in plain clothes was a sword cultivator just like Su Li. Kill. The young man in plain clothes attacked without the slightest indication and took the initiative to attack to seize the advantage, and he seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that was shot out from a heavy bow and had locked onto Duan Ling Tian. The coldness of the arriving sword seemed to be able to make everything wither as it swept through everything. Arctic withersword. Duan Ling Tian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as soon as the young man attacked, and it was no other reason than because of this sword skill utilized by the young man in plain clothes. The Arctic withersword, a low-grade heaven-ranked sword kill. Once cultivated, it was able to allow the fierce sword concept to develop an extremely cold chi, and it was a cold chi that wasn't ice yet seemed like ice. Everything withered in the wake of the sword, and it obtained its name because of this. This sword skill was the first heaven-rank martial skill the rebirth martial emperor had encountered in his first lifetime, and the rebirth martial emperor had once relied on this sword skill during his youth to become the #1 expert in the younger generation of an area in the foreign lands. Even though he rarely utilized this sword skill later on, the rebirth martial emperor had never forgotten this sword skill that had an extraordinary meaning to him. When the young man in plain clothes attacked 90 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes charged over along with him. They caused the airflow in the air to flow to shake as waves of violent winds were aroused, and it blew onto the robes of all the people in the sky above the combat arena to the point of fluttering in the wind. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to this. Besides the group of people who knew of Duan Ling Tian's ability, the remaining people stared with concentration at the young man in plain clothes. All of them were curious about if the young man was really able to defeat Duan Ling Tian, and then replace Duan Ling Tian and seize over the #1 token. Perhaps, I can try it, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself when facing the attack of the young man, and he made a brave decision. In the next moment, a sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Ling Tian's hand, a grade 3 spirit sword. Then I'll try if the Arctic withersword that's driven by sword concept that has developed cold chi or the Arctic withersword driven by wind concept is stronger. Duan Ling Tian muttered before his gaze abruptly went fierce and shot directly at the young man. Duan Ling Tian's figure moved as the sword in his hand shook, and then he struck out instantly to intercept the sword in the hands of the young man that emitted a cold and withering aura. A similar sword skill was easily executed in Duan Ling Tian's hands. So long as it was someone with a discerning gaze, they would be able to easily discern that the sword skill Duan Ling Tian executed now was even stronger than the sword skill the young man in plain clothes executed, and it suppressed the young man's sword skill in terms of stage. The sword and sword concept of the young man was suffused with icy coldness, and they contained a dense withering aura that seemed to be able to make everything wither. The icy coldness of Duan Ling Tian's sword and wind concept was even coldness, and the withering aura had completely suppressed the withering aura contained within the sword in the young man's hand. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian struck out, 91 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out with him in the sky above. The strength of this strike of Duan Ling Tian's was only stronger by the strength of a few thousand ancient mammoths when compared to the strength on the young man's sword. This little gap in strength could practically be overlooked. However, the icy coldness and withering aura contained within the wind concept on Duan Ling Tian's sword easily crushed the sword in the young man's hand that it moved to intercept. And it utterly crushed the young man's attack. In just a single strike, the sword in the young man's hand was sent flying, and his entire body was blasted flying by an enormous force. At the same time, his hand that held his sword underwent a tremendous change. His young and strong hand started to dry up and seemed to instantly be like the hand of an old man that was already halfway in his grave, extremely aged. Though with withered hand effused out traces of a withering aura, and this aura was still ceaselessly moving up the young man's arm. After a short moment, half the arm of the young man had been coiled by the withering aura, and it seemed to have transformed into withered wood. If this continued on, it probably wouldn't be too long before his entire arm would be crippled, and it was even to the extent it could possibly spread to his entire body, causing him to become a piece of withered wood that didn't have the slightest signs of life. Right when the young man gritted his teeth and waged war with himself as he hesitated on whether to cripple this hand of his, a sword howl that sounded out briefly assaulted him, and it caused the young man to go pale. The sword light flashed past and the young man's completely withered part of his arm that seemed to have transformed into rotten wood was severed. The person that struck out was precisely Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian made the decision for the young man. "Thank you." A wisp of bitterness suffused the corners of the young man's mouth. Even though the person before him had defeated him and had even severed half his arm, yet not only did he not arouse resentment in his heart, he was instead grateful to his opponent. He knew that if it wasn't for his opponent making a move resolutely, his entire arm would be crippled. "Your cultivation of the Arctic withersword isn't bad. It won't be long before you'll surely be able to break through and attain the mastery stage," Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot as he spoke slowly, and he possessed the bearing of someone who was capable of giving guidance to everyone in the world. The young man in plain clothes took a deep breath before he asked. I want to know if your Arctic Withersword has already attained the mastery stage. Right when the young man was stunned, Duan Ling Tian had already flown off to leave, and at the same time, a clear voice had already entered into the young man's ears. What I executed earlier was the Arctic Withersword at the perfection stage. Chapter 817, Baldi. Monk, perfection stage. The young man's pupils constricted as he revealed an expression of disbelief. After all, even the senior that passed down the Arctic Withersword to him had only cultivated it to the mastery stage, whereas, this young man that was only 28 years old actually said that he'd already cultivated the Arctic Withersword to the perfection stage. When his sword struck, the aura of withering extremely easy entered into the sword in my hand before instantly making its way into my hand. Perhaps he has really cultivated the Arctic Withersword to the perfection stage. The young man took a deep breath before leaving. The surrounding spectators in the sky above the combat arena were in an uproar. I'd once heard of the Arctic Withersword. It's an extremely formidable low-grade heaven-ranked sword skill. Once one is swept by the unique withering aura within it, one's entire life would wither before transforming into a piece of rotten flesh. Duan Ling Tian has actually cultivation the Arctic Withersword to the perfection stage. It's truly unbelievable. Yes, even if it's only a low-grade heaven-ranked sword skill, it's practically impossible to cultivate it to the perfection stage without a few tens of years of bitter cultivation. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in martial skills can be said to be heaven-defying. Everyone exclaimed successively with admiration, and all of them were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the Arctic Withersword. Only Duan Ling Tian knew that the reason he was capable of executing the Arctic Withersword at the perfection stage was because during the 2 lifetimes the rebirth martial emperor had experienced, he'd seriously studied this sword skill. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian, who'd fused with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, could be said to be extremely skillful in the execution of the Arctic Withersword, and it was extremely easy. If it was any other martial skill, Duan Ling Tian might not be able to achieve this. Big brother Duan, you actually know the same sword skill as him. After Duan Ling Tian returned to her side, Feng Tianwu spoke out in astonishment. Duan Ling Tian, how long have you cultivated this sword skill for? Sword 13 asked with a serious expression, and his eyes flickered with a bright light as if the person before him wasn't a man, but a rare treasure. Master, Duan Ling Tian hadn't comprehended void interpretation concept 1 year ago. Duan Ling Tian hadn't opened his mouth when Su Li had already spoken. A heaven-rank martial skill required void interpretation concept before it could be successfully executed, and this was an iron law that had been passed down in Cloud Continent since ancient times. He cultivated a heaven-ranked sword skill to the perfection stage in less than a year. Saber 5 exclaimed in a low voice, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was looking at a monster. It wasn't only him, even Feng Wudao and Long Yun, who'd always been in conflict with Duan Ling Tian, used similar gazes to look at Duan Ling Tian. This comprehension ability was already unable to be described with the word freak, and it was simply monstrous. Moreover, he was a monster that could disregard convention. You're simply born to be a sword cultivator. Sword 13 sighed. Saber 5's eyes went completely red with envy when he heard Sword 13. Even though he'd known since long ago that even if Duan Ling Tian joined the Blade sect, Duan Ling Tian would surely enter the House of Swords. Yet now, after he witnessed Duan Ling Tian's comprehension ability, he couldn't help but feel envious, as compared to Duan Ling Tian, the other geniuses were simply trash. He looked at Duan Ling Tian, and then looked at his own disciple. Saber 5 became more irritated the more he thought about it, and he smacked Long Yun on the back of the head before he berated. Trash, you piece of trash. Long Yun shrunk to the side with a feeling of grievance. What did I do? I was just standing there quietly, yet suffered a slap. Duan Ling Tian and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw Saber 5's actions. The 3rd round of the selections has ended. The 4th and final round of the selections will be carried out tomorrow at the same time. At that time, the specific rankings of the top 10 will be decided upon. Nankin withdrew his cold and fierce gaze that had descended onto Duan Ling Tian before sweeping his surroundings with his gaze and speaking in a clear voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he brought Zisheng along and left. Feng Wei brought Lu Yong along to follow closely behind him. As for the other people, they dispersed after taking another look at Duan Ling Tian. During these past 2 days, the person that was the biggest focus of attention was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian. He first obtained the number 1 token in the second round of the selections, then he even revealed a comprehension in martial skills that caused everyone to be shocked. Duan Lingtian disregarded the fact that he'd become the center of everyone's discussions, and he seemed to be accustomed to it. The second day arrived. All the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties including Duan Lingtian had arrived at the sky above the combat arena at dawn, and they waited for the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to make an appearance. After a short moment, Ning Kan and Feng Wei made an appearance with Zisheng and Lu Yong following closely behind them to arrive in the sky above the combat arena. The fourth and final round of the selections in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held today. Ning Kan swept the surroundings with his gaze as he spoke with a clear voice. According to their ranking, the young geniuses that are ranked in the top 10 are able to obtain different rewards given by our Skywolf Fort. So I hope that the 10 young geniuses can do their best. Ning Kan continued. Instantly, the gazes of the 10 young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. Presumably, the rewards of the Skywolf Fort wouldn't be anything ordinary. After the martial competition comes to an end today, the representatives of the 10 dynasties present here will similarly be able to obtain rewards given by our Skywolf Fort. Of course, their rewards are completely different. Ning Kan continued. The representatives of the various dynasties had expressions of anticipation when they heard this. Especially the Emperor of the Darken Dynasty, he smiled to the point his eyes narrowed. 4 members of the Darken Dynasty had entered into the top 10 of the martial competition this time, so the reward of the Darken Dynasty would presumably be the most abundant. The rules of the 4th round of the selections is still one which required the possessor of the number 1 token to issue a challenge, and the possessor of the number 1 token can challenge anyone from the possessor of the number 2 token and above. And so on and so forth. The possessor of the number 10 token doesn't have the power to issue a challenge and can only be challenged. Once a challenge fails, the tokens of the challenger and the challenge will be exchanged. This will go on until no one wants to challenge or accept a challenge, then the specific rankings of the top 10 will be according to the number token in their possession. Ning Kan said slowly, besides that, when someone who'd just undergone a battle was challenged once more right away, he can use resting as a reason to refuse. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the number 1 token in his hand, and he revealed a brilliant smile on his face. Looks like this number 1 token is of great use in the 4th round of the selections. No one was capable of issuing a challenge towards the person that possessed the number 1 token, and the possessor of the number 1 token could only challenge another. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly as well that if he wanted to obtain first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then he must always keep this number 1 token in his possession. In other words, he had to challenge the other 9 people and win 9 times successively before being able to obtain the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Is there anything you don't understand? Ning Kan swept his gaze around, and then his eyes squinted as he spoke in a low voice. All the young geniuses shook their heads in unison. Presently, besides Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the 4th round of the selections, the young geniuses that were eliminated and survived from yesterday were present as well, but they didn't have the chance of entering the arena today, and they could only act as spectators to witness the competition between the possessors of the top 10 tokens. Since it's like this, I announce. Ning Kan was just about to announce that the 4th round of the selections would begin when he suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and his voice stopped abruptly. Subsequently, he suddenly raised his head to look high above in the sky, and his gaze went slightly cold as he shouted out in a grim voice. Who is it that actually dares to trespass in my Skywolf Fort? Feng Wei had raised his head along with Ning Kan, and he stared high up into the sky with a cold and fierce gaze. Early on before Ning Kan had raised his head, Duan Lingtian noticed that Sword 13 and Saber 5 had already raised their heads to look into the sky, and he'd followed along with them to look up. Buddha be praised. Vice Fort Master Ning, this humble monk has been impolite. Right when everyone in the sky above the combat arena raised their heads to look into the horizon, a bald middle-aged man that wore a large and red vestment suddenly walked out from behind the clouds and mist in the horizon. There were 6 dots on the head of the bald middle-aged man. This is a monk. Duan Lingtian was stunned as he looked at the bald middle-aged man before him. The appearance of this bald middle-aged man was too familiar to him, as didn't the monks from the earth of his previous life who abstained from meat enchanted with prayers possess an appearance like this. At this instant, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but arouse a feeling of intimacy, and it was for nothing else but the monk that had appeared before his eyes. So there are monks in this world as well. Right, when Senior protected me from Feng Wei and Dongguo Lei, he seemed to have mentioned Baldies to Feng Wei. Could it be that he was speaking about monks? For a time, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall the scenes when Dongguo Lei and Feng Wei had come looking for him, and he clearly remembered what Sword 13 had said to Feng Wei that day. According to my knowledge, besides our Blade sect, those Baldies know as well. This was what Sword 13 had said. At that time, Duan Ling Tian hadn't connected the Baldies Sword 13 spoke of with monks. Of course, this was because of Duan Ling Tian's preconceived perception. If it was in the earth of his previous life and someone mentioned Baldies in front of him, he would think of monks at the first possible moment, but on Cloud Continent of his current lifetime, he'd never seen a monk in the past, and he'd never even heard of the existence of monks. At this moment, as he looked at the bald middle-aged man in a vestment, Duan Ling Tian realized that it turned out that monks existed in this world. Moreover, they weren't ordinary monks. Baldy Wei Ming, you really came at the right time. Aren't you going to make those two Baldies behind you make an appearance? Sword 13 looked at the middle-aged monk that had just moved out from behind the clouds and mist and spoke indifferently. Vice Sect Master Sword, this humble monk is honored. Wei Ming wasn't angry when being insulted as a Baldy by Sword 13, and he pressed his palms together before bowing, then his figure moved to descend down. At the same time, another middle-aged monk and a young monk appeared behind him and followed closely behind him. For a time, 3 monks had become the center of all attention. Chapter 818, Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan. Who are they? Their clothes are really weird. I've never seen people like this. Not only have they balded their heads, they even made so many scars on their heads. They really have nothing better to do. They called themselves lowly monks. Besides that, what does Buddha be praised mean? The representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties discussed animatedly. They'd never seen people that were dressed like this. Of course, only the representatives of the various dynasties that knit their brows tightly as they seemed to have recalled something, and they cried out in low voices. I heard everyone within some formidable sects of the foreign lands are bald, and they have dotted scars on their heads. They abstain from lust and meat, concentrating on the martial Tao, causing their martial prowess to be utterly profound. Right, I've heard of them as well. Supposedly, they were called divine monks by the ordinary people of the foreign lands, but the martial artists of the foreign lands normally address them as monks. I never imagined that monks really exist. I wonder if they really abstain from lust and meat. Just thinking about days without the pleasure of women and meat causes me to feel extremely unwell. The voices of the representatives of the various dynasties entered clearly into the ears of the others. Monks abstain from lust and meat. Besides Duan Ling Tian, all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were dumbstruck. There are actually people like this that abstain from lust and meat while concentrating in the martial Tao. If they're unable to become experts, then it would be truly unjust. I wouldn't want to be an expert like this even if I could. Everyone has their own aspirations, and what everyone wants is naturally completely different. For a time, the scene went into an uproar because of the arrival of the 3 monks. As he looked at the 3 monks, Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain the curiosity in his heart, and his spiritual force swept out and touched the young monk at the first possible moment because he was the weakest. The young monk was around the age of 35, with a handsome appearance and calm gaze, and he seemed to be weighed down by age, as if he'd already seen through the world itself. Sixth level of the void interpretation stage. After he detected the cultivation of the young monk, Duan Ling Tian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, as never had he imagined that this young monk, who was at a similar age to most of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, was actually in existence at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. This was truly unbelievable. Where did these monks come from? A young monk is already so strong, wouldn't these 2 middle-aged monks be? Duan Ling Tian hadn't finished thinking when his spiritual force, that flashed towards the monk in the lead, Wei Ming, had stopped suddenly, and then it seemed to have sank into the ocean and vanished without a trace. Little benefactor, you possess such attainments in spiritual force at such a young age, it's truly shocking. At the same time, a voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was the voice of Wei Ming. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with fear. He knew that this Wei Ming ought to be an expert of the same level as Ning Can in Sword 13, and he was in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above as well. Moreover, there was surely a colossus that was on par with the Skywolf Fort and Blade sect behind Wei Ming. Wei Ming glanced amiably at Duan Ling Tian before looking at Saber 5. Vice Sect Master Saber, long time no see. Have you been well? Of course I'm more well than you, Baldy. Saber 5 grunted, and he seemed to dislike Wei Ming extremely. Wei Ming didn't get angry and looked at Feng Wei before he greeted. Vice Fort Master Feng, this humble monk is honored. Wei Ming, Wei Jing, take that little Baldy and leave quickly. Our Skywolf Fort doesn't welcome you. Feng Wei spoke with a low voice. At the same time, he looked towards the distant Sword 13 and seemed to be reminding Sword 13 about something. Baldy Wei Ming, we know clearly about your intentions in coming here. But my Blade sect has already come to an agreement with the Skywolf Fort, and your Empyrean Temple is probably unable to join in and have a share. Sword 13 looked at Wei Jing and spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an indisputable tone. Vice Sect Master Sword, since I've made an appearance, then I naturally have the confidence to interfere. Wei Ming smiled indifferently, and his emotionless face faintly contained slight confidence. No matter if it was the Skywolf Fort's Ning Ken and Feng Wei, or the Blade Sect's Sword 13 and Saber 5, their expressions instantly went grim when they heard Wei Ming's words. At the same time, they raised their heads in unison to look high up into the sky. Since you've come, then why conceal yourself? Ning Ken spoke in a sonorous voice. Practically at the instant Ning Ken finished speaking, a middle-aged man in simple clothes flashed out from behind the clouds and mist in the horizon to appear before everyone. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, yet he faintly emitted an unapproachable aura. Obviously, he'd cultivated a special cultivation technique. The middle-aged man had a calm and expressionless face, and his eyes were even dim and lusterless, causing him to simply seem to be even more contented with his life than the other three monks. Peian. The expressions of Ning Ken and Feng Wei sank in unison when they saw this middle-aged man, and even the expressions of Saber 5 and Sword 13 weren't too slightly. Obviously, they never imagined that this person would come here. The middle-aged man's figure flashed before gracefully descending down from the sky. Another person appeared from the clouds and mist behind the middle-aged man, and it was a young man with a calm expression who similarly wore simple clothes. The young man followed close behind the middle-aged man and descended down along with him. It's him. Duan Ling Tian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as an astounded expression appeared on his face when this young man made an appearance. He knew this young man, and he'd even fought with the young man in the past. But never had he imagined that this young man would appear here. It wasn't only Duan Ling Tian that was extremely shocked, even Zisheng and Long Yun had astounded expressions at this moment, and they seemed as if they'd seen a ghost. Why is he here? The same thought arose in the hearts of both of them. Duan Ling Tian, isn't he one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Flame Young Master? Suddenly, Su Li had arrived by Duan Ling Tian's side, and he asked slightly hesitantly. Su Li remembered clearly that when he participated in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that day, he'd once seen this young man in simple clothes that was descending from the sky, and the young man seemed to be one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Flame Young Master. He seemed to be called Zhang Yan. The Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan. He still remembered that during the genius competition that day, Zhang Yan was eliminated from the 5 positions because of his arrival, and Zhang Yan was unable to head to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the Young Genius competition of the Empire. Shouldn't Zhang Yan be in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and be mediocre for his entire lifetime? Why has he appeared here? Moreover, he seemed to be following an expert that even Su Li's master was slightly afraid of, and a person Su Li's master was afraid of was undoubtedly someone that could be considered to be an extraordinary expert in the foreign lands. Sect Master Pei, Wei Ming and Wei Jing pressed their palms together as they looked at the middle-aged man in simple clothes and bowed slightly. Sect Master, Sword 13, Ning Can, Saber 5, and Feng Wei were greatly shocked when they heard the words of the 2 monks. Obviously, both of them had never imagined that the middle-aged man before them had actually already become the sect master of that sect. Peian, you've stepped into that realm. Saber 5 gasped. Even though he'd guessed in his heart, he still couldn't help but ask. Peian looked at Wei Ming and Wei Jing before nodded lightly towards them, and then he looked at Saber 5 and spoke slowly with a calm and empty voice. Saber 5, you seem to have not improved during these past few years. Saber 5 was angered to the point his face flushed red, yet he was at a loss for words. If it was anyone else, then he'd have swung his saber over since long ago. Yet the middle-aged man before him wasn't someone he could go against. As someone of the same generation, the halos on this middle-aged man had even surpassed his junior brother Sword 13. Sword 13 could be considered to be the number one figure in the Blade sect in their generation. Who are you to actually dare humiliate my master? Saber 5 didn't make any reaction, yet Long Yun was enraged, and he took a step forward and looked angrily at Payan. In his heart, his master was someone that he wouldn't allow anyone to disrespect. A clear sound of a slap resounded out as Long Yun's head tilted, and a fiery palm print appeared on his face. At the same time, a young man in simple clothes had appeared before Long Yun and looked at Long Yun with an expressionless face. The person that gave Long Yun a slap earlier was precisely this person. Zhang Yan, you're courting death. Long Yun was muddled by this slap, then he revealed a savage expression when he recovered from his shock, and he raised his hand to flash out with his hand that was formed into a saber that slashed towards the person before him and seemed as if he wanted to slash this person into two. Long Yun's enraged strike was executed with his full strength. A second-level void interpretation stage cultivation and a first-level saber concept were completely revealed, and when combined with his grade 3 spirit saber, it drew the energy of the heavens and the earth to develop into 70 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Zhang Yan still had an expressionless face when facing this strike that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons, and he seemed as if he didn't even notice it. Right when many people thought Zhang Yan would be slashed into two by Long Yun, an enormous clang resounded out, and it caused the scene to fall into deathly silence. Under the gazes of everyone present, Long Yun had attacked with his full strength, and his strike that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons was actually received by the young man in simple clothes with his bare hands. Moreover, he'd only utilized two fingers, his thumb and index finger, the two fingers that were coiled by a layer of material water concept held onto the blade of the saber and stopped Long Yun's enraged attack. Ha! Long Yun shouted out explosively and wanted to withdraw the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand, yet he noticed that Zhang Yan's hand was like an iron clamp that caused him to be utterly unable to withdraw his saber. How could this be possible? For a time, Long Yun's pupils constricted and had an astonished expression on his face, and he looked at the expressionless Zhang Yan with disbelief. How could you possibly possess such formidable strength? At this moment, it wasn't only Long Yun that was astonished. Duan Ling Tian, Zishang, Su Li, and anyone who knew Zhang Yan in the past were exceedingly shocked by the strength Zhang Yan revealed. How could Zhang Yan possibly possess such a formidable strength in these mere few years of time? Duan Ling Tian felt his heartbeat quicken to a terrifying degree as he looked at the 150 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that danced about ceaselessly in the sky above Zhang Yan. When his spiritual force stretched out, he detected Zhang Yan's current cultivation. Sixth level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned to an expression of slight shock. Never had he imagined that in these short few years, Zhang Yan actually possessed such a formidable cultivation. The strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. A cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage only constituted 80 ancient horned dragons. In other words, Zhang Yan had also comprehended 6th level intermediate water concept. Chapter 819. Zishang admitting defeat. The memories in Duan Ling Tian's mind that were related to Zhang Yan were still remaining at that time a few years ago. At that time, Zhang Yan had once fought him in the imperial city of the Azure Forest Imperial City because of Zishang's younger sister, Ziyan, and Zhang Yan had even felt hate towards him because of Ziyan, causing them to have some conflict between each other. Of course, all of these was a small conflict that wasn't worth mentioning. At that time, Zhang Yan's strength was far inferior to him, and it was even to the extent that Zhang Yan didn't even seize one of the 5 positions in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's genius competition that led to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Never had he imagined that it was precisely a person like this, a person that had been eliminated in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago, that carried such a terrifying cultivation when appearing before him once more. Zhang Yan's strength had already surpassed him in all aspects, and even if he utilized all his ability and utilized his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, he wouldn't be a match for Zhang Yan. What exactly did Zhang Yan encounter to actually become so strong? Zishang stared fixedly at Zhang Yan in the distance, and his face was similarly filled with bewilderment. With the strength that Zhang Yan had revealed now, even if he allowed Elder Ghost's incomplete soul to possess his body, he would probably only be able to fight on equal terms with Zhang Yan, unless he broke through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, and at that time, he would be able to defeat Zhang Yan easily. because at that time, he would possess a strength at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage when Elder Ghost possessed his body. As far as he was concerned, he would be equivalent to a martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage at that time, and it wouldn't be difficult to defeat Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan seemed as if he's a completely different person than when I saw him for the first time. Su Li took a deep breath and felt exceedingly shocked by Zhang Yan's current strength. I won't kill you because we're both from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zhang Yan's fingers shook and easily shook away the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's hand, and then his figure flashed and had already returned to stand quietly behind the middle-aged man in simple clothes. Pei-en, this is your disciple. What good upbringing he has. Saber 5's face sank. How could he not be angry when his own disciple was taught a lesson in front of him? Saber 5, let the young settle the matters between themselves. Or perhaps, you want to stand up for your disciple and make a move against my disciple. Pei-en said indifferently, you, Saber 5, ought to not sink so low, right? Saber 5 was instantly speechless and at a loss for words when he heard this, and he could only glare at Long Yun with disappointment, causing the bitterness on Long Yun's face to grow deeper. Wei Ming, you win. Ning Can glared hatefully at Wei Ming. No matter what, he'd never imagined that Wei Ming seemed to have known since long ago that the Blade sect stood on their side and had found another assistant. At this time, even if the Skywolf Fort joined forces with the Blade sect, they would be unable to drive them away. Now another emotion-severing sect has come to take a share. Sword 13 shook his head, and then he seemed to have thought of something and muttered to himself. But it doesn't matter, it's all right with the three of them. As he finished muttering to himself, Sword 13 glanced at Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tian Wu, and Zhang Shouyang, and he felt more satisfied the more he looked at them. Duan Ling Tian, who stood at the side, had a heart filled with bewilderment. First 3 monks had arrived, and then another middle-aged man in simple clothes had brought Zhang Yan over. Moreover, this middle-aged man in simple clothes seemed to be the master of a sect, and he was even the master of Zhang Yan. What exactly is going on? Duan Ling Tian was unable to wrap his head around this. Buddha be praised. Vice Fort Master Ning, you don't have to care about us monks and feel free to go about your business. As for Sect Master Pei, us monks will entertain him in your stead. Wei Ming smiled as he spoke to Ning Can, and his appearance was as annoying could be. Ning Can was angered to the point his face was livid, yet since the matter had developed to this extent, it wasn't good for him to say anything further, and then swept his gaze at the surroundings before saying in a low voice. The 4th round of the selections in the martial competition of the 10 dynasty begins. Duan Ling Tian was just about to ask Sword 13 about the 3 monks and the middle-aged man in simple clothes when he heard Ning Can's voice, and he temporarily suppressed the bewilderment in his heart as he flew out. When Duan Ling Tian arrived in the central area of the sky above the combat arena, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had successively returned to their senses. The appearance of the 3 monks and the young and middle-aged man in simply clothes similarly caused them to be puzzled in their hearts. They were able to discern that no matter if it was the 3 monks or the young and middle-aged man in simple clothes, their background was obviously extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't come to the extent of cause the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to lose their composure like that. Now, since Ning Can had announced that the 4th round of the selections had begun, they'd suppressed the bewilderment in their hearts and looked at Duan Ling Tian in unison. I wonder who'll Duan Ling Tian challenge first. Someone was filled with curiosity towards this. That possessor of the number 10 token is Duan Ling Tian's friend, so he probably won't challenge him first. I feel that he'll probably challenge the possessor of the number 9 token. Many people looked at the group from the Darking Dynasty, and their gazes descended onto Yi Ling. Yi Ling was slightly eager to do battle when being paid attention to by so many gazes, and she eagerly looked forward to Duan Ling Tian challenging her as perhaps she would be able to obtain the number 1 token because of this. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian didn't even spare her a glance. I challenge. Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly and paused for a moment before continuing. The possessor of the number 2 token, Zishang. Zishang. The scene was in an uproar as soon as Duan Ling Tian said this. Most people have never expected that Duan Ling Tian would challenge Zishang, and only the people who knew of the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and Zishang knew why Duan Ling Tian chose like this. For a time, the gazes of many people descended onto Zishang as they were extremely curious about the true strength of Zishang, who the Skywolf Fort's vice fort master had taken as a personal disciple. Based on the strength Zishang revealed earlier, it ought to be insufficient to obtain the number 2 token. But since he was able to obtain it and make Vice Fort Master Ning take him as his personal disciple, it was sufficient to indicate that Xianxia wasn't simple. Perhaps he'd concealed his true strength since the beginning. Xianxia, the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Ning. Duan Ling Tian, the person that refused to be the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Ning. The battle between the two of them will surely be extremely brilliant. I think that Duan Ling Tian has probably concealed his strength. He seemed to only reveal the tip of the iceberg every time he makes a move. I have this feeling as well. Since he was able to obtain the number 1 token, I presume he possesses true ability. Unknowingly, many people had a change of impression towards Duan Ling Tian, and they didn't unanimously think that Duan Ling Tian had utilized irregular means to obtain the number 1 token, Ning Can's personal disciple. The discussion in the surroundings caused the 2 middle-aged monks, Wei Ming and Wei Jing, to simultaneously follow along the gazes of everyone to look at Xianxia. Even the middle-aged man, Peian, the master of Zhang Yan, had shot his gaze onto Xianxia at this moment. Xianxia, Zhang Yan still had an expressionless face, yet the depths of his gaze was obviously filled with slight surprise. Obviously, he'd never imagined that he'd be able to see Xianxia here. As for Duan Ling Tian, he'd noticed Duan Ling Tian since the moment he'd just arrived, and even though he was slightly surprised that Duan Ling Tian was able to be here, he wasn't too shocked. After all, in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago, Duan Ling Tian had already revealed a terrifying natural talent, and it wasn't surprising that Duan Ling Tian possessed his current achievements. When he met Duan Ling Tian once more, he'd already not regarded Duan Ling Tian as an enemy like before, and perhaps it was because he'd already severed his emotions. In the past, he'd dug his heart out for Xianxia's younger sister, Ziyan, but in the end, all of it came to nothing. At the instant when Ziyan vowed under the 9 heavenly tribulation that she would never have feelings for him in her lifetime, all his hopes were torn to pieces, and he even wanted to end his life. But unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Later on, in a stroke of luck, he encountered an emotion-severing sect disciple that had come out to relieve his boredom, and because they'd suffered from the same troubles, it caused them to appreciate each other, causing him to follow the disciple and join the emotion-severing sect. At that place, he found his final home. His state at the time just happened to conform with the primary objective of the emotion-severing sect, so he advanced by leaps and bounds when cultivating in the sect, causing him to be valued by the vice sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Peian, and became Peian's personal disciple. After a few years of cultivation and the inexhaustible supply of resources Peian gave him, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and his comprehension of concept became even deeper. Presently, even if it was in the entire emotion-severing set, there wasn't a second disciple of the younger generation that could defeat him. Not long ago, his master had broken through in his cultivation and smoothly succeeded the position of sect master of the emotion-severing sect, causing his status in the sect to rise along with this, and he'd even been publicly acknowledged as the next inheritor of the position of sect master of the emotion-severing sect. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Yan entirely didn't have any hostility from all those years ago when he saw Duan Ling Tian once more. This was something that Duan Ling Tian had noticed earlier as well. But he didn't know the reason. I admit defeat. Under the gazes of everyone present, Xianxia, who'd been challenged by Duan Ling Tian, spoke out with an admission of defeat, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest when making this decision, admitting defeat. For a time, the scene was in an uproar. Besides a few people that knew Duan Ling Tian was capable of countering Xianxia, all the other people had puzzled expressions as they didn't know why Xianxia didn't even have the courage to fight Duan Ling Tian. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian is really so strong, to the point that even Xianxia doesn't dare fight him? I think Xianxia is giving way to him. But he and Duan Ling Tian seem to not like each other, and he's the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Ning. So logically speaking, it's impossible for him to give way to Duan Ling Tian. No matter what it is, he doesn't even have the courage to enter the arena. This Xianxia is too much of a coward indeed. Waves of merciless ridicule entered into Xianxia's ears, causing his expression to go completely ominous. There was naturally a reason why he didn't dare accept Duan Ling Tian's challenge. He knew clearly in his heart that with Duan Ling Tian's hatred towards him, once he dared enter the arena, Duan Ling Tian would absolutely not hold back in the slightest and kill him. Even though he had Elder Ghost as a trump card, but this trump card just happened to be countered by Duan Ling Tian, and it was utterly useless. Moreover, once he faced Duan Ling Tian with his own strength, the illusory realm's sole skill Duan Ling Tian executed was completely capable of killing him before he admitted defeat. So admitting defeat was his only choice, and his best choice. Only in this way would he be able to survive. Chapter 820, Left Behind by a Martial Emperor. When he saw his personal disciple was ridiculed by others like this, Ning Can's expression actually remained unchanged, and he seemed as if he'd utterly not heard these offensive words. Of course, the reason he was able to be so composed was because he'd heard from Zishang long ago that Duan Ling Tian was capable of countering him. Zishang naturally didn't say that the demontial tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession was capable of countering him, and he'd instead gave the same story he gave Feng Wei that day, and he said Duan Ling Tian was a variant just like him and just happened to counter his innate ability. No matter what, Zishang had admitted defeat, whereas Duan Ling Tian's first battle had ended with a victory now. Duan Ling Tian returned to the side of Feng Tian Wu and the others, and he looked at Sword 13 at the first possible moment and couldn't refrain from asking via voice transmission. Senior, who exactly are those three monks in that paean? Why did they come to the Skywolf Fort? Duan Ling Tian was extremely bewildered about this. They came to Skywolf Fort for all of you. Sword 13's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears as he replied to Duan Ling Tian's question. For the sake of us. Duan Ling Tian had a puzzled expression and entirely didn't know what Sword 13 meant. Sword 13 continued. There's no reason to hide some things now. Do you know why the Skywolf Fort held this martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Why? Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he naturally didn't know. Of course, even though he didn't know, but he subconsciously felt that something was off. Because in the history of the Darken Dynasty, a grand event like the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had never occurred. Moreover, it was a grand event that was held by a power of the foreign lands like the Skywolf Fort for the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, so it was even more strange. Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't believe it if it was said that the Skywolf Fort wasn't plotting anything. After all, the Skywolf Fort had promised numerous rewards for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and only in this way were they able to arouse the interest of the 10 dynasties to go after the competition like a flock of ducks. Otherwise, the 10 dynasties would utterly not pay any attention to the Skywolf Fort. At the beginning, Duan Ling Tian had thought as well that perhaps the Skywolf Fort wanted to recruit disciples through the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But when he thought about it, he felt something was amiss. Even if the Skywolf Fort wanted to recruit disciples, they seemed to have no reason to hold the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and they were entirely able to send people to head to the 10 dynasties to spread the news. At that time, so long as it was a young genius that was comparatively outstanding in the 10 dynasties, the young genius would surely be interested. In this way, the Skywolf Fort wouldn't have to give any rewards to the 10 dynasties. Even though the little bit of rewards the Skywolf Fort gave to the 10 dynasties couldn't be considered to be much, but even a mosquito was a piece of meat, and everyone knew the principle of saving as much as possible. Since the Skywolf Fort was willing to spare no effort in providing rewards that could be considered to be generous to the 10 dynasties, then they would surely not make a losing deal. Of course, all of this was Duan Ling Tian's own guess, and in next to no time, Duan Ling Tian found out that his guess wasn't mistaken. The Skywolf Fort is holding the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for the sake of selecting outstanding young martial artists from the 10 dynasties. These young martial artists will bring an extremely great benefit to the Skywolf Fort. As for exactly what benefit it is, it's temporarily not convenient for me to tell you, but you'll know soon enough, said Sword 13 to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, and then he asked. So in this way, Senior came here for the sake of taking a share from the Skywolf Fort and want to take away half of the outstanding young martial artists? Exactly. Sword 13 nodded. There was nothing for him to conceal now. Even if it's the Empyrean Temple's Baldi Wei Ming or the emotion-severing sect's Peian, they've come here for the sake of these outstanding young martial artists. Originally, I intended to join forces with the Skywolf Fort and make the Empyrean Temple withdraw after knowing the difficulty, yet who would have known that they'd actually get the help of the emotion-severing sect? Sword 13 was slightly helpless as he finished speaking. After Sword 13 said this, Duan Ling Tian was able to slightly put the sequence of events into order. Because of some reason, the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect wanted to find a batch of outstanding young martial artists. Moreover, the Skywolf Fort had held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for the sake of finding outstanding young martial artists, and it was because they would be able to more efficiently achieve their goal in this way. Senior, if I'm not wrong, the reason your sects want to look for outstanding young martial artists is probably because you want us to enter into a certain place and strive to obtain benefits for your sects. And those places ought to possess inscription formations that restrict martial artists above the age of 40 from entering. Am I right? A flash of understanding arose in Duan Ling Tian's mind as he vaguely guessed some things, and then he asked Sword 13 via voice transmission. All of this was a guess he'd obtained from comprehending the requirements set by Skywolf Fort to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. He still remembered that when the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began a few days ago, the first young genius that was measured to be 40 years old had been killed by Feng Wei in his rage. Obviously, the Skywolf Fort really valued the ages of the young geniuses that participated in the martial competition. How did you know? Sword 13 was shocked to the extreme when he heard Duan Ling Tian's guess. I guessed it. Duan Ling Tian smiled and continued. Besides that, I'm also able to guess that the place your sects intend to send the outstanding young geniuses to is probably a place left behind by a martial emperor stage expert. Sword 13 was completely speechless. He knew that Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao and comprehension ability was heaven-defying, yet never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian's thoughts were so meticulous to the point he was able to connect so many things through some small clues. Exactly. The place their Blade sect wanted to send the outstanding young martial artists to was precisely left behind by a martial emperor stage expert. Moreover, that place did indeed possess a restriction towards the age of those that entered. If a martial artist at the age of 40 or above were to enter, the martial artist would be dead for sure. When he saw Sword 13 was dumbstruck, Duan Ling Tian knew that his guess wasn't wrong. A place left behind by a martial emperor stage expert and that sort of inscription formation. There's surely a great deal of good things in there. I truly never imagined that the purpose the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was for the sake of this. Duan Ling Tian sighed and was faintly excited in his heart at the same time. Perhaps before he obtained the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor, he would still be able to get a windfall, as that place would probably have a great deal of good things. Otherwise, why would the powers of the foreign lands like the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect go after it like a flock of ducks? After all, no one was stupid, and no one would do an arduous but fruitless thing. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the central area of the sky above the combat arena as Zisheng, who'd taken the initiative to admit defeat when being challenged by him, was standing there. After Zisheng entered the arena, his gaze descended towards Duan Ling Tian at the first possible moment. More precisely speaking, it had descended onto Feng Tianwu. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian's face sank when he saw this, and then cold lights flickered in his eyes. Zisheng actually really wants to go against Tianwu. I challenge the possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu. Zisheng spoke out and directly challenged Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu flew out to stand in confrontation with Zisheng, and her beautiful face was covered in a calm expression. Instantly, the scene was bustling. Zisheng admitted defeat before Duan Ling Tian earlier, yet he actually wants to challenge Feng Tianwu now. Could it be that he feels that Feng Tianwu is inferior to Duan Ling Tian? The strength Duan Ling Tian has revealed up until now seems to be far inferior to Feng Tianwu, right? Up until now, Duan Ling Tian has revealed a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage and a second level intermediate wind concept, whereas not only has Feng Tianwu revealed a second level void interpretation stage cultivation, she has even revealed a fourth level intermediate fire concept. Zisheng, Duan Ling Tian, and Feng Tianwu are all members of the Darkened Dynasty. Logically speaking, he should know whether Duan Ling Tian or Feng Tianwu's strength is stronger. Since he chose Feng Tianwu, I presume he knows that Feng Tianwu's strength is inferior to Duan Ling Tian. The representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties discussed animatedly, and the sky above the combat arena seemed to have become a bustling market. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Fourth level intermediate fire concept. No matter if it was the 3 monks of Empyrean Temple or the emotion-severing sects Pei and Zhang Yan, they looked at Feng Tianwu with a shocked expression when they heard this. This young woman looked to be a little over 20 at most. Not only was she a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, she has also comprehended 4th-level fire concept. Vice Fort Master Ning, how old is this little girl? Wei Ming looked at Ning Can and asked curiously. HMPH. Ning Can grunted coldly. 25.25 years old. Not only was Wei Ming, Wei Jing, and the young monk behind them shocked greatly, even Pei An and Zhang Yan were greatly shocked as well. Of course, even though Pei An and Zhang Yan were shocked, yet they didn't reveal it on their faces, and only a trace of astonishment flashed in their eyes. Members of the emotion-severing sect had severed their emotions, and even if the whole world is turned upside down, their expression would still be composed as always. The corners of Zishang's mouth were suffused with a cold smile as he looked at Feng Tianwu. Originally, there was no enmity between him and Feng Tianwu, yet because Feng Tianwu was close to Duan Ling Tian, he'd taken Feng Tianwu to be an enemy of his in his heart. Now, his master had ordered him to kill Feng Tianwu, so he intended to make use of this opportunity and kill Feng Tianwu. Execute your secret technique. Feng Tianwu stood in confrontation with Zishang as she spoke indifferently. Secret technique. Feng Tianwu's words caused the surrounding spectators to be stunned in unison. Looks like Zishang has really concealed his strength. Many people reacted to the meaning behind these words and sighed with emotion. Right when numerous gazes descended onto Zishang, Zishang laughed coldly. As you wish. Instantly, a small black dot appeared between Zishang's brows, and it was revealed clearly before the eyes of everyone. Subsequently, the small black dot enlarged ceaselessly. In the end, it transformed into a black-colored flame brand. This is. The scene before their eyes caused all the spectators to be stunned as they entirely didn't know what had happened. When the change that occurred on Zishang entered into their eyes, it was too strange. The sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Pei An, who stood in the distant sky frowned lightly, and his heart was filled with bewilderment. What's going on? Why does he seem as if he's a completely different person? Chapter 821, The Devil Tablet's Deterrent Force. Obviously, Pei An, who possessed an acute perception, faintly noticed the minute changes in the aura on Zishang's body. If Pei An knew that the incomplete soul that seemed to be belonged to a martial emperor stage expert was hiding within Zishang's body, and the incomplete soul was temporarily possessing him, causing him to possess an increase in strength of 4 levels, then perhaps he wouldn't be bewildered. Along with the origin energy on Zishang's body surged, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above him to finally converge into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Is this really the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth from Zishang only mobilizing his origin energy? Many people cried out in astonishment as they looked at the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Zishang. Condensing the silhouettes of 80 ancient horned dragons by drawing out the energy of the heavens and the earth solely by way of origin energy was the symbol of a 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. I truly never imagined that Zishang is actually a 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Wait, Feng Tianwu asked him to execute some sort of secret technique earlier, then a black-colored flame brand appeared between Zishang's brows. After that, he revealed a cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Could it be that he'd only capable of possessing this cultivation after executing his secret technique? It's probably like that, but this secret technique is truly too abnormal to actually allow a 2nd-level void interpretation stage martial artist to instantly possess a strength at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. The surrounding spectators were shocked by Zishang's secret technique. Secret technique. At this moment, even the 3 monks from the Empyrean Temple were shocked by the changes that happened on Zishang. After executing his secret technique, Zishang's cultivation is actually capable of being equal with mine. Zhang Yan stared fixedly at Zishang as his expression became slightly serious. After joining the emotion-severing sect and possessing his current cultivation, he'd recalled his past on many occasions. Of course, he didn't recall the wishful one-sided love he had that was unbearable to recall, and he instead recalled the various figures that he'd met in the past. Amongst them was the other 4 who were one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like him, and then it was Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, with his current cultivation, then no matter if it was the other 4 of the 5 great young masters or Duan Ling Tian, they were bound to be left far behind by him. Yet now, when he saw the 6th level void interpretation stage cultivation revealed by Zishang, he deeply realized that he was too conceited. Elder Ghost, kill her. At the same time, an anxious voice ceaselessly resounded in Zishang's body, and it was precisely the voice of Zishang. Presently, Zishang was precisely being controlled by Ghostfire's incomplete soul. Right when ghost fire controlled Zishang's body and intended to kill Feng Tianwu, his figure that was just about to flash out had instantly stopped on the spot. His listless and dim eyes were instantly suffused with traces of terror. All of this was only because he saw Feng Tianwu taking out a broken stone tablet unhurriedly, and that stone tablet was slightly trembling now as if it had sensed something. Damn it, why is the devil-seal tablet in her possession? Subsequently, a ghastly and aged voice resounded ceaselessly within Zishang's body. Zishang, you go play with her yourself. If you can't, then just admit defeat. Duan Lingtian actually passed over the devil-seal tablet to her. Damn it, in the next moment, the flame brand between Zishang's brows vanished completely. Zishang's soul returned to his own body. Big brother Duan really planned thoroughly. A wisp of a smile suffused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face when she saw this scene. The devil-seal tablet in her hand was something Duan Lingtian had passed to her last night, and he asked her to take it out and scare Zishang with it once the black-colored flame brand appeared between Zishang's brows. At that time, Zishang would take the initiative to admit defeat. I admit defeat. Zishang's depressed and bitter voice sounded out like a shocking tremor that caused everyone that was anticipating the battle to be dumbstruck. Why did he admit defeat? This was what most the people present were puzzled and bewildered about. After Zishang revealed a cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, practically all the remaining people besides Duan Lingtian thought that Feng Tianwu would admit defeat, and even if she didn't admit defeat, she would be defeated by Zishang. However, reality played a huge joke on them. After Zishang revealed a 6th level void interpretation stage cultivation, he was bearing down menacingly a moment ago, yet was terrified in the next moment and even admitted defeat directly. What's Zishang doing? If he wanted to admit defeat, then he should have done it since the beginning. Why did he execute his secret technique and then admit defeat? Isn't this a waste of my shock? Why did Vice Fort Master Ning take such a trash disciple? He's too useless. He possesses a cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, yet doesn't even dare make a move against Feng Tianwu. The clamorous sounds in the surroundings were one-sided, and all of them were condemning Zishang. Zishang. At the same time, the expression of Ning Kan in the sky above the combat arena went completely ominous as his enraged voice transmission pierced into Zishang's ears. What the fuck are you doing? Didn't I tell you that you must kill Feng Tianwu? Master, I'm unable to kill Feng Tianwu due to some reasons that I'm not at the convenience to say now. But I guarantee that I'll surely give you an answer. Zishang, who was prepared since long ago, replied when he heard Ning Kan's voice transmission. I hope you can do as you said. Otherwise, even if you're my personal disciple, I'll still punish you heavily. Ning Kan's expression eased up when he heard this, yet he still warned Zishang. Don't worry, Master, Zishang replied, and then his chilly gaze stared at Feng Tianwu as he said via voice transmission, Feng Tianwu, I truly never imagined that Duan Lingtian would pass that thing to you. If it's possible, I hope you can. Transfer possession of it to me, and I'll agree to any request of yours for it. It's even to the extent that I can exchange for it with the 8th level fire concept fragment my master bestowed to me, so long as you're willing to give me that broken stone tablet you just put away. Zishang's words were filled with temptation. But unfortunately, Feng Tianwu would utterly not be fooled. You're dreaming. Instantly, Zishang's expression was livid, yet he was helpless against Feng Tianwu. Without the assistance of Elder Ghost, he was utterly unable to be a match to Feng Tianwu, who'd comprehended 4th level fire concept. Zishang's challenge to Feng Tianwu ended with him admitting defeat, so both of them exchanged number tokens. The possessor of the number 2 token became Feng Tianwu, and the possessor of the number 7 token became Zishang. After Feng Tianwu obtained the number 2 token, she returned to Duan Lingtian's side and returned the devil-seal tablet to Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. At the same time, she said with surprise, Big brother Duan, what exactly is this broken stone tablet? Zishang actually wants to use an 8th level fire concept fragment to exchange for it with me. 8th level fire concept fragment? He really does think wishfully. Duan Lingtian looked at the distant Zishang and laughed with ridicule. And then he said via voice transmission, Tianwu, I'm not sure what exactly this thing is, but you just have to remember one thing, and that is I won't exchange this stone tablet even if someone gave me 109th level fire concept fragments, let alone a mere 8th level fire concept fragment. It's so valuable. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in shock when she heard this. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't clearly say what the broken stone tablet was and what its worth was, yet Duan Ling Tian's words had allowed her to realize this stone tablet wasn't simple. Ling Tian, thank you. Feng Wudao clearly saw the movements between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu and naturally guessed that the reason Zisheng admitted defeat, so he couldn't help but thank Duan Ling Tian. Uncle Feng, we're all good friends, so there's no need to be so courteous. Not to mention, I only lifted a finger. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Yes, we are. Feng Wudao laughed joyfully as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, then looked at his own daughter, and a spurious smile was revealed on his face. Duan Ling Tian directly disregarded this, whereas Feng Tianwu was embarrassed to the point her beautiful face flushed as if blood would drip out from it. Imperial uncle, did you notice? The emperor of the Darken dynasty spoke with a serious expression. Yes. Bai Nanyin nodded and said with a fearful expression, the reason Zisheng admitted defeat would because Feng Tianwu withdrew that broken stone tablet, the saint weapon that Zisheng said could provide an amplification of 100%. I don't know if this broke stone tablet is a saint weapon or if it can provide an amplification of 100%. But I've discerned that Zisheng is extremely afraid of it. During the dynasty martial competition that day, Zisheng lost after Duan Ling Tian took out this stone tablet. Earlier, the reason Zisheng directly admitted defeat when Duan Ling Tian challenged him was presumably because he was afraid of that stone tablet. Besides that, he was originally intending to fight when facing Feng Tianwu, but he directly admitted defeat again when Feng Tianwu took out the stone tablet. The emperor of the Darken dynasty nodded. Perhaps Zisheng had the intention of using our Darken dynasty's imperial family to help him seize that stone tablet since the beginning. But unfortunately, Big Brother had gone missing because of that stone tablet, and it's extremely like that he has been killed. Bai Nanyin sighed with an extremely complicated gaze. The sounds of discussion sounded ceaselessly in the sky above the combat arena. Practically everyone was condemning Zisheng. Why did Zisheng suddenly admit defeat? Zhang Yan frowned, and then he looked at Pei An, who was beside him. Master, have you discerned anything? Pei An shook his head. The three monks from Empyrean Temple had puzzled expression now as well, and they were unable to wrap their heads around Zisheng's actions of admitting defeat. The discussions of the surrounding spectators only gradually stopped when the possessor of the number 3 token Qi Feng ascended the arena. After Qi Feng ascended the arena, his gaze locked onto a graceful and beautiful figure. The possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling. Yi Ling was the strongest expert in the younger generation of the Darking dynasty. Her cultivation was at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage and had comprehended 2nd level void interpretation concept, causing her strength to be extraordinary. But unfortunately, since she'd encountered Qi Feng, she was bound to lose. Qi Feng was the 9th prince of the Darky dynasty, and he revealed a cultivation at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage right off the bat, allowing him to crush Yi Ling domineeringly. Yi Ling didn't have the slightest ability to fight back when facing him, and she lost in a single move. Fortunately, Qi Feng held back and didn't ruthlessly kill her, otherwise, Yi Ling would die even if she had 10 lives. If I don't utilize my soul skill, I won't be a match for this Qi Feng. Duan Ling Tian stared fixedly at Qi Feng and muttered to himself. Chapter 822, Composite Chain Sword. After Qi Feng, it was the possessor of the number 4 token, Qin Kong, that ascended the arena, and his gaze directly locked onto the possessor of the number 10 token, Su Li. Su Li's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, and he'd comprehended 3rd level intermediate sword concept and 1st level intermediate water concept. Coupled with the grade 3 spirit sword in his possession, he possessed the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons. Qin Kong was a 4th level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended 4th level void interpretation concept. Not to mention he possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even if he only possessed a grade 4 or grade 5 spirit weapon, he would similarly possess the strength to crush Su Li. Under a situation of such great disparity, Su Li didn't make a move and admitted defeat frankly. The possessor of the number 5 token, Ta Mu, was from the Daryuan dynasty, and his body was robust like a cow. The grade 3 spirit weapon in his possession was a pair of gloves, causing his fists to be like cannonballs, and anyone that was smashed by his fists would be heavily injured to the point of clinging on their last breath even if they escaped instant death. The possessor of the number 10 token, Su Li. Ta Mu challenged Su Li just like the earlier Qin Kong. Su Li had admitted defeat without ascending the arena earlier, so he couldn't refuse Ta Mu's challenge. But just like the last battle, he still admitted defeat straightforwardly. Even though the concept Ta Mu comprehended was inferior to Qin Kong and Qi Feng, yet it was a 3rd level void interpretation concept as well, and coupled with his 4th level void interpretation stage cultivation, Su Li was far from being a match for him. It was precisely because of this that Su Li admitted defeat resolutely and didn't waste time. After Tom Yu, it was the possessor of the number 6 token, Lu Yong, that entered the arena, and after he ascended the arena, his gaze flashed past Zisheng, Oh, Chen, Yi Ling, and Su Li. He could only choose one of these 4 people. Su Li. In the end, he chose Su Li. Su Li was challenged for the 3rd time. Haha, Su Li, your number 10 token is really a hot potato. Zhang Shouyang looked at Su Li and couldn't help but joke. Even though Duan Ling Tian didn't say anything, yet a smile suffused his face, and it was sufficient to show that he was slightly taking pleasure in Su Li's misfortune like Zhang Shouyang. Su Li laughed bitterly, yet he didn't admit defeat this time and simply ascended the arena to stand in confrontation with Lu Yong. Lu Yong was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty, the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Feng Wei, and his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage and had comprehended 2nd level fire concept. Besides that, Lu Yong had also comprehended 5th level elementary wind concept and 3rd level elementary lightning concept. Lu Yong's spirit weapon was a grade 3 spirit fan that only possessed a frame. When he exerted all his ability, his strength was comparable to the strength of 105 ancient horned dragons, and when compared with Su Li's strength that was comparable to the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons, it was inferior by 5 ancient horned dragons. There seems to be something off. Logically speaking, Lu Yong's strength is inferior to Su Li, and he ought to be afraid of Su Li. Yet now, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he faintly felt something was amiss when he saw the fully confident Lu Yong. Ha! Under the gazes of everyone present, Lu Yong chose to attack first and seize the initiative, and he exerted his full strength, causing the grade 3 spirit fan in his hand to transform into a flaming fan that emitted an extremely scorching aura. For a time, the airflow in the sky shook and gave rise to a wave of hot waves when they encountered the flaming fan in Lu Yong's hand, and it spread out to all directions and blew towards everyone in the surroundings. Duan Ling Tian felt a dense scorching aura assault his face, and he instantly noticed the changes in the fire concept in Lu Yong's fan, causing his face to be unable to refrain from going grim. Su Li, watch out. He has already comprehended 3rd level intermediate fire concept. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly sent a voice transmission to warn Su Li. Meanwhile, as the flaming fan in his hand soared through the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth abruptly arose in the sky above Lu Yong, whose entire body was coiled by flames like a large fireball as he charged towards Su Li. 115 Lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. After receiving Duan Ling Tian's warning, Su Li, who was prepared and had transformed into an enormous sword, soared past Lu Yong, who surged over like a giant fireball. An ear-piercing sword howl resounded out as fierce sword concept was emitted, and it caused many people who were nearby to feel a chill run down their spines. It's useless. A difference of 5 ancient horned dragons is sufficient to allow me to easily crush you. The surging large fireball was like a cannonball as it shot out towards the enormous sword, and at the same time, Lu Yong's sonorous voice resounded out. Is that so? Su Li's voice wasn't the slightest bit afraid, and the enormous sword he'd transformed into while combined with his water concept and sword concept abruptly shot into the sky when he finished speaking. HMPH. You won't be able to flee. Lu Yong's cold grunt resounded out as the fireball that emitted waves heat shot into the sky to pursue Su Li, and he seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he caught up to Su Li. The enormous sword charged into the sky, yet the fireball behind it grew closer and closer. The difference of a strength of 5 ancient horned dragons caused the speed of the enormous sword to be inferior to the giant fireball. What does Su Li plan on doing? Zhang Shouyang had a puzzled expression when he saw this scene, and he was utterly unable to guess the purpose behind Su Li's actions. As far as he was concerned, Su Li's current actions would undoubtedly completely expose him before Lu Yong, causing him to face danger at any moment. Duan Ling Tian frowned as well. He kept having the feeling that it was impossible for Su Li to make such a low-level mistake. Could it be that this fellow Su Li still has a trump card? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian took a glance at Sword 13, and after he noticed Sword 13 had a calm and collected expression, this thought arose within his heart. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up as he stared with concentration at the enormous sword that was ceaselessly being chased up to by the giant fireball. Perhaps Su Li would really be able to give him a pleasant surprise. The enormous sword continued charging up, whereas the fireball grew closer and closer. Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing buzzing sound out, and it caused everyone to be unable to help but look over with concentration. The airflow in the air at the source of the sound flashed out and seemed to form circle after circle of ripples that spread ceaselessly towards the surroundings, and it was an extremely magnificent sight, but everyone paid no attention to this as their gazes had all descended onto the enormous sword that had suddenly changed directions. The enormous sword turned around and the tip of the sword aimed towards the giant fireball that was charging up into the sky. Suddenly, everyone noticed the enormous sword shook suddenly before swiftly plunging down, and it actually pierced straight at the giant fireball that was charging towards it. The enormous sword plunged down and carried the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons. The two of them were about to collide, and if nothing unexpected happened, victory and defeat would be revealed right away. Su Li's about to lose. This was the thoughts in the hearts of most people present. After all, the difference of 5 ancient horned dragons was like a chasm that was difficult to surmount. Finally, the enormous sword and giant fireball collided together, causing intense and dazzling sparks to shoot out, and it caused numerous balls of flames to condense into form. Under the gazes of everyone present, the enormous sword and giant fireball collided with each other, and because of the difference in level of concept, the power of water that countered fire was unable to be realized. In the blink of an eye, the giant fireball remained unchanged, yet the enormous sword had been weakened by a small portion. An enormous bang resounded out. The enormous sword seemed to have given up resistance, whereas, the giant fireball's strength became even stronger, and it fiercely collided with the enormous sword, causing the enormous sword to shatter. Right when everyone thought that Lu Yong, who controlled the giant fireballs, had defeated Su Li, who controlled the enormous sword. Impossible! An exclamation of shock sounded out abruptly, and it was filled with disbelief. It's Lu Yong's voice. Instantly, everyone couldn't help but look over with concentration. With a single glance, they saw that when the enormous sword shattered, Su Li, who was within it, held a sword with both hands as he continued plunging down. At this instant, Su Li's entire strength had been channeled to the sword in his hand, and the 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had gradually dispersed because the enormous sword had shattered earlier condensed once more. The 3-foot-long blade descended straight down, and when the giant fireball had completely exerted its strength on the enormous sword and didn't have enough time to regain its strength, the 3-foot-long blade penetrated the fireball that was in a weakened state and descended towards Lu Yong's head. Stay your hand. Feng Wei's expression went grim when he saw this, and he shouted out explosively and wanted to make a move to save his personal disciple, Lu Yong. But unfortunately, it was too late. Su Li and his sword plunged down from the sky, and the matchlessly sharp blades followed along Lu Yong's head to pierce into Lu Yong's body. As soon as Lu Yong died, the giant fireball dispersed and vanished without a trace. After he pulled out his sword, Su Li, whose clothes were tattered and had blood in the corners of his mouth, revealed a smile. So what if it was the difference of 5 ancient horned dragons? He, Su Li, still annihilated Lu Yong under his sword. Su Li, Feng Wei shouted out coldly as the clothes he wore swelled up, and he intended to take revenge for his personal disciple, Lu Yong. But unfortunately, he hadn't made a move when he was stopped by Ning Can. Feng Wei, calm down. Don't forget that life and death is disregarded in the ranking battles of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, if you make a move because of your own personal intentions, what position would you place the Skywolf Fort in? As he finished speaking, Ning Can's tone became grim. Feng Wei calmed down when he heard this, yet his eyes still arose ghastly hatred as he stared fixedly at Su Li. So long as he had the slightest chance in the future, he would absolutely not let Su Li off, even if Su Li was the personal disciple of Sword 13. Even though in terms of natural talent and comprehension ability, Lu Yong couldn't be considered to be at the top amongst the group of young geniuses that were participating in the martial competition this time, yet because Lu Yong's character was to his liking, so he'd always been extremely satisfied with this personal disciple of his. Yet now, his personal disciple was killed right before his eyes. How could he not be enraged? As expected of the extremely famous heaven-ranked sword skill in the Blade sect, the composite chain sword, it really is extraordinary. Wei Ming's eyes lit up and couldn't help but praise. The middle-aged monk that stood by Wei Ming's side, Wei Jing, focused his gaze onto Sword 13. Vice Sect Master Sword, could it be that this young man is your disciple? Baldy Wei Jing, even though your strength isn't much, needless to say, your eyesight isn't bad. Sword 13 nodded. Wei Jing laughed bitterly. He was an 8th level void transformation stage martial artist at any rate, yet he'd become someone with a strength that isn't much when spoken about by Sword 13. Of course, He knew clearly in his heart that Sword 13 possessed the qualifications to say this. According to his knowledge, the current Sword 13 had already broken through to the 9th level of the Void transformation stage, and he was far from being able to compare with Sword 13. Perhaps only his senior brother Wei Ming by his side had the strength to fight Sword 13. Chapter 823, The Fate of an Innate Spirit Body. Composite Chain Sword. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at Su Li, who'd become the center of attention after killing Lu Yong. Earlier, when Su Li abandoned the enormous sword and allowed it to be destroyed by Lu Yong, Duan Ling Tian had noticed the flash of movements by Su Li. After abandoning the enormous sword, he mobilized his sword in the first possible moment and killed Lu Yong, who didn't have the time to react. Lu Yong had a strength that was more formidable than Su Li, yet a single mistake costed his life. Pitiable. Even though this composite chain sword Su Li cultivated is only a low-grade heaven rank sword skill, yet based on his execution earlier, it's obviously already cultivated to the mastery stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Sure enough, Su Li was a natural-born sword cultivator. Good. Amazing. Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators that were shocked by Su Li's actions had successively recovered from their shock, and they couldn't help but exclaim loudly. As far as they were concerned, the sword skill Su Li executed earlier was marvelous. So what if there was a difference of 5 ancient horned dragons? He was still able to kill his opponent while possessing a weaker strength. Under the gazes of everyone present, Su Li flew out to descend by Duan Ling Tian's side in a short moment, and then he said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, I've helped you take revenge. How will you repay me? If it was anyone else, then since the person was the personal disciple of Feng Wei, perhaps Su Li wouldn't strike a killing blow. But Lu Yong had once made a move against Duan Ling Tian during the first round of the selections, and according to what Zhang Shouyang said, Duan Ling Tian almost died at the hands of Lu Yong. It was precisely because of this that he struck a killing blow at Lu Yong. Duan Ling Tian was a friend he'd known since his younger days, and Duan Ling Tian had even been generous with aid when he needed help, so Duan Ling Tian had an extremely special status in his heart. No matter who it was, one who wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian was his enemy. What repayment do you want? Duan Ling Tian smiled. All right, I'm only joking. Su Li shook his head and smiled. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as a wisp of gratefulness appeared in his eyes. Actually, since the moment Su Li killed Lu Yong, he'd guessed the reason behind Su Li killing Lu Yong. It was precisely for the sake of taking revenge for him. Otherwise, Su Li was entirely capable of heavily injuring Lu Yong, yet had utterly no need to kill him. Because there was no benefit to Su Li by killing Lu Yong, and it was even to the extent that he would offend the Vice Fort Master Feng Wei because of this. This was something that could be discerned from the hateful gaze Feng Wei looked at Su Li with. Duan Ling Tian didn't speak of any words of thanks because there was entirely no need. The relationship between him and Su Li didn't require these things that were expressed on the surface. Everything was conveyed within silence. The possessor of the number 6 token, Lu Yong, failed in his challenge of the possessor of the number 10 token, Su Li. Su Li has obtained the number 6 token. Besides that, because of the death of Lu Yong, there's a lack of a participant in the top 10 of the martial competition, so it will be replaced by the possessor of the number 11 token. Nankin announced with a sonorous voice. The possessor of the number 11 token was Zhang Shouyang, and he obtained Su Li's number 10 token. As for Su Li, he obtained Lu Yong's number 6 token. Su Li, looks like I have to thank you. Zhang Shouyang originally thought he had no fate with the top 10 of the martial competition, yet who would have known that such a turn would actually occur, and it allowed him to replace a position in the top 10. Moreover, Zhang Shouyang didn't intend to agree to the challenge of anyone because he knew that there was still a certain amount of distance between him and the others in the top 10. Even if he fought, he would only bring embarrassment to himself. So why not stand on the spot and wait to obtain the rewards of the top 10? The fourth round of the selections continued. The possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu, seemed to have transformed into a fairy of flames as she arrived in the central area of the sky above the combat arena in a short moment. Editor's note. Apparently the author forgot she's got the number 2 token now, but he corrects it in the next chapter more or less. Her gaze descended onto the possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling, at the first possible moment, and she challenged Yi Ling. Yi Ling took a deep breath and flew out to stand in confrontation with Feng Tianwu. Now, after she witnessed Feng Tianwu's true strength, Yi Ling didn't dare underestimate Feng Tianwu in the slightest. Even though Feng Tianwu's cultivation was inferior to her, yet Feng Tianwu's comprehension of concept far surpassed her. So, Yi Ling seemed as if she was facing a great opponent when facing Feng Tianwu. The two female young experts stood in confrontation and drew the attention of everyone present. Yi Ling had become famous in the Darking dynasty long ago, and the members of the other dynasties had heard of her. Even though Feng Tianwu was beautiful like a celestial maiden and even possessed an extraordinary strength, yet she wasn't known of before this. But after Feng Tianwu fought earlier, no one dared question Feng Tianwu's strength, and everyone knew that this young woman that was beautiful like a celestial maiden didn't just have a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, her strength far surpassed most of the experts in the younger generation. She was merely at the age of 25, yet her cultivation was at the second level of the void interpretation stage, and she'd comprehended fourth-level void interpretation concept. Not to mention a female martial artist, how many male martial artists were capable of such an achievement? Ha! Yi Ling let out a delicate shout as she took the initiative to attack, and the sword in her hand was like a swimming dragon that was peerlessly graceful as it flashed out like a leaf that struck towards Feng Tianwu like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. There seemed to be strands of jade waves and ripples that pulsated and coiled on the surroundings of her sword, and it was precisely materialized water concept. The sword struck out in a mediocre manner, yet it contained an extraordinary strength. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth condensed into form. 98 ancient horned dragon silhouettes soared down the sky along with Yi Ling that seemed to have transformed into cats, and they brandished their claws and bared their fangs as they pounced towards Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu moved like the wind as she moved swiftly to intercept Yi Ling. Her whip that was coiled with flames seemed like a spirit serpent that swung out with its tail, and it fearlessly moved to intercept the sharp sword in Yi Ling's hand. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth rose abruptly in the sky and transformed into 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and it was an entire two more than the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yi Ling. 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the 98 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and were locked in combat, and they were temporarily equally matched. The Grade 3 Spirit Whip and Grade 3 Spirit Sword collided with each other, and then both of them shook before backing away at the same time. At the instant they backed away, both of them advanced in unison and struck towards each other. For a time, sword images and whip image that covered the sky intersected past each other like waves of violent storms, and the two beautiful figures were like the meeting of fire and water as they ceaselessly collided with each other. In the end, it was Feng Tianwu who occupied the advantage, and she pressed on to injure Yi Ling and obtain the final victory. Yi Ling breathed heavily as she looked at the beautiful figure in the distance, and her gaze was as complicated could be. Could it be that this young woman that's wearing red clothes and looks like a fairy of flames is one that's favored by the heavens? Not only did she possess a peerless appearance that could be said to be drop-dead gorgeous and cause envy in others, she also possessed a shocking strength. I originally thought that the Darking dynasty's Yi Ling could be considered to be the #1 female expert in the younger generation of our 10 dynasties. But now it would seem that it isn't so. The Darkin dynasty's Feng Tianwu is the strongest female expert in the younger generation of our 10 dynasties. It's still the first time I'm seeing a peerless beauty who possesses such natural talent. O Chen, the possessor of the number 8 token, stood in the distant sky, and he stared at Feng Tianwu with a gaze filled with fear and seriousness. Even though he felt his strength surpassed Yi Ling, yet it didn't surpass Yi Ling by much. Once he faced Feng Tianwu, he didn't have sufficient confidence in obtaining victory. It was fine if it was anyone else, but Feng Tianwu was only a young woman at the mere age of 25, and it caused his heart to be filled with bitterness, as a young woman like this had caused such feelings to be aroused in his heart. The fairy of flames flashed through the sky and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Could it be that the heavens are envious of outstanding geniuses? Sword 13 and Saber 5 looked at Feng Tianwu as they sighed in their hearts. Feng Tianwu was a possessor of the fire spirit body, and it caused them to feel pity in their hearts. Of course, they knew as well that if it wasn't for Feng Tianwu possessing the fire spirit body, it would be impossible for her to possess such achievements at such an age. So that's how it is. In the sky, the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Peian, withdrew his gaze from Feng Tianwu and muttered to himself. "Master, have you noticed something?" Zhang Yan stood at Peian's side as he asked respectfully. "If I'm not wrong, this Feng Tianwu is probably a possessor of an innate spirit body." As Peian spoke and finished speaking, his gaze seemed to become slightly distant, and he seemed to be recalling something. An innate spirit body? Zhang Yan's pupils constricted as he spoke with astonishment. Could it be an innate spirit body like senior brother Hong? Yes. Pei nodded lightly as he spoke with an emotionless expression. But your senior brother Hong is different from her. Your senior brother Hong possessed a lightning spirit body, whereas, she ought to possess a fire spirit body. Even though Pei An's expression didn't possess any expression since the beginning, yet a trace of sadness flashed past his eyes as he spoke. So that's how it is. Zhang Yang couldn't help but gasp when he heard this, and he sighed as he looked at the young woman who was like a fairy of flames. Because of that senior brother Hong of his, he knew a little bit about the fate of an innate spirit body. Senior brother Hong was supposedly the one and only personal disciple his master had taken before him, yet he'd never seen his senior brother Hong. When he joined the emotion-severing sect, his senior brother Hong was already gone. Supposedly, when senior brother Hong was 30, the energy of the lightning spirit body within his body had erupted, and it caused him to die young. But the natural talent and strength of his senior brother Hong before death was sufficient to cause him to be unable to compare to it and even feel embarrassed of his own inferiority. Supposedly, throughout the past history of the entire emotion-severing sect, the natural talent of his senior brother Hong was something that no one was capable of comparing to, and it could be said to be unprecedented. After breaking through to the void interpretation stage, because of certain reasons, an innate spirit body is unable to consume spirit fruits to cultivate. Otherwise, with senior brother Hong's natural talent, he would be entirely capable of breaking through to the void transformation stage by the age of 30 and escape the fate of the innate spirit body. Zhang Yan sighed in his heart. The heavens envy outstanding geniuses. Zhang Yan muttered in a low voice. Perhaps he was speaking of that senior brother of his that he'd never met, or perhaps he was speaking of the red-clothed young woman in the distance. The fate of an innate spirit body seemed to be something that there was rarely anyone capable of turning around in the history of the Cloud Continent. But once it was turned around, the person would soar into the skies with a single leap to become a genius favored by the heavens. Chapter 824, Soul Skill. Innate Ability. The possessor of the number 8 token, O Chen, ascended the arena. O Chen was only able to choose 2 people, the possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling, and the possessor of the number 10 token, Zhang Shouyang. Not to mention Yi Ling had just fought a battle and was able to refuse his challenge with the reason of taking a rest. Even if Yi Ling didn't enter the arena in the last battle, he would temporarily not choose Yi Ling. Presently, he had to preserve his strength and deal with the challenge of the other experts. So, he started challenging from the weakest, as it was undoubtedly the best tactic. The possessor of the number 10 token, O Chen's gaze descended onto Zhang Shouyang as he challenged him. I admit defeat. Right when O Chen finished speaking, Zhang Shouyang had already spoken out with his admission of defeat, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He'd witnessed O Chen's strength earlier. A cultivation at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage and 2nd level void interpretation concept, and it surpassed his strength. So even if he agreed to the challenge, the outcome would be the same. Subsequently, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling, to issue a challenge, and she could only challenge Zhang Shouyang. Zhang Shouyang admitted defeat. Number 10. Meanwhile, the Vice Fort Master Ningkan looked at Zhang Shouyang and asked directly. Are you willing to be ranked at 10th place in the martial competition? If you are, then no one will challenge you again in the future, and you don't have to waste time admitting defeat. Yes. Zhang Shouyang nodded as he replied frankly. All right. Ningkan nodded, and then his gaze swept the surroundings to descend onto the other 9 people including Duan Lingtian. 10th place in the martial competition has been confirmed. Now continue competing for the specific rankings of the top 9. Of course, the people amongst all of you that are ranked at the last can speak out if you're willing to be ranked by the number token in your possession. Presently, the person at the last rank was Yi Ling, but Yi Ling obviously didn't intend to willingly take the rank of number 9. In her heart, she had the intention of replacing the possessor of the number 8 token, O Chen. Besides that, she was unconvinced of Duan Lingtian and Zishang. After a round passed, Zhang Shouyang was eliminated, and the other 9 people continued. As the possessor of the number 1 token, Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the arena. His figure was like a hurricane as it arrived in the central area of the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. Number 9. Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto Yi Ling in the first possible moment. Yi Ling wasn't surprised that she was challenged by Duan Lingtian, even though Zishang, who was capable of executing a secret technique to increase his strength to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, had admitted defeat before Duan Lingtian. As far as she was concerned, Zishang only looked the part, but was useless. Otherwise, how could he have admitted defeat without a fight before Feng Tianwu? Duan Ling Tian, you have to be careful. Otherwise, the most precious number 1 token in your possession is about to have a new owner. Yi Ling reminded Duan Ling Tian. I'll wait and see. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. HMPH. Seeming to have noticed that Duan Ling Tian took her lightly, Yi Ling's face sank as her figure flashed out and took attack first to seize the initiative, and the 3-foot-long blade in her hand drifted in the sky as it pierced towards Duan Ling Tian. Yi Ling utilized her full strength as soon as she attacked, and she didn't hold back in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot and seemed as if he was waiting for Yi Ling's attack to descend onto him. The surrounding crowd of spectators gasped successively when they saw Yi Ling's attack came closer and closer to Duan Ling Tian, and they felt that Duan Ling Tian was being too careless. Yi Ling's sword approached Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye and was only a short distance away. At the critical moment, a dim light flickered in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's vast spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. In the blink of an eye, his spiritual force constructed an illusory space that appeared out of thin air and enveloped Yi Ling. Does Duan Ling Tian want to die? When they saw Yi Ling's sword had already arrived before Duan Ling Tian's chest, and it only had to move a little bit ahead to penetrate through Duan Ling Tian, many people felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, even the 3 monks of Empyrean Temple were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's actions. Isn't he courting death? A trace of a bright light flashed past the eyes of Zhang Yan in the distant sky, and then he muttered to himself. Could it be he wants to utilize that demonic technique of his? Duan Ling Tian, knowing a demonic technique was something he'd heard Zishang mention more than once in the past. It was even to the extent he'd witnessed it with his own 2 eyes. Demonic technique. Pei An's face remained emotionless when he heard Zhang Yan's mutter, yet the depths of his eyes contained slight astonishment. What's Yi Ling doing? Someone shouted out in surprise, and it broke the silence at the scene. When Yi Ling's sword was about to pierce through Duan Ling Tian's chest, it changed direction suddenly and pierced madly towards the sky at the side, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. Has Yi Ling gone mad? She doesn't dare kill Duan Ling Tian. Wait, something seems to be amiss. Right when many people were shocked and bewildered, they saw a scene that caused them to be dumbstruck. After Yi Ling moved away her sword that pierced towards Duan Ling Tian, she actually turned around and attacked the sky once more, and it seemed as if her opponent wasn't Duan Ling Tian but the sky. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. Could it be that this Yi Ling has gone mad? This was the thought in the hearts of most people. Only a small amount of people withdrew their gazes from Yi Ling and looked at Duan Ling Tian with surprise and bewilderment. These few people were naturally the 2 vice Ford masters of Skywolf Fort and the 3 monks of Empyrean Temple. As for Sword 13 and Saber 5, they'd heard Su Li and Long Yun mention this ability of Duan Ling Tian's on many occasions, so even though they felt shocked, they were mentally prepared. Demonic technique. After he finished listening to the description Zhang Yan provided him via voice transmission, Pei An still had an expressionless face, yet he rejected Zhang Yan's judgment when he replied to Zhang Yan. There's no demonic technique in this world. I feel that this Duan Ling Tian's ability is similar to a soul skill. Of course, if he isn't an ordinary human and is a variant instead, then this ability of his is extremely likely to be his innate ability. Innate ability? Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes were filled with bewilderments. These 2 words were extremely unfamiliar to him. There's a spiritual force fluctuation there. Yi Ling hasn't gone mad, but has been affected by Duan Ling Tian. Besides the group of people from Darken Dynasty that weren't shocked by what had occurred to Yi Ling, the members of the other 9 dynasties had shocked expressions, whereas the small amount of inscription masters at the Void transformation stage had even noticed a slight clue. Even though they were able to mobilize their spiritual force to affect the spiritual force that enveloped Yi Ling, yet they didn't dare do so. This was the Skywolf Fort, and the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was being held now. If they dared interfere, then when the Skywolf Fort was enraged, they would surely have no chance of survival. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian, who'd never made a movement since the beginning and stood without moving like a mountain, had finally moved. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that charged towards Yi Ling. When facing his charge, Yi Ling seemed to be entirely unaware and still swung her sword to battle the air, and it seemed as if she'd really gone mad. Duan Ling Tian easily moved around to arrive by Yi Ling's side, and then his palm casually struck out to injure Yi Ling and blast her flying, causing her to temporarily lose the ability to battle. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force shook, and he shattered the illusory space formed by his soul skill, thousand illusions. Ah! Yi Ling's countenance was ghastly pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood, and only after that did she return to her senses. When she saw Duan Ling Tian that was calm and collected, her expression couldn't help but go grim. You. In next to no time, the voice transmission of the Darking Dynasty's representative entered into Yi Ling's ears, and she found out what had happened earlier, causing her to be terrified to the point her face went pale. When she looked at Duan Ling Tian once more, there was only terror within the depths of Yi Ling's eyes. It turned out that everything she experienced earlier was fake. An illusory space. It's an illusory space. Yi Ling quickly guessed what had happened, and her first thought was whether Duan Ling Tian had utilized an external source of strength like an inscription or inscription formation. But with a quick thought, she felt it was impossible. An inscription formation required a fixed location to be established, whereas this was the Skywolf Fort, and even if Duan Ling Tian knew how to establish inscription formations, he wouldn't dare act rashly. Most importantly, she didn't notice the aura or fluctuation of an inscription formation or inscription. It was precisely because of this that she confirmed something. The illusory space she faced earlier was executed by Duan Ling Tian himself, and it was similar to the soul skill that was possessed by those special demon beasts of legend that possessed extraordinary natural talent. Now I believe that you possess the ability to obtain the number 1 token. Yi Ling took a deep breath and smiled amiably to Duan Ling Tian as she took the initiative to cast a flirtatious gaze at Duan Ling Tian. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian only casually nodded at her before withdrawing. This caused her to instantly feel exasperated. To think that she, Yi Ling, the dignified number 1 expert in the Darking Dynasty's younger generation, someone that even the Darking Dynasty's emperor wanted to take as a daughter-in-law, was completely disregarded by Duan Ling Tian. But when her gaze unintentionally descended into the distance and saw Feng Tianwu who was chatting with Duan Ling Tian, the rage on her face vanished. She felt slightly ashamed of her inferiority before Feng Tianwu. Perhaps only a woman like her is worthy of him. Yi Ling laughed in self-ridicule, and then returned to the group from the Darking Dynasty. After Duan Ling Tian left the arena, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 2 token, Feng Tianwu. After Feng Tianwu ascended the arena, her gaze locked onto the possessor of the number 8 token, Chen. Chen's cultivation and concept was similar to Yi Ling, but his ability surpassed Yi Ling slightly. Yet in the end, he still lost at Feng Tianwu's hands. The possessor of the number 3 token, Qi Feng, ascended the arena. Victory. The possessor of the number 4 token, Qin Kong, ascended the arena. Not long after, it was once the turn of the possessor of the number 6 token, Su Li, to ascend the arena, and he challenged and defeated Yi Ling. After Su Li, it was the possessor of the number 7 token, Zishang. As soon as Zishang entered the arena, the surroundings bustled. Do all of you think Zishang will challenge a person and take the initiative to admit defeat again? Ha 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 ha, it really is possible. Secret technique, 6th level of the void interpretation stage. He's just someone that looks the part but is useless. Zishang is a huge joke. Chapter 825. The person that wants to take Duan Ling Tian as his master. The wave of ridicule in the surroundings entered into Zishang's ears, and it caused Zishang's expression to be unsightly and livid. The possessor of the number 8 token, Chen. Because Yi Ling had fought Su Li, Zishang could only choose Chen. Chen had a casual expression as he similarly felt that Zishang only looked the part but was useless. Along with a black flame brand appearing between Zishang's brows, another 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared once again in the sky above him, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws while emitting an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. However, no one was surprised now, and most people looked at Zishang with ridicule as if they were waiting for Zishang to lose face once more. But in next to no time, the pupils of these people couldn't help but constrict. Because, not only had Zishang revealed a strength at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, he'd even utilized it. With a single strike, he'd heavily injured Chen. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood successively, Chen fainted directly before being taken away by the representative of the Darchu dynasty. This time, all the voices that questioned Zishang had stopped abruptly. HMPH. Zishang looked around at the surroundings and grunted coldly, and he seemed to be announcing his displeasure. No matter what, the strength at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage revealed mightily by Zishang to defeat Chen with a single move had still shocked many people. What secret technique is that? It's too abnormal. No wonder Vice Fort Master Ning took him as a personal disciple. So it turns out that he possesses such a strong ability. As expected of the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Ning, he's really extraordinary. The various voices of ridicule towards Xianxia had vanished, and only a wave of praise remained. These people really change quickly. Su Li frowned. Duan Ling. Tian smiled indifferently. They're just a group of fence-sitters that will sway wherever the wind blows. So there's no need to care about them. Xianxia had heavily injured O Chen, causing O Chen to lack the ability to continue battling. It was even to the extent that even though O Chen had recovered slightly after consuming the grade 3 life recovery provided by the Skywolf Fort, he didn't recover completely. In this way, O Chen could only take the 9th place in the martial competition. Yi Ling easily obtained the number 8 token without a fight, and it caused her to feel as if she was dreaming. All of this was given to her by Xianxia. Yi Ling's eyes revealed heartfelt fear when she glanced at Xianxia. After a short moment, when she recalled how she'd been defeated by Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Feng Tianwu, whereas she knew she wasn't a match for the other three, she had a decision in her heart, and she looked at Ning Can. Vice Fort Master Ning, I'm willing to be ranked 8th in the martial competition. At this moment, the 10th, 9th, and 8th of the martial competition had been decided upon. Right when Duan Ling Tian, the possessor of the number 1 token intended to ascend the arena, Su Li had called out to him. What? Duan Ling Tian looked at Su Li with a bewildered gaze. Meanwhile, Su Li didn't answer Duan Ling Tian but looked at Ning Can, who was high above in the sky, and spoke frankly. Duan Ling Tian challenges me in this round, and I admit defeat. Ning Can nodded. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly instead and looked at Su Li. Why are you so anxious? I haven't challenged quite a few people. If you ascend the arena, you'll surely not challenge me and Tian Wu. Besides that, I want to concentrate on watching you and those 3 fellows in battle. The meaning within Su Li's words was obvious. He wanted to decide his ranking first before properly watching the battles between Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 fellows. As for those 3 fellows, they were naturally Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and Tom Yu, and all of them were existences at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Subsequently, it was Feng Tianwu's turn. I challenge the possessor of the number 6 token, Su Li, and I admit defeat. Perhaps she was influenced by Su, but Feng Tianwu didn't ascend the arena and directly admitted defeat to Su Li. There was a difference of the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons between her and Su Li, and coupled with the outstanding composite chain sword possessed by Su Li, she didn't have the slightest confidence when facing Su Li. Subsequently, the possessors of the number 3, 4, and 5 tokens successively challenged Feng Tianwu, who just obtained the number 6 token, and when facing existences that were even more formidable than Su Li, Feng Tianwu didn't ascend the arena and directly admitted defeat. Since Su Li felt he was inferior to Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and Tom Yu, their rankings rose up by 1 position. Qi Feng obtained the number 2 token. Qin Kong obtained the number 3 token. Tom Yu obtained the number 4 token. As for Su Li, he instead obtained the number 5 token. Feng Tianwu obtained the number 6 token. Xianxia obtained the number 7 token. This was the temporary rankings. Duan Ling Tian ascended the arena, and his gaze locked onto Tom Yu. I challenge the possessor of the number 4 token. After a short moment, Tom Yu flew out to stand in confrontation with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you look gentle and frail, so you should hand over the number 1 token. Otherwise, I won't fucking show mercy. Tom Yu grinned, and he seemed honest and straightforward, yet his eyes were filled with strands of bright lights. That will depend on if you have the ability. Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently. Needless to say, Ta Mu's strength wasn't bad. And it was at least able to be considered not bad when compared to Yi Ling, who just fought Duan Ling Tian. Not only had Ta Mu's strength broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, he'd even comprehended a 3rd level void interpretation concept. But unfortunately, Ta Mu wasn't an inscription master. Because of this, under Duan Ling Tian's soul skill, Thousand Illusions, Ta Mu was directly defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Ta Mu had lost without knowing what had happened, and he had a puzzled expression. I've lost. Right when the surrounding spectators were slightly speechless, Ta Mu wiped the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and looked at Duan Ling Tian with glowing eyes as he spoke with an honest expression. Duan Ling Tian, take me as your disciple. Teach me that ability you just used to defeat me earlier. How about it? I'm not interested. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Ta Mu before returning to Feng Tianwu and Su Li's side, but Ta Mu followed them. Master, Master, I've decided that I'll follow you from now on. I'll surely learn your ability. Fuck off. Duan Ling Tian frowned and shouted out with a stern voice, and then his frown eased up as he paid no further attention to Ta Mu. Ta Mu, right at this moment, the representative of the Daryuan dynasty, the old man with a robust figure soared into the sky and swiftly arrived by Ta Mu's side before smacking Ta Mu on the back of his head. After he slapped Ta Mu, the robust old man looked at Duan Ling Tian. I hope you can forgive Ta Mu if he caused any disturbance to you. I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. I want to follow Master, I want to follow Master. Ta Mu, who was dragged off by the old man, shouted out ceaselessly as he persisted, and he was entirely like an ignorant and unruly child. This scene caused the spectators in the surroundings to be slightly speechless. Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he heard Ta Mu repeatedly calling him, Master. Why don't I know when I took Ta Mu as a disciple? Brother Ling Tian, I think it's rather good even if you take this fellow as your disciple. In the future, you'll have someone to serve by your side. Zhang Shouyang joked. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes angrily at Zhang Shouyang, who was taking pleasure at this misfortune. Big brother Zhang, if you want, you can go take him. I want to as well. But the problem is I'm beneath his notice. Zhang Shouyang laughed bitterly. Ta Mu had a similar age as him yet possessed a strength that far surpassed him, so asking Ta Mu to take him as master would undoubtedly be as difficult as ascending the heavens. After this trouble stirred up by Ta Mu, the atmosphere at the scene changed slightly. Ta Mu's intention of wanting to take Duan Ling Tian as master looked to be a strange situation that caused one to not know whether to laugh or cry, yet everyone present knew clearly that the reason Ta Mu acted in that way was entirely because of Duan Ling Tian's unfathomable ability. That ability was something that even they were filled with curiosity and yearning to. When some of the representatives of the dynasties looked at Duan Ling Tian with concentration, their eyes were filled with greed, and they seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to capture Duan Ling Tian and interrogate him to find out about the secret of that unfathomable ability. Duan Ling Tian, that ability similar to a soul skill that you executed. Could it be that it's your innate ability? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was precisely Sword 13's voice, innate ability. Duan Ling Tian is stunned. What was that? Under his wonder, Duan Ling Tian flashed through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor and finally found out what an innate ability was. It was a unique and innate ability possessed by variants formed from the union in humans and demon beasts, and it relied on spiritual force and possessed various forms. Some were similar to soul skills, some were similar to secret techniques. He knew that Su Li's master had taken him to be a variant formed from the union of a human and demon beast. Perhaps, it isn't bad to be a variant sometimes. At the very least, I don't have to worry about someone coveting my soul skill, thousand illusion, or even do something crazy. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart and quickly made a decision. Senior, you actually know of innate abilities. Duan Ling Tian looked at Sword 13 and evaded the question via a voice transmission of slight surprise. On the other hand, when Sword 13 heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he naturally thought that Duan Ling Tian had approved tacitly. Moreover, besides that, he was really unable to contemplate what Duan Ling Tian had relied on to execute an ability similar to a soul skill. After all, in Cloud Continent, only special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent were capable of possessing various soul skills before attaining the Emperor stage through their soul brands. The Emperor stage was the Martial Emperor stage and Demon Emperor stage's general name. Only when human martial artists attained the Martial Emperor stage would they be able to rely on their spiritual force to execute spiritual force abilities similar to soul skills against their enemies. Besides Sword 13, the Empyrean Temple's Wei Ming and Wei Jing and the emotion-severing sect's master, Peiyan, had a similar thought. Do you know the origins of Duan Ling Tian? Peiyan asked Zhang Yan with a low voice. Yes. Zhang Yan nodded. He's from the lowest kingdom in the Darken dynasty that I was from, and he can be said to be someone from a completely humble origin. The lowest kingdom under a dynasty of humble origins, a person from a tiny kingdom possesses such attainments before the age of 30. Unless a person like this is a variant or perhaps obtains some sort of great fortuitous encounter, otherwise it's practically impossible. Peiyan muttered to himself. Besides that, as far as he was concerned, a great fortuitous encounter wasn't something easily obtained. So he practically ascertained that Duan Ling Tian was a variant born from the union of a human and demon beast. Chapter 826, The Final Battle. On Cloud Continent, there were many demons that had taken human form after breaking through to the void transformation stage, that chose to live in seclusion because of being tired from all the fighting and killing. After they went into seclusion, these demons might even unite with ordinary humans and live to the ends of their lives. As far as Payan was concerned, Duan Ling Tian's father or mother was probably a demon that had chosen to live in seclusion in a tiny kingdom. What a pity. Payan sighed. Master, what are you feeling regretful for? Zhang Yan was stunned. I presume you know the reason I brought you here. Duan Ling Tian is so close with Sword 13, so he'll surely leave with Sword 13, said Payan. Don't worry, Master, even if our emotion-severing sect doesn't have the addition of Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely obtain a profundity fragment you require from that place. Zhang Yan's gaze was firm, and he emitted a strong confidence. Payan's emotionless face revealed a rare and slight ripple when he heard Zhang Yan. He was only a single step through the threshold away from the martial monarch stage, whereas this last step caused him to be unable to break through to the martial monarch stage for a long time. There were many martial artists like him on Cloud Continent, and it was even to the extent that some martial artists that were even younger than him and had cultivated to this state were unable to break through to the martial monarch stage in their entire lifetimes. All of this was because they were unable to comprehend profundity. Profundity was the permit to step into the martial monarch stage, and so long as one didn't comprehend profundity, one would be unable to become a martial monarch stage expert. Senior brother, you said he's a variant. Wei Jing had a serious expression as he looked at Wei Ming, who was by his side, and asked. Wei Ming nodded. Besides this, I'm unable to think of anything else. Moreover, there are only two possibilities why he was capable of possessing such a cultivation and ability at such an age. The first, he's a variant. The second, he obtained extremely great fortuitous encounters. But a fortuitous encounter capable of allowing him to possess this cultivation and ability at such an age isn't something easily obtainable. Wei Ming spoke with a serious expression. A variant. The young monk standing behind Wei Ming stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze as battle intent arose on him. Duan Ling Tian noticed the fierce gaze of the young monk at the first possible moment, and after he met the young monk's gaze, he was shocked in his heart. Looks like besides praying and abstaining from meat, the monks of this world similarly possess the heart of the strong that's unconvinced of the strength of others. Benefactor Duan, if there's an opportunity in the future, then this monk wants to battle you. A clear voice transmission pierced into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was precisely the voice of the young monk. Anytime, Duan Ling Tian replied via voice transmission and didn't lose in terms of confidence displayed. After Duan Ling Tian defeat Tom Yu, it was Qi Feng's turn. Presently, Qi Feng was the possessor of the number 2 token. The opponents he could choose were Zishang and Qin Kong. In the end, he chose Qin Hong, the possessor of the number 3 token. Qin Kong and Qi Feng were old rivals, and after he stood in confrontation with Qi Feng, he spoke bravely. Qi Feng, I'll surely defeat you this time. Qi Feng seemed to be extremely calm when facing Qin Kong's arrogance. Both of them were 4th level void interpretation stage martial artists, and they had similarly comprehended 4th level void interpretation concept and possessed grade 3 spirit weapons with an equal amplification ability. As for the other lower level void initiation concepts, they were more or less equal. All in all, it could be summarized with 2 words, on par. When both of them fought with their full strengths, their strength was equivalent, and they competed in combat experience and comprehension of martial skills. Of course, there were also some slight differences amongst them. Both of them fought like a raging flame, and it drew the gazes of everyone. As he gazed at the 2 figures that intersected each other ceaselessly and listened to the waves of sounds of the air exploding, Duan Ling Tian's eyes slightly narrowed as he muttered to himself. Looks like it wasn't luck that allowed Qi Feng to defeat Qin Kong repeatedly in the past. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that even though the 2 of them seemed to be on par on the surface, yet Qi Feng was more sided towards being steady and possessing extreme patience. As for Qin Kong, along with the passage of time, he became more and more irritable, and in the end, he even started to reveal some tiny flaws. In a battle between experts, even a tiny flaw would usually become the key to one's defeat. Qi Feng exemplified this point very well. At the instant Qin Kong revealed a tiny flaw, Qi Feng attacked swiftly and utilized Qin Kong's flaw to crush Qin Kong in one go. In the end, Qi Feng held the bow with one hand and the other. Condensed arrows, and 2 arrows condensed into form from material wind concept tore through the sky and carried a deafening and piercing howl as it easily penetrated Qin Kong's shoulders. Why is it like this? Qin Kong abruptly stopped moving, and he was slightly in low spirits as he looked at the fresh blood that ceaselessly poured out from the bloody holes on his shoulders. He had lost. Lost again. At this instant, Qin Kong was like a zombie as he allowed the blood to spray out of the holes on his shoulders, yet didn't utilize origin energy to stop the bleeding. Only when the representative of the Darkened Dynasty moved over to take Qin Kong away did Qin Kong's injuries get stopped, yet Qin Kong still hadn't returned to his senses. Qi Feng is calm, patient, and resolute. I hope he isn't an inscription master. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. Up until now, there wasn't a single young genius from the 10 dynasties that he could take seriously, and it included Tom Yu and Qin Kong. Yet now, not only had Qi Feng caused his expression to become serious, he seemed to sense a trace of a dangerous aura from Qi Feng. This feeling was extremely bizarre, yet exceedingly clear. Tom Yu challenged Zishang, and the outcome was obvious. Tom Yu lost miserably. In next to no time, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn once again. Duan Ling Tian challenged Qin Kong, and the illusory space created by his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, enveloped Qin Kong, and he easily defeated him. Qin Kong followed in the footsteps of Tom Yu. If you have the balls, then don't use that shady ability. After Duan Ling Tian withdrew his soul skill, Qin Kong wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and then he spoke hatefully to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Qin Kong's naive words. The surrounding crowd of people started laughing as well. Qin Kong is a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist at any rate, yet he actually spoke such naive words. Laughable. Yeah, Duan Ling Tian didn't rely on an external source of strength and relied on his own ability, so why can he exert his full strength, yet Duan Ling Tian can't? Waves of ridicule entered into Qin Kong's ears, causing his expression to become livid, and he glared hatefully at Duan Ling Tian before returning to the group from the Darkened Dynasty. Subsequently, Qi Feng entered the arena. Qi Feng challenged Tom Yu and Tom Yu admitted defeat. Qin Kong ascended the arena and challenged Tom Yu, causing Tom Yu to admit defeat. No matter if it was Qi Feng or Qin Kong, Tom Yu had always been observing their strengths seriously, and it was precisely because of this that he was extremely clear of the distance between him and the two of them. HMPH. HMPH. Once I learn my master's ability, I'll fight both of you again, and I'll surely beat the shit out of the both of you. Even though Tom Yu had admitted defeat, he was extremely optimistic, and he grunted twice before glancing with a flattering gaze at the violet-clothed young man in the distance, Duan Ling Tian. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian utterly didn't take a glance at him. But even then, Tom Yu still wasn't the slightest bit dejected, and he seemed as if he'd firmly affirmed Duan Ling Tian as his master. In next to no time, under Ning Can's intentional arrangement, Tom Yu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng successively fought against Zishang. Zishang executed his secret technique, causing a black-colored flame brand to appear between his brows, and his strength increased to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. After that, he easily defeated Tom Yu and Qin Kong, whereas Qi Feng was defeated by him in 3 moves. For a time, Zishang once again obtained the number 2 token that belonged to him, even though he'd admitted defeat before Feng Tian Wu. Yet Feng Tian Wu was unable to go against Tom Yu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng, and they'd successively lost at Zishang's hands. So, Zishang once again seized the number 2 token that belonged to him with this advantage. As for Su Li, he was similarly unable to go against Tom Yu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng, so he refused Duan Ling Tian's good intentions of lending the devil-seal tablet to him to defeat Zishang. Even if he was able to defeat Zishang, he would still be unable to shake Zishang's status as the possessor of the number 2 token in the end. For a time, besides Duan Ling Tian who still hadn't fought Qi Feng, the ranking of the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was as follows. The possessor of the number 1 token, Duan Ling Tian. Number 2, Zishang. Number 3, Qi Feng. Number 4, Qin Kong. Number 5, Tom Yu. Number 6, Su Li. Number 7, Feng Tian Wu. Number 8, Yi Ling. Number 9, O Chen. Number 10, Zhang Shouyang. According to convention, Duan Ling Tian ought to have fought Qi Feng long ago. However, Ning Can had suddenly interfered earlier and allowed Duan Ling Tian to temporarily take a rest and allow the others to decide on their specific rankings before allowing Duan Ling Tian to fight Qi Feng. Ning Can's actions caused Duan Ling Tian to smell the slight smell of a plot. Even the surrounding crowd of spectators vaguely felt that something was amiss. Why did Vice Fort Master Ning do this? Even Zishang, Qin Kong, and Tom Yu lost at Duan Ling Tian's hands, Could it be that he thinks Qi Feng can threaten Duan Ling Tian? If it's up to me, this was simply an unnecessary action. Even though Qi Feng's strength is formidable indeed, yet Duan Ling Tian's unfathomable ability is something that even Qin Kong and Ta Mu were unable to avoid. Qi Feng is probably not a match for Duan Ling Tian. The surrounding crowd of people discussed animatedly, and they didn't feel that Qi Feng was unable to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Duan, I keep having the feeling that something is slightly amiss. Before Duan Ling Tian ascended the arena, Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows knit together and spoke to Duan Ling Tian with slight fear. Don't worry, actually, how could Duan Ling Tian not have a feeling like this? But he knew that he had to fight this battle. Under the gazes of anticipation of Feng Tianwu and others, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gale that instantly arrived at the central area of the sky above the combat arena. Qi Feng had been waiting there since long ago. For a time, both of them stood facing each other in confrontation. Duan Ling Tian, so long as you defeat me or even kill me, then the first in the martial competition is yours. Qi Feng stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, and his focused and fierce gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but exclaim with admiration in his heart. As expected of someone that plays with bows and arrows, Qi Feng's gaze is focused and fierce, and it's not something an ordinary person can compare to. Qi Feng, if I'm not wrong, you ought to be an inscription master, right? Duan Ling Tian didn't answer Qi Feng out loud, and he instead asked a question like this via voice transmission. Chapter 827, Soul Skill Defeated. How did you know? After Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission entered into Qi Feng's ears, it caused Qi Feng to be stunned, and then he replied via voice transmission with slight astonishment. But he was filled with bewilderment in his heart. Besides himself and the members of the Darky dynasty, only the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng knew that he was an inscription master. Not only do I know that you're an inscription master, I even know that Ning can ask you to kill me. Moreover, he ought to have told you that since you're a 4th level void interpretation stage martial artist, then so long as you stretch out your spiritual force, you're entirely capable of disregarding my ability. Right, Duan Ling Tian continued speaking with an indifferent voice that didn't contain any emotion. Qi Feng was shocked. Never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian even knew this as well. After all, even the other people of the Darky dynasty didn't know, and only he and the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort knew it. You guessed it, Qi Feng took a deep breath and asked. Yes, Duan Ling Tian didn't deny it and nodded frankly. Actually, when Ning Kan had intentionally arrived his battle with Qi Feng to be put at the end, he vaguely realized that something was amiss. Along with the passage of time, he realized a problem. The problem was that even though the soul of the expert that seemed to be a martial emperor stage expert in Zishang's body was only a strand of a soul, it was surely capable of distinguishing the strength of his spiritual force when he executed his soul skill. The strength of his spiritual force just happened to be at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Amongst human martial artists, besides existences at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage being capable of disregarding his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, an inscription master at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage was similarly capable of disregarding his soul skill. Looks like Zishang has really made every effort for the sake of killing me. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as cold lights flickered within his eyes, and there was a frightful killing intent faintly contained within it. He believed that even those void transformation stage inscription masters present might not be able to detect the exact strength of the spiritual force he possessed. Only the incomplete soul within Zishang's body was capable of knowing the exact strength of his spiritual force. So, there was surely Zishang pulling the strings behind all of this. As for the purpose, it was obvious, it was undoubtedly because Zishang wanted to kill him. Since you guessed it, then why have you ascended the arena? Isn't it enough if you admit defeat directly? Qi Feng sighed via voice transmission, and his words seemed to contain slight pity. What, you pity me? Duan Ling Tian ridiculed via voice transmission. If I'm not wrong, so long as you kill me, you'll surely be able to obtain extremely generous rewards, right? HMPH. Qi Feng grunted via voice transmission. Rewards. You underestimate me, Qi Feng. I admit that after Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng found out that I was an inscription master and can counter you, they indeed promised generous rewards, and they asked me to kill you. But I refused. I, Qi Feng, have a firm and unyielding character. How can I bend my back because of a few concept fragments? Even though I do indeed need those concept fragments, but there's no enmity between the both of us, so I won't go against my conscience and kill you. Conscience. Needless to say, Qi Feng's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be moved. He was naturally able to discern if Qi Feng's words were true or false. Then you. Duan Lingtian frowned and vaguely realized that he'd very likely accused Qi Feng wrongly. I'm a person, I have loved ones, and I have people I want to protect. After I refused that Ning Can and Feng Wei, they gave up persuading me and chose to be forceful. They said that if I don't do as they say, then they'll send people to the Darky dynasty and kill all the people related to me. When Qi Feng spoke up to hear, his tone was filled with rage and helplessness. He was enraged by Qi Feng and Feng Wei's overbearingness and his own uselessness. But when he thought about all this, loved ones and friends would very likely be killed because of a single choice of his, he could only helplessly compromise. So, do you understand now? Qi Feng spoke bitterly via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's face was covered in a layer of ice since long ago. Never had he imagined that Ning Can and Feng Wei had actually used such despicable methods for the sake of killing him. Using another's family to threaten the person to kill him was something that was simply beyond despicable. Originally, I thought that I can only go against my conscience and kill you. But since you've already guessed it, I'm not afraid to tell you that in this way, I can be considered to have given myself an explanation. Qi Feng spoke via voice transmission. Moreover, since you've actually guessed all this yet still dared come here, I presume you've thought of a method to deal with it, right? Or perhaps your spiritual force has increased once more, said Qi Feng once more. You're wrong. Duan Lingtian rejected Qi Feng's guess via voice transmission. I'm wrong. Qi Feng was stunned. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied, and then he said, I've indeed guessed your motivation, yet my spiritual force hasn't broken through. Besides that, I temporarily have no method to deal with it. What? Qi Feng was shocked greatly, and then he said via voice transmission, then aren't you coming to give your life away? Originally, when he was threatened by Ning Can and Feng Wei, and was forced to agree to their request, Qi Feng had already decided to help the wicked carry out their mission and kill Duan Lingtian. The reason he made this decision was only for the sake of the survival of his friends and family, and it wasn't for the sake of the benefits promised by Ning Can and Feng Wei. He was already prepared to shoulder the crime of going against his conscience for the rest of his life. But who knew that Duan Lingtian had actually pointed out what everything he wanted to do, and this caused the decision he made earlier to be shaken as he felt even more guilty in his heart. You can comprehend it like that. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission when he heard Qi Feng, and then said, all right. Make a move for the sake of your friends and family. Qi Feng was dumbstruck. He knows clearly that he's going to give his life away, yet he still dares ascend the arena. Moreover, he speaks frankly as if he really isn't afraid of death. Qi Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva as strands of cold sweat flowed out from his forehead, and he asked via voice transmission. What exactly do you want to do? Didn't you say it already? I'm courting death. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Didn't I answer that already? This Qi Feng is really forgetful. Stop joking. Qi Feng laughed bitterly as he replied. Do I look like I'm joking? Duan Lingtian frowned, and then urged. Quickly make a move. If you continue refusing to attack, then be careful or Ning Can and Feng Wei might notice an inkling. At that time, not only you, but even your friends and family will be unable to bear the consequences. That won't do. Qi Feng refused and said via voice transmission, it was fine if you didn't know beforehand. But since you already know now, I'm unable to fight you no matter what. You should admit defeat. I'll think of another way for my own problem. Meanwhile, Qi Feng was unable to pass the barrier in his heart that was against this. You're a man, yet why are you so hesitant? How can you be sure that there isn't a way to deal with this that's beneficial to both of us? Quickly make a move. Duan Lingtian shouted out via voice transmission. It shocked Qi Feng to the point of returning to his senses, and it cleared the gloomy look on his face. You really want me to make a move? You really won't admit defeat? Qi Feng took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. Meanwhile, he noticed the fierce gaze that Ning Can and Feng Wei shot over as well, and coupled with Duan Lingtian's urging, the origin energy on his body started to surge. Make a move. Duan Lingtian nodded, and it could be considered to be a reply to Qi Feng's questions. Even though I don't know what you want to do, but I still have to remind you that you must be careful. Once you feel that you aren't my match, you should quickly admit defeat. After Qi Feng finished speaking, His eyes abruptly became fierce and the gaze shot out from his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything. That's how it should be. Duan Lingtian revealed a smile when he saw Qi Feng recover his prime state of battle, yet the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes started to flicker with a dim light. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed his soul skill. An illusory space was constructed and enveloped Qi Feng. Duan Lingtian has made a move. It's that unfathomable ability again. Looks like Qi Feng is going to lose. Qin Kong and Qi Feng's strength are almost equal, yet Qin Kong was defeated under Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability in a single move. Presumably, Qi Feng would face a similar outcome. The surrounding crowd of spectators seemed to have already seen the scene of Qi Feng being heavily injured and defeated by Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, this battle was without the slightest bit of suspense. HMPH. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you use an illusory realm soul skill executed by a 4th level void interpretation stage spiritual force against a 4th level void interpretation stage inscription master. Zisheng looked at Duan Lingtian from afar as a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Even though you didn't die at my hands. But I'm still extremely happy as there'll be one less person that will go against me and is able to threaten me in this world. Your devil-seal tablet will very quickly become mine. The magnificent life of I, Zisheng, has only just begun, whereas the life of you, Duan Lingtian, will end today. When he thought of this happy thing, Zisheng's face was covered in joy, and he seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Qi Feng. Duan Lingtian, you refused to become my disciple in front of everyone and caused me to lose face, and you have to pay the price for that. Ning Can's ghastly gaze stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian's figure as he muttered to himself. A light bang sounded out. Qi Feng's spiritual force had swept out to shatter Duan Lingtian's illusory space, and it completely crippled Duan Lingtian's soul skill. If Qi Feng's spiritual force was only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, then it would be insufficient to shake the illusory space Duan Lingtian constructed with his 4th level void interpretation stage spiritual force. Yet it just happened that Qi Feng's spiritual force was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and it just happened to be able to counter Duan Lingtian's illusory space. At this instant, the stretched out spiritual force of the representatives of the various dynasties who were inscription master noticed an inkling. Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability has been overcome. I truly never imagined that Qi Feng is actually an inscription master. Not only that, after his spiritual force stretched out, it actually easily destroyed Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability. The scene before our eyes is truly unexpected. Chapter 828. Duan Lingtian is injured. As inscription masters, the representatives of the various dynasties were in a complete uproar. Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability had been overcome. Qi Feng was an inscription master and his spiritual force that stretched out had easily overcome Duan Lingtian's ability. The words of these inscription master quickly entered into the ears of every single person present, and it caused everyone to look at Duan Lingtian and Qi Feng skeptically. They quickly noticed that when facing Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability, Qi Feng seemed to have utterly not noticed it and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. Could it be that Qi Feng is really capable of overcoming Duan Lingtian's ability? If it's really like this, then wouldn't Qi Feng be able to easily obtain victory? Duan Lingtian is in danger. Instantly, the group of people that were originally filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for him when they saw Qi Feng withdraw his grade 3 spirit bow. I was wondering why Ning Can specially arranged this. So it turns out that Qi Feng is an inscription master and is even capable of countering brother Lingtian. Zhang Shouyang's expression was unsightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression and muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian was able to arrive at this position by relying on his unfathomable ability. Now that his ability has been overcome, I'm afraid he's in danger. Su Li's face was suffused with worry. Big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted slightly as her red-colored long robe fluttered without the presence of wind, and it seemed as if she was ready to make a move and assist Duan Lingtian at any moment. Lingtian, since he's an inscription master and is able to counter you, you should admit defeat quickly. Feng Wudao spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. You're still young and still have a long way ahead of you. It doesn't matter even if you don't get first place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Even though there wasn't any progress between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, Feng Wudao had taken Duan Lingtian to be his son-in-law since long ago, and he naturally hoped that nothing happened to Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd utterly not heard Feng Wudao's words, and not only did he not reply, he even didn't look over at Feng Wudao. This caused Feng Wudao to be unable to help but be slightly worried. What exactly does this kid want to do? Actually, it wasn't just Feng Wudao who'd sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and asked him to admit defeat. Even Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang had persuaded Duan Lingtian more than once. However, when faced with their persuasion, Duan Lingtian acted as if he didn't hear them and persisted in his actions, and it was as if he utterly didn't hear them. Qi Feng, quickly kill him so as to avoid him speaking out with an admission of defeat. Ningkan looked at Qi Feng who'd taken out the grade 3 spirit bow and condensed his origin energy and 4th level intermediate wind concept into an arrow, and he shouted out via voice transmission. Qi Feng shuddered when receiving Ning Kan's shout via voice transmission, and his gaze became even more fierce and focused. His gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. At this moment, it seemed as if only Duan Lingtian remained in the world in his eyes. When Qi Feng destroyed his illusory space and withdrew the grade 3 spirit bow, Duan Lingtian's expression had already become completely serious. Without his soul skill, thousand illusions, to rely on, he was utterly unable to go against Qi Feng with his current strength, yet there was naturally a reason why he still hadn't admitted defeat now. Unknowingly, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body started to boil, and the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form, started to circulate. Origin energy has just arisen on Duan Lingtian's body before it combined with his 2nd level intermediate wind concept to transform into real wind. The strong winds coiled around his body yet didn't give Duan Lingtian the slightest sense of safety. Under Qi Feng's gaze that seemed to be able to penetrate everything, Duan Lingtian felt he had no place to hide, and even if he flashed about with his movement technique, whirlwind, his heart was still filled with uneasiness. He'd witnessed Qi Feng's ability earlier. Besides possessing a formidable strength, Qi Feng was a natural-born archer, and he possessed the qualities that any outstanding archer possessed: calmness, patience, and decisiveness. These 3 qualities weren't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. In the profession of a mercenary on the earth of his previous life, Duan Lingtian could be considered to be an all-rounder weapons specialist, and he similarly possessed these qualities. Moreover, these qualities were the qualities he possessed as a top sniper. A sniper and archer seemed to be extremely different, yet they achieved the same objective by different methods. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian would arouse an uneasy feeling when facing Qi Feng, because he knew how terrifying an archer that possessed these 3 qualities was. Practically every single arrow in the hands of an archer like this would hit its target every single time. Come at me. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian readjusted his state of mind, and a grade 3 spirit sword appeared in his hand. Along with it being coiled around by his material wind concept, it emitted strands of sharp aura. It was an aura that was almost like a blade of wind. At the same time, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body moved according to the mental cultivation method of the sword dragon form and seemed to have transformed into roaring enraged dragons that ceaselessly charged through the various meridians in Duan Lingtian's body. Every single time they charged about, they carried the formidable medicinal strength of the rebirth pill and ceaselessly accumulated force as if they were making preparations for something. A light buzz resounded out, and it caused everyone present to hold their breaths. It was the arrow condensed completely from Qi Feng's materialized wind concept that had been placed on the grade 3 spirit bow in Qi Feng's hand before being placed on the bowstring and pulled back. The bowstring was pulled back until it became a full crescent shape. Qi Feng's gaze that seemed to be capable of penetrating everything locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. The hair of Qi Feng who'd drawn his bow shook and in the end, the band that tied his hair broke apart. In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before finally condensing into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth, and a total of 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. Presently, Qi Feng had drawn his bow while his hair fluttered without the presence of wind, and coupled with the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky, it seemed to have transformed into a grand and magnificent scene that was flawless. Finally, at the instant that the hearts of the surrounding crowd of spectators moved up to their throats, Qi Feng released the arrow condensed from material wind concept. The arrow vanished instantly from the grade 3 spirit bow, and it tore through the sky. In the sky, the 151 ancient horned dragon Silhouettes brandished their claws and bared their fangs as they flashed out along with it with a speed so swift that they seemed to be bolts of lightning that flashed past the horizon. How swift! At practically the instant Qi Feng released the arrow, Duan Ling Tian's expression couldn't help but go grim. At almost the exact same instant, the arrows that shot out had instantly enlarged before Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and it flew straight towards his forehead and was about to pierce him. At the same time that Qi Feng released his arrow, the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand had already swept out towards his forehead as if it could predict the arrow's trajectory. At practically the instant the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand blocked before his forehead, the arrows completely condensed into form from material 3rd level intermediate wind concept had arrived as well, and it directly collided onto the blade of the grade 3 spirit sword. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt a terrifying strength gush into the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand, causing his palm to split apart and fresh blood to drip down from it. It wasn't just that, the enormous force blasted onto his body as well, and it fiercely blasted him out. Duan Ling Tian flew out like an arrow that left the bow as the hand that he held his sword with had completely lost all feeling in it, and he even didn't know when his grade 3 spirit sword had left his hand. Presently, he was facing the energy from the arrow that entered into his body. This energy was extremely overbearing, and as soon as it entered Duan Ling Tian's body, it shattered the meridians everywhere it passed, causing Duan Ling Tian's internal organs to be injured. During the process after Duan Ling Tian was blasted flying, he ceaselessly spat out blood violently, and all of it was the blood from the injuries to his meridians and internal organs. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted and almost split apart as she exclaimed, "Big brother Duan!" Her figure was like flames as it shook and wanted to go rescue Duan Ling Tian. However, she was stopped by Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao knew that not only did his daughter not have the strength to save Duan Ling Tian, even if she did, once she interfered in this battle, the Skywolf Fort would absolutely not let it go. Ling Tian, quickly admit defeat. When he saw Qi Feng condensed an arrow once more and place it on the grade 3 spirit bow before drawing it into the shape of a full crescent moon, Feng Wudao couldn't help but continue making his voice transmission penetrate into Duan Ling Tian's ear. Duan Ling Tian, quickly admit defeat. Brother Ling Tian. The bodies of Su Li and Zhang Shouyang trembled from agitation when they saw this scene, and they clenched their fists tightly as they ceaselessly shot their voice transmissions into Duan Ling Tian's eardrums with the intention of making Duan Ling Tian admit defeat. Big brother Duan, admit defeat, quickly admit defeat. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes were suffused with a crimson-red color as she ceaselessly cried out, and she completely disregarded her image. At this moment, in her heart, she only hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive, and anything else wasn't important. This Duan Ling Tian still hasn't admitted defeat even until now. Could it be that he really wants to die? Qi Feng is about to shoot another arrow, and he's dead for sure once this arrow is shot. The surrounding crowd of spectators shook their heads successively as they felt that if Duan Ling Tian still didn't admit defeat, then he would surely die here today. Buddha be praised. The Empyrean temples Wei Ming and Wei Jing pressed their palms together and chanted. Duan Ling Tian, you said that you would fight me in the future. Could it be that you want to break your promise? The young monk's gaze stared at Duan Ling Tian's figure like a bolt of lightning as he muttered to himself. Zhang Yan, you have to properly learn from Duan Ling Tian in the future. Extraordinary, extraordinary. The emotion-severing sect's master, Payan, seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes revealed a trace of sudden understanding before he spoke to Zhang Yan in a low voice. Learn from Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Yan was puzzled. Isn't Duan Ling Tian about to be killed? Finally, Duan Ling Tian's figure that was blasted flying had stopped in midair, yet his body was trembling as if he was going through something within his body. In Duan Ling Tian's body, the formidable strength that came from Qi Feng's arrow was destroying Duan Ling Tian's meridians and internal organs before fiercely piercing into his primary meridians. For a time, it clashed with the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body, and in the end, even a large portion of the dormant overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was drawn out by it. Chapter 829, Pleasantly Surprising Breakthrough. As soon as the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill flowed out, it combined flawlessly with the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body and resisted the foreign formidable strength within his body. With the addition of the rebirth pill's medicinal strength, the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body seemed as if it was assisted by the gods and easily annihilated the foreign energy. Subsequently, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill started to return to hiding in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's dantian. Of course, a large portion of it had completely fused into the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body after fighting side by side earlier, causing Duan Ling Tian's origin energy to expand, and it seemed as if it was injected with a stimulant as it fiercely charged forward. A light bang resounded out, and Duan Ling Tian's bottleneck that led to the third level of the void interpretation stage and hadn't shown any movement for a long time broke with a crack. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's origin energy underwent a transformation. "I've broken through." When he noticed the changes in his body, Duan Ling Tian's feelings surged because he knew that he'd succeeded. He'd succeeded in relying on the strength from before to break through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian was stunned once more because he noticed that the violent origin energy in his body continued charging forward without losing momentum in the slightest after charging through the bottleneck to advance to the third level of the void interpretation stage. After noticing this, Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to circulate the mental cultivation method of the sword dragon form. His origin energy flashed out fiercely while completely being moved forward by the overbearing medicinal strength left behind by the rebirth pill, and it seemed as if it had gone berserk and utterly didn't know how to stop. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian noticed to his shock that after he broke through to the third level of the void interpretation stage, the bottleneck that led towards the fourth level of the void interpretation stage had formed. Duan Ling Tian hadn't even had the time to think when the bottleneck that led to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage was blasted open, whereas, Duan Ling Tian's origin energy underwent a transformation once more. Meanwhile, the speed of the origin energy moved by the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill had finally slowed down, yet it still showed no signs of stopping. Finally, after the bottleneck that led to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage appeared, his origin energy completely went quiet, whereas the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill in his origin energy was completely exhausted as well. 2 levels. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, utterly stunned. He originally intended to use the strength of Qi Feng's arrow to take a risk and arouse the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill in his body to charge through the bottleneck that led to the third level of the void interpretation stage. But unexpectedly, he'd still underestimated the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill directly mobilized his origin energy and allowed him to break through twice successively, and he broke through to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, it was at the end of the fourth level of the void interpretation stage and had directly formed the bottleneck that led to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage. In other words, if he advanced a step further, he would be able to break through to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage. A pleasant surprise came so swiftly, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly unable to recover from it. Only when a wave of ear-piercing sounds entered his ears and his throat felt as if it had been locked onto that Duan Ling Tian didn't have the time to look yet could guess what had happened. Qi Feng's second arrow had arrived. Without any hesitation, a sword appeared out of thin air with the raise of his hand, and it was a sword that emitted a terrifying aura. At this moment, what Duan Ling Tian had to do was to stop Qi Feng's arrow and not launch an attack, so he didn't utilize the 9 dragons' radiant flash but used the most straightforward sword-drawing arts. As soon as his sword swept out, the vast origin energy from Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough instantly gushed into the sword, and his second-level intermediate wind concept fused into his origin energy at the same time. The sword Duan Ling Tian withdrew in a hurry was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, and when combined with the fourth-level void interpretation stage origin energy he possessed now, it mobilized the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons. Half of them was the energy contained in his fourth-level void interpretation stage origin energy, and the other half was the amplification strength of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. It wasn't just that, there was also the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons from Duan Ling Tian's second-level intermediate wind concept. When both of them were added together, it was the strength of an entire 150 ancient horned dragons. It practically just happened to be equal to the strength contained on Qi Feng's arrow, so the outcome was obvious. The arrow shattered on contact with the sword, and a terrifying strength swept out from the collision, causing terrifying waves of air to shoot out into the surroundings. The terrifying violet wind swept out in all directions, causing some young geniuses with comparatively lower cultivations to be unable to help but narrow their eyes. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian, who was at the center of the storm, stood without moving. The sword in his hand had already been put away, and the sword light that shot out like a bolt of lightning earlier had been completely extinguished after shattering Qi Feng's arrow. The energy of the heavens and earth that fluctuated mightily in the sky was unable to condense into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the end. Duan Ling Tianum, who noticed that he didn't expose the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Right when everyone including Qi Feng was dumbstruck, Duan Ling Tian moved. The direction Duan Ling Tian flashed out towards was precisely the location of Qi Feng. This time, the spiritual force Duan Ling Tian mobilized was tremendously different from the spiritual force from before. After he broke through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force had broken through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage along with this, so the illusory space constructed by his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, now was even more solid than before. In the next moment, the illusory space had already enveloped Qi Feng. Subsequently, under the dumbstruck gazes of the surrounding spectators, Duan Ling Tian, whose blood still flowed out from the corners of his mouth, had flashed to arrive by Qi Feng's side. Under the circumstances that Qi Feng didn't react in the slightest, he struck out with his palm and heavily injured Qi Feng. The illusory space shattered after this. Ah! Qi Feng's countenance was pale, and his body shook before spitting out a mouthful of blood. When he saw Duan Ling Tian, who stood nearby, a wisp of bitterness arose on his face. You've broken through. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. It was because Qi Feng had clearly explained the sequence of events to him earlier, otherwise he would absolutely not have held back. As for the 2 arrows that Qi Feng shot out without holding back in the slightest, Duan Ling Tian didn't blame him. A person like Qi Feng would only attack with full strength once deciding to make a move. Perhaps in his mind, there was utterly no word called mercy. Moreover, Qi Feng had once persuaded him to admit defeat, and it was he who didn't admit defeat and asked Qi Feng to make a move against him. It could be said that even if he died this time, he would have died to his arrogance and conceit, and not at Qi Feng's hands. Because Qi Feng had already clearly said that he didn't want to kill him, it was he who forced Qi Feng to make a move. Fortunately, he made the right bet and didn't die. You had the intention of relying on my strength to break through since the beginning. Qi Feng took a deep breath and asked once more. You're very smart. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly, and then he soared up into the sky to look at Ning Can, who had a livid expression before speaking with a clear voice. Vice Fort Master Ning, thank you. If it wasn't for you that asked Qi Feng to temper me, I wouldn't have successfully broken through so quickly. Duan Ling Tian especially placed emphasis on the word temper. HMPH. Ning Can grunted coldly as he was naturally able to discern the ridicule within Duan Ling Tian's words. Never had he imagined that he originally wanted to make Qi Feng kill Duan Ling Tian, yet who knew that it would help Duan Ling Tian in the end instead, allowing Duan Ling Tian to complete a breakthrough at the most critical moment. When he recalled the manner Duan Ling Tian shattered Qi Feng's arrow with the raise of his hand, Ning Can was slightly unable to wrap his head around it even until now. Even if Duan Ling Tian broke through, he seems to be only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, right? How did he shatter Qi Feng's arrow with a 3rd level void interpretation stage cultivation? He didn't suspect that Qi Feng had held back because the arrow Qi Feng shot out had the silhouettes of 151 ancient horned dragons following behind it. That was Qi Feng's full strength. Looks like there are many secrets in this Duan Ling Tian's possession. Ning Can thought to himself. After ridiculing Ning Can, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Feng Wei, who had an unsightly expression, before looking at the nearby Zishang and saying via voice transmission. Zishang, you're surely extremely disappointed now, right? Zishang's face sank when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he replied bluntly via voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian, don't be complacent. Even if you're able to survive at Qi Feng's hand, you're bound to be unable to live for long. Then we'll see who lives longer. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Zishang before returning to the side of Feng Tianwu and the others. Tianwu, Uncle Feng, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang. Sorry, I made all of you worry. Duan Ling Tian looked apologetically at the 4 people before him. Actually, he'd heard all the ceaseless voice transmissions from the 4 of them, but because his was in a state of extreme concentration, so he was utterly unable to reply. Duan Ling Tian, you really scared us. Su Li laughed bitterly and then said, next time, tell us beforehand if you want to take a risk, so that we're mentally prepared. You didn't see it earlier, young Miss Tianwu. HMPH. Feng Tianwu grunted coldly to interrupt Su Li, and then she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with concern. Big brother Duan, are you alright? I'm fine, I've only suffered some light injuries. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. After he consumed a healing medicinal pill earlier, the injuries in his meridians and internal organs had already almost recovered. That sword strike of his from before was extremely extraordinary. In the distant sky, Wei Ming, who stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian from afar, spoke with a serious expression. That strike was actually able to rival Qi Feng's arrow, and it indicated that it at least possesses the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 150 ancient horned dragons? Wei Jing said in surprise. Is this possible? Even if Duan Ling Tian broke through, he'd have only broken through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. How could he possibly possess such a formidable strength? Perhaps this is the strength of a variant. Wei Ming continued. It can only be explained in this way. Wei Jing nodded. Duan Ling Tian, you really didn't disappoint me. I look forward extremely to the battle between us in the near future. The young monk muttered to himself, and then his voice transmission shot out to pierce into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Chapter 830, Distributing Rewards. Anytime. After Duan Ling Tian received the voice transmission of the young monk, he replied unhurriedly. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian wasn't the slightest bit afraid when facing the young monk's challenge. Presently, his cultivation had successively broken through by 2 levels, so Duan Ling Tian, whose strength had increased greatly, was naturally even more unafraid. It was even to the extent that so long as this young monk wasn't an inscription master, the young monk would be utterly incapable of going against the illusory space constructed by his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, with only a cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, unless the young monk had also consumed a special spirit fruit that strengthened the soul, or in other words, spiritual force. So long as the young monk's spiritual force was at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage and wasn't an inscription master, then once he fell into the illusory space constructed by Duan Ling Tian's soul skill, he would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations. Sword 13 and Saber 5 nodded and smiled to Duan Ling Tian before soaring into the sky to gather with the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, the 2 middle-aged monks of Empyrean Temple, and the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Payan. The higher-ups of the 4 great powers of the foreign lands had gathered together. I originally thought that Duan Ling Tian was about to be defeated, yet who would have known that a turn in events occurred and he actually defeated Qi Feng to obtain the number 1 rank in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Someone couldn't help but exclaim with astonishment. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had become the center of attention as well, the first place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. How great an honor was this! Zhang Yan, I truly never imagined that I would be able to see you here. And what I didn't expect even more was that you actually joined a power of the foreign lands, the emotion-severing sect, that isn't inferior to the Skywolf Fort, and you've even become the personal disciple of the sect master. Duan Ling Tian flew out to arrive by the side of Zhang Yan, who stood alone in the sky, and he took the initiative to greet Zhang Yan. All those years ago, even though there was slight conflict between him and Zhang Yan, yet it couldn't be considered to be any deep enmity. Since both of them who came from the same imperial kingdom were able to meet in the foreign lands, it was sufficient to show that there was fate between them. You're not bad as well, as you were able to successively break through 2 levels under a dangerous situation like that and break through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, that sword you used to shatter Qi Feng's arrow isn't simple, right? Zhang Yan glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, yet his face still remained expressionless. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face had completely frozen long ago when Zhang Yan had only spoken halfway, and he only recovered from his shock after some time before taking a deep breath and asking. It's your master that discerned it? Zhang Yan nodded. Looks like that master of yours is only half a step away from the martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. Never had he expected that Zhang Yan's master was so formidable, to not only be able to discern he'd broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage under the circumstances that the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't condensed into form. Zhang Yan's master was even able to discern that the sword he utilized at that time wasn't simple. The sword he used at that time was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, so it naturally wasn't simple. You're even able to discern this? Zhang Yan's emotionless face revealed a rare expression of being moved. It isn't difficult to guess. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. His mind had combined with the memories of the 2 lifetimes experienced by the rebirth martial emperor, so drawing inferences and guessing some things wasn't difficult. Even Sword 13, who was a 9th level void transformation stage martial artist, was unable to discern the cultivation he revealed under the condition that the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't condensed into form. Only an expert that had stepped halfway into the martial monarch stage or an expert at the martial monarch stage or above was capable of discerning it. It was obviously impossible that Zhang Yan's master was at the martial monarch stage. If Zhang Yan's master was at the martial monarch stage, then once he made an appearance, no matter if it was the two Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, or Sword 13 and Saber 5 from the Blade Sect, all of them would probably not dare talk loudly before him. Moreover, the Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect were only third-rate powers in the foreign lands. Since that emotion-severing sect was coupled with these two sects, it would presumably not be strong to any extent and would surely be a third-rate power as well. A martial monarch stage expert didn't exist in a third-rate power of the foreign lands. Even if it was only a single martial monarch stage expert, a power that possessed a martial monarch stage expert could be considered to be a second-rate power in the foreign lands, and it was far from being something a third-rate power could compare to. It could be said that if a martial monarch stage expert moved out, he would be sufficient to sweep through an entire third-rate power. The strength of a martial monarch stage expert was obvious from this. Zhang Yan, how did you arrive at the emotion-severing sect? I heard from Senior Sword that your emotion-severing sect isn't an ordinary sect, and only people that have severed their emotions would be able to progress well in there. Duan Ling Tian said curiously, you seem to be progressing well there and have even become the personal disciple of the emotion-severing sect's master. Could it be that you've severed your emotions as well? Didn't you like Ziyan? Even though many years had passed, Duan Ling Tian still clearly remembered Zhang Yan's obsession towards Ziyan. I am I, and she is she. There's already no relationship between the two of us. Zhang Yan spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't contain the slightest feelings. What? Duan Ling Tian was greatly surprised by Zhang Yan's reaction. Zhang Yan, could it be that something happened between the two of you? I still remember that when we fought the first time all those years ago, you were standing up for her. Later on, you went against me in every aspect because of her as well. If you came to look for me for the sake of discussing her, then you should go back. If you've come to catch up with me, then I welcome it with open arms. Zhang Yan continued, looks like you've really changed. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and sighed. He still remembered that the Zhang Yan from all those years ago looked at him with a hostile gaze, especially when before Ziyan, and he wished for nothing more than to slice him into 1,000 pieces. Yet now, even though Zhang Yan couldn't be considered to be friendly towards him, he seemed to not be averse towards him. No matter what, since you have a fortuitous encounter like this, I have to congratulate you. When two people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are able to meet in the foreign lands, then it can be considered to be fate. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. Since Zhang Yan didn't hold any hostility towards him anymore, he naturally wouldn't hold a grudge from the little conflict they had in the past. He'd always followed the principle of not attacking unless attacked. In this world, having another friend was always better than having an extra enemy. Thank you. Even though his face was still expressionless, yet his eyes flashed with a trace of bright light. Obviously, he approved of Duan Ling Tian's words. In the distance, the higher-ups of the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect were gathered together. Sword 13, Wei Ming, Peian. I know the goal that all of you came here with, and it's none other than because all of you want to take a share from my Skywolf Fort. Since all of you've come, my Skywolf Fort will naturally not be selfish. Ninkan went straight to the point. But all of you must provide a portion of the rewards distributed to the 10 dynasties and the young geniuses in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Of course, Sword 13 nodded and agreed at the first possible moment. This monk has no objection. Wei Ming pressed his palms together as he spoke. All right, Peian spoke indifferently with an expressionless face. Not long after, the higher-ups of the 4 great powers of the foreign lands gathered the rewards for the martial competition this time, whereas, Ning Kan's expression eased up slightly. In this way, his Skywolf Fort wouldn't suffer a loss. Subsequently, it was the distribution of rewards. The Darken Dynasty possesses 5 young geniuses that are ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition this time, so it's able to obtain 10 concept fragments, 10 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 10 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ning Kan, who stood in the central area of the sky above the combat arena and had become the center of attention, spoke out slowly. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The Emperor of the Darken Dynasty hurriedly expressed his gratitude after obtaining the rewards, and a smile bloomed on his face. On the other hand, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties revealed envious expressions as they looked at the darkened dynasty's emperor, and some of their eyes even revealed greed and killing intent. Obviously, they had malicious intent. Besides that, the Darky dynasty, Darken dynasty, Daryuan dynasty, Darchu dynasty, and Darking dynasty will each obtain 2 concept fragments, 2 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 2 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ningkan continued announcing and sent out the rewards at the same time. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The representatives of the 5 great dynasties hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Finally, the representatives of the remaining 4 dynasties will each obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ningkan continued. Obviously, this was a consolation prize and didn't even carry a concept fragment. Even though the expressions of the representatives of the 4 dynasties was unsightly, yet they still accepted it gratefully. The dynasties behind them had been bustling about for so long and even sacrificed many young geniuses, yet they only obtained this little bit of rewards and didn't even obtain a concept fragment. How could they be happy? Even if it was only a single one, a concept fragment was sufficient to represent a future void transformation stage expert. So, the value of a concept fragment wasn't something a spirit weapon or medicinal pill could compare to. After distributing the rewards to the various dynasties, Ning Kan's voice sounded out once more. Now, I call upon the young geniuses that are ranked in the top 10 to come forward. Instantly, the 10 people, including Duan Ling Tian, soared into the sky and surrounded Ning Kan. The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will obtain 3 4th level concept fragments, 10 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 10 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ning Kan passed over the spatial ring that contained the prizes to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. Duan Ling Tian grinned and completely disregarded the coldness in the depths of Ning Kan's gaze when looking at him. For a time, Duan Ling Tian had once again drawn the attention of everyone. 3 4th level concept fragments. Even if it was the representatives of those dynasties that included the Darken dynasty's emperor, their eyes went completely red with envy. After all, the concept fragments that the representatives of the various dynasties obtained as reward were only 1st level concept fragments, and they were utterly unable to compare with 4th level concept fragments. Duan Ling Tian had obtained 3 of them in one go, so how could they not feel envy? If they knew that Duan Ling Tian didn't have any interest towards this prize, then they would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood repeatedly. In reality, Duan Ling Tian did indeed not care about the prize he'd just obtained and casually tossed the spatial ring that held the reward into his spatial ring, and he utterly didn't have the intention of opening it to take a look. Duan Ling Tian's prize was the best. The second in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, Zishang, only obtained 2 4th level concept fragments, 9 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 9 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. The third, Qi Feng, obtained a single 4th level concept fragment, 8 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 8 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. Chapter 831. The 4 Great Powers Fighting for Geniuses. The prizes for the people ranked behind were even worse. According to their ranking, the grade 3 spirit weapons and grade 3 life recovery pills gradually reduced, and when it came to Zhang Shouyang at the 10th, he only obtained a single grade 3 spirit weapon and a single bottle of grade 3 life recovery pills. As for concept fragments, the 4th to the 6th respectively obtained 3, 2, and 1/3 level concept fragments. The 7th to the 9th respectively obtained 3, 2, and 1/2 level concept fragments. The 10th, Zhang Shouyang, obtained 3 1st level concept fragments. Even then, Zhang Shouyang was bursting with joy, because there just happened to be an earth concept fragment amongst the 3 1st level concept fragments. Duan Ling Tian sighed when he saw the brilliant smile on Zhang Shouyang's face, and he casually withdrew the spatial ring he'd just obtained and took out the 3 4th level concept fragments contained within. I wonder if there's an earth concept fragment amongst them, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. The facts proved that Duan Ling Tian's luck wasn't bad, and there just happened to be an earth concept fragment amongst the 3 4th level concept fragments. Big Brother Zhang. Duan Ling Tian took out the 4th level earth concept fragment and passed it to Zhang Shouyang. Brother Ling Tian, you've comprehended earth concept as well, so keep it for yourself. Zhang Shouyang's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude as he shook his head and refused Duan Ling Tian's good intentions. Big Brother Zhang, I possess an earth concept fragment with an even higher level, said Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. He's obtained a 7th level earth concept fragment in the Sword Monarch's treasure all those years ago, so unless it was an 8th level Earth concept fragment or above, otherwise, he wouldn't be interested. After some tactful persuasion, Zhang Shouyang took the 4th level Earth concept fragment. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian gave Feng Tianwu the 4th level fire concept fragment amongst the 2 remaining concept fragments. The final concept fragment was a water concept fragment, and Su Li had no use of it, so he casually tossed it back into his spatial ring. After the rewards were completely distributed, most of the people were immersed in joy, and only when Ningkan spoke out once more did the scene quiet down. Representatives and young geniuses from the 10 dynasties. The rewards distributed earlier are only the rewards for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Ning Kan's voice entered clearly into the ears of every single person present. It's only the rewards for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Ning Kan's words caused many of the representatives and young geniuses to have puzzled expressions as they didn't know what Ning Kan's words meant, yet all of them still looked at Ning Kan with anticipation. They were able to discern that there was a continuation to Ning Kan's words. Today, our Skywolf Fort will be recruiting disciples. Any young genius of the 10 dynasties that's at the void interpretation stage or above may join our Skywolf Fort. Ning Kan said with a sonorous voice, once all of you join our Skywolf Fort, our Skywolf Fort will bestow more concept fragments, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills to all of you. Even the dynasties all of you are from will obtain generous rewards. As soon as Ning Kan finished speaking, many young geniuses present were moved by this. After the numerous rounds of selections in the martial competition, almost every single one of the young geniuses from the 10 dynasties that were able to be standing here were existences at the void interpretation stage or above. In other words, every single one of them were able to join the Skywolf Fort and become a disciple of the Skywolf Fort. Our Blade sect similarly welcomes every one of you to join us. Meanwhile, Sword 13 spoke out as well, and then he added, what we give won't be less than the Skywolf Fort. Instantly, even more people were moved. The Blade sect was a formidable power of the foreign lands that wasn't inferior to the Skywolf Fort, and the might Sword 13 had revealed earlier caused them to rather admire and be attracted to the Blade sect. Buddha be praised. The middle-aged monk, Wei Ming, stood out as well, and then he said with a sonorous voice, the Empyrean Temple opens its doors and invites the entrance of all male young geniuses, and we'll surely not treat all of you shabbily. The group of young geniuses went silent when they heard the monk. After a short while, a young genius couldn't help but asked, monk, I heard that not only must we bald ourselves, we must practice abstinence from meat and lust, and chant prayers in your Empyrean temple. Is it really like this? Instantly, the group of young geniuses looked over. If it was really like this, then was there any meaning in living? No matter how great a benefit they obtained, they would surely be unwilling to join the Empyrean temple. Buddha be praised, everyone, you've misunderstood. Wei Ming laughed bitterly. Our Empyrean temple is divided into those that have become monks and those that haven't. Disciples that haven't become monks aren't governed by these rules. That's still alright. Wei Ming's answer caused many young men to heave a sigh of relief. The emotion-severing sect welcomes all of you to join us. Peian, the sect master of the emotion-severing sect spoke out, and his expression was emotionless as he spoke coldly. The 4 great powers of the foreign lands recruiting disciples at the same time caused many young geniuses to find it slightly difficult to choose. Of course, some people already had their choices. For example, Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyang stood by Sword 13's side, and they were obviously intending to head to the Blade sect with Sword 13. On the other hand, Zisheng followed by Ning Kan's side instead. As the personal disciple of Ning Kan, he naturally joined the Skywolf Fort. Duan Ling Tian and Zisheng were the first and second in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and both of them already had a home. For a time, the third, Qi Feng, had become the target the 4 great powers competed for. Qi Feng, the emotion-severing sect welcomes you. The sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Peian, was the first to speak with an invitation. Qi Feng, our Blade sect welcomes you to join us. Sword 13 invited as well. He'd clearly seen Qi Feng's ability earlier, and his archery skills were really extraordinary. Most importantly, Qi Feng was calm, patient, and decisive, and this displayed his value even more. Buddha be praised. The Empyrean Temple invites benefactor Qi Feng to join us. Wei Ming was unwilling to lag behind. Qi Feng, if you don't join my Skywolf Fort, then I'll send people to annihilate your family. Feng Wei, who'd once threatened Qi Feng earlier, sent a voice transmission to threaten Qi Feng once more. As far as he was concerned, Since Qi Feng had yielded once, Qi Feng would yield again. If I don't join your Skywolf Fort, you'll annihilate my family. Vice Fort Master Feng, are you inviting me? Or are you threatening me? Unfortunately, Qi Feng didn't choose to endure any longer, and he instead looked at Feng Wei and asked with a low voice. As soon as Qi Feng said this, the entire scene was in an uproar. For the sake of making Qi Feng join the Skywolf Fort, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, had actually threatened Qi Feng like this. For a time, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties frowned in unison. Since Feng Wei could threaten Qi Feng, wouldn't it represent that he was able to threaten them as well? Qi Feng, don't you dare make slanderous accusations of me. Feng Wei's face went ominous. Never had he imagined that Qi Feng would actually dare shed all pretenses and repeat his threats. Moreover, Qi Feng had spoken it out loud. Making slanderous accusations. HMPH. Qi Feng glanced indifferently at Feng Wei before grunting coldly, then he looked at the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Peiyan, and his expression eased up as he asked respectfully. Sect Master Pei, will the emotion-severing sect be able to protect my family and friends' safety if I join the emotion-severing sect? As soon as Qi Feng said this, Ning Qian and Feng Wei's faces went grim. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly as he never imagined that Qi Feng would be so brave to actually dare trap the Skywolf Fort like this. As soon as Qi Feng said this, it practically affirmed the fact that the Skywolf Fort had threatened him, and this time, the Skywolf Fort would be unable to wash it away no matter what they did. Just like Duan Ling Tian thought, when the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties looked at Ning Qian and Feng Wei, their eyes contained slight rejection. Feng Wei, what a great thing you've done. Ning Qian's voice transmission pierced into Feng Wei's ears as he cursed. Just because of your threats to Qi Feng, our Skywolf Fort might have completely done everything to only benefit the other 3 powers in the end. Feng Wei's expression went even more gloomy when he heard Ning Qian's curses. Of course, he didn't dare vent his feelings on Ning Qian. His eyes were filled with coldness, and his gaze locked on tightly onto Qi Feng. Of course, when facing Qi Feng's question, Peiyan nodded lightly without the slightest hesitation, and then he said with an expressionless face, if you're willing to join my emotion-severing sect, then I can speak now. One who lays a hand on the loved ones of you, Qi Feng, is one who'd going against Peiyan. When Peiyan made such a promise, it caused Sword 13 and Wei Ming to be unable to help but shake their heads and sigh. They knew they had no chance to obtain Qi Feng. Instantly, their gazes moved to the person that was ranked at the 4th, Qin Kong, but unfortunately, they hadn't even had the chance to speak when Qin Kong had already said, I'll go wherever Qi Feng goes. Sword 13 and Wei Ming instantly started laughing bitterly. Sect Master Pei, I'm willing to join your emotion-severing sect. After Qi Feng heard Peiyan's agreement, he agreed right away and joined the emotion-severing sect. All right, Peiyan nodded, and a rare wisp of a slight smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. I welcome the both of you. Obviously, he'd heard Qin Kong's words as well. For a time, the 3rd and 4th of the martial competition had both joined the emotion-severing sect. Tom Yu, our Skywolf Fort welcomes you to join us. Ning Qian looked at Tom Yu who was ranked at the 5th and invited. HMPH. Tom Yu grunted coldly, and then grinned. If I refuse, will the 2 of you go to the Daryuan dynasty to kill my family? If it's so, then I'm truly sorry, but I'm an orphan. Ning Yan was slightly embarrassed when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, of course not. You surely said no because you heard I'm an orphan. Tom Yu had an expression that said, don't try to cheat me. Ning Qian's face sank, and then he glared fiercely at Feng Wei who stood by his side. If it wasn't for Feng Wei threatening Qi Feng and ruining the Skywolf Fort's reputation, how would they possibly be in such a bad situation? Moreover, I'll go wherever my master goes. As Tom Yu spoke, his eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I'll join the Blade Sect. The Blade Sect welcomes you. Sword 13 started laughing, and he never imagined that Duan Ling Tian's existence would help him pull Tom Yu over. Perhaps Tom Yu was inferior to Qi Feng and Qin Kong, but he was also a rare young expert, and he was the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Daryuan dynasty. Chapter 832, Leaving. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but frown when he heard Tom Yu, but for the sake of not making it difficult for Sword 13, he didn't say anything in the end. I'll join the Skywolf Fort. A chilly voice sounded out, and it was the Darking Dynasty's Yi Ling that spoke out and seemed to entirely not care that Feng Wei had threatened Qi Feng earlier. or perhaps she didn't believe Qi Feng's words from before. Yi Ling's thoughts were extremely simple. Besides the Skywolf fort that only had Zishang, the Blade sect and emotion-severing sect both possessed a few young geniuses that were even more outstanding than her, so she wouldn't obtain an important position in the sect even if she joined them. So, she chose the Skywolf fort. The Skywolf fort welcomes you. Ninkan laughed joyfully, as he never imagined that there would still be someone that requested to join the Skywolf fort under these circumstances. After all, the reputation of the Skywolf fort had already been utterly discredited by Feng Wei. All joined the Empyrean Temple. The injuries of Chen, who was ranked number 9, had already more or less recovered, and he spoke out. His thoughts were more or less similar to Yi Ling. Up until now, the Empyrean Temple hadn't obtained single person in the top 10, so if he went there, he would surely be valued. Meanwhile, the top 10 of the martial competition had been completely shared up. The Blade sect was undoubtedly the biggest winner, as it had obtained 5 of the top 10, namely Duan Ling Tian, Tom Yu, Su Li, Feng Tian Wu, and Zhang Shouyang. Even though the emotion-severing sect only obtained 2 people like the Skywolf fort, yet the young geniuses it obtained were the existences at the 3rd and 4th, and they possessed extraordinary strength. Qi Feng and Qin Kong. The Skywolf fort obtained 2, Zishang and Yi Ling. The Empyrean Temple only obtained 1, Chen. In next to no time, the remaining young geniuses successively chose their homes. Perhaps they were reminded by the choices of Yi Ling and Chen, causing even more of them to choose to join the Empyrean Temple and Skywolf fort. This caused smiles to bloom on the face of the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf fort. Buddha be praised. Buddha be praised. Wei Ming's face was covered in a smile. But the 2 vice sect masters of the Blade sect, Sword 13 and Saber 5, and the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Payan, weren't unhappy because of this. As far as they were concerned, was there any point in obtaining a large amount? Quality was the way of kings. In next to no time, brilliant smiles suffused the faces of the representative of the 10 dynasties because they more or less obtained the great gifts given by the 4 powers. They were given great gifts mainly as a form of thanks to the dynasties they were from for fostering this group of young geniuses. Everyone, the matter here has ended. My emotion-severing sect will leave first. Payan bid his farewells indifferently before leaving with Zhang Yan and a few more young geniuses. Buddha be praised. This monk should leave as well. Wei Ming, Wei Jing, and the young monk came in a group of 3 but left in a group of over 10 people. Our Blade sect ought to leave as well. Sword 13 glanced at Ning Ken and Feng Wei before indifferently bidding farewell to the 2, and then he soared into the sky with Duan Ling Tian and the others and headed out of the Skywolf fort. Before he left, Duan Ling Tian noticed a gloomy gaze sweeping towards him, and he couldn't help but turn around. Zishang. A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw the owner of the gaze. Duan Ling Tian, I've said it before, you won't be able to live for long. Zishang's voice transmission clearly entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Idiot. Duan Ling Tian replied calmly via voice transmission before following up to Sword 13 and the others to leave Skywolf fort together. Zishang's face was livid, and in the end, he fiercely gritted his teeth and looked at Ningkan who was talking with the other young geniuses. Master, there's something I want to tell you. There's a treasure in Duan Ling Tian's possession. That possession is a saint weapon that surpasses spirit weapons, and it's capable of providing an amplification of 100%. Zishang was ready to risk everything now, and he was only thinking about how to kill Duan Ling Tian in his heart. As for anything else, he temporarily didn't think of it. What? Ning Kan's pupils constricted when he heard Zishang's voice transmission, and then he looked at Zishang and said with a low voice, "Follow me." After a short moment, both of them arrived at an empty area. Is what you said true? Ningkan asked with a low voice. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ningkan asked again, and his tone contained slight blame. I originally thought that Qi Feng would be able to kill him, and after Qi Feng killed him, I'd think of a way to obtain his spatial ring. Zishang took a deep breath before speaking. You wanted to keep the saint weapon for yourself. Ning Kan's eyes flickered with bright lights as his fierce gaze descended onto Zishang as if it was capable of seeing through him. Yes. Zishang gritted his teeth and nodded in admission. HMPH. I'll deal with you later. Ningkan grunted coldly and left directly, but his tone didn't reveal any intention of blaming Zishang. If he compared himself to Zishang, then he wouldn't easily tell anyone about the saint weapon as well. A saint weapon that provides an amplification of 100%. If the Fort Master is able to obtain it, Then he'll be able to easily defeat the two old fellows of the Blade sect, the old baldy of the Empyrean Temple, and the old sect master and current sect master Payan of the emotion-severing sect. After Ning clan parted with Zishang, he directly headed to the inner fort. This was a great event that had a deep and far effects to their Skywolf fort, so he couldn't afford to dally. Duan Ling Tian, let's see how you survive this time. The corners of Zishang's mouth was suffused with an evil cold smile when he saw Ning Can leave, and he seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being killed by the experts of the Skywolf fort. On the other side, Duan Ling Tian's group headed all the way towards the north after leaving the ancient desert city as the Blade sect was in that direction. Our Blade sect is divided into the House of Sabers and House of Swords. The House of Sabers master is the master of my senior brother Saber, and the master of the House of Swords is my master. Sword 13 introduced the Blade sect to Duan Ling Tian and the others. The gains he obtained this time were extremely plentiful, causing him to be in a great mood. Tom Yu, how about following me to the House of Sabers? Suddenly, Saber 5 arrived at Ta Mu's side and spoke to Tom Yu. I'll go where Master goes. Tom Yu didn't even think before speaking directly. I'll give you the best cultivation environment, how about it? I'll go where Master goes. I'll satisfy any request you have, how about it? Can you say something else? In the end, Saber 5 was completely speechless, and he could only shoot his gaze at Duan Ling Tian. Ling Tian, ask this disciple of yours to join our House of Sabers. How about it? As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was adept in the sword and coupled with his junior brother's sword would surely not allow Duan Ling Tian to leave, so he'd never thought about pulling Duan Ling Tian into the House of Sabers. He only hoped to be able to convince Duan Ling Tian to order Tom Yu to enter the House of Sabers. As far as he was concerned, once Duan Ling Tian issued the order, Tom Yu would absolutely not refuse. He isn't my disciple. Duan Ling Tian frowned and spoke decisively. Ling Tian, just speak frankly about any benefit you want. In any case, my House of Sabers wants this Tom Yu for sure. He isn't my disciple. Ling Tian, how about this, all? Can you not interrupt me, wait for me to? Saber 5 yielded completely after a round of this, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's truly a great waste if the two of you aren't master and disciple. You think so as well. The eyes of Tom Yu, who'd always been following quietly behind Duan Ling Tian, lit up when he heard Saber 5, and he seemed to have found a common topic with Saber 5. Yes, indeed, Saber 5's eyes lit up, there seems to be a chance. Not bad, not bad. Your judgment isn't bad, Tom Yu praised. Since you said my judgment isn't bad, then since I asked you to join my House of Sabers, you. Saber 5 followed along, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Tom Yu. For a time, Saber 5 yielded completely, and he was utterly helpless. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang, who stood on the other side of Duan Ling Tian, couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. As far as they were concerned, Tom Yu was simply a clown. Tom Yu. Duan Ling Tian, who'd never paid any attention to Tom Yu since the beginning, looked at Tom Yu seriously for the first time. Master, is there anything you need? Tom Yu looked respectfully and reverently at Duan Ling Tian. I've already said it before, I'm not your master. Besides that, I want to tell you that I'm unable to teach you the things you want to learn from me because it's an ability that can't be replicated. Duan Ling Tian spoke with a serious expression, and his words came from the heart. Don't worry, master, I'll absolutely not teach it to a third person once I learn it. Tom Yu vowed sincerely, and his words obviously showed he didn't take Duan Ling Tian's words seriously, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel a wave of speechlessness. Did you not hear me clearly? Duan Ling Tian frowned and spoke with slight impatience. Master, I know you feel aversion towards me now, and don't want to pass that ability down to me. But I believe that I'll surely be able to move you with my sincerity one day. Tom Yu spoke in all seriousness. You think I'm deceiving you? Duan Ling Tian could be considered to have understood now. It turned out that this Tom Yu didn't believe him since the beginning. Tom Yu doesn't dare. Tom Yu hurriedly lowered his head like an old child that was wronged when he heard Duan Ling Tian's tone was off. Never mind, I can't be bothered to pay attention to you. Duan Ling Tian was completely helpless. Tom Yu was simply a hopeless case, and he was a peculiar hopeless case that couldn't be polished. Master, I'll surely do my duty as a disciple, said Tom Yu seriously. Duan Ling Tian didn't pay any more attention to him instead, and he looked at Su Li and laughed. Su Li, when did you comprehend intermediate water concept? You really concealed it too deeply, huh? In the past, I thought you only comprehended sword concept. It's a matter from a long time ago. After not utilizing it for a long time, I almost forgot about it. It just happened that I encountered layer upon layer of pressure in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, so I recalled it once more and utilized it. Su Li smiled. Do you think I would believe that? Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes angrily at Su Li. Who was he deceiving? How could a martial artist at the void interpretation stage just forget about something? Chapter 833, Coming with Malicious Intentions. Tom Yu, do you believe me? Su Li smiled lightly as he looked at Tom Yu and asked. I'll believe you if Master does. Tom Yu didn't hesitate in the slightest to reply decisively. He's really obedient. Duan Ling Tian, why don't you take this disciple? I think he's rather not bad. Su Li looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled. Thank you, Martial Uncle, for speaking for Tom Yu. Tom Yu hurriedly bowed and thanked Su Li, and his words came from the heart and were exceedingly sincere. If you want to take him as a disciple, then go ahead. In any case, I have nothing to teach him, and I'm not interested in taking a disciple like this. Duan Ling Tian spoke angrily after glaring at Su Li. Su Li laughed bitterly and didn't say anything further. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law is still in the Darkened Dynasty now. What are you planning to do in the future? Will you bring her over or will you return yourself? Duan Ling Tian asked Zhang Shouyang, as Zhang Shouyang wasn't alone and still had a wife, Wang Chong, who was in the Darkened Dynasty's Zhang clan. When he was in the Darkened Dynasty, Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong had never left each other's side. This time, when Zhang Shouyang left the Darkened Dynasty to come to the foreign lands to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he didn't bring her over. After some time, make a trip with me to bring her over. Zhang Shouyang's face was covered in warmth when Duan Ling Tian mentioned Wang Chong, and he smiled lightly. All right, Duan Ling Tian smiled as he nodded. In his heart, his big brother Zhang had always been the same big brother Zhang from before, the big brother Zhang that had once saved his life and helped him on many occasions. Perhaps his current strength had surpassed Zhang Shouyang, yet so long as Zhang Shouyang had any problems or needs, then he would absolutely not shirk away. Even if he had to lay down his life. At that time, I'll follow the both of you back as well, said Feng Tianwu. Haha, we of course have to bring you along. Zhang Shouyang laughed. If all of you want to return to the Darkened Dynasty, I'll send a few elders to go along with you. The foreign lands isn't like your Darkened Dynasty, and it's filled with danger in every corner. Sword 13 spoke with a light smile when he heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Thank you, Senior. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He knew that this was a special preferential treatment Sword 13 gave to them, and it was a treatment that ordinary Blade sect disciples were unable to enjoy. But if all of you really want to return, it will probably have to wait until a year from now. Sword 13 added. Understood. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was mentally prepared for this since long ago, so he wasn't surprised. When they were still at the Skywolf Fort earlier, he'd vaguely guessed some things from Sword 13's words, and it was related to the treasures left behind by Martial Emperor stage expert. Moreover, that treasure vault had a special inscription formation established on it, causing it to only allow geniuses under the age of 40 to enter. Besides that, there were numerous precious treasures within the treasure vault. Obviously, if there were no precious treasures within it, then would it be able to make the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect exhaust all efforts for it? Not to mention anything else, just the concept fragments the 4 powers had expended on the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties was already of great value. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, the 4 powers would absolutely not make a losing exchange. They'd surely obtained specific information about the treasure vault left behind by the Martial Emperor stage expert beforehand, and they knew that there was something they wanted within it. Even though Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised, it didn't represent that Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang weren't surprised. After they perceived that Duan Ling Tian seemed to know some things, the 3 of them couldn't help but ask curiously via voice transmission. Big brother Duan, why do we have to wait a year before we can return? Duan Ling Tian, when you said you understood earlier, you seem to know why we can only return after a year. Brother Ling Tian, what exactly is going on? Duan Ling Tian didn't conceal anything intentionally when facing their questions, and he spoke of his guesses to them. All of this was his own guess. from the beginning until the end, Sword 13 had never directly mentioned it to him. A treasure vault left behind by a martial emperor stage expert. Only a genius below the age of 40 was able to enter. There are precious treasures that the four great powers want within it. The Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for the sake of obtaining the treasures left behind by that martial emperor stage expert. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang were shocked. Never had they imagined that there were so many things concealed behind a mere martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Earlier, when the four powers paid such great prices for the sake of competing for the group of young geniuses, they felt rather puzzled. Now they came to a sudden understanding. It turned out that the four powers wanted to use the group of young geniuses to help them go to the treasure vault left behind by the martial emperor stage expert and search for the treasures they wanted to obtain. Looks like there'll be another round of open and covert competition once we enter the treasure vault left behind by the martial emperor stage expert. Su Li sighed via voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian deeply agreed with this. After all, there were four great powers that knew of the treasure vault left behind by the martial emperor stage expert. At that time, they would surely send people in, so the people sent in would be unable to avoid competing for various treasures. Moreover, it might not be only the four great powers that knew of the existence of the treasure vault left behind by the martial emperor stage expert. Perhaps there were 5 powers, 10 powers, or even more powers. For a time, Duan Ling Tian felt strands of heavy pressure. The enormousness of the foreign lands was far from something the Darkin dynasty could compare to. Not to mention those formidable second-rate powers, just in these third-rate sects like the Empyrean Temple and Emotion-Severing Sect, Duan Ling Tian had seen 2 6th-level void interpretation stage experts that were below the age of 40 today. The Empyrean Temple's young monk and the Emotion-Severing Sect's Zhang Yan. Duan Ling Tian believed that there were surely other outstanding young experts like this in the Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect. Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyang were slightly dazed and hadn't recovered from their shock. Yet, a martial emperor stage expert was an existence that stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent, and to them, it only existed in legends. Exactly how precious would the treasures within a treasure vault left behind by a martial emperor stage expert be? It was difficult for them to imagine it. Sword 13 who led the way ahead and Saber 5 who followed in the rear seemed to have nothing something, and their brows suddenly knit together. Subsequently, they seemed as if they'd discussed it earlier as they squinted their eyes and looked back in unison. Shit. Sword 13's face went grim. Saber 5's expression was extremely unsightly as well. There were 3 figures flashing over swiftly from the distance, and they were like 3 bolts of black lightning that appeared in their field of vision in a short moment. The speed of these 3 people was so swift that it caused Sword 13 and Saber 5 to be unable to arouse the thought of fleeing. If it was only the 2 of them, then perhaps they would be able to flee easily. But the problem was that they weren't alone, and they still had to take care of Duan Ling Tian and the group of young geniuses. It's Ning Can. In next to no time, Saber 5 shouted out coldly, and his expression was exceedingly gloomy. Ning Can. What has he come for? Saber 5's cold shout caused Duan Ling Tian, the group of young geniuses and Feng Wudao to return to their sense, and they stopped moving in unison before looking at the 3 approaching figures. One of them was Ning Can, who they were familiar with, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Besides Ning Can, there were another 2 old men. One of the old men was actually slightly swifter than Ning Can, whereas the other old man had a speed equal to Ning Can. Ning Can, Meng Li, Yu Kong. Sword 13 flew out to greet the 3 people that were flashing over, and then he looked at them and said with a low voice, "All of you probably caught up not simply for the sake of sending us off, right? Sword 13, so long as you hand over Duan Ling Tian, all of you can leave safely." Ning Can went straight to the point and spoke of the reason for their arrival. They'd come for a single reason, to make Duan Ling Tian stay behind. Duan Ling Tian's expression went slightly grim as he never imagined that Ning Can's group of 3 had pursued them for him. Even though he'd never seen those 2 old men before, since they were able to come over with Ning Can, and based on the speed they revealed earlier, he was able to discern their strengths. One of them was stronger than Ning Can, whereas the other was on par with Ning Can. Because of this, Duan Ling Tian was extremely easily able to guess the identities of the other 2 people. They ought to be vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. The Skywolf Fort had a total of 5 vice fort masters, Ning Can and Feng Wei, who he'd seen presiding over the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, were only 2 of them. Ning Can, are you kidding? Sword 13 hadn't spoken when Saber 5 had already laughed coldly. Duan Ling Tian is currently a member of our blade sect, and if you want to lay a hand on him, then you have the ask the saber in my hand first. As Saber 5 spoke, a heavy and broad saber had appeared in his hand, and it emitted a peerlessly fierce aura that contained strands of a sanguinary smell. Obviously, many souls had perished under this saber, causing the saber to be tainted with a dense sanguinary aura. Sword 13, do you think the same as well? The old man that obviously possessed a strength stronger than Ningkan took a step forward and stared at Sword 13 with a burning gaze as he asked with a low voice. Meng Li, what is the meaning of this? Do you think there's no one capable in my blade sect? Sword 13's eyes flickered with cold lights as he emitted a piercingly cold sword intent from his body, and surging out along with this was an icy cold and bone-piercing killing intent that shot into the sky. Meng Li was a vice fort master of Skywolf Fort that had stepped into the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage many years ago, and he was one of the strongest two beneath the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. The other person was a vice fort master of Skywolf Fort as well, and he possessed a cultivation on par with Meng Li. That person, Feng Wei, and the 3 people before him were the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. The last person that came with Meng Li and Ningkan was called Yu Tang, and he was also in existence at the 8th level of the Void Transformation stage like Ningkan. 1 9th level Void Transformation stage martial artist and 2 8th level Void Transformation stage martial artists. The 3 of them had pursued them from the Skywolf Fort with malicious intent, and they'd come for the sake of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, these 3 old fellows have actually chased after us like flies for the sake of you. Could it be that you dug out the graves of their ancestors? Su Li asked with slight shock as he looked at Ning Kan's group of 3. It would be fine if I did dig out their ancestors' graves. At least I would know why they're looking for me. But the problem is I utterly don't know why they have set their sights on me now. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Chapter 834, Sword 13's Strength. It wasn't that Duan Ling Tian had never thought the 3 old men had come for the sake of Zishang, yet he felt it wasn't realistic. Even if Ningkan was Zishang's master, he couldn't openly stand out for Zishang and make a move against him because of the private enmity between him and Zishang. Otherwise, Ningkan would become a humongous joke. Not to mention he'd called over another 2 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort, and one of them was even a 9th level Void Transformation stage expert just like Sword 13. Sword 13, our Skywolf Fort had always been on good terms and lived together peacefully with your blade sect. Today, so long as you hand over this young man, then we'll leave right away. In the future, we'll even send over a gift of thanks to the blade sect. Meng Li spoke with a tone that contained the intent to threaten Sword 13. What if I don't hand him over? Sword 13's face sank. Then I can only be rude. Meng Li's eyes flashed with a cold light as he suddenly soared into the sky towards Sword 13. I heard Ningkan say that you've already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Let me witness the strength of the number 2 expert of the House of Swords today. You will. Sword 13 moved over to intercept him without the slightest fear as his body emitted fierce sword chi. At this instant, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword. Meng Li and Sword 13 collided with each other, yet Duan Ling Tian and the others were utterly incapable of seeing it clearly because their speeds were truly too swift. When the both of them fought and collided with each other, it caused the airflow in the sky to explode out and give rise to waves of piercingly cold gales that blew onto the clothes of Duan Ling Tian and the others to the point of fluttering. While Sword 13 and Meng Li fought, their figures occasionally vanished into thin air before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others, and they sometimes appeared once more. Based on the state of the 2, they seemed to be on par. In the sky, countless ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced out and fought each other, and it looks to be an extremely horrifying battle. As expected of the publicly acknowledged genius of the House of Swords. Sword 13, you've just stepped into the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage, yet you're already able to fight me equally. You deserve to be proud. An aged voice sounded out, and it was the voice of the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master, Meng Li. Shameless boasting. Sword 13's cold voice sounded out, and in the next moment, everyone present felt an even more fierce aura surged out from Sword 13. In the next moment, it seemed as if numerous ancient horned mammoths had appeared in the sky, and Sword 13's strength seemed to have obtained an enormous increase at this moment. The sword howl that tore apart the sky stopped abruptly. In the next moment, everyone saw that Sword 13 appeared and stood proudly in the sky, whereas the 3-foot-long blade in his hand had flowing lights revolving on it, and it was dripping with dazzling and resplendent fresh blood. In the distance, Meng Li appeared as well, but his countenance was slightly pale. It wasn't just that, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to see a faint sword mark left on Meng Li's hand, a sword mark that had been treated. Senior is so strong. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Based on what Meng Li said, Sword 13 had only recently broken through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage, whereas, Meng Li had broken through a long time ago. But even then, he wasn't a match for Sword 13. Sword 13, you really deserve to be the publicly acknowledged peerless genius of the House of Swords. You've only just broken through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage, yet you're capable of suppressing me. I have to admit that you're extremely strong. Meng Li stood in the distance and looked at Sword 13 with a serious expression. Meng Li, your Skywolf Fort must give me an explanation for the incident today no matter what. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, Sword 13's gaze was cold, and he completely wasn't so casual as when he chatted with the young geniuses earlier and seemed to have transformed into a matchless god of slaughter. The eyes of all the young geniuses that chose to join the Blade sect lit up in unison. This was the vice sect master of the Blade sect that they wanted to join, and at the same time that such strength caused them to be filled with anticipation, they felt a greater sense of security. Suddenly, a wave of howls of the wind swept over, and then, a familiar figure appeared before Duan Ling Tian and the others. Feng Wei. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim when he saw the person that had arrived. When he noticed the fierce and greedy gaze Feng Wei shot at him, he knew that Feng Wei had come for him. Wait, greed. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. He was vaguely able to guess what it meant when Feng Wei revealed greed upon looking at him. Perhaps there was something that Feng Wei urgently wanted in his possession, or more precisely speaking, it was something that the Skywolf Fort wanted. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Skywolf Fort to send out 4 vice fort masters. Feng Wei, you've come just in time. I'll leave that Duan Ling Tian to you. Yu Tang, you join forces with me to suppress Sword 13. Ning Can, you deal with Saber 5. Meng Li revealed a smile and issued out orders when he saw Feng Wei arriving. As soon as Meng Li finished speaking, he charged towards Sword 13 with the other vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Yu Tang, and they approached menacingly without holding back in the slightest. Sword 13's expression had already become grim early on when Feng Wei appeared, as he never imagined that the Skywolf Fort had actually sent out such a force for the sake of Duan Ling Tian. 4 vice fort masters had been deployed. But when faced with the joint forces of Meng Li and Yu Tang, he quickly didn't have the state of mind to think why the Skywolf Fort acted in this way, and his figure flashed out to fight with Meng Li and Yu Tang. He wasn't afraid of a single Meng Li, and so long as he was given the time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Meng Li. If he utilized his full strength, he would at most need 3 strikes to surely reap away Yu Tang's life. But when Meng Li and Yu Tang were combined together, it caused him to have the feeling as if he had the strength yet was unable to exert it, causing him to barely be able to be on par with them. Saber 5, I've wanted to fight you since long ago. Ninkan looked at Saber 5 as he shouted out coldly, and then he flashed out as if he'd transformed into an eagle that whistled in the air as he charged towards Saber 5. You think I'm afraid of you? Saber 5 laughed with disdain as the broad saber in his hand flashed out with wide movements as it tore through the sky, and he moved fearlessly to intercept Ningkan and become locked in battle with Ningkan. Be obedient. Don't blame me for being ruthless if anyone dares to flee. Feng Wei's gaze flashed past Duan Ling Tian and the others before finally descending onto Duan Ling Tian, and a wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian, I've really underestimated you. As soon as Feng Wei said this, it caused all the young geniuses including Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang to look at Duan Ling Tian in unison, and all of them felt that Feng Wei's words had a hidden meaning. They felt shock and curiosity from the bottoms of their hearts towards the Skywolf Fort's actions of deploying such a great force for the sake of Duan Ling Tian. Now, I'll give you a chance. Make a vow with the 99 heavenly tribulation that you'll be eternally loyal to my Skywolf Fort and I can spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Feng Wei's gaze gradually became cold as he spoke with an icy cold and bone-piercing voice that caused the group of young geniuses present to be unable to help but shiver, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Feng Wei actually wanted to make Duan Ling Tian make such a vow. Once this vow was made, it would mean that Duan Ling Tian would be tied to the Skywolf Fort for his entire lifetime and be unable to betray the Skywolf Fort, nor do anything harmful to the Skywolf Fort. Otherwise, he would be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Besides that, Feng Wei's words indicated that he would kill Duan Lingtian today if Duan Lingtian didn't make this vow, or perhaps, he would kill Duan Lingtian now. Be loyal to the Skywolf Fort, Duan Lingtian sneered. If I only have this choice, then I'd rather die. Then die. Feng Wei revealed a ruthless expression as a terrifying aura swept out from him, and then he took a step forward as his imposing aura fused out to blast down onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression sank slightly when being pressured by Feng Wei's imposing aura, and then a talisman appeared out of this air in his tightly clenched right hand. It was precisely one of the two remaining talismans left to him by his father. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to throw the talisman out and annihilate Feng Wei, a figure appeared like a shadow to block before him. Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian's heart shook when he saw the red-clothed middle-aged man that stood before him, and he said with an anxious expression, "Uncle Feng, you're not a match for him, quickly step aside." "Ha ha, if I, Feng Wudao, am even unable to protect my son-in-law, then what's the point in living?" Feng Wudao started laughing when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his laughter was unrestrained as he faced death with a smile. "Uncle Feng, I can." Right when Duan Lingtian wanted to say he was able to deal with Feng Wei, four figures had appeared by Feng Wudao, and they firmly protected Duan Lingtian behind them with Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyang, and Tom Yu. "All of you get out of the way." When he noticed the terrifying aura that surged up from Feng Wei's body, Duan Lingtian's expression instantly went grim as he hurriedly flew out with the intention of locking onto Feng Wei and throwing out the talisman in his hand. Feng Wei casually raised his hand, causing a mighty palm strike to slap out, and a wave of endless continuous sounds of air exploding sounded out in the sky. The terrifying energy pressed down onto Feng Wudao and the others, blasting the five of them flying. The countenance of the five people led by Feng Wudao went pale, then they repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in a sorry state, and their bodies were on the brink of collapse. "Die." Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he stared firmly at Feng Wei, and the talisman in his hand seemed ready to fly out. Numerous swift figures instantly appeared behind Feng Wei like shadows. 10 old men that wore the green-colored uniform of the Skywolf Fort glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and the others, and their bodies emitted strands of ruthless auras. 10 Skywolf Fort elders. When he saw the silver eyes of the Skywolves on badges on the old men's chests, Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and the talisman he was just intending to throw out had been put away by him. At this moment, even if he tossed out the talisman and is able to kill Feng Wei, he would be unable to escape doom. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of utilizing the talisman to kill the strongest Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and allow Sword 13 to turn around the situation alone, but the old fellow was truly too far away from him and was locked in battle with Sword 13, so it was difficult to catch sight of that old fellow's figure. Ha! Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out, and it drew the gazes of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was Saber 5 who'd blasted Ning Can flying with a single strike. Subsequently, his icy cold gaze abruptly shot towards the 10 Skywolf Fort elders. Chapter 835, Caught Up. Kill. Saber 5 coldly spat out a word before charging towards the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort like a tiger that had entered a pack of wolves, and with a swing of his saber, 3 Skywolf Fort elders had died under his saber in the blink of an eye. Saber 5. Ning Can and Feng Wei's face went grim when they saw this, and they charged madly at Saber 5 before joining forces against him. "You 7 bring Duan Lingtian back." At the same time, Ning Can, who'd joined forces with Feng Wei to temporarily suppress Saber 5, ordered the remaining 7 elders with a cold voice. Only now did the 7 Skywolf Fort elders recover from the shock of 3 of their companions being killed, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. All of them knew Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian recognized them as well. The 10 elders that came behind Feng Wei were the 10 elders that had appeared during the martial competition earlier. The remaining 7 elders launched an attack at the same time to pounce towards Duan Lingtian, and they took Duan Lingtian to be their prey. HMPH. The gaze of Feng Wudao, who'd consumed a healing medicinal pill to recover some of his injuries, went cold, and he flew out to charge towards a Skywolf Fort elder and stop him. That Skywolf Fort elder was in existence at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage as well, and for a time, he was locked in combat with Feng Wudao. The other 6 elders continued charging towards Duan Lingtian. "Big brother Duan, watch out!" Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyang, and Ta Emus. Injuries hadn't had the time to completely recover when they pounced towards those 6 elders of Skywolf Fort with the intention of stopping them. but unfortunately, only a single elder made a move, and his strength at the void transformation stage swept out to easily blast them flying. For a time, 4 of them suffered even more injuries. The elder of the Skywolf Fort didn't strike a killing blow, otherwise, it would be impossible for Feng Tianwu's group of 4 to survive. 6. Duan Ling Tian's expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the 6 elders that pounced towards him. 6 existences at the void transformation stage, yet the talismans in his possession could only kill 2 of them. But after he killed 2 of them, there would be another 4 who remained, so it seemed to be meaningless. He glanced at the strongest vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Meng Li, whose figure was moving rapidly and indeterminately as he fought intensely with Sword 13. If he utilized the talisman to kill Meng Li, then Sword 13 would surely be able to turn around the situation with his strength. But the problem was Meng Li, who was in a state of battle, had a speed so swift that he was utterly unable to lock onto Meng Li. If he wanted to annihilate someone with the talisman, then he must first lock onto them for a period of time. In the end, Duan Ling Tian completely abandoned this thought. Even if I'm no match for them, I have to try. I'd rather die in battle than be captured. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold as he looked at the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort, and then the origin energy on his body skyrocketed before combining with his material wind concept to transform into layers of a flashing gale that coiled around his body. The band that tied Duan Ling Tian's long hair broke, causing his long hair to flutter with the wind, and the aura on his body rose ceaselessly. Right when Duan Ling Tian intended to withdraw the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and fight desperately for his life, a over 10-meter-long enormous sword light descended from the skies with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow and plunged towards the 6 elders that were charging towards Duan Ling Tian. The 6 elders went grim as they attacked jointly and were barely able to endure this terrifying sword light, yet they still needed a certain amount of time to destroy it. Duan Ling Tian, leave, quickly. Survive. Right when Duan Ling Tian was stunned by this scene, a voice that was like thunder swept out to enter his ears. Senior. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted as he looked at Sword 13, who was locked in battle with the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, and he realized that it was Sword 13 who lent him a hand just now. Master, leave quickly. Meanwhile, Ta Mu reacted and charged towards Duan Ling Tian before flashing off towards the distance with Duan Ling Tian. When Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang recovered from their shock, Ta Mu and Duan Ling Tian had already left far away with a speed so swift that they were unable to keep up. Big brother Duan, you must survive. Feng Tianwu stood in the sky and thought silently in her heart. With her speed, not to mention she was unable to chase after Duan Ling Tian, even if she did, she would only become a burden. So she chose to stay behind. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang had almost similar thoughts. Right at this moment, besides the Skywolf Fort elder that was locked in combat with Feng Wudao, the remaining 6 had finally destroyed the over 10-meter-long sword light. Want to flee? The 6 elders looked at the 2 figures that moved further and further into the distance and were gradually becoming 2 small dots, and they revealed cold smiles as they soared off in pursuit. Shit. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang went grim as they hurriedly chased up with the intention of stopping the 6 elders. But unfortunately, just a single one of the elders' attack had easily blasted them back. Sword 13 and Saber 5's expressions were extremely unsightly as well. They were utterly unable to free themselves to go assist Duan Ling Tian as the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had the intention of suppressing them. If it was at a normal time, as the vice sect masters of the Blade sect, it was sufficient for them to be extremely proud for being able to fight a battle that was 2 against 1 with 4 Skywolf Fort vice fort masters. But now they didn't have such a feeling. They were only worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. Meng Li, after today, your Skywolf Fort is the mortal enemy of our Blade sect. Sword 13's voice was chilly as it sounded out, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Sword 13, don't you forget that you aren't the sect master of the Blade sect yet, so you don't have the qualifications to represent the entire Blade sect. Meng Li's voice sounded out with slight ridicule. Moreover, 3 elders of my Skywolf Fort have died today, whereas no one from your Blade sect has died. Exchanging Duan Ling Tian for the death of 3 of our Skywolf Fort's elders ought to not be too much, right? HMPH. Sword 13 grunted coldly. He was just casually threatening earlier and naturally knew that it was impossible for the Blade sect to so easily go to war with the Skywolf Fort. Not to mention no one from the Blade sect had died, whereas 3 elders of the Skywolf Fort had died. Even if Duan Ling Tian really died and no one from the Skywolf Fort died, the Blade sect might not stand out for Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was insignificant to the Blade sect now. It was impossible for the Blade sect to shed all pretenses and even go to war with the Skywolf Fort for the sake of Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother sword, who cares? Since these bastards from the Skywolf Fort have provoked us, then even if we kill all of them, that old fellow from the Skywolf Fort will have nothing to say. Saber 5 shouted out explosively as the saber light on the broad saber in his hand shone brightly before flashing straight towards Ning Qian and Feng Wei, and he wasn't the slightest bit in a position of disadvantage while fighting two enemies, causing him to seem like a peerless war god. Master is so formidable. In the distant crowd of young geniuses that stood quietly on the spot, Long Yun, who'd never made a single move since the beginning, looked at Saber 5 with an expression of admiration. The other young geniuses had excited expressions as well. Sword 13 and Saber 5 were fighting 4 opponents and suppressing 4 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort, and it shocked them greatly. As for Duan Ling Tian and Ta Mu's life or death, they didn't care. On the other side, Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyang, and Su Li looked as the figures of the 6 elders that pursued Duan Ling Tian vanished before their eyes, and they realized that they were unable to be of help to Duan Ling Tian. Now they could only hope that Duan Ling Tian and Ta Mu would be able to quickly find a place to hide themselves and escape calamity. The 3 of them that were filled with worry didn't stay idle and moved to help Feng Wudao deal with the elder of Skywolf Fort. That elder of Skywolf Fort felt terrified the more he fought Feng Wudao. At the beginning, he discerned that this red-clothed middle-aged man had just recently broken through to the 4th level of the void transformation stage, and he would be able to casually deal with the middle-aged man. Before they departed, they'd received the orders of the Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, and they were prohibited from killing anyone from the Blade sect. Besides Duan Ling Tian. So he held back. Later on, he noticed his opponent became stronger as the battle went on, and at this moment, he'd practically utilized his entire strength, yet his opponent was still capable of fighting him on par. Freak. In the end, the Skywolf Fort elder that fell into a disadvantaged position roared ceaselessly in his heart. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang had come over to join forces with Feng Wudao to deal with this elder of the Skywolf Fort, and they created some small troubles for the elder. Sometimes, a small bit of troubles was sufficient to become a huge trouble. After the interference of Feng Tianwu's group of 3, the elder who'd already been suppressed by Feng Wudao, who became stronger as the battle progressed, revealed a flaw. The flaw was used by Feng Wudao, and his sword flashed out like a bolt of lightning that instantly penetrated the chest of this elder and heavily injured him. Subsequently, Feng Wudao attacked even more swiftly, and the sword in his hand even developed a few tens of sword lights that increased to over 100 sword lights in the blink of an eye and covered the heavens and the earth as they swept down at the elder. The rain of sword lights descended to cause the elder to receive even more injuries and be in an even more sorry state. If it was a normal time, he would utterly not take a flashy sword skill like this seriously, but the problem was he'd suffered serious injuries now, and he had to do his best to be barely able to protect his vital points. A sword strike that was like a stroke from the gods easily slashed past the elder's throat and killed him. After the elder of Skywolf Fort died, Feng Wudao put away his sword and stood on the spot. Then he looked at Feng Tianwu's group of 3 before looking towards the surroundings, and his face went grim. Where are Ling Tian and Ta Mu? Big brother Duan and Ta Mu have just fled. But those 6 elders have pursued them. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with worry as she laughed bitterly. At this moment, she hated herself for being too weak and being unable to help her big brother Duan. Which direction did they head towards? Feng Wudao asked with a low voice. In the next moment, Feng Wudao, who found out about the direction Duan Ling Tian left in, flashed out to transform into a bolt of lightning that pursued towards that direction. In the sky above a vast plains, 2 figures flashed past. It was precisely Duan Ling Tian and Ta Mu who'd just fled. Master, we're really unfortunate. There isn't even a place to hide in such a huge plains. Ta Mu, who flew forward, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Duan Ling Tian's expression was unsightly as well. Everywhere they passed all along the way were a plains or a desert, and it was impossible to find a place to hide temporarily. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian and Ta Mu stopped moving because those 6 elders of Skywolf Fort had already caught up and surrounded them. Chapter 836, The Voice from Within the Devil Tablet. Both of you can feel proud for being able to flee so far under our pursuit. An elder of Skywolf Fort looked at Duan Ling Tian and Ta Mu as he spoke indifferently. Elders, can all of you let us off? Just say you didn't find us when you report back. How about it? Tom Yu grinned and completely didn't have the realization that he'd become a trapped beast. However, not a single person paid attention to Tom Yu. If all of you are afraid of not obtaining any benefit from letting us off, then all of you can be at ease. Look at my master, he's merely 28 yet possesses a cultivation at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and his future is limitless. It's even to the extent that even your Skywolf Fort's Fort Master might not be able to compare to him in the future. As he finished speaking, Ta Emu's tone contained slight temptation. So long as all of you let me off, it's similar to giving my master a great favor today, and in the future. Shut up. An elder seemed to be unable to endure Ta Emu's ceaseless chattering, and he shouted out coldly to interrupt Tom Yu. Vice Fort Master Feng said that we should kill them once catching up to them. We only have to bring back their spatial rings. One of the elders of Skywolf Fort spoke with a chilly voice. Instantly, the other elders revealed killing intent as they looked at Duan Ling Tian and Tom Yu, and origin energy and material concept combines on their bodies as a terrifying might seemed ready to come out. Spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian stood in the sky, yet his expression remained calm while fallen into such danger, because he knew that it was useless even if he panicked now, and only by maintaining a calm state would he perhaps be able to find a chance to survive. Feng Wei revealed greedy from his eyes when he saw me earlier. Obviously, he wants something from me. Now, these people want my spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank. What exactly do they want? For a time, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be slightly bewildered. Could it be the quasi-royal grade spirit sword? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but arouse this thought in his heart. After all, when he fought Qi Feng today, he'd once utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to shatter the arrow Qi Feng shot out. But he was extremely sure that besides the emotion-severing sect's master, Payan, there ought to be no one including Sword 13 that had discerned the sword he used at the time was extraordinary. Unless the elusive Fort Master of the Skywolf Fort was concealed in the shadows and noticed how extraordinary the quasi-royal grade spirit sword was. But is this even possible? Thoughts spun in Duan Ling Tian's mind as he ceaselessly pondered about various possibilities. Suddenly, a flash of enlightenment appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Besides that, Zishang repeatedly said that I won't be able to live for long, and he said the same when I left. Could it be that it's because of him? Duan Ling Tian gasped when he thought up to here. As far as he was concerned, that madman Zishang was capable of anything. But, what did he rely on to convince the Skywolf Fort to deploy such a force to deal with me? Moreover, they seem to want something from in my spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian pondered. In next to no time, a broken stone tablet appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind without reason or rhyme, and it was impossible to eliminate. Right, how could I have forgotten the devil-seal tablet? During the Darken Dynasty's competition that day, the soul hiding within Zishang's body had once mentioned the devil-seal tablet after possessing Zishang. In other words, he knows of the devil-seal tablet, and it's extremely likely that he knows the origins of the devil-seal tablet. Moreover, the devil-seal tablet in my possession is something Zishang dreams to obtain. After all, if I don't have the devil-seal tablet, he wouldn't fall to the extent of being countered by me in every aspect. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Now Duan Ling Tian could determine that Zishang was the one behind everything. Not to mention the devil-seal tablet's ability to suppress souls, just its amplification strength of 100% is sufficient to make any third-rate power in the foreign lands to fight to the death. Since the soul in Zishang's body knows of the devil-seal tablet, I presume he knows its ability extremely well and even might know the amplification strength of the devil-seal tablet. Even if Zishang only mentioned the amplification ability of the devil-seal tablet before Ningcan, the Skywolf Fort would surely go mad for it. If the devil-seal tablet that provides an amplification of 100% were to fall in the hands of the Skywolf Fort's master, the Skywolf Fort would even be able to suppress the various third-rate powers like the Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. The more he thought about, the surer he was. The target of the people before him was precisely the devil-seal tablet that lays within his spatial ring. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying howls of the wind swept over, causing Duan Ling Tian's entire body to tremble as if it was struck by lightning, and his back even flowed with cold sweat. Master, watch out! Practically at the exact same time, an explosive shout sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. An enormous band resounded out, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but raise his head to look. With a single glance, he saw the robust figure that blocked right before him. However, at this moment, the aura of this robust figure was weakening. A fist penetrated through Taemu's chest, and it was the fist of the Skywolf Fort Elder that attacked suddenly. What a touching scene! The Elder casually withdrew his fist, and water concept suffused out as his hand moved out to wash away the blood on his hand. On the other hand, a hideous bloody hole appeared in Taemu's chest and ceaselessly sprayed blood, and in the blink of an eye, it tainted half Taemu's body, yet he still forcefully and bitterly held on. Master, Taemu struggled for a moment and looked at Duan Ling Tian with great difficulty, and he seemed to want to say something, but he hadn't been able to finish speaking when his body trembled abruptly and was completely devoid of any signs of life before plunging down from midair and falling onto the plains below. Taemu, Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted abruptly. Never had he imagined that Taemu would use his own body to block the fist of the Skywolf Fort's Elder for him. After all, it could be said that there was utterly no relationship between him and Taemu. If one really wanted to speak about any relationship, then it would be none other than Taemu one-sidedly wanting to take him as master and wanted to learn the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, from him. Yet now, it was precisely a person like this, a person that he was unwilling to take as a disciple no matter what, that had stopped the attack of the Skywolf Fort Elder and saved his life. How great courage would be needed to do this. Moreover, this wasn't something that only needed courage, it also required someone that was worthy of someone acting in this way. Was it worth to do that for me? Duan Ling Tian's heart shook, and he seemed to be speaking to himself yet also seemed to be asking Taemu who'd already died. As far as he was concerned, since the beginning that Taemu wanted to take him as master until that moment, he's never treated Taemu properly. It was even to the extent that he berated Taemu repeatedly and wanted to make Taemu give up. But what about Taemu? Taemu always seemed as if nothing happened, allowing Duan Ling Tian to berate and refuse him as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with tears that were ready to flow out at any moment. These tears were his guilt to Taemu. If time could flow backwards for even a moment, he would absolutely not treat Taemu so coldly and indifferently as he did before. But now, he didn't have the chance anymore. Taemu was dead. Dead right before him, and he'd died for his sake. Your life can't be said to be lived in vain since someone was willing to die for you. After keeping silent for a short moment, the 6 elders returned to their senses successively, and then one of them looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face covered in killing intent. Now, you should follow him. Finally, Duan Ling Tian returned to his sense, and the guiltiness he felt to Taemu completely transformed into bone-piercing hatred towards the 6 Skywolf Fort elders and towards the entire Skywolf Fort. A debt of blood must be repaid by blood. But did he have the strength now? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's countenance went exceedingly pale as he clenched his fists tightly to the point his nails pierced into his palm, and after a wave of piercing pain, fresh blood flowed out, yet he seemed to have utterly not noticed all this. I want strength. I want formidable strength. I want the strength to annihilate them, annihilate the Skywolf Fort, and even annihilate everything. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's yearning for strength in his heart had practically arrived at the limit. The violet clothed on his body was coiled by waves of strong winds and fluttered. His long hair that was scattered around him because the band that tied his hair had broken even fluttered with the wind, and it was suffused with layers of azure-colored strong winds. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth rose abruptly to first cause 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes to appear before another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 4th level of the void interpretation stage. 2nd level intermediate wind concept. No wonder you were the first to leave the illusory crypt in the 2nd round of the martial competition. So it turns out that you've always been concealing your cultivation, and you're actually a 4th level void interpretation stage martial artist. An elder spoke with surprise. He wasn't present during the 3rd and 4th round, so he didn't know that Duan Ling Tian had broken through later on, and he thought that Duan Ling Tian had been concealing his cultivation. 4th level void interpretation stage at the age of 28. Even if it's in the entire Cloud continent, such natural talent can be considered to be monstrous. What a pity. The elder who'd used the age measuring pearl to measure Duan Ling Tian's age during the martial competition before felt pity for Duan Ling Tian. I've killed many people in my lifetime, yet I've never killed a genius martial artist like you. Even if you die today, we won't forget you. The corners of an elder's mouth curled into a cold smile as he spoke indifferently. The material concept on the bodies of the 6 elders swept out, causing their robes to flutter without the wind, and their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian in unison. As far as they were concerned, the violet-clothed young man before them was bound to become a dead spirit at their hands today. On the other hand, at the same time that Duan Ling Tian was shouting ceaselessly in his heart, he noticed the spatial ring on his hand was trembling. With a command in his heart, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the devil tablet in the space within his spatial ring seemed to have become restless, and it was even more violent than before. When Duan Ling Tian's consciousness encountered the devil tablet, his soul throbbed, and there seemed to be a voice that was filled with temptation speaking to him. "Let me out. I can give you boundless strength." Chapter 837. Violet hair and scarlet red eyes. At the start, Duan Ling Tian thought it was a hallucination, but after a few times, he realized that all of this wasn't a hallucination. Boundless strength. Exactly how boundless? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Duan Ling Tian, who'd gone slightly mad from the death of Ta Mu and the waves of soundless shouting later on, suddenly commanded with his heart and somehow withdrew the devil tablet. The devil tablet appeared before Duan Ling Tian and floated there. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the devil tablet at this moment was greatly different than before, and there were strands of black mist that coiled around the entire devil tablet. Moreover, when this black mist touched the devil tablet, they actually strangely transformed into black-colored liquid, and it seemed to have formed into numerous tiny streams as they flowed on the ancient characters on the devil tablet that Duan Ling Tian was unable to recognize. As he stared blankly at the devil tablet that floated in midair, even Duan Ling Tian didn't know why, but he actually stretched out his hand unexpectedly and pressed his hand onto the devil tablet. The devil tablet felt icy cold to the touch, causing Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but shudder, and his body started to tremble slightly. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw that the black-colored liquid flowing on the devil tablet actually flowed along his fingers and bore into his hand when his hand pressed onto the tablet. After the clearly visible black-colored liquid bore into his fingers, it stretched towards the center of his palm, then the back, and then it subsequently flowed up along his arm. Icy cold and bone-piercing coldness filled Duan Ling Tian's entire arm, causing him to sober up, and his face went grim. This isn't good. Presently, Duan Ling Tian wasn't in a daze as before, and at this instant, he noticed that his arm that touched the devil tablet was out of his control. It was as if its control was seized away by another. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian felt an icy cold energy follow along the meridians in his shoulder, and it bore into his internal organs while moving along his neck towards his head at the same time. It went straight into his soul. What exactly is going on? This was Duan Ling Tian's final thought before he lost consciousness. In the distance, the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort that had surrounded Duan Ling Tian to the point he wouldn't be able to flee even if he grew wings couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Duan Ling Tian suddenly withdraw a broken stone tablet. When they saw black-colored mist being emitted from the broken stone tablet and even transform into black-colored liquid before stretching onto the complicated words inscribed on the stone tablet that were difficult to recognize, they were dumbstruck. What's this? They only recovered from their shock when they saw Duan Ling Tian press his hand onto the stone tablet before the black-colored liquid that flowed on the words inscribed on the stone tablet completely fused into Duan Ling Tian's body. When they recovered from their shock, Duan Ling Tian's eyes that suddenly lit up had dimmed down once more. After it dimmed down, it was suddenly suffused with a scarlet red color. The scarlet red eyes were extremely deep like the boundless starry sky, and it contained an unusual charm that caused others to seem to almost become immersed into it upon taking a look at it. These scarlet red eyes that contained a charm that could drag out one's soul caused the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort to become grim. They vaguely realized that some sort of change was occurring on Duan Ling Tian, and this change caused them to feel slightly terrified in their hearts. His hair. Suddenly, an elder cried out in shock. The other 5 elders looked over when they heard this. Only now did they notice that when Duan Ling Tian's eyes became scarlet red and deep, his black long hair that fluttered with the wind had instantly undergone a tremendous change. His shiny jet black hair had instantly turned into violet and devilish long hair, and every time his hair fluttered, it would be like numerous violet-colored pythons waving their tails. Can anyone tell me what the fuck is going on? This was the thought in the hearts of every single elder of Skywolf Fort. Right at this moment, a bang resounded out and shocked the 6 elders awake. They saw that Duan Ling Tian, whose eyes had become scarlet red and had violet-colored long hair that fluttered about, has grabbed onto the broken stone tablet with a flip of his hand. At the same time, strands of black-colored mist were emitted from both Duan Ling Tian's body and the broken stone tablet, and it was filled with an indescribable and terrifying aura. When they felt this aura from afar, the 6 elders felt coldness arise in their hearts. Kill him, one of the elders shouted out with alarm, and he seemed to want to use this to press down the terror in his heart. After he shouted out, a grade 3 spirit weapon appeared out of thin air in his hand and he charged at Duan Ling Tian. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and earth rose abruptly, then transformed into a few hundred ancient horned dragon silhouettes that dashed out along with him, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced at Duan Ling Tian. The expressions of the other 5 elders became heavy, and they didn't dare dally before striking out with their full strength. The changes that occurred on Duan Ling Tian caused them to feel terror and uneasiness from the bottom of their hearts, and at that instant, they only felt as if Duan Ling Tian had become an entirely different person. The current Duan Ling Tian brought extreme pressure to them. Kill. The 6 elders flashed towards Duan Ling Tian from all directions as the energy on the grade 3 spirit weapons in their hands erupted completely towards Duan Ling Tian. In the sky, a few thousands of ancient mammoth silhouettes formed a circle that rushed ceaselessly towards the center with an imposing might that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Ling Tian. When the 6 elders launched an attack at Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wudao arrived late, and he just happened to see the scene of Duan Ling Tian being surrounded and attacked by the 6 elders. Presently, he didn't even have the time to think why Duan Ling Tian's hair had become violet and eyes became scarlet red, nor did he have the time to think what was going on with the broken stone tablet in Duan Ling Tian's hand that emitted a terrifying aura. The weakest amongst the 6 elders was in existence at the 3rd level of the void transformation stage, whereas the strongest was at the 5th level of the void transformation stage. When they attacked all at once, their attacks covered the heavens and the earth as it swept towards Duan Ling Tian. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian made a move. He slowly raised his hand that was placed on the broken stone tablet before throwing up above him, causing it to float in the sky above him. In the next moment, a semi-translucent black-colored light barrier descended down onto Duan Ling Tian with the broken stone tablet at the center, and it enveloped Duan Ling Tian's entire body within it to form a protective barrier. Meanwhile, the full forced strikes of the 6 elders had arrived. Numerous strands of energy that were extremely terrifying and were even capable of annihilating a 6th-level void transformation stage expert combined together as they swept out, and they descended onto the semi-translucent black-colored barrier that stretched out from the broken stone tablet. A wave of enormous bangs that were like thunder resounded out as terrifying sounds of air exploding resounded out ceaselessly, and at the center of the explosion, numerous shapeless waves of air surged and swept out. Even Feng Wudao, who was 100 meters away, were struck by these waves of air to the point he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. How is this possible? Right when Feng Wudao's expression became unsightly and thought Duan Ling Tian had already been killed by those 6 elders of Skywolf Fort, the scene that appeared ahead caused him to be flabbergasted. In the distance, the 6 elders who formed an encirclement had already stopped attacking. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to notice that their bodies were trembling intensely, and their eyes that focused ahead had even stared wide open and their faces were covered in disbelief. It was as if they saw something terrifying. How could it be possible? This isn't real. That stone tablet, could it be the thing the Vice Fort Masters are looking for? As they looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was protected by the layer of semi-translucent light barrier and was utterly unharmed, the 6 elders were completely dumbstruck. In next to no time, their gazes shot towards the broken stone tablet above Duan Ling Tian in unison. The light barrier that protected Duan Ling Tian had precisely stretched out from there. Seize away this stone tablet and Duan Ling Tian would be nothing to worry about. A mad thought arose in the heart of one of the elders, and then he flew out and flashed towards the broken stone tablet above Duan Ling Tian with the intention of seizing it. Meanwhile, something flashed before the eyes of the other 5 elders, and then they noticed Duan Ling Tian had instantly vanished on the spot. When he appeared once more, he'd already appeared at the side of the broken stone tablet. Impossible. As they looked at their companion who had his energy dispersed and was grabbed and forcefully lifted up like a helpless chick in the hands of Duan Ling Tian, the other 5 elders were dumbstruck. Elder Ping is in existence at the 5th level of the void transformation stage. Yet Duan Ling Tian has actually so easily subdued him. How could this be possible? At this moment, coldness couldn't help but arise in the hearts of the 5 elders. A clear and ear-piercing sound of bones breaking sounded out. Duan Ling Tian, who stood in midair by the side of the broken stone tablet, squeezed with his hand, and he directly broke the neck of the elder in his hand. A 5th-level void transformation stage martial artist, dead. Freak. The other 5 elders shuddered as they completely sobered, and they roared as they flew off in all directions. They didn't dare have the thought of killing Duan Ling Tian now. The strongest amongst them, Elder Ping, was subdued by Duan Ling Tian with a single move. Moreover, his neck was broken and killed directly. Even if all of them joined forces against Duan Ling Tian, the outcome wouldn't be much different. At this moment, they felt their scalps go numb, and they were unable to wrap their heads around why Duan Ling Tian, who'd undergone an unusual transformation, would possess such formidable strength. At the same time that they fled, they felt the black-haired Duan Ling Tian from before was so much kinder. Gulp. Feng Wudao fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and muttered with an expression of disbelief. That's an existence at the 5th level of the void transformation stage. Yet he was killed by Duan Ling Tian in a single move. Is he really Ling Tian? Uncertainty had just arisen in Feng Wudao's heart when he noticed the distance Duan Ling Tian made a movement once more. Feng Wudao saw Duan Ling Tian raise his hand, causing the airflow in the sky to form a clearly visible vortex that stretched out with a suction force that sucked the broken stone tablet in the sky into his hand, and then his entire body vanished into thin air before Feng Wudao's eyes. Exactly. He vanished into thin air. How swift. The scene before him caused Feng Wudao's eyes to be unable to help but constrict, and he revealed an expression of astonishment. Chapter 838, Duan Ling Tian is missing. After all, even when he witnessed the battle between Sword 13 and the two Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, even though he was unable to see their figures extremely clearly, he was still capable of catching it slightly. Yet now he was utterly incapable of catching Duan Ling Tian's figure. In the next moment, he saw Duan Ling Tian, who held the broken stone tablet while his ghastly violet-colored hair fluttered, appeared by the side of a Skywolf Fort elder that was fleeing. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's other hand flapped out, causing a deep and terrifying black-colored energy to sweep out and descend onto the elder, instantly annihilating him, and then Duan Ling Tian vanished in the next instant. Similarly, casual punches struck out, and then other 4 elders that hadn't fled far were chased up one by him before being killed easily. Duan Ling Tian struck so swiftly that the roiling energy of the heavens and earth was even unable to condense completely. Ling Tian. Right when Duan Ling Tian killed the final elder, Feng Wudao, who heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Duan Ling Tian and cried out. Duan Ling Tian vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already arrived before Feng Wudao. Ling Tian, how? Feng Wudao, who just intended to ask Duan Ling Tian why he suddenly possessed such a terrifying strength, stopped speaking abruptly, because the present Duan Ling Tian was staring at him with scarlet and deep eyes that caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. It wasn't just that, Duan Ling Tian's hand was even raised up high with strands of dark black-colored energy coiled around it, and it emitted an aura that caused Feng Wudao to feel terror that came from the bottom of his heart. This action of Duan Ling Tian's was extremely familiar to Feng Wudao, as Duan Ling Tian had killed those 5 elders in this exact manner. Ling Tian, it's me. Uncle Feng. As he looked at Duan Ling Tian's palm that seemed as if it would descend at any moment, a chill ran down Feng Wudao's spine as his forehead broke out in cold sweat, and he couldn't help but speak out hastily. He didn't doubt in the slightest that he would be dead once Duan Ling Tian's palm descended. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao realized something. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have lost all reason. His eyes have become scarlet red, and his hair has become violet. Ling Tian, what exactly has happened to you? Feng Wudao was extremely puzzled in his heart. Uncle Feng. Finally, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth with difficulty as he slowly spat out a few words, whereas the scarlet red in his eyes seemed to show signs of dispersion. Right, I'm Uncle Feng Wudao. When he saw Duan Ling Tian reacting and has gradually put down his raised hand, causing the terrifying and mysterious black-colored energy to disperse, Feng Wudao heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, his back was completely drenched with cold sweat. In his eyes, the present Duan Ling Tian was even more terrifying than all those Vice Fort Masters combined. Uncle Feng. There was still slight confusion within Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he shook his head lightly. He seemed to be recalling something, and his expression seemed to be one of slight pain. Ling Tian, what happened to you? Feng Wudao noticed something was amiss, causing his expression to go grim, and in the end, his gaze descended onto the broken stone tablet in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He had an extremely strange feeling that all the changes that occurred on Duan Ling Tian ought to be related to this stone tablet. This stone tablet wasn't unfamiliar to Feng Wudao. During the Darkened Dynasty's martial competition that day, Duan Ling Tian had used this exact stone tablet to counter Xianxia's secret technique. During the 4th round of the selections today, Duan Ling Tian had even utilized this stone tablet to make Xianxia lack even the courage to ascend the arena. When he thought up to here, Feng Wudao slowly stretched out his hand with the intention of taking away the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand, as he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would return to normal upon losing the stone tablet. But Feng Wudao had only just stretched out his hand when he noticed an extremely cold and gloomy aura assault him instantly, and it completely enveloped him. I have no ill intent. Feng Wudao withdrew his hand hastily when he saw Duan Lingtian turn hostile instantly and look coldly and indifferently at him. Only now did he realize that he shouldn't have done that. Because at this moment, the scarlet color in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew even deeper, and the black-colored aura emitted by him even caused the surrounding air to become cold. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand as the terrifying black-colored energy coiled on his palm, and it seemed as if it would descend onto Feng Wudao at any moment. Feng Wudao's nerves were strained as cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and his heart was filled with a perturbed feeling. He knew that his movement of wanting to take the broken stone tablet away from Duan Lingtian had completely and utterly enraged Duan Lingtian, who'd lost all reason. Uncle Feng. Right when Feng Wudao thought Duan Lingtian would strike his palm down onto him, he noticed that Duan Lingtian spoke once more, and it caused him to be unable to help but heave a sigh of relief. Lingtian, Feng Wudao was just intending to patiently lead and guide Duan Lingtian to the point of recovering his reason when he noticed Duan Lingtian had vanished before his eyes and vanished without a trace. Lingtian. Feng Wudao's face went grim as he hurriedly glanced towards his surroundings, yet in the end, he didn't notice Duan Lingtian's tracks and even didn't know which direction Duan Lingtian had headed off to. Shit. Lingtian has lost all reason now. If he wanders randomly in this foreign lands, then I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Feng Wudao's expression became anxious as he looked towards the surroundings, yet he was at a loss about what to do. In the end, he could only search nearby, yet he was unable to notice any trace of Duan Lingtian after searching for a long time, and he could only give up. Dusk descended when Feng Wudao returned to the place the Skywolf Fort elders were annihilated, and he noticed the group from the Blade sect had come over as well. Father. Feng Tianwu moved over to greet Feng Wudao when she saw him. Father, where did you go? What exactly happened here? Who killed these elders? I even saw Ta Emu's corpse, and only Big Brother Duan's whereabouts are unknown. Do you know where he went? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with anxiousness as she was most worried about the safety of Duan Lingtian and her father earlier, because she noticed that Ta Mu and the 6 elders had died. Now, when she saw her father unharmed, yet didn't see Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but be even more worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Feng Wudao glanced at the 7 corpses that lay scattered on the plains when he heard this, and then he was just about to speak when Sword 13, Saber 5, and the others had come over. When I chased over, I noticed the corpses of Ta Mu and the 6 elders. I didn't see Lingtian. I went searching in the surroundings for a while yet didn't notice any trace he left behind. Feng Wudao sighed. As far as he was concerned, the incident from before was too peculiar, especially the strength Duan Lingtian revealed after undergoing that unusual change, and it was absolutely a strength that surpassed the void transformation stage and even possibly attained the martial monarch stage. Moreover, all of this seemed to be related to the mysterious broken tablet. Besides that, according to what he reckoned, it was extremely likely that the reason the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort had moved out in unison and came for Duan Lingtian was for the sake of that broken stone tablet. Perhaps they'd found out about it from Zishang. It was precisely because of this that after some careful consideration, Feng Wudao had decided to conceal everything he saw, as he would be able to protect Duan Lingtian better like this. Otherwise, once the secret of the mysterious stone tablet was exposed, perhaps even the Blade sect would be tempted by it and do something bad to Duan Lingtian. What? Feng Tianwu was terrified to the point her beautiful face went pale when she heard this. Why did such a thing happen? Where could Big Brother Duan have gone? Su Li and Zhang Shouyang stood nearby with worried expressions as well. Sword 13 sighed after hearing what Feng Wudao said. I've inspected those 7 corpses, and Ta Mu ought to have been killed by the elders of Skywolf Fort. As for the elders of Skywolf Fort, they were killed by the same expert. Based on the distance the corpses of these 6 elders are distributed and the traces on their corpses, that expert's speed was extremely swift and even far surpasses me. When he spoke up to here, Sword 13 took a deep breath before he said, moreover, the spatial rings on the corpses of those 6 elders are still there, and that expert obviously looked down upon their possessions. So, according to my estimation, It's extremely likely that it was a martial monarch stage expert that killed the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort before taking Duan Lingtian away. Sword 13 finished speaking in a single breath. A martial monarch stage expert. As soon as Sword 13 said this, besides Saber 5 who was prepared since long ago, the pupils of everyone including Feng Wudao couldn't help but constrict, and they had astounded expressions. Feng Wudao was like this because he was shocked by Sword 13's deduction. Never had he imagined that Sword 13's thoughts would be meticulous to this extent of being able to determine from the corpses of the 6 elders that it was a martial monarch stage expert that killed the 6 elders. The strength of Ling Tian after he underwent that unusual change is indeed a strength that only a martial monarch stage expert can possess. But I keep having the feeling that exploding out with a strength like that isn't the slightest bit beneficial to Ling Tian. Feng Wudao's heart couldn't help but be filled with worry when he thought of how Duan Lingtian looked after losing all reason. Big brother Duan was taken away by a martial monarch stage expert. The worry of Feng Tianwu's face grew deeper when she heard Sword 13. Then what should we do now? How do we find that martial monarch stage expert and rescue big brother Duan? Tianwu. Sword 13 shook his head. You're in a state of disorder from being too worried. If Duan Lingtian was really taken away by a martial monarch stage expert, then he ought to be fine. It isn't only that, he might even obtain a great fortune. Yes, Su Li deeply agreed with his master's words. If that martial monarch stage expert wanted to harm Duan Lingtian, then Duan Lingtian would surely have faced a similar end as those 6 elders. Logically speaking, it's impossible for a martial monarch stage expert to kill a few elders of Skywolf Fort for no reason or rhyme. But since he made a move, it's most probably for the sake of saving Duan Lingtian. Since he saved Duan Lingtian, how could be possibly harm? Duan Lingtian, Chapter 839, a young woman that ran away from home. Needless to say, Su Li's judgment was extremely convincing, and it caused Feng Tianwu's expression to gradually ease up. Yes, Tianwu, Lingtian will surely be fine. As the saying goes, one who survives great disaster is destined for fortune. Said Feng Wudao. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. Even though her mood had eased up, her peerlessly beautiful face was still suffused with a wisp of worry. Feng Wudao completely gave up the thought of telling Feng Tianwu the truth when he saw this. Otherwise, his daughter would surely be even more worried. Duan Lingtian had vanished into thin air without leaving any trace for Feng Wudao to search for him, so in the end, he could only return to the Blade sect with Sword 13 and the others. Vice Sect Master Sword. What happened to the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort? Feng Wudao asked curiously. When he came to chase after Duan Lingtian, Tom Yu, and the 6 elders earlier, Sword 13 and Saber 5 were in a fierce battle with the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Both sides were equally matched, and even if they fought for an entire day and night, they might not be able to determine a victor. They left after staying locked in combat with us for a period of time. Perhaps they thought that those elders of their Skywolf Fort had already succeeded and returned. Sword 13 sneered. They probably never dreamt that all the elders of their Skywolf Fort are dead. They went for wool and came home shorn. They deserve it, Saber 5 cursed, and then he sighed. But, what a pity for Tom Yu. Such a good seedling has been killed by the members of Skywolf Fort just like this. Let's go. After a short moment, Sword 13 sighed before leading the others to continue on their way northeast towards the Blade sect. The veil of night gradually descended. 4 figures came from the southwest, and they passed to the sky before swiftly arriving at the place Sword 13 and the others were at dusk. There are a few corpses there. The person in the lead of the 4 suddenly stopped moving forward before plunging down. The 3 people behind him followed him closely. Elder Ping, as he looked at the corpse of the old man that had his neck twisted and didn't show any signs of resistance, the expression of the old man that wore a green-colored uniform darkened. No wonder they never returned. It turns out that all of them died here. Meanwhile, the other 3 dragged 5 corpses over. All of them were killed with a single strike, and it can be seen from their wide-open eyes that they were extremely terrified before their deaths. They ought to have encountered an expert that was impossible for them to go against. Based on the distance their corpses were distributed and their injuries, the person that killed them wasn't simple. Even the fort master might not possess such a strength. In next to no time, the 3 old men and 1 middle-aged man looked at each other, and all of them saw astonishment in each other's eyes. A martial monarch. Subsequently, all 4 of them cried out in unison. These 4 people were the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort that pursued the group from the Blade Sect and fought with Sword 13 and Saber 5. Meng Li, Ning Can, Yu Tang, and Feng Wei. After they returned, they originally thought that the 6 elders that pursued Duan Ling Tian had already returned, yet never had they imagined that the 6 elders had utterly not returned. It wasn't just that, they'd waited for a long time yet didn't see those 6 elders return. Instantly, the 4 of them decided to come over and take a look, and they wanted to see if they could discover any inkling. The outcome exceeded their expectations. The 6 elders of their Skywolf Fort seemed to have been killed by a martial monarch stage expert, and 5 of them were even chased after and killed in the process of fleeing in all directions. "There's a trace of blood over there." Suddenly, Feng Wei cried out in a low voice and seemed to have noticed something. Instantly, the other 3 of them headed over together. In next to no time, they saw a simple grave nearby. There was a tombstone on the grave, and based on the traces of dirt atop the grave, it had obviously been buried not long ago. Ning Clan strode a step forward before pushing out 3 times with his palm, and his vast origin energy combined material concept instantly turned the grave over. A robust corpse was also blasted out, and it fell heavily on the ground. "It's Ta Mu's corpse." Feng Wei recognized who this corpse was with a single glance, and then he guessed. It ought to be the members of the Blade Sect that buried him. Could the 6 elders have been killed by the members of the Blade Sect? Yu Tang frowned. No. Meng Li shook his head. The injuries on the corpses are obviously from a time ago. Moreover, the person that killed them is most probably a martial monarch stage expert. I haven't noticed any traces in the surroundings, nor did I see Duan Ling Tian's corpse. Feng Wei searched in the surroundings for a moment and said, "It's slightly strange. It's extremely likely that Duan Ling Tian has been taken away by that martial monarch stage expert. No matter how moody a martial monarch stage expert is, he wouldn't kill people for no reason. Especially people that are like ants in his eyes." Ning Can guessed. "So I guess that the martial monarch stage expert made a move for the sake of rescuing Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps he took a fancy to Duan Ling Tian's natural talent and comprehension ability, or perhaps it's because of something else." As he finished speaking, Ning Can's expression darkened. The expressions of Meng Li's group of 3 weren't sightly either. The matter from today had undoubtedly pushed them and Duan Ling Tian to opposing sides. If Duan Ling Tian really followed by the side of a martial monarch stage expert, then once he asked the martial monarch stage expert to make a move in the future, their Skywolf Fort would be struck with calamity. Don't worry unnecessarily for now. All of this is only our guess, and perhaps the truth isn't like this. In the next, Meng Li was the first to recover from his shock, and he consoled them. Ning Can's group of 3 nodded. "Let's return," Meng Li continued. "We can forget the saint weapon in Duan Ling Tian's hands for now. The pressing matter at the moment is to properly prepare to deal with the opening of the Martial Emperor's treasure vault half a year from now. According to my knowledge, there's no less than 6 powers that know of the existence of that treasure vault." When he spoke up to here, Meng Li looked at Ning Can. "Ning Can, I heard the personal disciple you just took is a variant, and his innate ability is extraordinary. Properly foster him, as his innate ability will be a trump card for the disciples of our Skywolf Fort after they enter the treasure vault." "Yes, senior brother," Ning Can replied respectfully, and his face was suffused with a proud smile when he thought of that personal disciple of his. The 4 of them arrived and left hastily. As for the corpses of those 6 elders, they utterly disregarded them and casually tossed them in this vast plains, allowing them to await the arrival of wild beasts and fierce beasts. High above the sky of the darkened dynasty, 2 figures that were absurdly swift flashed by, and they appeared in the sky above the darkened dynasty not too long later and stopped moving. Meanwhile, the owners of those 2 figures revealed themselves. Both of them were young women around the age of 15 and 16. One of the young women wore yellow clothes, her eyes were suffused with a cheeky sheen, and a single glance allowed one to know that she wasn't someone who could keep still. The other young woman wore green clothes and had a pretty appearance, and it could be discerned that she would surely be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty when she grew up. Most importantly, the green-clothed young woman seemed to be extremely tranquil when standing there, and it seemed like a scene that formed 2 extremes with the yellow-clothed young woman that was looking around. "Shui Nai, this is the darkened dynasty you spoke of in the past?" the green-clothed young woman asked with a pleasing and gentle voice that was like the voice of an oriole. Exactly. The yellow-clothed young woman nodded, and then she held the green-clothed young woman's hand before hastily plunging down. I heard Big Brother Ling Tian say that he wanted to participate in some martial competition of the 10 dynasties that day. I wonder if it has ended. A few years have passed now, it ought to have ended, right? Even though the green-clothed young woman was pulled down from midair by the yellow-clothed young woman, but she still maintained a tranquil ladylike posture as she lightly opened her lips and spoke in a pleasing tone. Won't we know if we go ask people? Asked the yellow-clothed young woman. Shui Nai, I think we should return earlier. If my father finds out that I sneaked out with you, he'll surely be furious. The green-clothed young woman spoke with slight worry. What are you afraid of? You have me. The yellow-clothed young woman spoke heroically. At that time, if Uncle Mew dares scold you, I'll burn off his hair. Now that I speak of it, Uncle Mu's appearance when he's bald is rather handsome. Don't. The green-clothed young woman laughed bitterly. Father's hair was kept for a long time before growing to its current length. If you do it again, then he'll probably become depressed. As far as she was concerned, her father was an overlord at any rate, yet he just happened to be meek like a rabbit before this little companion of hers. All right, you're so annoying. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have brought you with me. The yellow-clothed young woman spoke with slight impatience. In next to no time, the two young women entered the capital of the Darken dynasty, and they went to a restaurant at the first possible moment before calling an attendant over. The yellow-clothed young woman was Han Shui Nai, who'd parted with Duan Ling Tian a few years ago, and she looked at the attendant as she asked. Has the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended? Young miss, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties wasn't held in our Darken dynasty. According to my knowledge, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held 1 year after the dynasty martial competition of our Darken dynasty ends. It ought to have ended a few days ago, said the attendant. Then do you know where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held? Asked Han Shui Nai. Young miss, you must be joking. How could people like us know this? The attendant laughed bitterly. Young miss, you want to know where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held? Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded out, and a young man in embroidered clothes arrived before Han Shui Nai's table under the escort of 2 servants. What? You know about it? Han Shui Nai sized up the young man for a moment before asking with slight doubt. Of course. The young man in embroidered clothes raised his head, and he had a proud expression as he looked towards the nearby attendant and said, Tell this young miss who this young master is. Yes, the attendant seemed to be slightly afraid of the young man in embroidered clothes, and he hurriedly said to Han Shui Nai, Young miss, this young master is the second young master of our Darken dynasty's Yi clan, young master Yi Shang. According to my knowledge, the older brother of young master Yi Shang, young master Yi Shao, had gone to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties half a year ago. Chapter 840, Duan Ling Tian Awakens. Yi Shang. Han Shui Nai's beautiful brows knit slightly, and then she couldn't help but mutter. Why does it sound like the name of a woman? A man dares take such a name. Truly a shame. The young man in embroidered clothes was precisely the second young master of the Yi clan, Yi Shang, and his face sank slightly when he heard what Han Shui Nai said. His name that sounded female had always been a thorn in his heart, and it was a taboo for him that no one had ever dared mention before him. My big brother Ling Tian's name is better, that's the name a man ought to have. As she finished muttering, Han Shui Nai started smiling. Big brother Ling Tian, the attendant couldn't help but exclaim when he heard Han Shui Nai. Young miss, the big brother Ling Tian you spoke of, could it be that his full name is Duan Ling Tian? You know my big brother Ling Tian. Han Shui Nai's eyes lit up when she heard the attendant, and then she said, Do you know where my big brother Ling Tian is? How could I possibly know young master Ling Tian? I was only lucky to see him from afar during the dynasty martial competition 1 year ago. Young master Ling Tian was too awe-inspiring that day, and in the end, he obtained the honor of being the first in the martial competition of our Darken dynasty. The attendant smiled. Presently, young master Ling Tian has probably not come back from the venue of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties like the older brother of young master Yi Shang. The first in the dynasty martial competition. Han Shui Nai's eyes lit up as she said with a grin, as expected of the big brother of Han Shui Nai, he's truly amazing. Hey, Yi Hu, oh, wait, Yi Shang. What are you running away for? You haven't told me where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held. Han Shui Nai vanished into thin air before the attendant, and when she appeared once more, she'd already blocked before Yi Shang, who was just intending to sneak off, and spoke angrily with her hands on her waist. Yi Shang saw something flash before his eyes before noticing a figure had appeared there, and he instantly couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Why are all the people by Duan Ling Tian's side so abnormal? I can't afford to offend them, so can't I avoid them? Yi Zhang's heart felt exceedingly bitter. Actually, when he first laid eyes on Han Shui-nai and the green-clothed young woman by Han Shui-nai's side, he had ill intentions in his heart and even wanted to trick them back to the Yi clan estate. But when he heard Han Shui-nai say Duan Ling Tian was her brother, the ill intent in his heart vanished completely, as he didn't dare offend Duan Ling Tian. Since he couldn't afford to offend her, couldn't he avoid her? But now it would seem that wanting to avoid her wasn't a simple task. I heard my old brother say that it seems to be held in the northern desert's ancient desert city. I only know this. Young miss, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Yi Shang spoke as he hastily ran out of the restaurant with his 2 servants, and even faster than a rabbit. Northern desert, ancient desert city, Han Shui-nai muttered, and then her eyes lit up. I remember now, I've gone there with Qing Nu. There seems to be a power called Skywolf Fort there, and their fort master's beard is rather fun to play with. I pulled it off completely. The last time. A few years have passed now, so it ought to have grown, right? Han Shui-nai spoke as she held the green-clothed young woman's hand and ran out. Shui-nai, let's go. I'll take you to see a fun person, and we'll play the game of beard-pulling with him. The green-clothed young woman was the companion that played and even cultivated with Han Shui-nai since a young age, Mu Shui-yi. The corners of Mu Shui-yi's mouth couldn't help but be suffused with a bitter smile when she heard this. At the same time, her heart was filled with pity towards the fort master of the Skywolf Fort. No good came to anyone targeted by the little devil. This was something that she knew deeply from experience. The northern desert belonged to the northern border of the foreign lands, and it neighbored the 10 dynasties. Besides that, it occupied an area that was a few tens of times the area of the 10 dynasties. In the southern area of the northern desert, powers were as numerous as the clouds, and 4 of those powers reigned supreme. They were respectively the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect. At the east of the northern desert, Drift Cloud Town, Yi Clan Estate. Within a quiet little courtyard was a young woman around the age of 16 or 17 who was pacing up and down. The young woman had a pretty and delicate appearance, and even though she couldn't be considered to be peerlessly beautiful, she was a rare beauty, but the young woman's brows were knit tightly together at this moment. This won't do. I won't marry him even if I die. The young woman gritted her teeth and had a resolute expression. Where is this? Suddenly, a confused mutter sounded out from within the room on the left in the little courtyard. The young woman's eyes lit up when she heard this voice, and she hurriedly entered into the room. You've awoken. The young woman looked at the violet-clothed young man that was sitting up with difficulty, and her intelligent eyes were suffused with an extraordinary splendor. She was filled with heartfelt admiration towards this man that was able to lay on the bed for the greater part of a month, yet still be able to survive. You are. Duan Ling Tian shook his slightly dizzy head. His stiff body gave him an extremely unfamiliar feeling, as if he needed to adapt to it once more, and he revealed a puzzled expression as he looked at the young woman before him. I'm Yi Zan. The young woman smiled lightly before sighing. You really can sleep. If I count from the day I found you, you've already slept for 18 days. 18 days? You said I've been unconscious for 18 days. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted, and he revealed an astonished expression. At the same time, with a command in his heart, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief after he noticed the devil-seal tablet lay silently within his spatial ring. His memory was still at the moment he withdrew the devil-seal tablet that day. He still remembered that after he pressed his hand onto the devil-seal tablet, a strange energy suddenly gushed out of the devil-seal tablet and fused into his arm. In the blink of an eye, he lost all feeling in his arm. When he recovered from his shock, he felt a wave of piercing pain in his soul, and then he completely lost all consciousness. After he lost consciousness, he seemed to have fallen into a state of deep sleep, and under this state, he had an extremely strange dream. In that dream, his body was completely out of his control. Moreover, he transformed to possess violet hair and scarlet-red eyes, causing him to look like a peerless king of devils. In the dream, he killed the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort, and in the end, he even saw Feng Wudao. He also remembered that the him in the dream wanted to kill Feng Wudao on many occasions, and it was he who exerted all his strength to restrain himself. As he restrained and restrained, he once again lost consciousness. When he woke next, he noticed that he was within this small room, and he even saw a young woman with a delicate and pretty appearance. Based on what the young woman said, it seemed like she'd saved him. Moreover, he'd slept for 18 days. Yes. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw the young woman nod, and based on her appearance, she obviously wasn't lying and seemed to have no reason to lie. Duan Ling Tian shook his splitting head, and he took a deep breath before asking. Can you tell me what happened when you encountered me? I don't remember. The young woman nodded, and then she said, when I encountered you, you were lying in a bed of reeds. I just happened to pass by and saw you, and I noticed you hadn't died, so I brought you back. When she spoke up to hear, the young woman laughed lightly. Your figure seems quite balanced, yet I never imagined that you would be rather heavy. Duan Ling Tian laughed embarrassedly, and then he asked, where is this? This is my home, the Drift Cloud Town's Yi clan. The young woman spoke, and then asked, right, I've already told you my name, yet you haven't told me yours. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's mouth slightly split open and revealed a brilliant smile. Thank you for saving me. Duan Ling Tian, then I'll call you Big Brother Duan, you can call me Little Zan. Yi Zan smiled lightly. Alright, Little Zan. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Big Brother Duan, you've slept for 18 days, so you're surely hungry, right? I'll go prepare food for you. Yi Zan spoke and didn't wait for Duan Ling Tian to answer before hurriedly leaving the room in the little courtyard. She's really a kind and good young lady. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly, then he controlled his body that he wasn't so accustomed to and got off his bed before walking out of the room, and then he stretched his body in the little courtyard. What exactly happened? How did I escape from the claws of those 6 elders? After he felt that he'd once again gotten accustomed to his body, Duan Ling Tian's brows frowned slightly as he'd completely forgotten had happened earlier. There's also that strange dream. Could it be that everything in the dream was true? Suddenly, a crazy thought like this arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart for no reason or rhyme, and after this thought arose, it was impossible to suppress and seemed as if the truth was really so. If that dream was real, isn't the devil-seal tablet too abnormal? As Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, he withdrew the devil-seal tablet from his spatial ring. The devil-seal tablet was cold to his touch, and it gave Duan Ling Tian a feeling as if they were intimately linked. Can you tell me if all that is true? Duan Ling Tian looked at the devil-seal tablet and asked, and he seemed to be preaching to deaf ears. When he saw no reaction from the devil-seal tablet, Duan Ling Tian put it away and muttered. Based on what I know now, all of that might be real. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to survive under the siege of 6 Skywolf Fort elders. The violet-haired and scarlet-red-eyed me in the dream had a strength so strong, it far surpassed senior. The senior Duan Ling Tian mentioned was precisely the vice sect master of the Blade sect, Sword 13, an existence at the 9th level of the Void transformation stage. Moreover, even if it was amongst the numerous existences at the 9th level of the Void transformation stage, Sword 13's strength would at least be above average. This was something that could be perceived from Sword 13's ability to go against the joint forces of a 9th level Void transformation stage and an 8th level Void transformation stage vice fort. Master of Skywolf Fort. The me in the dream had a strength that's probably at the martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian recalled the extremely clear dream and muttered to himself. Tom Yu. Suddenly, with a turn of his thoughts, he recalled Tom Yu, who'd blocked the strike of a Skywolf Fort elder for him and died before his eyes. If everything in the dream was true, then Tom Yu could be said to have saved him. Because Tom Yu had one time for him and allowed him to rely on the strength of the devil-seal tablet to kill the 6 elders and escape danger. Chapter 841, Side Effect. Meanwhile, Yi Zan had returned, and she put down a tray with a bowl of hot porridge on the stone table in the courtyard as she said with a light smile, Big Brother Duan, you haven't eaten for so long, so you'll surely be unable to digest rice. So I made some millet porridge for you. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian's appetite was greatly aroused as he smelt the fragrance of the porridge, and after he sat down before the table, he started drinking the porridge. The taste of the porridge was extremely nice and was obviously cooked attentively. Little Zan, your culinary skill isn't bad. Whoever marries you in the future will surely enjoy a happy life. Duan Ling Tian smiled. But in next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that his joke caused a wisp of a bitter smile to appear on the corners of Yi Zan's mouth when she heard it. Little Zan, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. No, Yi Zan shook her head and squeezed out a trace of a smile on her face, and she diverted the topic. Right, Big Brother Duan, why were you at the bed of reeds outside Drift Cloud Town? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard Yi Zan. I don't know either. You don't know. Yi Zan was stunned, and she was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian didn't seem to be lying. But exactly what had a person experienced to sleep for an entire 18 days, yet not show the slightest trace of injury or illness? Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he seemed to have thought of something and asked. Little Zan, you said this as the Drift Cloud Sects Yi clan. I wonder if you know where the Skywolf Fort is? Skywolf Fort? Yi Zan couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. Big Brother Duan, are you speaking about one of the 4 great powers in the southern area of the northern desert, Skywolf Fort? One of the 4 great powers in the southern area of the northern desert? Duan Ling Tian was stunned, and then he asked curiously. The 4 great powers you mentioned wouldn't be the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect, right? Exactly. Yi Zan nodded, and then she asked. Big Brother Duan, why did you ask about the Skywolf Fort? The Skywolf Fort is situated at the southern area of the northern desert, and it's at the southernmost part. It's slightly far from where we are. Where are we? A bad premonition arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Drift Cloud Town is situated at the east of the northern desert, said Yi Zan. The eastern area of the northern desert. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, and then he recovered from his shock and couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he felt shock in his heart. How did I come to the eastern area of the northern desert? There's probably an extremely far distance between this place to the southern area of the northern desert, right? With my current strength, if I depart alone to head towards the southern area of the northern desert and head to the Blade Sect, I'll surely be unable to avoid encountering dangers along the way. It's extremely risky to leave alone. As he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian felt rather helpless. Looks like I have to think of another way if I want to head to the Blade Sect, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Young miss. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. The Patriarch heard that the young master you rescued has awoken, and he asked you to bring the young master over to see him. What does father want to do? Yi Zan frowned and seemed to be slightly unwilling. Little Zan, I never imagined that you're the daughter of the Yi clan's Patriarch. Now that I speak of it, I've already imposed on your Yi clan for a period of time, so take me to see Patriarch Yi. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Since Duan Ling Tian said this, Yi Zan naturally didn't have any reason to refuse, and she called out to Duan Ling Tian and headed towards the Yi clan's audience hall. In the Yi clan's audience hall, the Yi clan's patriarch, Yi Ting, sat at the head seat. Yi Ting was around the age of 50, his appearance was ordinary, yet a dignified expression was emitted from between his brows, and he possessed the dignity of someone in a high position. On a seat right below the head seat sat a middle-aged man around the age of 40 plus. The outline of the middle-aged man's face was slightly similar to Yi Ting, yet a trace of ruthlessness and gloominess was held between his brows. Obviously, he was no ordinary person. This person was the third elder of the Yi clan, Yi Wei, and he was the younger brother of Yi Ting that only shared the same father with him. Big brother, it's not that I want to speak about little Zan like this. But little Zan, an untouched virgin, has brought a man into her own courtyard. If this matter is spread to the Chen clan, would they be willing to take it? Yi Wei spoke with a low voice. Alas, Yi Ting sighed. That little girl little Zan is just like her mother, kind-hearted and pure. Her actions this time do indeed lack consideration slightly. But I heard that person lay asleep on the bed for 18 days and only awoke today, so there ought to be nothing between him and little Zan. Moreover, I believe little Zan, she wouldn't do something she shouldn't. Yi Ting added, I'm willing to believe little Zan as well, but once this matter is spread out, how would outsiders look upon it? At that time, wouldn't the Chen clan surely destroy our Yi clan? As Yi Wei finished speaking, his face sank. So, big brother, once little Zan brings that kid over, I'll ask him to fuck off, and you must not help him. Alas, I know what to do. But he was brought back by little Zan after all, so you have to give little Zan some face no matter what. Yi Ting sighed. I understand. Yi Wei nodded. Duan Ling Tian followed behind Yi Zan to head all the way through the Yi clan estate to finally arrive at the audience hall. When he walked into the audience hall, Duan Ling Tian noticed 2 gazes had locked onto him in the first possible moment, and once of the gazes were still fine as it was rather polite, whereas the other gaze wasn't only fierce, it was unbridled. Duan Ling Tian's face sank slightly, and then he raised his head to fearlessly meet the gaze of owner of the second gaze, Yi Wei, who sat at the seat beneath the head seat. His spiritual force swept out, and Duan Ling Tian detected in the first possible moment that this person's cultivation was at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Father. After she walked into the audience hall, Yi Zan bowed towards Yi Ting before glancing indifferently at Yi Wei. Second uncle. HMPH. Yi Wei grunted coldly, and this cold grunted was directed to both Duan Ling Tian and Yi Zan. Little Zan, you're becoming more and more rude now. I originally didn't know why. But now it would seem like there's something wrong with the people you're acquainted with. Learning the bad and not the good isn't a good habit. Once you go to the Chen clan in the future, then wouldn't the Yi clan ridicule our Yi clan for having no discipline? Yi Wei glanced coldly at Duan Ling Tian, and then he looked at Yi Zan and spoke sarcastically. Second uncle. Yi Zan's expression went slightly grim as she looked at Yi Wei and said with a low voice, "My friend has probably not offended you, right? On what basis are you talking bad about him? Besides that, I've already said that I won't marry that good-for-nothing young man from the Chen clan. If you want someone to get married, then you go marry him." You. Yi Wei was angered to the point his expression went livid, and then he looked at Yi Ting. "Big brother, look, this is your good daughter. Little Zan." Yi Ting's brows frowned as he berated. "How can you speak like that to your second uncle?" "Second uncle?" Yi Zan laughed, and she laughed with a mocking expression. "I took him as my second uncle, yet does he take me as his niece? For the sake of flattering the Chen clan, for the sake of forming a relationship with them, and for the sake of his own benefit, he secretly sold me off. I don't have a second uncle like him." As she finished speaking, Yi Zan had a resolute expression. Yi Zan's hysteric words didn't just stun Yi Ting and Yi Wei, it even stunned Duan Ling Tian. Was this still the extremely gentle little Zan? But Duan Ling Tian was roughly able to understand the conflict between Yi Zan and her second uncle through her words. No wonder little Zan's face was slightly off when I said whoever marries her would enjoy a happy life. So it turns out that she had a marriage agreement secretly set by her second uncle, and she's being forced to marry a good-for-nothing young man. Duan Ling Tian had always possessed meticulous thoughts, and he easily guessed the sequence of events. "Big brother, looks like little Zan has great complaints towards me. I really want to ask you to judge this matter. Did I do this for the sake of overall situation of the clan or not? The union by marriage with the Chen clan is only beneficial to our Yi clan and isn't harmful." Yi Wei looked at Yi Ting and spoke slowly. "Little Zan, you." Right when Yi Ting wanted to berate Yi Zan again, Duan Ling Tian took a few steps forward to stand before Yi Zan, and he looked at Yi Ting before interrupting him. "Duan Ling Tian greets Patriarch Yi. HMPH. The nearby Yi Wei grunted coldly and muttered, "Don't you know that interrupting is an extremely rude thing? How does little Zan know such trash?" Even though Yi Wei didn't say this to Duan Ling Tian, yet he was obviously speaking about Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's face sank slightly as killing intent flashed within his eyes when he heard this. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian felt slightly irritable. The origin energy in his body showed signs of becoming slightly restless, and the thought of killing Yi Wei arose in his heart for no reason or rhyme. Moreover, this sort of though grew stronger and stronger, and it seemed to be ceaselessly urging Duan Ling Tian and wanting to control his feelings. For a time, Duan Ling Tian was terrified to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. After taking a deep breath, his restless feelings eased up, and he was shocked in his heart. "When did I become so easily enraged? I feel as if my feelings are slightly out of my control. Looks like that dream was really true. My feelings ought to have been affected by the devil-seal tablet, and it left a side effect behind." Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall that the him he saw in the dream only had bloodthirsty and violent feelings, and it had completely suppressed his normal feelings. So he was practically able to determine that it was a side effect left behind after the devil-seal tablet bestowed formidable strength to kill everyone to him. "I originally thought that since I have the devil-seal tablet, it would be able to give me strength at any time when I encounter dangers in the future, and I would be able to rely on the energy it bestows upon me to clear all obstacles. But now it would seem like it isn't so simple. At the same time that the devil-seal tablet assists me, it also left behind a heavy injury and flaw in my soul, causing my feelings to be out of my control. Perhaps if the incident in the dream occurs once more, my feelings would be even more out of my control, and in the end, even I myself would be utterly unable to control it, causing me to become a true devil." When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. Sure enough, one had to pay the price when utilizing a strength that didn't belong to oneself. Nothing comes free in the world. Chapter 842, Overestimation of Ability. The devil-seal tablet is too terrifying. If it's possible, then I must try my best to not to utilize the energy contained within it in the future. Duan Ling Tian decided in his heart. After returning to his senses, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh lightly when he recalled what Yi Zan's second uncle, Yi Wei, muttered earlier. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian looked at Yi Zan, who was angered to the point of seeming like a little tiger and intended to launch a verbal attack at Yi Wei. Little Zan, if someone intends to take the happiness of their loved ones as a trifling matter for the sake of their own personal benefit, then do you think that person is worse than an animal? Of course. The beautiful face of Yi Zan, who originally wanted to flare up when she heard Yi Hui's words, was instantly suffused with a smile when she heard Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, she mischievously gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up in secret. Enough. Finally, Yi Ting couldn't look on any longer. Stop, all of you. You're the young man Little Zan rescued, right? Yi Ting looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked indifferently. You're fine now, right? Yi Ting asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian answered once more. Since you're fine, then take these 10 low-grade origin stones and go back to wherever you came from. Yi Ting spoke indifferently. At the same time, he raised his hand to casually toss out 10 low-grade origin stones directly beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet. This seemed to be an act of humiliating him and trampling on his dignity, right? Father, what's the meaning of this? Yi Zan's beautiful face went grim when she saw this scene, and then she said angrily, Big brother Duan is my friend, and humiliating him is humiliating me. Quickly apologized to him. Yi Ting's face sank and was extremely unsightly when he saw his daughter standing up for an outsider, asking him to apologize. PFF'd. Yi Wei laughed with ridicule, and then he glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Ling Tian and said, Big brother, I think this kid thinks it's too little. 10 low-grade origin stones isn't little. Yi Ting was indifferent and said, Our Yi clan doesn't owe him anything. It's he who owes our Yi clan. Patriarch Yi, what you said is wrong. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently, Even if I owe someone something, I owe Little Zan. What does it have to do with your Yi clan? Little Zan is a member of our Yi clan. Since you owe Little Zan, you naturally owe our Yi clan. Yi Ting glanced at Duan Ling Tian with contempt as he laughed coldly. Ha 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 ha. Duan Ling Tian instantly started laughing loudly when he heard this, and his laughter was unbridled and unrestrained as it filled the entire Yi clan audience hall. What are you laughing at? Yi Ting said with a low voice, Could it be that I'm wrong? Patriarch Yi, you still know that Little Zan is a member of your Yi clan. You didn't discuss her marriage with her before privately agreeing to it with another. Do you think you took Little Zan to be a member of the Yi clan in this matter? After he restrained his laughter, Duan Ling Tian sneered. Perhaps, in your eyes, Little Zan is only a tool in this matter, a tool for your Yi clan to become united to the Chen clan in marriage. As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, Yi Ting's expression became extremely unsightly. Yi Zan, who stood behind Duan Ling Tian, was agitated to the point her delicate fists were clenched tightly as Duan Ling Tian's words had spoken out the words in her heart, and it resonated with her. HMPH. Kid, it isn't your place to interfere in the things of our Yi clan. Yi Wei stood up from his seat as he glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian and shouted in a grim voice. What? You just said that I owe your Yi clan a favor, yet now you're busy drawing a line between us. Duan Ling Tian smiled extremely brightly and brilliantly. Yi Ting stood up from his seat as the origin energy on his body flickered like flames, and he shouted out coldly as his gaze that was like a blade shot towards Duan Ling Tian. Our Yi clan doesn't welcome you. Fuck off. Father, what are you doing? Big brother Duan is my friend. If you want him to leave, they all leave with him. Let me see how you explain this to the Chen clan. Yi Zan strode a step forward, and she who wasn't tall nor big stood before Duan Ling Tian and opened up her hands to protect Duan Ling Tian behind her as she was deeply afraid that Yi Ting would attack Duan Ling Tian. You, Little Zan, get out of the way. Yi Ting's expression was even more unsightly when he saw his daughter standing at the side of an outsider. Even though Yi Zan wasn't old, her character was extremely unyielding, and she disregarded Yi Ting. If you don't move away, then I won't consider you my daughter any longer. Under his extremely rage, Yi Ting roared with a deep voice. Yi Zan's expression instantly went pale as a sheet when she heard this, and she seemed to be slightly dejected as she muttered. Changed, everything has changed. That father that doted upon me in the past will never return. That father that promised mother before her death that he would surely let me live happily forever is gone. That father that would never shout at me is gone. Every family has its own problems, this was a fact. At this moment, he could feel Yi Zhan's dejectedness, yet he didn't know how he should console her. But in his heart, he'd already made a decision. He would surely help this kind-hearted young woman get through this predicament. Little Zhan. Yi Ting sighed when he heard Yi Zhan's mutters. Actually, that Chen clan's young master isn't bad. Even though he's usually a bit too profligate and undisciplined, his father has already said that he only wanted to enjoy a little amusement occasionally, and he will be sincerely good to you. Father, let me just ask you, do you believe his nonsense? Yi Zhan sneered. So long as someone in our Drift Cloud town has a daughter that's pretty, which of those people haven't had their daughters ruined by him? If there aren't 100, there are at least 80 young women that have chosen to commit suicide after being violated by him, right? You want me to marry a profligate good-for-nothing like him? Father, you want to push me into a fiery pit of hell just for the sake of the assistance the Chen clan would be able to give the Yi clan after the marriage? Yi Zhan's successive rhetorical questions caused Yi Ting to be speechless and not know how to answer her. Little Zhan, you have to be sensible. You're a member of the Yi clan, so you naturally must think for the Yi clan. Sacrificing you will allow our Yi clan to move a step higher, and our Yi clan will never forget you. The nearby Yi Wei chipped in. No matter how high it stands, a clan that relied on sacrificing women to rise will be unable to change the inferiority in its bones. And it will fall down once again, sooner or later. Duan Ling Tian spoke with disdain. In his lifetime, what he looked down upon the most was these people and powers that relied on women to seek benefit for themselves. Kid, you're courting death. Yi Wei was greatly enraged and couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious fierce beast and directly pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. He slapped out with his palm, causing origin energy to skyrocket before fusing with material water concept, and it flashed directly towards Duan Ling Tian's chest. A gale swept out from the palm causing the airflow in the sky to flash about along with it and transform into circle after circle of ripples that spread ceaselessly towards the surroundings. Big brother Duan, watch out. Yi Zhan, who was immersed in her pain, inadvertently saw this scene, causing her face to go grim, and her eyes were filled with extreme rage towards her second uncle, Yi Wei. Yi Ting had the ability to stop Yi Wei yet didn't make any move and watched everything coldly from the sidelines. But in the next moment, he was unable to keep his composure any longer, and his pupils constricted instantly. An enormous sound resounded out. Duan Ling Tian had casually pushed out with his palm to forcefully receive Yi Hui's strike, yet Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged, whereas Yi Hui's expression instantly flushed red. You overestimate your ability. There's not enmity between us, yet you want to kill me just because I spoke a few words I felt to be correct. Duan Ling Tian's cold and indifferent gaze met Yi Hui's gaze, and he asked with a low voice. Yi Hui's mouth held a mouthful of blood, and he didn't spit it out because he was unwilling to show weakness before Duan Ling Tian, so it was naturally impossible for him to reply. What's the point for a person like you to keep his cultivation? Duan Ling Tian's voice became slightly chilly. Stay your hand. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, Yi Ting, who felt something was amiss, realized what Duan Ling Tian wanted to do, and his face went grim. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Ting flew out like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain as he pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. Yi Zhan was stunned since early on when Duan Ling Tian easily received Yi Hui's palm strike because she never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would possess such a formidable strength. Her second uncle was a void interpretation stage expert. Even if it was in the entire Drift Cloud town, he could be considered to be in existence at the top. Before she could even recover from her shock, Yi Zhan's face went pale. Because she saw her father had actually pounced towards Duan Ling Tian, and she couldn't help but be worried for Duan Ling Tian as her father's strength was even stronger than her second uncle. Yi Ting's speed was swift, yet Duan Ling Tian's speed was swifter, and his other hand flashed out to fiercely descend onto Yi Hui's dantian under Yi Hui's fearful gaze. Instantly, Yi Hui's dantian was broken apart, and his vast origin energy leaked out entirely. Ah! The vital blood in Yi Hui's body gushed up when his cultivation was crippled, and he couldn't hold back the blood in his mouth and sprayed it out in large mouthfuls. You're courting death. Yi Ting had finally arrived, and he who had a spirit sword appear in his hand shouted out explosively as he struck out swiftly towards Duan Ling Tian, who had his back towards him. His sword struck straight towards Duan Ling Tian's vital point with the intention of killing Duan Ling Tian with a single blow and taking revenge for his younger brother who had his cultivation crippled. An ear-piercing sword howl entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears in the blink of an eye, and it caused Duan Ling Tian's brows to raise. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian easily flashed off to avoid Yi Ting's sword strike, and he stood from afar as he looked coldly at Yi Ting. Yi Ting was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he similarly didn't take Yi Ting seriously. But when he thought about how Yi Ting was Little Zan's father, Duan Ling Tian didn't make a move against Yi Ting, and it could be considered to be him giving Little Zan face as he was sincerely fond of this kind-hearted young woman. "Big brother, avenge me! Avenge me!" Yi Wei held his dantian as he sat on the ground, and he didn't see the speed Duan Ling Tian had revealed earlier as he just howled in a low voice by himself, "Avenge you!" The corners of Yi Ting's mouth curled into a painful and bitter expression. How would he avenge his younger brother? The sword strike from before was his strongest strike, and his swiftest strike, yet it was exactly a strike like that which was close at hand and about to hit when Duan Ling Tian had easily avoided it. At that moment, what he felt was something only he understood clearly. Now, he could be sure of one thing. It was that Duan Ling Tian's strength exceeded his imagination, and he was utterly not on the same level as Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 843, Breaking Off an Engagement. "You, who exactly are you?" Yi Ting looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a bitter smile. After he'd witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, Yi Ting didn't dare put on airs as the patriarch of the Yi clan because he knew that before a true expert, the patriarch of the Yi clan like him was no different to an ant. If Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill him, it would be extremely easy, and Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be afraid just because he was the patriarch of the Yi clan. "I'm Little Zan's friend," Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. "Big brother, what are you wasting time talking to him for? Quickly kill him." After Yi Wei noticed that Yi Ting didn't take any action to deal with Duan Ling Tian, his face went grim and shouted out with a grim voice. "Kill, kill, kill. All you know is to kill. If he wants to kill me, then I'd have died a few times over." Yi Ting was already slightly perturbed now, and when he heard Yi Hui's words, he instantly berated with slight irritation. "What?" Yi Hui's face went pale when he heard Yi Ting, and he, who was already in extreme pain from his dantian being crippled, couldn't take a shock like this, causing him to pass out directly. "Big brother Duan." Yi Zan completely recovered from her shock, and she realized that this violet-clothed young man she rescued possessed a strength that far surpassed her second uncle and father. In the blink of an eye, he'd crippled the dantian of her second uncle before easily avoiding her father's enraged strike at the critical moment. Such strength was something that even her grandfather, the former patriarch of the Yi clan, was probably far inferior to. "Little Zan, don't worry. I'll help you deal with your problem." Duan Ling Tian smiled to Yi Zan before giving her a reassuring glance. Yi Zan's heart felt warm, and then she looked at Yi Ting and a trace of pain flashed within her eyes. In the end, she said, "Big brother Duan, can you let me father off?" "Silly girl." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. "You wouldn't take me to be a devil that kills without batting an eyelid, right?" Yi Zan couldn't help but smile when she heard Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Yi Ting and he laughed coldly. "Patriarch Yi, did you see that? Even if you want to sacrifice Little Zan, at the moment you've encountered danger, she would still be the first to stand out and plead for mercy on your behalf. She wouldn't really disregard your life and death just because you want to sacrifice her. You're her father in her heart, the father that gave birth to and fostered her." Duan Ling Tian's words were spoken with a clear and resounding voice. Yi Ting laughed bitterly, and then he put away his sword and sighed. "Do you think I really want to sacrifice Little Zan? If I had another way, then even if I have to die, I wouldn't allow Little Zan to marry that bastard." Yi Ting's sudden change caused both Duan Ling Tian and Yi Zan to be unable to help but be stunned. The present Yi Zan was completely different from the Yi Zan from before. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Yi Ting with disdain. "Weren't you continuously praising the young master of the Chen clan before Little Zan earlier? Why have you changed your words now?" "I was forced by circumstances and only wanted to convince Little Zan." Yi Ting sighed, and then looked at Yi Zan with an affectionate expression as he walked over slowly. Yi Ting stretched out his hand to lightly rub Yi Zan's head and spoke in a gentle voice. "Little Zan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." It's all my fault, father. Yizan hadn't seen her father be so gentle in a long time, causing her eyes to go red as she pounced into Yi Ting's embrace. What happened exactly? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian and Yizan found out about the sequence of events from Yi Ting. It turned out that the entire thing was caused by Yi Wei alone. Yi Wei had privately agreed to the request of the Chen clan to unite both clans in marriage and had agreed to engage Yizan to the good-for-nothing young master of the Chen clan. Because of this, he utilized the relationships of the Chen clan to obtain a great deal of benefit. When Yi Ting found out about this matter, he was furious and even personally went to the Chen clan with the intention of breaking off the engagement. But would the Chen clan be willing? The Chen clan put out word that if the Yi clan didn't fulfill the promise, the Chen clan would declare war towards the Yi clan. They would make the Yi clan vanish completely from Drift Cloud Town and become history. The strongest in our Yi clan is father, who rarely leaves the clan, yet he's only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. After this incident occurred, I was most worried that father would find out. Once he finds out, he would surely kill second brother with his own 2 hands. When he spoke up to hear, Yi Ting glanced at Yi Wei with disappointment. Moreover, with my father's temper, he'd surely go all out for little Zan Sake and fight the Chen clan to the end. But once the matter developed to that extent, the Yi clan would be finished. The Chen clan is too strong. They possess 2 martial artists at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Moreover, the supreme elder of the Chen clan is even in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Our Yi clan going against the Chen clan would be no different to throwing an egg at a rock. Yi Ting closed his eyes with a slightly pained expression, and he continued after a short while. So I made a painful decision for the sake of the entire Yi clan, and it was to unite with the Chen clan in marriage and make little Zan give in. For this matter, I spared no pains in personally destroying the relationship I had with little Zan and went against the promise I made to my late wife. Little Zan, I'm sorry. Father has wronged you. As he finished speaking, Yi Ting wept bitterly, and he had an apologetic and guilty expression. Father. Yizan embraced her father tightly as 2 lines of clear tears dropped down from her eyes, and she muttered, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I always thought you weren't fond of me anymore and didn't love me anymore. It hurt so much, it really hurt so much." Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the pair of father and daughter before him. It would look like he'd misunderstood Yi Ting as well. Yi Ting was a good father yet was the patriarch of a clan at the same time, and he had to consider many things. Patriarch Yi. When he saw Yi Ting and Yi Zan move apart, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and looked at Yi Ting before speaking with a low voice. You said earlier that the strongest in the Chen clan is a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Yes. Yi Ting nodded, and his gaze lit up at the same time. Brother Duan, could it be that you, Patriarch Yi, I'll make a trip to the Chen clan with you. Duan Ling Tian interrupted Yi Ting and walked out of the Yi clan's audience hall with large strides, and he didn't forget to turn around and look at Yi Zan when he arrived before the door. Little Zan, Big Brother Duan will deal with this trouble for you today. Big Brother Duan, are you really certain? Yi Zan said with a worried expression, I don't desire for anything to happen to you. Otherwise, I'll be unable to be at ease for my entire lifetime. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian smiled confidently. He didn't take a clan whose strongest member was a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist seriously. It was fine if they were sensible, yet if they weren't, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. A cold light flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he thought up to here. After leaving the Yi clan estate with Yi Ting, Duan Ling Tian and Yi Ting traveled side by side towards the Chen clan estate. All along the way, he found out about some things about the Drift Cloud Town from Yi Ting. The Chen clan was the absolute overlord in Drift Cloud Town, and not a single clan dared offend the Chen clan. There were a total of 3 clans like the Yi clan in Drift Cloud Town, and all of them had to conduct their business while taking the Chen clan into consideration. Moreover, they had to hand over a portion of the profits of their various businesses to the Chen clan every single month. What an overbearing clan! Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he muttered. There's nothing that can be done about this. The strong are respected in Cloud Continent. Their Chen clan possesses 3 existences at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage and above, and it has already firmly established their position as overlord in Drift Cloud Town. Yi Ting sighed. With the presence of those 3 experts at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above, our 3 clans wouldn't be a match for the Chen clan even if we joined forces. Duan Ling Tian nodded, as this was something he deeply approved. Even though the third level and fourth level of the void interpretation stage was only a single level in difference, yet it was a large gap, and it was an entire strength of 20 ancient horned dragons in difference between the two. Such a difference in strength was like a chasm that was impossible to surmount. The Chen clan estate was situated in the eastern part of Drift Cloud Town. It occupied an extremely vast area, and it was far from something the Yi clan estate could compare to. As expected of the number 1 clan in Drift Cloud Town, Duan Ling Tian stood in the sky above the Chen clan estate as he looked down at the scene beneath his feet. At his side, Yi Ting was slightly perturbed, and he said with a bitter smile, "Brother Duan, aren't we going too far by doing this? No matter what, this Chen clan is the number 1 clan in our Drift Cloud Town. Patriarch Yi, do you think that if we're sufficiently courteous today, the Chen clan would readily agree to breaking off the engagement with your Yi clan and disregard all past grudges?" Duan Ling Tian replied with a question instead. "It's impossible, of course." Yi Ting hurriedly shook his head. "If the Chen clan knows that our Yi clan wants to break off the engagement, they would surely act according to what they threatened our Yi clan with in the past and launch an attack at our Yi clan. Then do you think there's any difference between our actions of trespassing into the Chen clan like this or entering from the front door with sufficient courtesy?" Duan Ling Tian asked again. Yi Ting shook his head. "Then do you like acting like we are now, or do you like being sufficiently courteous and entering through the front door?" Duan Ling Tian asked again. "What we're doing now." Yi Ting's eyes lit up and seemed to have been enlightened by Duan Ling Tian, and then he looked down at the Chen clan estate beneath his feet and roared. "Members of the Chen clan, hear me. The Yi clan's Yi Ting has come to break off the engagement. How could your Chen clan's good-for-nothing profligate young master taint my daughter?" Yi Ting's voice contained origin energy and spread out, and it was like a thunderclap that exploded out in the sky above the Chen clan estate and undoubtedly alarmed the entire Chen clan. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, and he couldn't help but give Yi Ting a thumbs up as he said with a dumbstruck expression, "Patriarch Yi, looks like I've underestimated you." He originally wanted to teach Yi Ting to do this, yet who knew that Yi Ting would teach himself and even perform better than he'd expected. "It's the members of the Yi clan. The members of the Yi clan have come to break off the engagement." The entire Chen clan estate was completely bustling because of the words Yi Ting spoke. Moreover, it wasn't just the Chen clan estate, even the people nearby the Chen clan estate heard what Yi Ting had said. What do the members of the Yi clan want to do? Are the members of the Yi clan provoking the dignity of the Chen clan? It looks to me like the Yi clan wants to seek death. Many people soared up into the sky from the surroundings of the Chen clan estate, and they approached the Chen clan estate with the intention of watching the show. It's the Yi clan's patriarch, Yi Ting. In next to no time, someone recognized Yi Ting. Who's that by Yi Ting's side? There were also some people that shot their gazes towards Duan Ling Tian who was by Yi Ting's side. Chapter 844, Receiving a Blade Barehanded. I felt the voice from before was like the voice of the Yi clan's patriarch, yet I never imagined that it was true. Logically speaking, the Yi clan's patriarch isn't such a rash person. Yet why would he provoke the Chen clan like this today? It's truly impossible to understand. Could it be that a young man that looks to be around 25 is capable of helping the Yi clan go against the Chen clan? No matter if you believe it or not, I don't. In the sky above the Chen clan estate, more and more people gathered over to look at Yi Ting and Duan Ling Tian from afar. At this moment, people that knew Yi Ting didn't dare greet him, as they were deeply afraid of bringing calamity onto themselves. "Yi Ting, what gall you have?" At this moment, the sky above the Chen clan estate was fully surrounded by people, and a curly-bearded man in blue clothes soared up into the sky from within the Chen clan estate and shouted with a voice that was like a thunderclap. After a short moment, the curly-bearded man had arrived nearby Duan Ling Tian and Yi Ting, and his chilly gaze looked at Yi Ting. "Yi Ting, looks like you really don't want to live. It's the Chen clan's third elder, Chen Lei. Supposedly, not only does Chen Lei possess a formidable strength, his temper is extremely explosive. He frequently kills another just because of a slight argument. He's a completely and utterly boorish person. A boorish person isn't terrifying. What's most terrifying is a boorish person that possesses a strength that far exceeds an ordinary person." In next to no time, some people recognized the curly-bearded man. For a time, the surrounding crowd of spectators were curious about how Yi Ting would deal with Chen Lei. Under the numerous gazes of anticipation, Yi Ting utterly didn't spare a glance to Chen Lei and didn't even intend to look at Chen Lei, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian instead. Brother Duan, he's called Chen Lei and is an elder of the Chen clan. His cultivation is similar to mine and is at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised as he never imagined that a random person that came out from the Chen clan would have a cultivation that was capable of comparing to the patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Ting. Now, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why the Chen clan would be the #1 clan in Drift Cloud Town. Just the reserves and resources was sufficient to cause the other 3 clans, including the Yi clan, to be ashamed. Yi Ting, looks like you've really thrown off all fear today. The curly beard of Chen Lei twitched from anger of being disregarded by Yi Ting, and his eyes that were large like gongs instantly glared wide open as he shouted out explosively. Then his figure flashed out to charge directly towards Yi Ting, striking out on the slightest disagreement. This was the 3rd elder of the Chen clan, Chen Lei. For a time, the surrounding spectators sighed with admiration. I've heard of the Chen clan's 3rd elder's reputation since long ago, and now that I've seen it today, his temper is really as explosive as the rumors say. Yi Ting, your grandpa Chen will let you know the consequences of provoking my Chen clan today. As he dashed halfway, Chen Lei raised his hand to cause a large saber to appear within his hand, and then strands of violet-colored bolts of lightning appeared and coiled around the saber. The lightning saber struck out straight towards Yi Ting, and it descended down at Yi Ting's head without holding back in the slightest. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth rose abruptly. 77 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed out abruptly with an overbearing might. Second level intermediate lightning concept. This was Chen Lei's entire strength. Yi Ting, who was enveloped beneath the lightning saber, stood on the spot instead without taking the slightest action, and his expression didn't change, causing him to seem exceedingly composed. Has Yi Ting been stunned from fear? The surrounding spectators were stunned. In next to no time, they realized that Yi Ting wasn't stunned from fear, but instead knew that he would be fine. Suddenly, the violet-clothed young man by Yi Ting's side was already standing between Yi Ting and Chen Lei, and his speed was so swift that not a single person present saw his movements clearly. Subsequently, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The violet-clothed young man struck out swiftly with his bare hand towards Chen Lei's saber, and it caused the spectators in the surroundings to be stunned once more. They only had a single though in their minds: could it be that this young man has gone mad? In next to no time, they realized that this young man wasn't mad, and they'd overthought things. They saw the violet-clothed young man's hand actually directly grabbed Chen Lei's saber that carried the might of lightning, and even Chen Lei himself was dumbstruck. An enormous bang resounded out, and everyone saw the after the violet-clothed young man had tossed Chen Lei's grade 4 spirit saber aside, he slapped his palm onto Chen Lei, blasting Chen Lei flying. Ah! Chen Lei flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. He whose countenance had become pale like a sheet couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he flew, and he flew for a while before finally standing still in a sorry state. Who are you? Chen Lei couldn't help but gasp as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and earth above Duan Ling Tian that hadn't even condensed into form before dispersing once more, and he asked with a fearful expression. The violet-clothed young man gave him too great of a shock. Even though he was unable to see the phenomenon of the heavens and earth developed when the young man attacked, yet just from the young man's ability to receive his full force strike with bare hands, the young man was at least in existence at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. I'm the older brother of Yi Zan. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently when facing Chen Lei's question. Yi Zan. Chen Lei frowned, and then he seemed to have recalled something and came to a sudden understanding. I remember now. Yi Zan is the daughter of Yi Ting, the person our Chen clan is to unite in marriage with. But when did the Yi clan have such a figure like you? Chen Lei asked with a low voice. I'm not a member of the Yi clan. Duan Ling Tian said, I came to the Chen clan this time only for the sake of helping Yi Zan to break off her engagement. If your Chen clan agrees to break off the engagement and promises not to vent your anger on the Yi clan, then everyone will be happy. Otherwise what? Duan Ling Tian hadn't finished speaking when he was directly interrupted by a sonorous and dignified voice. Subsequently, a robust figure soared into the sky and arrived by Chen Lei's side. Third Elder, are you all right? Patriarch. When he saw the person that had arrived, even if Chen Lei's temper was explosive, he still bowed respectfully and reverently. I'm fine, but this young man isn't simple, and he's capable of receiving my full-force saber strike with his bare hands. He's at least in existence at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. Duan Ling Tian scanned the person that had interrupted him. This was a robust middle-aged man who faintly emitted the aura of one in high position, and when one heard the way Chen Lei addressed him, his identity was obvious. The Chen clan's patriarch, Chen Dong. When he left the Yi clan estate and was on the way to the Chen clan estate, Duan Ling Tian had found out from Yi Ting that this Chen Dong was one of the 2 4th-level void interpretation martial artists of the Chen clan. He received your full forced strike with his bare hands. Chen Dong's face went slightly grim when he heard Chen Lei. He'd just arrived, so he didn't see the scene of Duan Ling Tian receiving Chen Lei's saber earlier. Even though he knew he was capable of receiving Chen Lei's full forced strike with his bare hands, but he was only barely capable of doing it. May I ask, young brother, where you are from? Chen Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with slight fear. As far as he was concerned, since this violet-clothed young man possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage at such an age, it was extremely likely that the violet-clothed young man before him possessed extraordinary background, and it was even possible that he was a member of one of the great powers in the eastern area of the northern desert. You might not know of my background even if I tell you, so there's no need to tell you. Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently, as even if he said he was from the Darken dynasty, the people in Drift Cloud Town would probably not know of it. You really want to stand out for the Yi clan? Chen Dong frowned and asked with a low voice. Young brother, you know that if our Chen clan were to give in after you've stirred up trouble like this, then perhaps our Chen clan will become the joke of the entire Drift Cloud Town. Our Chen clan can't afford to lose face like this, said Chen Dong. I know. Duan Ling Tian nodded again and said indifferently, but if someone was capable of defeating all 3 of the strongest people of your Chen clan, then even if your Chen clan yields, no one would ridicule your Chen clan. Looks like you're really confident of your strength. Chen Dong started laughing from his extreme rage. You're too kind. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he replied. Since it's like this, then I, Chen Dong, will properly seek advice from your extraordinary moves. If you're capable of defeating me, I'll ask our Chen clan's supreme elder to fight you. If you're capable of defeating him, then the marriage agreement between the Chen clan and Yi clan will be annulled, and the Chen clan won't look for trouble with the Yi clan in the future. Chen Dong's words were frank and open. Since Patriarch Chen has agreed so readily, then I'll seek guidance from you. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He never imagined that Chen Dong would agree so readily and had a good impression of Chen Dong. As expected of the patriarch of the number 1 clan in Drift Cloud Town. Young brother, please go ahead. Chen Dong nodded before raising his hand, and a 7-foot-long spear appeared within his hand. Instantly, origin energy coiled around the spear before transforming into strands of grayish energy. Spear concept. Duan Ling Tian was shocked greatly. It was the first time he'd seen someone that had comprehended intermediate spear concept, as the spear concept was considered to be an unpopular concept and it was much more difficult to comprehend than ordinary concepts. The energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above Chen Dong before finally converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. 151 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed gradually into form, and they accumulated strength while waiting to be deployed. 4th level intermediate spear concept. Grade 3 spirit spear. Patriarch Chen, you're the first person I've seen to have comprehended spear concept to such a level. Not to mention anything else, just this is enough to make me admire you. Duan Ling Tian spoke with a sincere expression. Ha ha. Chen Dong held his spear and stood there ramrod straight, and he laughed heartily. I, Chen Dong, can be said to have not lived in vain since I was able to be praised by such an outstanding young expert like young brother. Right when Duan Ling Tian and Chen Dong stood in confrontation, numerous figures soared into the sky from the Chen clan estate and gathered with Chen Lei. It was the group of elders and disciples of the Chen clan. In next to no time, they found out what had happened earlier from Chen Lei, and they couldn't help but be moved. Numerous gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance. It was this young man that looks to be around the age of 25 that received the full-forced saber strike of our Chen clan's 3rd elder, Chen Lei, with his bare hands. They knew of Chen Lei's strength. It was at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, and it could be considered to be able to be ranked at the top in the entire Chen clan. Chapter 845. Thunder Nanastrike. It's this kid that wants to help the Yi clan break off the engagement. A young man in embroidered clothes had a gloomy expression as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was in confrontation with Chen Dong, and he asked with a low voice. A person like him is worthy of fighting my father. This young man in embroidered clothes was precisely the groom in the marriage agreement between the Chen clan and the Yi clan, the Chen clan's second young master, Chenin. Second young master, you must not look down upon him. Chen Lei frowned. He'd never liked this good-for-nothing son of the Chen clan, yet when he heard Chenin looking down upon Duan Lingtian, he felt slightly uncomfortable instead. After all, even he'd lost at Duan Lingtian's hands, and Chenin saying this was no different than looking down upon him. Third elder, I think you've grown old and are useless. Chenin glanced at Chen Lei before mocking, and his words didn't show the slightest fear towards the third elder of the Chen clan, who was famous for his explosive temper. Chen Lei's face sank, yet he just happened to be unable to do anything to Chenin. He'd always done things his own way in his entire lifetime, and he'd become indifferent to life and death. Even if it was the supreme elder of the Chen clan, an existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, he wasn't afraid of him in the slightest. However, because he owed Chen Dong his life when he was young, it caused him to be helpless before Chen Dong and even Chen Dong's loved ones. Chenin was the second young master of the Chen clan and was the youngest son of Chen Dong. Because of Chen Dong's life-saving grace, Chen Lei would never flare up before Chenin. The strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Chen Dong, and a sword had suddenly appeared within his hand, a sword that faintly emitted a terrifying aura, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Next, with a command in his heart, origin energy and second-level intermediate wind concept appeared at practically the exact same moment in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it fused easily into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. In the next moment, 150 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and it was precisely the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth formed drawn from the energy contained within Duan Lingtian's sword. Under Duan Lingtian's intentional control, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared at the same time, so no one noticed any inkling or noticed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. Duan Lingtian stood while resting on his sword with 150 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above him, and he stood in confrontation with Chen Dong, who stood in his spear laying horizontal before him, and 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above him. Even though Duan Lingtian was capable of instantly and easily defeating Chen Dong by relying on his soul skill, Thousand Illusion, but Chen Dong's frankness from before caused Duan Lingtian to have a rather good impression of him, so Duan Lingtian had decided to fight Chen Dong in this way to show his respect towards Chen Dong. Even though it was slightly difficult to obtain victory in this way, Duan Lingtian didn't regret it. Moreover, fighting Chen Dong with a similar strength would be able to bring forth a tempering effect to a certain extent. Unless Chen Dong utilizes any other concepts. Otherwise, I'll at most utilize the first-level elementary sword concept to execute the 9 dragons radiant flash, and will absolutely not utilize my lightning concept and earth concept. Once he exerted his first-level elementary sword concept, it would be comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. In this way, Duan Lingtian's strength would be comparable to the strength of 151 ancient horned dragons, and it would be equal to Chen Dong. Even if Chen Dong's strength slightly surpassed him, it would only be the strength of a few thousand ancient mammoths. That little bit of distance could be disregarded entirely. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand faintly emitted strands of fierce aura, and at the same time, a single ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared silently at an inconspicuous corner. The strength of 151 ancient horned dragons were waiting to be deployed. Young brother, I admire you for possessing such achievements at your age. No matter win or lose, I want to invite you to have a drink in my Chen clan today. Chen Dong, who stood with his spear laying horizontally before him, spoke with a clear voice, and his robe fluttered with the wind. Thank you, Patriarch Chen. Duan Lingtian, who stood while resting on his sword, smiled and nodded. Patriarch Chen is really magnanimous. The young man has come to provoke his Chen clan, yet he actually wants to invite the young man for a drink. As expected of the Chen clan's patriarch. With such magnanimity, no wonder the Chen clan was capable of being the #1 clan in our Drift Cloud town. With just Patriarch Chen's magnanimity, the Chen clan deserves its reputation as the #1 clan in Drift Cloud town. The surrounding crowd of spectators nodded successively, and their words were filled with admiration towards Chen Dong. Young brother, watch out! Suddenly, Chen Dong shouted out explosively, and as soon as he finished speaking, he'd already dashed out with a speed so swift that he only left behind numerous clear afterimages. A wave of terrifying and piercing howls resounded out at almost the exact same moment. Instantly, Chen Dong, who arrived nearby Duan Ling Tian, abruptly swung out the 7-foot spear in his hand. Everywhere the spear passed, it was like a wyrm that left its lair, giving rise to waves of deafening sounds of explosions of the air, and the head of the wyrm even smashed fiercely towards Duan Ling Tian. The strength of 151 ancient horned dragons flooded out completely. Early on, at the instant Chen Dong had finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian had already started moving. He didn't choose to dodge, because it was impossible for his speed to be swifter than the spear in Chen Dong's hand. It was even to the extent that even if Chen Dong utilized a movement technique, it would be far from something he would be able to compare to. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky above him relied mainly on the amplification of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, and even though his cultivation was comparable to Chen Dong, his comprehension of concept was far inferior to Chen Dong. The speed of one's movement technique relied on one's origin energy and concept. Presently, because of the difference in concept, the speed he revealed when executing a movement technique was bound to be far inferior to Chen Dong. In this way, he could only utilize his advantage, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Without the slightest hesitation, a sword strike whistling out with a raise of his hand, and a vast and enormous strength gushed out from the sword to finally transform into 3 divine dragons. 2 of these divine dragons were completely material, whereas one of them looked extremely illusory. Instantly, the 4 eyes of the 2 divine dragons flashed. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the 7-foot-long spear of Chen Dong's that pierced swiftly towards him had actually slowed down instantly, and it caused his heart to be unable to help but jerk. Could it be that Chen Dong has noticed something? 4 extreme flashes shot out from the eyes of the 2 divine dragons, and directly shot towards Chen Dong with a speed so swift it was astonishing. At the critical moment, Chen Dong seemed to possess foresight, and the 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook before the tip of his spear flashed past like a shooting star. The 7-foot-long spear that contained a spear concept that seemed to be able to penetrate everything pierced out 5 times successively in an extremely short period of time. Even though the speed of these 5 strikes weren't as swift as the extreme flashes shot out from the divine dragons, yet they pierced towards the part of the sky the extreme flashes were about to flash past. When the first strike pierced the sky, the first extreme flash just happened to flash over, and it collided with the spear strike and was shattered. The second strike shattered the second extreme flash. The third strike shattered the third. The fourth strike shattered the fourth. The fifth strike already had no more extreme flashes to shatter. It tapped on the sky like a drop of water that dropped on the calm surface of a lake, causing the airflow in the sky to roil like the water on the surface of the lake, and it formed into circle after circle of ripples. What a formidable martial skill! Duan Ling Tian's strike came to no result, and he stood in the sky while looking with a surprised expression at Chen Dong, who stood proudly in the distance. Of course, his martial skill being formidable was one aspect, but the most important aspect was Chen Dong's reaction speed in battle. Even though Chen Dong's martial skill was formidable, yet it was quite inferior to the 9 dragons' radiant flash, and the reason it was able to block the 4 extreme flashes shot out by his 9 dragons' radiant flash was because of Chen Dong's terrifying reaction speed. 5 strikes were struck out successively after his opponent's strike, and the first 4 strikes shattered his 4 extreme flashes, whereas, even though the 5th strike hit nothing, it was only because there was nothing for it to hit. Duan Ling Tian was certain that even if there was a 5th extreme flash at that moment, it would be difficult for it to escape Chen Dong's 5th strike. It's the Chen clan's heaven-rank martial skill, Thunder Nanostrike. In next to no time, someone amongst the surrounding spectators couldn't help but exclaim with shock. Supposedly, once the Chen clan's Thunder Nanostrike is cultivated to the perfection stage, it is capable of instantly striking out 9 times, 9 successive strikes. I've also heard that a single strike can only be considered to be at the rudiment stage, 3 strikes is at the initial stage, 5 strikes is at the mastery stage, and 9 strikes is the perfection stage. So in this way, Patriarch Chen has already cultivated the Thunder Nanostrike to the mastery stage. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly, and they were surprised by Chen Dong's attainments in the Thunder Nanostrike. At the same time that the might of a heaven-rank martial skill was formidable, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Everyone knew clearly how difficult it was to cultivate a heaven-rank martial skill to the mastery stage, and it was precisely because of this that they felt heartfelt admiration towards Chen Dong. HMPH. His attack looked very good when he struck out, yet wasn't it easily dealt with by my father? A piece of trash. A cold smile suffused the corners of Chen An's mouth as he looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar. The corners of the nearby Chen Lei twitched. A good-for-nothing disciple like you dares call that extraordinary genius young man as trash. If Chenin wasn't the son of Chen Dong, Chen Lei would have scolded Chen and right in the face since long ago. Second young master, you called him trash because you think you can defeat him. Suddenly, an aged figure appeared silently by Chen An's side, and only when he spoke did Chen and the other members of the Chen clan notice his presence. Supreme Elder. Everyone from the Chen clan bowed respectfully when they saw this old man with white hair and brows who was over the age of 70. Supreme Elder. As he looked at the old man, Chen An's face went slightly pale as he hurriedly lowered his head and bowed. Chen Lei couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. In the entire Chen clan, besides the patriarch Chen Dong and the eldest young master that had joined a great power, only the Supreme Elder was capable of restraining the second young master. Second young master, you haven't answered me. Do you think you can defeat him? The Supreme Elder asked Chen An once more, and his aged face revealed extreme seriousness. Chen An shook his head and laughed bitterly. Even though he was good for nothing, yet he wasn't stupid. The violet-clothed young man that looked to be at the same age as he was obviously an expert at the same level as his father. How could he possibly defeat the young man? Chapter 846, The Chen Clan's Supreme Elder. Then on what basis did second young master call him trash? You admitted you were inferior to him earlier, so doesn't that mean that you feel you're even inferior to a piece of trash? The Supreme Elder was unforgiving and spoke word by word. Supreme Elder, I was wrong. Chen An took a deep breath before lowering his head, and then he raised his brows as he glanced towards the violet-clothed young man that was standing in confrontation with his father, and a ghastly cold light flashed within his eyes. He didn't dare harbor a grudge towards the Supreme Elder, so he could only vent all his displeasure onto Duan Lingtian. HMPH. The Supreme Elder grunted coldly, and then he looked at the violet-clothed young man in the distance with an extremely serious gaze. Young brother, your strength is admirable. Even though Chen Dong had stopped Duan Lingtian's attack, yet he wasn't self-satisfied in the slightest, and he instead looked at Duan Lingtian sincerely. May I ask young brother's great name? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian held the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand tightly as his gaze looked straight at Chen Dong, and his expression became slightly serious. Even though Chen Dong's thunder nanostrike was inferior to the extreme flashes shot out by his 9 dragons' radiant flash in terms of speed, Chen Dong's terrifying insight was capable of stopping the extreme flashes instead. Unknowingly, sweat flowed out from the palms of Duan Lingtian's hand. He hadn't felt this sort of feeling in a long time, this type of feeling where he was uncertain if he would win or lose. But needless to say, this sort of feeling had completely aroused the blood in Duan Lingtian's body that had lay silent for a long time, and then it gradually started to boil. Duan Lingtian, Lingtian, soaring above the heavens, what a good name. Chen Dong praised, and then the 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook as his gaze instantly became fierce. Brother Lingtian, let's go at it again. All right, Duan Lingtian replied readily, and he clenched tightly onto the 3-foot-long blade in his hand as he stared fixedly at Chen Dong. A gale arose. Chen Dong seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind to arrive before Duan Lingtian. He didn't have the intention of moving, and the 7-foot-long spear shook as he flashed swiftly towards Duan Lingtian. Thunder nanostrike. Even though Chen Dong appreciated Duan Lingtian's ability, yet the successive spear strikes of his struck out at almost the exact same instant, and they shot straight at Duan Lingtian's vital points, and he didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Perhaps, it was because he appreciated Duan Lingtian's ability that he would exert his full strength. This was a form of respect to Duan Lingtian. Bring it on. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up brightly as the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand struck out at almost the exact same instant, and its speed was so swift it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the speed Chen Dong struck out with his spear. A simple sword-drawing arts was utilized by Duan Lingtian to a perfect extent. A single sword tore through the sky while carrying the strength of 151 ancient horned dragons, and it stopped the row of 5 spear strikes of Chen Dong's and shattered them one by one. What a swift sword strike! Chen Dong's pupils constricted as his figure flashed to hurriedly flash backward. He was able to discern that the sword skill Duan Lingtian executed earlier was an extremely low-ranked sword skill, and it was even to the extent that it possibly hadn't even attained the Earth rank. But it was precisely a sword skill like this that brought forth a miraculous effect when in close combat. Even many heaven-rank martial skills might not be swifter than it while in close combat. Ha ha, Patriarch Chen, again. Duan Lingtian laughed heartily as he called out to Chen Dong, and he was once again locked in combat with Chen Dong. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand seemed to have been given life by him, and every single time it flashed out, it seemed to be assisted by the gods as it moved to intercept the grade 3 spirit spear in Chen Dong's hand successively. Chen Dong's spear was like an enraged dragon leaving its lair, and its might was formidable when combined with the Thunder Nanostrike. The 5 successive spear strikes coupled with his own formidable insight allowed Chen Dong to be in an invincible position against Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's sword struck out like a clear breeze that brushed a willow leaf, and the 9 dragons' radiant flash and sword-drawing arts was utilized interchangeably. Of course, if it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't utilize the sword-drawing arts. Duan Ling Tian noticed that his comprehension towards the 9 dragons' radiant flash had gradually started to deepen without him noticing it, and he searched for a way to break through it during this fierce battle. Duan Ling Tian relied on his sword, Chen Dong held a spear, and both of them fought for half an hour, and the eyes of the surrounding spectators were dazzled by this scene. Where exactly did this freak come from? He's actually capable of fighting Patriarch Chen equally. He seems to be someone the Yi clan brought over, and he came for the sake of making the Chen clan break off the engagement. But based on the current circumstances, he'll probably be unable to break off the engagement. The Yi clan is doomed. A wave of sighing sounded out amongst the surrounding crowd of spectators. As far as they were concerned, since the backing the Yi clan had found was unable to do anything against the Chen clan's patriarch, then let alone doing anything to the strongest in the Chen clan, the supreme elder, the Yi clan actions of coming to break of the engagement would surely end in tragedy. It was even to the extent that it was extremely likely the Yi clan would welcome the flames of rage of the Chen clan. After all, the Yi clan had caused the Chen clan to lose face greatly this time. Brother Duan. In the distance, Yi Ting's face was ashen as he clenched his fists tightly, and his nerves were strained as he looked at the distant violet-clothed figure with a bitter smile on his face. The wave of sighing that entered his ears caused his mind to be in turmoil. He suddenly felt that he might have made the wrong bet. Suddenly, a sword howl that was even more ear-piercing than before interrupted Yi Ting's thoughts and drew his gaze. Subsequently, Yi Ting saw to his shock that when the violet-clothed young man in the distance struck out once more, 3 material divine dragons whistles out. This time, the eyes of all 3 divine dragons shot out extreme flashes. A total of 6 extreme flashes tore through the sky with a speed so swift that he was utterly incapable of catching sight of it. When faced with the 9 dragons' radiant flash, Duan Ling Tian executed once more. Chen Dong instantly struck out with his spear, causing 5 successive strikes to shoot out and shatter 5 of the extreme flashes. However, he didn't feel delighted because of this, and a wisp of a bitter smile arose on the corners of his mouth as he looked at the 6th extreme flash that shot over instantly. I still have to lose in the end. At the same time that he sighed in his heart, Chen Dong felt the spear in his hand shake, and it shook his hand that held the spear to the point it split open, causing him to be unable to help but ease up his hold of his spear. You've won. Chen Dong used his other hand to grab the spear that flew out, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze and said, I truly never imagined that you would actually advance the stage of your martial skill while in battle. It was precisely because Duan Ling Tian's martial skill had advanced by a stage and exerted 6 extreme flashes that caused him to lose. This was something he knew extremely clearly in his heart, but he was convinced of his loss. It was a good match. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly as he casually put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, and the 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above him dispersed instantly. The Chen clan's patriarch has lost. This young man actually defeated the Chen clan's patriarch. It seems like his martial skill broke through in battle, and that was why he was able to defeat Patriarch Chen in one go. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian had won, and he shocked all the surrounding spectators, including the group of elders and disciples of the Chen clan. Impossible. How could my father lose to him? Chenin shook his head ceaselessly, and his mind was slightly dazed, as he wasn't willing to believe that everything before his eyes was real. In next to no time, Chenin recovered from his shock, and he seemed to have recalled something and grunted coldly. So what if he defeated my father? My father's strength is inferior to the Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder, this fellow is helping the Yi clan to provoke our Chen clan, so you must teach him a proper lesson. As he finished speaking, Chenin looked at the nearby old man, the Supreme Elder of the Chen clan, and he spoke with a flattering expression. HMPH. The Chen clan's Supreme Elder grunted coldly, and it was unknown if he was indicating his displeasure towards Chenin, or his displeasure towards the distant Duan Ling Tian. The Chen clan's patriarch has been defeated. So according to the agreement between Duan Ling Tian and the Chen clan's patriarch, the Chen clan's supreme elder will make a move. The Chen clan's patriarch probably has to go ask the supreme elder to make a move now. Even though that Duan Ling Tian had defeated the Chen clan's patriarch, but he was barely able to do it. The Chen clan's supreme elder is in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, and his strength far surpasses the Chen clan's patriarch. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be a match for him. The Yi clan will be unable to escape calamity in the end. Brother Ling Tian, so long as you defeat my Chen clan's supreme elder, then I'll honor my promise. But, I have to remind you that the strength of our Chen clan's supreme elder far exceeds my strength. If he exerts his full strength, then it's sufficient to defeat me with a single move. Chen Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke with a serious expression. Patriarch Chen, since I've already decided to assist the Yi clan, then I'll naturally help them to the end. Please ask your Chen clan's supreme elder to come out. Duan Ling Tian spoke frankly, and he stood proudly without the slightest fear. A newborn calf is really not afraid of a tiger. Chen Dong shook his head and sighed, yet he didn't say anything further, and then he turned around to look at the white-haired and white-browed old man that stood at the front of the group of Chen clan members and said respectfully, Supreme Elder, I roughly know the sequence of events of the incident today. Since someone has come to slap the face of our Chen clan, then our Chen clan naturally can't be cowards. The old man interrupted Chen Dong before instantly vanishing on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Ling Tian. Senior, you're the Chen clan's supreme elder. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted slightly as he seemed to be shocked by the old man's speed. Exactly, the old man nodded. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators were surprised. He's the Chen clan's supreme elder. I saw him standing with the members of the Chen clan long ago, yet I never imagined that he was the Chen clan's supreme elder. With the speed Senior revealed earlier, if I'm not wrong, Senior had already broken through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, right? Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at the old man and spoke frankly. 6th level of the void interpretation stage. As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, the surroundings instantly went deathly silent, and the gazes of everyone descended onto the old man in unison. Little fellow, you have good eyesight. The old man glanced at Duan Ling Tian with slight surprise, and his words had obviously indirectly confirmed what Duan Ling Tian said. For a time, the surroundings were in an uproar. The Chen clan's supreme elder has broken through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. He really deserves his reputation as the #1 expert in Drift Cloud Town. The animated discussion of the surrounding spectators wasn't the slightest bit stingy with words of praise. Chapter 847, The Supreme Elder Has Gone Mad. 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Yi Ting stood at the side, yet the current him seemed to be slightly unable to fit with the surrounding atmosphere. At the same time, his expression became completely gloomy. The Yi clan is doomed. Yi Ting's eyes went completely dim as he muttered to himself. I, Yi Ting, have let down the ancestors of the Yi clan. Senior, can we begin? Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he looked at the old man and asked. HMPH, you know our Chen clan's supreme elder is an expert at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage yet still dare make a move. You're truly looking for death. Chenin looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar as he ridiculed. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Chenin before paying no further attention to him, and he looked at the old man instead. Little fellow, your cultivation has already broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage at such a young age. Your natural talent is truly difficult to come by. So long as you promise not to interfere in the matters of the Yi clan, then my Chen clan will let bygones be bygones and even serve you as a distinguished guest. How about it? The old man asked with a calm tone, and his words contained the meaning of treasuring a genius. The old man's words shocked the surrounding spectators to the point of going into an uproar. Never had they imagined that the Chen clan's supreme elder would actually look so highly upon Duan Ling Tian, but with a quick thought, they came to an understanding. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was indeed worthy of anyone looking highly upon him. Senior, I'm accustomed to acting and handling matters from the beginning until the end. Duan Ling Tian politely refused the old man's good intentions. Since it's like this, then you can accompany me to properly loosen up my body. I've already not fought for many years. The old man twisted his neck as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and it caused the energy of the heavens and the earth to roil before forming into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in a short moment. In the sky, 80 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. In next to no time, the milky white origin energy on the old man's body changed to instantly transform into a fiery red-colored sea that enveloped the old man within it, and the scorching flames shot into the sky. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth underwent a change, and another 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 5th level intermediate fire concept. Suddenly, an enormous hammer appeared in the old man's right hand, and the enormous hammer merged into the sea of flames in the blink of an eye, and then scorching flames blazed up. Another 55 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and were ready to be deployed, and they were precisely the amplification of the enormous hammer as a grade 3 spirit weapon. The old man had exerted his full strength, and it was comparable to the strength of 195 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed before, it was the strength of an entire 44 more ancient horned dragons, and they were entirely not on the same level. If nothing unexpected happened, Duan Ling Tian's loss was something that was without the slightest suspense. This was also the thought in the hearts of the surrounding spectators. We're doomed, we're doomed. All Yi Ting's hopes were torn into pieces when he saw this scene, and if it wasn't for so many eyes staring at him, he'd have snuck off since long ago. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian would probably lose in a single move against the Chen clan's supreme elder. The moment Duan Ling Tian lost would be the moment misfortune struck the Yi clan. Senior, please go ahead. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian stood with his hands behind his back, and not only did he not circulate his origin energy and concept to accumulate strength, he didn't even take out his spirit weapon. Little fellow, looks like you don't take me seriously. Let this old fellow properly teach you the manners you ought to conduct yourself with today. When he saw Duan Ling Tian be so casual, the old man naturally believed that Duan Ling Tian looked down upon him, and he instantly shouted out with a low voice before his figure vanished in the air. Of course, he didn't really vanish, but his speed was too swift to the point most of the people present were unable to catch a trace of the old man's figure. Most of the people being unable to catch the old man's figure didn't mean that Duan Ling Tian was unable to. Besides the old man, Duan Ling Tian and Chen Dong's cultivation was the highest amongst the people present, and even though the old man's speed was swift, they were still capable of clearly capturing the old man's figure. Without the slightest hesitation, dim lights flickered in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and then his vast spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul to execute the soul skill that belonged solely to him. His spiritual force swept out through the soul brand to construct an illusory space that enveloped out with Duan Ling Tian as the center. The spectators were naturally unable to see all this. The crowd of spectators only saw the Chen clan's supreme elder appear before Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye, and the enormous hammer that was coiled with scorching flames was held up above his head. Looks like Duan Ling Tian has given up on resisting. He's courting death. The surrounding crowd of spectators shook their heads as when they saw Duan Ling Tian still hadn't utilized his origin energy and concept up until now. They thought that Duan Ling Tian was seeking death. But in the next moment, their pupils couldn't help but constrict. They noticed to their shock that after the Chen clan's supreme elder raised the enormous hammer above his head, he actually didn't smash it down towards Duan Ling Tian. The Chen clan's supreme elder's enormous hammer descended, yet it smashed towards the sky nearby Duan Ling Tian, and the hammer strike that contained the strength of 195 ancient horned dragons shook the sky to the point the airflow in the sky was swiftly compressed together. Finally, the airflow exploded, and a deafening explosion resounded out. Some of the spectators with comparatively lower cultivations were even shaken by this explosion to the point they bled from their 7 apertures and couldn't help but emit shrill cries. Along with the airflow exploding, a terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions, and it gave rise to a scorching hot wave that even caused the clothes on some people that were comparatively closer to be lit ablaze. My clothes are on fire. Has anyone comprehended water concept? Quickly help me put out the fire. My leg has been burned to the point of being numb and it's about to arrive at my family jewels. Ah, help me, save me. For a time, the surrounding spectators whose clothes were on fire emitted shrill cries in succession. Everyone didn't even have the time to react when the Chen clan's supreme elder's enormous hammer descended once more. This time, he turned around to smash it down towards the sky on the other side. Flee, quickly, the Chen clan's supreme elder has gone mad. Flee. Instantly, the spectators in that direction fled in unison, and they left behind a large empty space. The enormous hammer smashed onto the sky, causing another terrifying explosion that shook many people to the point they bled from all 7 apertures, and at the same time, numerous terrifying waves of air swept towards the surroundings. The waves of air contained a scorching aura of flames that caused the surrounding crowd of spectators to feel extremely hot, and many people even felt hot to the point their sweat streamed down. Duan Ling Tian stood in the sky like an idle person that was watching the Chen clan's supreme elder go mad, and the explosions and waves of hot air were unable to affect him in the slightest. The Chen clan's supreme elder struck down successively with his hammer, causing all the surrounding spectators to retreat back and not dare come close. The remaining people that remained close by were only a group of martial artists at the void interpretation stage. The Chen clan's patriarch, Chen Dong, was shockingly amongst them. Chen Dong was stunned long ago, and he barely recovered from his shock at this moment. As he looked at the supreme elder that madly swung the enormous hammer in his hand to smash onto the sky, Chen Dong hurriedly spoke out. "Supreme Elder, wake up." But unfortunately, no matter what method he used, he was unable to make the Supreme Elder return to his senses. What's wrong with the Supreme Elder? The Chen clan members were dumbstruck, and they didn't know what had happened. Damn it, when did the Supreme Elder go mad? Duan Ling Tian's luck is really good and just happened to run into the moment the Supreme Elder went mad. Otherwise he would be dead for sure. Chen spoke with an ominous expression. Impossible. The Supreme Elder has absolutely not gone mad. I feel that the reason the Supreme Elder is like this now is all because of that Duan Ling Tian. Chen Lei stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze as he spoke of his judgment. How could that be possible? Chen didn't believe it and sneered. Third Elder, I admit your strength is extremely formidable, but it's useless if you only possess brute strength. Duan Ling Tian is a mere 4th level void interpretation stage martial artist. How could he possibly make the Supreme Elder, who's at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, fall into such a state? Even though I don't know how he did it, but could it be that you don't find it to be strange? Chen Lei spoke with a low voice. Earlier, even when he discerned that the Supreme Elder was a 6th level void interpretation stage expert, Duan Ling Tian didn't reveal an expression of terror in the slightest, and he seemed to be confident and composed instead. Besides that, even when the Supreme Elder revealed his entire strength and ability and drew the energy of the heavens and the earth to from 195 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, Duan Ling Tian wasn't prepared in the slightest. Not only did he not take out a spirit weapon, he didn't even exert his origin energy and concept. At that time, my thoughts were just like the thoughts of everyone else present. I thought that Duan Ling Tian was seeking death. But now it would seem that he's absolutely not seeking death and has a way to deal with the Supreme Elder instead. Just like now, he's just standing there nearby the Supreme Elder, yet the Supreme Elder seems as if he's unable to notice him and is attacking the air instead. What does this indicate? It indicates that all of this is his doing. Chen Lei's words caused Chen to go silent as well. The members of the Chen clan nodded in unison as they felt Chen Lei's words were reasonable. At the same time, their hearts were filled with surprise. Never had they imagined that the 3rd elder of their Chen clan, who'd always been reputed for being boorish and having an explosive temper, would actually have such a meticulous side. Chen Lei's judgment quickly entered into the ears of the others, and it caused everyone to nod successively. Looks like the Yi clan really came prepared this time. I truly never imagined that this young man the Yi clan invited over is so terrifying. Not only did he defeat the Chen clan's patriarch in a head-on battle, he even relied on an unfathomable ability to make the Chen clan's Supreme Elder seem as if he'd gone mad. The Yi clan is going to be in the limelight this time. Many people that were acquainted with Yi Ting even flashed over successively towards the dumbstruck Yi Ting and greeted him warmly. Haha, Patriarch Yi, long time no see. Patriarch Yi, you still remember me, right? I'm Lao Wang, we had a meal together half a month ago. Patriarch Yi. A wave of fervent voices entered into Yi Ting's ears, yet Yi Ting didn't have a good mood in his heart. Chapter 848, The Chen Clan Submits. He naturally knew these people. Early on, when he and Duan Ling Tian had arrived at the sky above the Chen clan estate and he'd shouted out those offensive words to the Chen clan, he'd noticed these people mixed within the crowd of spectators. At that time, he clearly noticed the gaze these people looked at him with. It was a gaze that wished for nothing more than to draw the line completely between them, and not a single one of them took the initiative to greet him. Not even a voice transmission. Yet now, Duan Ling Tian was able to play with the strongest person in the Chen clan, the Supreme Elder, in the palms of his hand. So when they saw his Yi clan having the upper hand, These people rushed up impatiently. Of course, Yi Ting didn't disregard these people because of this. Because these people more or less had a relationship with the Yi clan, and his Yi clan had to rely on them in many places. Patriarch Yi, who's that? The crowd of people surrounded around Yi Ting as they sized up the violet-clothed young man in the distance, and their eyes were filled with terror and reverence as they asked Yi Ting curiously. After all, this violet-clothed young man had come along with Yi Ting, and he'd stood out for the sake of the Yi clan. He's my daughter's friend. Yi Ting smiled, and the gaze he looked at Duan Ling Tian now was filled with a complicated expression. Earlier, when he saw it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian's strength to defeat the Chen clan's supreme elder, his heart had already sank to rock bottom, and he completely lost the high spirits he arrived here with. But right when all his hopes were crushed to pieces and he felt the Yi clan would be ruined, Duan Ling Tian had shown him such a show. For a time, his heart that had fallen from heaven to hell had once again soared up into the heavens. He knew that his daughter was saved. His Yi clan was saved. He's the friend of your daughter. Instantly, the eyes of the people by his side lit up, and some of them even revealed spurious expressions. Patriarch Yi, is it possible between him and your daughter? If your Yi clan is able to obtain such a superb son-in-law, then it will entirely capable of surpassing the Chen clan to become the #1 clan in Drift Cloud Town. Yi Ting looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood proudly in the distant sky when he heard this, and he had a bitter smile on his face. He was able to discern that his daughter had a rather good impression of this handsome and outstanding young man, and merely from his daughter's side, it was completely capable to be developed, but the problem was the young man utterly had no such thoughts. He was an experienced person and naturally knew that fondness the young man had towards his daughter was fondness that came from an older brother to a younger sister, and it didn't have a trace of anything else. I'm afraid he hasn't taken a fancy to my daughter. Yi Ting sighed. He knew that to a genius favored by the heavens like Duan Ling Tian, his daughter was bound to only be a passing guest in his life. The surrounding crowd of people weren't surprised when they heard Yi Ting. Even if he can't be united in marriage with your daughter, with his relationship with your daughter, so long as he remembers to frequently pay visits to Drift Cloud Town and visit your Yi clan, it would be sufficient to guarantee a lifetime of peace for your Yi clan, said another person. Yeah, Patriarch Yi, your daughter has really encountered an extraordinary figure this time. Everyone looked at Yi Ting with envious gazes. Yi Ting's mood became much better when he heard this. The Chen clan's supreme elder was still ceaselessly swinging his enormous hammer about to repeatedly smash onto space, and it resounded out with terrifying explosions that gave rise to surging hot waves. Presently, in the eyes of the surrounding spectators, the Chen clan's supreme elder was like a madman. Brother Ling Tian, what exactly have you done to the supreme elder? Finally, the Chen clan's patriarch, Chen Dong, gave up his thoughts of trying to wake the old man up as he'd not only used speech and voice transmission, he'd even tried to make a move to subdue the old man. But every time he approached the old man would smash his hammer at him, terrifying him to the point of being frightened out of his wits, and he didn't dare approach the old man. In the end, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he could only yield and compromise with Duan Ling Tian. What, Patriarch Chen, do you want to represent the Chen clan to admit defeat? Since it's like that, do you still remember the agreement between us? Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly as he asked. Chen Dong laughed bitterly and nodded. Yes, we've lost. From today onward, the marriage agreement between the Yi clan and Chen clan is annulled. Father. The expression of Chen En who stood in the distant crowd of the Chen clan went grim, and then he took a stride forward and roared furiously. I don't agree. Yi Zan is my fiancé, I don't agree to breaking off the engagement. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he looked at Chen En. So it turns out that this person is the good-for-nothing young master of the Chen clan that was engaged to Yi Zan. No wonder I kept having the feeling this person was looking hatefully at me. So it turns out that he's the person concerned. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to Chen An's roars, and he looked at Chen Dong with a calm expression instead as he believed that Chen Dong would deal with this properly. Shut up. Chen Dong glared angrily at Chen En and berated in a cold voice. Put away that lust of yours. If you dare say another word from now onwards, then get out of my Chen clan right away. Chen En was muddled when being berated by Chen Dong, yet he really didn't dare speak again. Get out of the Chen clan. He wouldn't dare speak a word no matter what. He was nothing once he left the Chen clan. This was something that he knew well. Chen En stared hatefully at Duan Ling Tian and gnashed his teeth, and his heart was filled with extreme hatred. It's all because of Duan Ling Tian. It's all because he poked his nose into my affairs. At this moment, Chen wished for nothing more than to slice Duan Lingtian into thousands of pieces, yet when he recalled how Duan Lingtian was capable of playing with their Chen clan's supreme elder in the palm of his hands, coldness couldn't help but arise in his heart. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely not let you off. I surely won't. Chen An's eyes were filled with a ruthless sheen as he roared endlessly with rage in his heart. Brother Lingtian, the marriage agreement between the Yi clan and Chen clan doesn't exist any longer from today onward. Besides that, my Chen clan won't look for trouble with the Yi clan because of this. Chen Dong looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere expression, and when he spoke up to hear, he looked at the old man that was striking madly in the distance and laughed bitterly. Now, can you allow our supreme elder recover to normal? He's as normal as everyone else. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. At the same time, his spiritual force moved to directly withdraw his soul skill, whereas the illusory space that enveloped the Chen clan's supreme elder dispersed along with this. The Chen clan's supreme elder had naturally not gone mad, and he was only ceaselessly attacking the fake Duan Lingtian in the illusory space. After the illusory space vanished, the Chen clan's supreme elder noticed Duan Lingtian with a single glance, and he instantly raised the enormous hammer in his hand and wanted to attack once more. Brother Lingtian, what are you doing? I've already done according to what you said, why haven't you let the supreme elder off? A familiar and low voice entered into the ears of the supreme elder, and it caused him to tremble as if struck by lightning. Patriarch, what did you say? You asked him to let me off. The supreme elder frowned as he looked at Chen Dong, and then he cursed angrily. Idiot, could it be that you didn't see he was only capable of dodging in a sorry state when facing my attacks? So long as I'm given more time, I'll surely be able to smash him into mush. The supreme elder's cursing caused Chen Dong to be stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Supreme elder, you've sobered up. I've always been sober. The supreme elder frowned and said with slight impatience, enough, move aside. We'll talk once I smash this detestable kid into mush. As he spoke, he turned around and intended to attack Duan Lingtian once more. Patriarch Chen, if this senior attacks me once more, I don't mind allowing him to go mad to his heart's content. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he spoke straightforwardly to Chen Dong. Don't. Chen Dong was in panic as he hurriedly flashed to stand before Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian behind him before looking at the old man with a bitter smile on his face. Supreme Elder, you've lost already. There's no need to continue this battle. What do you mean by I've already lost? Patriarch, how old are you? Could it be that you've lost your marbles? The old man grunted with displeasure. Supreme Elder, if you don't believe me, feel free to ask Second Elder, Third Elder, and the others. Duan Lingtian stood there on the spot earlier, yet you didn't touch him since the beginning until the end, and you only attacked the heir by yourself. Chen Dong was really afraid the old man would attack Duan Lingtian once more. At that time, Duan Lingtian would surely use that unfathomable ability to deal with the old man. Who knew if Duan Lingtian's ability would leave any side effects on the person it was used on? The Supreme Elder was the backbone of their Chen clan and couldn't be lost. What? The old man was stunned when he heard Chen Dong's solemn words. How could this be possible? I was clearly chasing that kid while smashing my hammer at him, but he fled quickly, causing me to be unable to hit him. When did I attack the heir? Supreme Elder, what the Patriarch said is true. Meanwhile, Chen Lei looked at the old man and laughed bitterly. Yes, Supreme Elder, all of us saw it with our own two eyes. The other elders of the Chen clan nodded successively, and they proved that what Chen Dong and Chen Lei said was true. For a time, the old man couldn't help but go silent. He noticed the numerous gazes that swept over from the surroundings now, and he vaguely realized that he might have really done something absurd earlier. Suddenly, a flash of enlightenment appeared in the old man's mind, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked with a complicated gaze. Did I fall into an illusory realm created by you? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't deny it. But I clearly didn't sense the aura or fluctuation of inscriptions and inscription formations. The old man frowned. Even though he wasn't an inscription master, yet he felt he was capable of easily sensing the aura and fluctuation of inscriptions and inscription formations. I didn't utilize inscriptions or inscription formations. Duan Lingtian shook his head. This is an ability I possess. As for what ability it isn't convenient for me to tell Senior. The old man sighed when he heard this. Then he turned around and left slightly dejectedly, and he vanished within the Chen clan estate in the blink of an eye. Brother Ling Tian, how about having a seat in my Chen clan estate? Meanwhile, Chen Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian and made an invitation. Obviously, he didn't forget what he had said to Duan Ling Tian earlier. Chapter 849, The Furious Chenin. Alright, Duan Ling Tian had a rather good impression of Chen Dong's frank openness, and he directly agreed. Patriarch Yi, please pass on what happened here to Little Zan. Besides that, I might have to come disturb the Yi clan for some time later. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yi Ting and smiled lightly. This time, Patriarch Yi probably won't ask me to get out of your Yi clan, right? The surrounding crowd of spectators were flabbergasted when they heard this. The patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Ting, had once asked Duan Ling Tian to leave his Yi clan. Has Yi Ting gone mad? Exactly, you can't find a guest like this even if you searched for one, yet he actually asked Duan Ling Tian to leave. Instantly, many people looked at Yi Ting with a strange expression. Never had they imagined that Yi Ting had once treated Duan Ling Tian in the way. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian disregarded past grudges, otherwise, could the Yi clan still exist? No, of course not. Yi Ting hurriedly shook his head with a bitter smile. If he knew beforehand that Duan Ling Tian possessed such a formidable strength, then he wouldn't dare treat Duan Ling Tian like that, no matter how brave he was. When he thought of it now, he still couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If it wasn't for the good relationship between Duan Ling Tian and his daughter, he would probably be unable to escape calamity. Brother Ling Tian, if you don't mind, you can stay in our Chen clan for as long as you like. How about it? Chen Dong's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian wanted to stay in Drift Cloud Town for a period of time, and he took the initiative to invite Duan Ling Tian to stay at the Chen clan. Yi Ting's face sank when he heard Chen Dong's invitation, yet he didn't dare say anything. He couldn't determine where Duan Ling Tian went. If Duan Ling Tian really wanted to stay in the Chen clan, then he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Now, he only hoped that Duan Ling Tian would give face to his daughter and return to the Yi clan to stay for a period of time. In that way, the status of the Yi clan in Drift Cloud Town would rise along with this. As the patriarch of a clan, he had many things to consider. Thank you, Patriarch Chen, for your good intentions. But Patriarch Yi's daughter is my good friend, and I've already promised her that so long as I don't leave Drift Cloud Town, I'd stay in the Yi clan, said Duan Ling Tian to Chen Dong. That's too bad. Chen Dong sighed, and then he called out, Brother Ling Tian, please come in. When he saw Duan Ling Tian and Chen Dong descend down from the sky to enter the Chen clan estate, the expression of Chenin who walked amongst the members of the Chen clan became even darker. Duan Ling Tian, if you have the balls then keep staying in Drift Cloud Town. I'll surely make Big Brother's master teach you a lesson once Big Brother returns. Chen An's expression was cold and detached as fierce lightly flickered in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were suffused with a gloomy smile. Yi Ting heaved a sigh of relief, and he revealed a happy smile. Congratulations, Patriarch Yi. From today onward, your Yi clan isn't the same any longer. Many people congratulated. Patriarch Yi, I'm sorry about the last time. We really needed that batch of goods urgently. How about this? I'll rush out another batch of goods during this period of time and give it to your Yi clan for half price. Another person held a flattering smile as he spoke to Yi Ting. Boss Hu, if it's half price, then wouldn't your merchant group suffer a great loss? The cost of that batch of goods isn't just half its price, right? Yi Ting looked at the person that spoke with great shock. Hee, Patriarch Yi, we straightforward people don't have to resort to insinuations. It's fine even if I give you that batch of goods for free. But you have to introduce me to that young brother. The latter laughed slyly as he spoke. In the audience hall of the Chen clan estate, Duan Ling Tian sat at the head seat, and beneath him was the Chen clan's patriarch, Chen Dong, and the third elder, Chen Lei. Brother Ling Tian, may I know where you're from? Chen Dong asked curiously. Patriarch Chen, didn't I tell you before, even if I tell you my origins, you wouldn't know? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, but since you really want to know, then it's fine to tell you. I'm from the Darken dynasty. Chen Dong and Chen Lei looked at each other and saw a perplexed expression in each other's eyes. Obviously, they'd never heard of such a place. Chen Dong laughed embarrassedly and asked, then can Brother Ling Tian tell me what your relationship is with the Yi clan? Chen Dong was still slightly unable to accept the fact that Duan Ling Tian had helped the Yi clan to cause trouble in his Chen clan today. Where did this little freak come from? And why does he just happen to want to help the Yi clan? I owe the Yi clan's young miss a favor. Duan Ling Tian replied extremely directly, and then he added, "This favor can't be returned in my entire lifetime." Originally, when he heard Duan Ling Tian say he owed the Yi clan's young miss a favor, Chen Dong had heaved a sigh of relief as he felt Duan Ling Tian had already returned the favor with his actions earlier, but what Duan Ling Tian said after caused Chen Dong to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. That Yi clan's young miss is really fortunate. She actually made brother Ling Tian owe her such a great favor. It's not necessarily good fortune. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled warmly. She's very kind-hearted. If it wasn't for her, it's very likely that I'd have perished already. Duan Ling Tian's words caused Chen Dong and Chen Lei to be shocked to the point their faces went pale. According to what Duan Ling Tian said, that Yi clan's young miss had actually saved his life. No wonder he said he can't return it in his entire lifetime. So it's a life-saving grace. Brother Ling Tian, may I ask how the Yi clan's young miss saved you? Chen Lei asked curiously. Chen Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. He was obviously curious as well. He knew the Yi clan's young miss, and she was a little girl that hadn't even stepped into the void-prying stage. Logically speaking, that little strength of hers was utterly incapable of helping Duan Ling Tian, let alone saving Duan Ling Tian. When I was cultivating some time ago, my origin energy moved in the wrong direction and caused me to suffer from chi deviation. In the end, I fainted outside Drift Cloud Town, and it was she who brought me back to the Yi clan. I was in deep slumber for an entire 18 days before waking up today. If it wasn't for her, then perhaps I would have already been eaten by the wild beasts, fierce beasts, or even demon beasts there. When Duan Ling Tian mentioned Yi Zan, his smile was warm as he'd completely taken that kind-hearted young woman as his own younger sister. Actually, he still felt a lingering fear when he woke up today. Fortunately, he'd encountered such a kind-hearted young woman. If it was another person with malicious intentions, then the person would probably have killed him for the sake of the spatial ring on his hand. The spatial ring on his hand had ownership established upon it by him dripping blood on it. Unless he himself removed the ownership or he died, otherwise others would be unable to establish ownership of the spatial ring. It was precisely because of this that he felt gratitude from the bottom of his heart towards the kind-hearted young woman, Yi Zan. Chen Dong and Chen Lei looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Never had they imagined that the sequence of events would be like that. They asked themselves, if they were to encounter Duan Ling Tian, who'd fainted, then under the circumstances that they didn't know Duan Ling Tian, they would probably have taken Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring before killing Duan Ling Tian. After all, it was a windfall that came free. The Yi clan's young miss is really kind-hearted. That little bastard of my clan is indeed unworthy of her. Chen Dong sighed. When he heard Chen Dong mention that good-for-nothing son of his, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something, and his face sank slightly. Patriarch Chen, I admire how you conduct yourself, but I cannot agree with you in terms of how you teach our son. I heard that your son commits all sorts of atrocities in Drift Cloud Town. And there's many young women from good families that have committed suicide or harmed themselves because of him. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian emitted dense killing intent. He didn't feel he was a sage nor did he think of saving the world, but the actions of that good-for-nothing young master of the Chen clan had violated his bottom line. Brother Ling Tian, you're right, I didn't teach my son properly. Chen Dong laughed bitterly. He naturally knew clearly about all those things his son had done, and he'd educated Chenin on numerous occasions and had broken countless amounts of canes because of this. But his son wouldn't repent, and he gradually couldn't be bothered anymore. Otherwise, what else could he do? Kill his own son with his own two hands. Patriarch Chen, out of respect to you, I won't interfere with what happened in the past. But from today onward, if I hear that your son commits such deeds that cause widespread indignation and discontent, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he suddenly stood up. Presently, he already didn't have the mood to continue staying at the Chen clan. Patriarch Chen, Third Elder Chen, farewell. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewell to Chen Dong and Chen Lei before leaving directly. When Chen Dong and Chen Lei returned to their senses, Duan Ling Tian had already left the Chen clan audience hall and vanished before their eyes. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, Chen Dong started laughing after Duan Ling Tian left. Patriarch, you. Chen Lei was stunned. He said he wants to kill you, son, yet you're still able to laugh about it. From today onwards, let me see if that little bastard still dares act willfully. Chen Dong muttered to himself before directly leaving the audience hall to go look for his youngest son. The reason that younger son of his was so audacious during these past few years was none other than because he relied on the power of the Chen clan. The Chen clan was the #1 clan in Drift Cloud Town, so there was utterly no one that dared offend the Chen clan. Now, there was someone that wasn't afraid of the Chen clan who threatened his son, and it allowed him to see hope. He was unable to manage his son, but there was finally someone who could. After he entered the courtyard Chen lived in, he berated Chen who'd just returned before passing on Duan Ling Tian's words to Chen. Before Chen returned to his senses, Chen Dong had already left with a happy mood. Duan Ling Tian, Chen An's expression was extremely unsightly, and he smashed the stone table in the courtyard with a raise of his hand before gnashing his teeth and saying, "Not only did you interfere with my marriage with Yi Zan, you actually dare come discipline me. I'll surely kill you, surely." Chen An's eyes were filled with a gloomy cold light as he gnashed his teeth and spoke hatefully, "Yi clan estate. Young Master Duan, the patriarch and elders have been waiting. Please come in." Duan Ling Tian had just arrived at the entrance when a Yi clan disciple greeted him respectfully and reverently. "Thank you, young master." Duan Ling Tian had only just entered when he heard a wave of orderly and deafening sounds, and when he raised his head to look, he noticed Yi Ting had actually brought a group of people to bow and thank him in unison. Shockingly, Yi Zan was amongst them. At this moment, Yi Zan's tightly knit brows had completely eased up, and she'd recovered her lively nature. Chapter 850, 5-Element Sect. "Patriarch Yi, what are you?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the scene before him. Most of the people by Yi Ting's side were old people, and in terms of age, they were already capable of being his grandfather. Yet now, these old men were bowing to him, and it caused him to feel slightly uneasy. "Brother Duan, thank you for what you did for our Yi clan. From today onward, you're the most respected guest of our Yi clan. If there's anything that you need, our Yi clan will surely devote every effort to it." Yi Ting spoke with a serious expression. "Patriarch Yi, there's no need to act in this way." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and then said with a frown, "Moreover, I don't like these things. Ask all of them to disperse. Little Zan, let's go back." Duan Ling Tian spoke as he called out to Yi Zan and left directly. For a time, only Yi Ting and the others remained with bitter smiles on their faces. The group of Yi clan elders looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure that was disappearing into the distance with expressions filled with respect. They'd heard what happened in the Chen clan estate from the patriarch, and they knew that this violet-clothed young man being willing to stay in their Yi clan was the fortune of their entire Yi clan. Even though this might not last for long. "Big brother Duan, I've heard everything from my father. You're really amazing." On the way, Yi Zan looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of admiration, and then she sighed. "If only I was as formidable as you are. Then I would be able to help my father protect the Yi clan." "Silly girl, you're only so young." Duan Ling Tian rubbed Yi Zan's small head affectionately and smiled. "If you really want to cultivate, then big brother Duan will pass down a cultivation method to you." "Really?" Yi Zan's eyes lit up when she heard this. As far as she was concerned, her big brother Duan's strength was so strong, so a cultivation method he took out would surely be something their Yi clan's cultivation method was unable to compare to. "Of course." Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile and seemed as if he was appeasing a child. Of course, Yi Zan was only a young woman at the age of 16 or 17. So she was indeed no different than a child in his eyes. There was no lack of cultivation methods in Duan Ling Tian's memories. Any random cultivation method left behind by the rebirth martial emperor wasn't something the Yi clan's cultivation method could compare to. Besides that, he was also capable of passing down suitable martial skills to Yi Zan. As for medicinal pills and spirit weapons, he didn't lack them at all and could casually refine them. To a certain extent, Yi Zan had saved his life, and was a benefactor of his. So, he would try his best to repay this great favor. Of course, he liked Yi Zan very much as well, and he'd completely taken Yi Zan to be his own younger sister. "How nice would it be if father and mother give birth to another younger brother or sister for me?" Duan Ling Tian sighed. In his precious life, he was an orphan with no father nor mother, let alone brothers and sisters. He only had a group of comrades that went through life and death with him. Moreover, all of them had stayed forever in the battlefield later on. This was also the most important reason why he chose to retire at that time. In his previous life, he greatly hoped to possess a warm family, yet it was bound to be wishful thinking. So to him, being able to arrive in this world was undoubtedly a gift given to him by the heavens, and in this world, he had a father, a mother, and people that he cared about. If his father and mother were able to make a younger brother or sister for him, then it would undoubtedly make it even more perfect. Duan Ling Tian temporarily resided in the Yi clan because he still didn't understand the situation in Drift Cloud Town. He didn't know if he would encounter experts that he was unable to deal with and be killed directly as soon as he left the town. He wasn't alone in this world any longer, so he didn't dare take the risk. In the following days, Duan Ling Tian obtained a certain level of understanding towards the eastern area of the northern desert he resided in now from Yizan. Firstly, there were a total of 3 great powers in this eastern area of the northern desert. Of course, in the entire foreign lands, these 3 great powers could only be considered to be third-rate powers. Because they were powers that possessed similar strengths as the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect in the southern area of the northern desert, the 3 great powers were respectively the Five Element Sect, Crimson Moon Sect, and Flying Sand Sect. I heard the Chen clan's eldest young master, Chen Wei, had joined the Five Element Sect long ago. Yizan said, everyone would raise their thumbs when speaking about Chen Wei in our Drift Cloud Town. But so long as his younger brother Chen is mentioned, everyone would show contempt instead. As she finished speaking, Yizan wrinkled her cute little nose as Chen was the good-for-nothing young master of the Chen clan that she was almost forced to marry. Chen Wei, Five Element Sect. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he never imagined that Chen clan's patriarch, Chen Dong, had such a promising son that was a complete opposite of Chen En. Since the Five Element Sect was one of the 3 great powers of the eastern area of the northern desert, their recruitment of disciples was probably extremely harsh. Without a certain level of natural talent and comprehension ability, it would be impossible for one to join the sect. Looks like it's as the saying goes, the dragon gave birth to 9 sons, and every single one is different. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Right, big brother Duan, I heard about something when I went out yesterday. Yizan looked at Duan Ling Tian and her beautiful face had slight worry on it. What? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be slightly curious when he saw Yizan's expression. I heard someone say that in another few days, members of the Five Element Sect will reside in our Drift Cloud Town on their way, and they seem to have come for the sake of recruiting void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40. When she spoke up to hear, Yizan's brows knit together. Besides Chen Wei who'd already joined the Five Element Sect, there's probably not a second person who's a void interpretation stage martial artist below the age of 40 in a tiny place like our Drift Cloud Town. So, I guess that Chen Wei is amongst the members of the Five Element Sect, and he's probably using this opportunity to visit his family. Big brother Duan, why don't you leave the city and lie low for the next few days, as I'm afraid Chen Wei will look for trouble with you. As she finished speaking, Yizan had a worried expression. The Five Element Sect, it's recruiting martial artists at the void interpretation stage that are below the age of 40. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Yizan, and then a flash of enlightenment appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, causing him to be slightly excited. Could it be that the Five Element Sect knows of the treasure vault left behind by the martial emperor stage expert? Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up, and he became more and more sure. If it wasn't for this, would the Five Element Sect send people to recruit disciples from outside? Moreover, there was a special requirement. Below the age of 40. Void interpretation stage martial artist. This was no different than the requirement of the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect when they recruited disciples at the end of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Looks like this is a chance for me. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he thought in his heart. During these few days in the Drift Cloud Town's Yi clan, he was thinking about how to leave this place while being certain that he would arrive at the Blade Sect safely to join Feng Tian Wu and the others. He believed that those friends of him would surely be extremely worried about him since he'd vanished suddenly. Now, he finally had a chance. The Five Element Sect was his chance. The Five Element Sect is obviously making preparations for the treasure vault left behind by that martial emperor stage expert. So long as I join the Five Element Sect temporarily, I'll surely be able to head to that treasure vault. In that way, I'll be able to encounter Tian Wu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang, and the others in the Blade Sect. Duan Ling Tian made a decision in his heart. I presume that the Five Element Sect ought to not refuse my entrance. This was something Duan Ling Tian was extremely confident of. Moreover, it was currently the time the five-element sect desperately required geniuses, and it would utterly not refuse him from joining. Big brother Duan, did you hear what I said? Yi Zan couldn't help but laugh bitterly when she saw Duan Ling Tian in a trance, and she stretched out her hand to shake Duan Ling Tian's arm before Duan Ling Tian finally returned to his senses. Little Zan, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and asked. Big brother Duan, go lie low for the next few days. Chen Wei has an extremely good relationship with that good-for-nothing younger brother of his. If he really returns to the Chen clan, then he'll surely look for trouble with you. Yi Zan repeated her words once more, and her beautiful face was filled with an anxious expression. Chen Wei, is he very strong? Duan Ling Tian laughed confidently. Little Zan, don't forget that even the Chen clan's supreme elder lost at my hands. Could it be that Chen Wei is even stronger than the Chen clan's supreme elder? Big brother Duan, Chen Wei might not be a match for you. But since the five-element sect has come to recruit disciples, there'll surely be seniors of the sect following along with Chen Wei. I heard that the weakest elder in the five-element sect is in existence at the void transformation stage. Yi Xian said with a worried expression, even though they aren't members of the Chen clan, yet Chen Wei is a member of the five-element sect. If Chen Wei asks them to assist him, then I presume they wouldn't refuse. She was most worried about this. Even though Chen Wei's strength wasn't bad, it couldn't compare to the Chen clan's supreme elder, let alone be a match for her big brother Duan. But what about the seniors of the sect that came along with Chen Wei? Even though she was only the young miss of the Yi clan in the tiny drift cloud town, the reputation of the five-element sect reverberated like thunder in her ears, and it was an existence that the Yi clan had to look up to. Don't worry, I understand. Duan Ling Tian was naturally able to discern that Yi Zan's concern came from the heart, and warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart, and then he said with a smile. Little Zan, I never imagined that your thoughts are so meticulous at such a young age. What plans do you have for yourself in the future? I intend to stay by my father's side forever and help him take care of the Yi clan. Yi Zan spoke seriously. Could it be that you've never thought about anything else? For example, leaving Drift Cloud Town and joining one of the three great powers to properly experience the outside world? Asked Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Duan, do you think that it's so easy to join the three great powers? Yi Zan laughed bitterly. 2 years ago, the Crimson Moon sect had once sent people to widely recruit disciples, and they passed by our Drift Cloud Town on the way and held a test. But I was eliminated in the first round of the test. Little Zan, believe your big brother Duan. The current you is different from the past you. Duan Ling Tian smiled. During these few days he stayed at the Yi clan. Besides passing down some cultivation methods and martial skills to Yi Zan, Duan Ling Tian has utilized gentle origin energy combined with spiritual force to fuse into Yi Zan's body and helped her cleanse the impurities in her body on many occasions. It was a method exclusive to the Rebirth Martial Emperor and was recorded within the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, and even though it was inferior to the effects of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, it wasn't bad either. Presently, Yi Zan's natural talent had already undergone a tremendous change. Chapter 851, Chen Wei. Big brother Duan, what do you mean by this? Yi Zan had a perplexed expression. You'll know in a few days. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously. Even though it was the first time he'd used that method to help another wash away their impurities, he could be certain that it was effective, because it was a unique technique the Rebirth Martial Emperor had obtained by luck during his second lifetime, and it was only effective towards people who were below the age of 18 and whose meridians, shape hadn't become completely finalized. Moreover, it required origin energy and spiritual force at the void interpretation stage to be successfully executed. If it wasn't for him encountering Yi Zan, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't know that such a thing existed in the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, so it could be of use to Yi Zan now. Of course, the exact effects of the cleansing of the impurities in her body was something Yi Zan would only be able to notice after a few more days. Big brother Duan, don't keep me in suspense and tell me quickly. Yi Zan shook Duan Ling Tian's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Presently, it wasn't just Duan Ling Tian who'd taken her to be his own younger sister, even she'd taken Duan Ling Tian to be her own older brother, an older brother that she could trust entirely. You little girl, you might not believe me even if I tell you now. You'll naturally notice it in another few more days. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Alright, then I'll wait a few more days. Yi Zan let go of Duan Ling Tian's arm and nodded obediently, and then she said, "Big brother Duan, it's fine if you don't go hide during the next few days. But if that Chen Wei brings along the seniors of his five-element sect to our Yi clan, then you must hide yourself and not come out. You little girl, you don't have to care so much about my business. Quickly go cultivate, I'm going to check your improvement in another few days," said Duan Lingtian with a smile, and as he finished speaking, he urged Yi Zan to enter her room and cultivate. Okay. Yi Zan playfully spat out her tongue before running back to her room to cultivate, yet she forgot to close her room's door. This little girl. Duan Lingtian revealed tender affection on his face as he helped Yi Zan close her room's door, and then he muttered to himself. Perhaps I can consider taking Yi Zan to the five-element sect with me. Based on Duan Lingtian's tone, it seemed as if bringing Yi Zan along to the five-element sect was an extremely simple thing, and someone who didn't know any better might think that he owned the five-element sect. I ought to go cultivate as well. I feel that I'm just a little bit more away from breaking through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Once I break through, my strength will improve once again. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he directly returned to his room before taking out the wind concept fragment and holding it in his hand, and he comprehended wind concept as he cultivated. Time silently passed by, and 3 days of time passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Clan Estate. On this day, the Chen clan was extremely bustling and was decorated with lanterns and colorful silk, and it seemed as if it was holding a celebration. The entrance to the Chen clan was covered by a long red-colored carpet at dawn, and it covered the path all the way until the entrance to the Chen clan audience hall. At the sides of the red carpet stood a servant girl after every short period of distance. Not long after, the Chen clan's patriarch, Chen Dong, brought along his younger son, Chen En, and the group of elders to walk out of the Chen clan estate in a formidable array, and they stood at the entrance while seeming to be waiting for something. "Father, it's Senior K and Big Brother." Suddenly, the sharp gaze of Chen En lit up, and he looked ahead as he spoke with pleasant surprise. As he spoke, Chen En moved over to welcome the two people that were walking over from afar. One was a robust old man with a kind countenance, and the other was a young man around the age of 35. Senior K. Chen En took a few steps forward and stood respectfully at the other side of the old man before walking by the old man's side while speaking with an extremely humble tone, and he didn't possess the slightest bit of the sharp edge he usually possessed. "You're Chen Wei's younger brother, Chen En." The old man's muddy eyes lit up with a trace of a glow as he asked amiably. "Senior K, I am him." Chen En was obviously extremely happy that the old man could remember him. "I remember that when I came to your Chen clan all those years ago, you were only 7 or 8, right?" In the blink of an eye, the little child from all those years ago has already grown into a man. The old man chuckled. "Chen Wei, I remember that when I first came to your Chen clan all those years ago, it was precisely the time you took me as your master. It seems to be 18 years ago, right?" The old man looked at the young man by his side, Chen An's older brother, Chen Wei, as he asked. Chen Wei had a tall figure and a pair of bright and penetrating eyes, and he smiled lightly and nodded when he heard the old man. "Yes, master, it has been 18 years. At that time, I was 17 and little and was 7. Time is merciless. In the blink of an eye, 18 years have passed already. But unfortunately, during these 18 years, our wood peak is still like before and is being suppressed by the other 3 peaks to the point of being unable to catch a breath." The old man sighed. "Now, I only hope that I can see the wood peak rise up once again before I die. In that way, I won't have any other regrets." "It's disciple who is useless," said Chen Wei hastily. "It's not your fault. Since 20 years ago when the peak master went into closed-door cultivation because of his heavy injury, our wood peak had already started its decline. I only hate the other 3 peaks for going too far and seizing the opportunity that the peak master was in closed-door cultivation to resort to both bribing and threats to steal away all the outstanding disciples of our wood peak, causing wood peak to have no more useful people in the younger generation." The old man's face flushed red when he spoke up to hear, and he seemed to be slightly agitated. "Master, cool down. I believe that our wood peak will surely be able to stand up once again. Master, I'll surely cultivate more painstakingly in the future and not lose face for the wood peak." Chen Wei spoke seriously. "All right, you seldom return to your home, so let's not speak about these unhappy things." The old man looked at the group of people that were waiting ahead and the red carpet on the ground, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Didn't I ask you to tell your father not to make it so extravagant? You ought to know that master doesn't care about all this." So long as your family is fine and you're able to be at ease while you cultivate in the sect, then Master is satisfied. Master, it's rare for you to make a trip here, so don't care about these little details. Chen Wei said with a light smile. Moreover, my father did this because he respects you. Yes, Senior K, you've fostered my older brother into a genius, so our Chen clan ought to welcome you with the highest courtesy. Chen spoke out as well. All right. The old man's face was covered in a smile as he arrived before the Chen clan estate's entrance under the escort of Chen Wei and Chenin. Elder K. Instantly, all the higher-ups of the Chen clan led by the patriarch, Chen Song, bowed towards the old man with humble expressions. We're all family, there's no need to be courteous. The old man's eyes narrowed as he spoke with a grin on his face. Family. The Chen clan higher-ups instantly beamed with joy, as being taken to be family by an elder of the five-element sect wasn't a treatment that anyone could obtain. Elder K, please come in. We've already prepared a feast to celebrate your arrival. Chen Dong personally greeted the old man into the Chen clan estate in a respectful manner. Eldest young master, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved again, right? The group of Chen clan elders greeted Chen Wei fervently. They felt heartfelt respect towards Chen Wei, who was the #1 expert in the Chen clan's younger generation and was a disciple of the five-element sect. Greeting, elders. Chen Wei smiled lightly as he replied, and he didn't be the slightest bit disrespectful to these elders that had fought for the Chen clan for most of their lifetime just because he was a disciple of the five-element sect. Eldest young master, please come in. The Chen clan elders that stood at the entrance of the estate split open a path for Chen Wei to enter. Elders, all of you are seniors to me, so all of you should enter first. If all of you don't enter, then I won't enter the clan today. Chen Wei seemed to be accustomed to a scene like this, and he directly utilized his trump card. Instantly, the group of Chen clan elders laughed bitterly as they walked into the Chen clan estate, yet a pleased expression was contained between their brows, as they were pleased towards Chen Wei, who was the eldest young master of their Chen clan. Chen Wei and Chenin walked side by side behind the group of Chen clan elders, and they walked into the Chen clan estate. Brother. Suddenly, Chenin looked at Chen Wei, and his face suddenly went grim as his eyes flickered with a fierce light. You must take revenge for me. I won't continue living if you don't help me. Chen Wei frowned as his face sank. What exactly happened? Tell me clearly. Brother, a few days ago, I saw a young man from outside the town forcefully seized a local girl on the streets, and I couldn't bear to see it, so I wanted to save the young girl. But who knew that his strength was formidable and blasted me flying with a single palm, causing me to be knocked unconscious. Chenin spoke with a sorrowful expression. There's someone in Drift Cloud Town that our Chen clan can't take care of. Chen Wei's face sank slightly as he asked. Brother, that person said he'd a disciple of the five-element sect's would peak, so father and the elders didn't dare do anything to him. After all, you're at the five-element sect's would peak as well. Father and the elders were afraid it would cause trouble for you, so they didn't do anything to him. When Chenin spoke up to hear, he said hatefully, this wasn't all. Never had I imagined that he actually forcefully took the fiancé I had a marriage agreement with. Brother, I hate him so much, I hate him so much. As he finished speaking, Chen An's eyes were filled with frightful cold lights that seemed ready to swallow up his enemies. He said he's a disciple of our five-element sect's would peak. Did he say it himself? Chen Wei stopped moving and asked with a low voice. Yes, Chenin nodded, and then he said with a trembling voice. He said he's a superior disciple of the five-element sect, and seizing my fiancé is because he thinks highly of me, and it's my good fortune. Brother, he's too insulting. Did he say what his name was? Chen Wei's eyes were filled with extreme coldness as he asked with a cold voice. He said he's called Duan Ling Tian. Chen Wei spoke hatefully. Duan Ling Tian, are you sure he's called Duan Ling Tian? Chen Wei asked with a frown. Yes, Chenin nodded. I clearly remember every single word and every single insult he spoke to me, it's absolutely correct. Little N, you and father might have been deceived by him. Our wood peak doesn't have a disciple called Duan Ling Tian. Chen Wei's voice became even colder. What? Chen An's face went pale. Then doesn't that mean he's an imposter? Brother, you must take revenge for me, take revenge for me. Do you know where he is now? Chen Wei's eyes flickered with cold lights as he asked. He wouldn't easily let off a person that impersonated a five-element sect disciple, especially one that impersonated a wood peak disciple, to swagger about and deceive others. Chapter 852, Chen An's Scheme. I do. Chen An nodded fiercely as he said in a grim voice, after he forcefully took the fiancé I'd made a marriage agreement with and forced the members of my fiancé's clan to come to our Chen clan to break off the engagement. He's always been staying at my fiancé's clan. A trace of a cold light flickered faintly in the depths of Chen An's gaze, but unfortunately, Chen Wei didn't notice this. What? Chen Wei's expression became even more gloomy when he heard Chen An. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for that fellow who impersonated a disciple of his five-element sect's wood sect and used the power of the five-element sect to seize his younger brother's fiancé, then he would perhaps be able to attend his younger brother's wedding when he returned this time. But now, not only did he not get to attend the wedding, his younger brother's fiancé was taken away. Since he was young, he'd always doted upon his younger brother the most, and he would give the best to his younger brother. Now, how could he endure it when he heard his younger brother had suffered such a humiliation? Big brother, my fiancé is the Yi clan's young miss, Yi Zan. That fellow is in the Yi clan right now. You must take revenge for me. Chen An revealed a sorrowful expression as he added fuel to the fire, and then he stretched out his hand to pull on Chen Wei's arm before walking out in a hurry. Little N, I know you're extremely angry, and Big Brother is extremely angry as well. How about this? I'll go notify Father and Master before following you to the Yi clan. No matter what, Master rarely comes to our Chen clan, and I can't leave him aside as soon as I return. Chen Wei stopped moving and spoke to Chen An, but how could Chen An allow him to see his father? Once he met his father, wouldn't all the lies he'd said earlier be unraveled instantaneously? Brother, I've already endured it for a very long time, and I don't want to continue enduring it. If you don't want to take revenge for me, then I'll go myself. Chen An's eyes flickered with a strand of a cunning bright light, and then he roared in a low voice before letting go of Chen Wei's arm and seemed to transform into a gust of wind that charged out of the Chen clan. Little N. Chen Wei's face went grim, and he who was worried about the safety of his younger brother hurriedly chased after Chen An. With his speed, he caught up to Chen An not long after he left the entrance of the Chen clan. I'll go with you. It just happens that I want to see that person that dares impersonate a disciple of our five-element sect's would peak to seize your fiancé. Because of Chen An's pitiful narration earlier, his heart was filled with a ball of flames since long ago, and he wished for nothing more than to arrive at the Yi clan right away and expose that person's true face. It wasn't just that, he also wanted to cripple that person's cultivation and bring him back to the five-element sect's wood peak. As far as he was concerned, that person had actually dared to impersonate a disciple of the Wood Peak to commit deeds that caused widespread indignation and discontent, so that person must be personally judged by the enforcement elders of the Wood Peak. Only in this way would he be able to completely clean the name of the Wood Peak. Brother, the entire Yi clan have been suppressed by that Duan Ling Tian with his martial strength, causing them to do everything he tells them. So when we go over, the members of the Yi clan will surely drive us out. They have no other choice but to act in that way, so you must not blame them. Chen An spoke to Chen Wei with a heavy expression, yet the depths of his eyes contained slight complacency. What? Chen Wei was slightly shocked when he heard this. The members of the Yi clan were suppressed by his martial strength. Didn't you say that Duan Ling Tian is only a young man? According to my knowledge, the Yi clan's former patriarch is in existence at the third level of the void interpretation stage. Could it be that even the Yi clan's former patriarch is unable to deal with him? Chen An's expression went imperceptibly grim before recovering, and then he sighed. Brother, there's something you don't know. The Yi clan's former patriarch passed away 3 years ago. So that's how it is. Chen Wei nodded, and then he couldn't help but sigh. I remember when I returned 4 years ago, I'd once visited the Yi clan's former patriarch. At that time, I didn't notice anything wrong with him. How did he pass away so quickly? It's truly a pity. Chen An broke out in cold sweat in his heart as he continued. I heard he encountered a formidable enemy outside and was heavily injured, causing a hidden injury to be left behind. After that, he couldn't hold on any longer and passed away. Brother, you'd already broken through to the void interpretation stage when you returned 4 years ago. What's your cultivation now? Chen An seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask. I just broke through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage last month, said Chen Wei. Chen An nodded, yet he said in his heart, brother is only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage now, and he's surely not a match for that Duan Ling Tian. But, I never thought that Big Brother would be able to do anything to that Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian is an existence that's even capable of defeating the Supreme Elder. Chen An's thoughts were extremely simply. He wanted to make Duan Ling Tian injure his older brother, causing his older brother's master, Ke Zheng, the elder of the five-element sects Wood Peak, who was a formidable existence at the void transformation stage, to be infuriated. As far as he was concerned, with how much that Senior K doted on his older brother, Senior K would surely not let the matter go after his older brother was heavily injured by Duan Ling Tian. Once Senior K is enraged, he'll surely kill that Duan Ling Tian. In this way, the hatred in my heart will be resolved. Duan Ling Tian, not only did you destroy the marriage agreement between me and Yizan, you actually want to interfere in my business. I'll make you die a graveless death. At this moment, Chenin was extremely satisfied of his scheme. As far as he was concerned, his scheme was flawless. After a short moment, Chen Wei and Chenin arrived before the entrance to the Yi clan estate, and the expression of the two disciples that guarded the entrance went grim when they saw Chenin. Brother, let's go in. Chenin completely disregarded these two Yi clan disciples and directly moved to trespass into the Yi clan estate. Second young master Chen. The two Yi clan disciples stopped Chenin, and their expressions changed indeterminately. They felt slightly curious. Wasn't the marriage agreement between this good-for-nothing young master of the Chen clan and our Yi clan's young miss broken off? What's this good-for-nothing young master coming to our Yi clan for? Moreover, he's coming to look for trouble and obviously came with ill intent. Could it be that he isn't afraid of young master Duan teaching him a lesson? Right when the two Yi clan disciples had a myriad of thoughts in their minds, Chenin made a move. Two palms slapped out, one for each of them, and he directly blasted the two Yi clan disciples flying, causing them to collide with the pillar at the side of the entrance and lose consciousness. Little N. The scene before him occurred suddenly, and Chen Wei only recovered from his shock after Chenin finished knocking the two Yi clan disciples out, causing him to be unable to help but frown. What are you doing, brother? Don't worry, I've only knocked them out. The Yi clan members have all been coerced by that Duan Ling Tian now. If I don't knock them out, then they'll surely not dare allow us to enter. Chenin explained. Chen Wei nodded. Even though he kept having the feeling that something was amiss, yet he didn't think any further. Of course, it was also because he'd never doubted his younger brother, nor did he ever think that his younger brother would deceive him. Chen Wei and Chenin trespassed all the way into the Yi clan and arrived outside the Yi clan's audience hall. All the Yi clan disciples on the way that came to question Chenin were injured successively by Chenin, and it instantly drew the rage of the comparatively stronger Yi clan disciples, causing the group of Yi clan disciples to make a move in unison. Meanwhile, Chenin couldn't withstand it any longer. Chen Wei took a stride forward, his robes fluttering without the wind as a vast and enormous energy gushed out from his body to directly blast the group of Yi clan disciples flying. The group of Yi clan disciples fell to the ground and emitted muffled groans, yet all of them didn't emit a single shrill cry. Perhaps, as far as they were concerned, letting out a shrill cry before the good-for-nothing young master of the Chen clan was an extremely great humiliation, and they were unable to accept a humiliation like that. Quickly, go get the patriarch. I'll go get the grand elder. I'll go get the second elder. Instantly, besides a portion of Yi clan disciples that stared fiercely at Chen Wei and Chenin, some Yi clan disciples flew off to go notify the patriarch and elders. In next to no time, the Yi clan's patriarch, Yi Ting, and the group of elders converged together and came over in a formidable array. Grand Elder, Second Elder, the Yi clan disciples that surrounded Chen Wei and Chenin opened up a path as they respectfully greeted Yi Ting and the others over. The expression of Yi Ting, who heard Chen Wei had come over to cause trouble, was extremely ominous, but when he walked into the crowd and saw Chen Wei, who stood by Chen An's side, his expression eased up slightly. I was wondering why second young master Chen would dare trespass into our Yi clan estate, so it turns out that eldest young master Chen has returned. Yi Ting glanced coldly and indifferently at Chen and before shooting his gaze at Chen Wei, and it seemed to contain slight fear mixed within. He wasn't afraid of the Chen clan's eldest young master, Chen Wei, but he couldn't help but be afraid of the five-element sect that stood behind Chen Wei. Moreover, he'd heard that not only had Chen Wei joined the five-element sect, he'd even taken an elder of the five-element sect as his master, and this was something Yi Ting had to fear. After all, even the weakest elder in the five-element sect was in existence at the void transformation stage. Merely the strength of a single existence like this was sufficient to annihilate his Yi clan. Patriarch Yi. Chen Wei nodded to Yi Ting. He didn't come to the Yi clan with his younger brother today for the sake of denouncing the Yi clan's crimes, and he'd instead come for the sake of looking for the person that impersonated a disciple of the five-element sect's would-peak to seize his younger brother's fiancée. So, he was very courteous when facing Yi Ting. Eldest young Master Chen, I wonder why you and your younger brother have come. Yi Ting asked indifferently. Our Yi clan seems to have no relationship with your Chen clan now, right? Patriarch Yi, I'm happy for my younger brother for being able to be engaged to your daughter. But no matter what the reason was, your actions of coming to my Chen clan to break off the engagement seems to be going a little too far, right? Said Chen Wei. Breaking off the engagement, Yi Ting came to a suddenly understanding when he heard Chen Wei. So eldest young Master Chen has come because of this. But could it be that your father didn't tell you that this matter had already ended completely? When he spoke up to hear, Yi Ting looked at Chen En, and he kept having the feeling that something was off with the incident today. Chen Wei's reputation in Drift Cloud Town had always been extremely good. He was absolutely not a person that relied on his backing to bully others, nor was he an unreasonable person. But, his actions of coming to the Yi clan to denounce the Yi clan's crimes with Chen En today was truly slightly strange. HMPH. Chen Wei hadn't spoken when Chen En had already said angrily, Yi Ting, you brought that Duan Ling Tian to come to my Chen clan to break off the engagement and caused my Chen clan to lose face greatly, and you even forcefully tore me and little Zan apart. Could it be that you don't feel guilty in the slightest? As he finished speaking, Chen En had an agitated expression as tears streamed down from his face and dripped down to the ground. Yi Ting was stunned. The group of Yi clan elders were stunned. All the Yi clan disciples were stunned. What exactly is this Chen clan's second young master doing? Chapter 853, Young Master Duan. Chen Wei's calm expression instantly became gloomy when he saw his younger brother was so sorrowful. He said with a low voice to Yi Ting, Patriarch Yi, since you were once considered to be the father-in-law of my younger brother, I won't make it difficult for you. But you must hand Duan Ling Tian over. Today, I, Chen Wei, will not only seek justice for my younger brother and Chen clan, I'll also seek justice for my five-element sect's would-peak. Chen Wei's words were spoken clearly with a voice that was like a thunderclap. As he finished speaking, his face was suffused with ghastly rage. He was very rarely enraged, but when he saw his younger brother in such pain today and coupled with someone impersonating a disciple of his five-element sect's would-peak, he was completely enraged. Seek justice for the five-element sect. Yi Ting's pupils constricted when he heard Chen Wei, and the other Yi clan elders and disciples had astounded expressions as well. How did Duan Ling Tian get related to the five-element sect? Moreover, he seems to have committed something that caused indignation and discontent in the five-element sect. Eldest young Master Chen, have you mistaken something? How did Brother Duan become related to your five-element sect? Yi Ting asked with a frown. He kept having the feeling that something was amiss, yet he didn't know how to describe this feeling. HMPH. Patriarch Yi, looks like you've really been scared shitless by him. Right at this moment, Chen En shouted fiercely with a low voice. Could it be that he didn't tell you he's a disciple of the five-element sect's would-peak? Today, my older brother is representing the five-element sect's would-peak to teach him a lesson. Disciple of the five-element sect's would-peak. Yi Ting was stunned as he really didn't know that Duan Ling Tian was a disciple of the five-element sect, and he instantly looked at a nearby Yi clan disciple and said, You, go invite young Master Duan over. Yes, the Yi clan disciple replied respectfully before leaving. When Chen Wei saw Yi Ting ask someone to call Duan Ling Tian over, he didn't say anything further and closed his eyes to meditate while waiting calmly. Chen En, who stood by Chen Wei's side, had a complacent expression. Duan Ling Tian, let me see how you're struck with misfortune. The corners of Chen An's mouth was suffused with a cold smile as he cursed in his heart. In a quiet little courtyard in the Yi clan, Duan Ling Tian sat silently before a stone table as he drank tea, and his other hand held an azure-colored fragment at all times. I've finally comprehended third-level intermediate wind concept. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the wind concept fragment in his hand as he revealed a satisfied smile, and at the same time, he raised his teacup up to take a sip, causing a fragrant tea to bloom within his mouth. Big Brother Duan. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening resounded out, and then a beautiful figure walked out from a room on the right of the little courtyard. It was precisely Yi Zan, who was in closed-door cultivation for a few days. At this moment, Yi Zan's face was covered in joy as she said delightedly, Big Brother Duan, the medicinal pill you gave me is too miraculous. Only a few days have passed, yet my cultivation has once again recovered to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Yi Zan had discarded her origin energy a few days ago and started cultivating the cultivation method Duan Ling Tian had given her. During this period of time, she'd consumed a few medicinal pills Duan Ling Tian gave her. Those medicinal pills were precisely pills that were capable of absorbing and storing Yi Zan's dispersed origin energy, and after Yi Zan cultivated the new cultivation method, the medicinal pills would return the stored origin energy to Yi Zan. During these few days of time, Yi Zan had completely reclaimed the origin energy within the medicinal pills, and she was even a step away from breaking through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Little Zan, even though those medicinal pills are miraculous, yet they're insufficient to allow you to recover your cultivation in such a short period of time. Could it be that you didn't notice during these past few days that the speed you absorbed the origin energy in the medicinal pills had become faster? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and then asked with a smile. It has become faster. But isn't it because the origin energy in the medicinal pill was mine to begin with? Yi Zan asked curiously. She didn't know much about that type of medicinal pill, and she only knew that it was capable of absorbing her dispersed origin energy before allowing her to reclaim the origin energy by cultivating. You little girl, you've already completely absorbed the origin energy in those medicinal pills. Try and absorb the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth contained within origin stones to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. He originally thought that after this little girl came out from closed-door cultivation, she would be delighted by the natural talent she possessed now, yet she unexpectedly seemed to have not noticed anything. Yi Zan nodded and sat before the store table before taking out a low-grade origin stone and starting to cultivate. After the time for over 10 breaths, Yi Zan opened her eyes, and her beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Big brother Duan, why do I feel as if the speed I absorb the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth seems to be a few tens of times faster than before? Even though it isn't as swift as when I absorbed the origin energy that belonged to me in those medicinal pills, yet it isn't much slower. Yi Zan spoke in a slight daze. Silly girl. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. You wouldn't have forgotten what I told you a few days ago, right? Did you really think the cleansing of impurities I did for you was just talk? According to his observation, even though Yi Zan's current natural talent was inferior to his natural talent that was at the limit after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, yet it wasn't much inferior. Cleansing of impurities. Yi Zan recalled what Duan Ling Tian had told her a few days ago, and at that time, she didn't believe Duan Ling Tian when he said that her current natural talent wasn't the same as before. Now the facts were laid before her eyes, and she had to believe it. Big brother Duan, you've really improved my natural talent. Yi Zan looked at Duan Ling Tian, and her beautiful face was filled with excitement. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. You little girl, you're still doubting your big brother Duan now. Could it be that I look like a fraud? Big brother Duan, I didn't mean it that way. Yi Zan's beautiful face flushed red instantly when she heard Duan Ling Tian, and then explained hurriedly. I'm just too surprised. Even though I knew that some precious materials in Cloud Continent are capable of improving a martial artist's natural talent, yet I've never heard of someone being capable of increasing the natural talent of another. Now you know how formidable your big brother Duan is, right? Said Duan Ling Tian with a smile. Yes, big brother Duan is the most formidable. Yi Zan nodded her head like a chick pecking on grains, and then her face went red as she stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. What, is there something on my face? Duan Ling Tian felt uneasy when being stared at Yi Zan like this, and he couldn't help but ask, kiss. Right when Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and intended to touch his face, Yi Zan came closer and kissed Duan Ling Tian on the cheek like a surprise attack. When Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck, Yi Zan had already ran back to her room with a red face, and she closed her room's door with a bang, as her voice sounded out. Big brother Duan, thank you. I'll cultivate properly. No sound escaped her room after she finished speaking. Obviously, after she found out that she possessed an extraordinary natural talent now, she started cultivating impatiently. This little girl. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled after being struck by Yi Zan's surprise attack. If I have the chance in the future, I'll bring little Zan to go see father and mother and make them take her as their foster daughter. Then she'll really be my younger sister. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as a warm smile suffused his face. Young Master Duan. Right at this moment, a respectful and urgent voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He discerned the urgency in the voice from outside, so he didn't dare dally and walked out directly. Only now did he notice that a Yi clan disciple was standing there with an anxious expression. What happened? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He didn't know why this Yi clan disciple was so anxious, and he seemed as if he was rushing to go get reincarnated. Young Master Duan, quickly go over to take a look. Then Chen clan's eldest young master and second young master have come, and they seem to have come for the sake of the matter of you and the patriarch breaking off the engagement with the Chen clan. The Yi clan disciple spoke hurriedly. The Chen clan's eldest young master, Chen Wei. Duan Ling Tian recalled that Yi Zan had mentioned the Chen clan's eldest young master who joined the five-element sect to him, and he couldn't help but ask. Yes, the Yi clan disciple nodded. Where are they? Lead the way, said Duan Ling Tian. His expression remained calm from the beginning until the end and seemed as if he wasn't the slightest bit worried that Chen Wei would be able to do anything to him. The Yi clan disciple lead the way ahead and Duan Ling Tian followed from behind. Didn't she say that the Chen clan's eldest young master is a reasonable person? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He still remembered Yi Zan's evaluation of Chen Wei. According to Yi Zan, Chen Wei was an upright person and was like a completely different person when compared to his younger brother, Chen En. But if Chen Wei was really such a reasonable person, then it was logically impossible that he would come with Chen into the Yi clan to look for trouble with him. No matter what, I'll go over and take a look first. I was just thinking about how to come into contact with the members of the five-element sect, yet I never imagined that Chen Wei would come looking for me. Duan Ling Tian followed behind the Yi clan disciple and moved through the Yi clan estate to arrive at the audience hall not long after. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed a group of people within the audience hall. Young Master Duan has arrived. The Yi clan disciple that led the way before Duan Ling Tian shouted out in a loud voice. Instantly, the Yi clan disciples in ahead respectfully opened up a path. Young Master Duan. The numerous Yi clan disciples bowed respectfully and reverently towards Duan Ling Tian who walked over. During this period of time, the deeds of the violet-clothed young man before them had practically spread throughout the entire Drift Cloud town. He'd successively defeated the Chen clan's patriarch and supreme elder by himself, and he assisted the Yi clan to break off the absurd marriage agreement with the Chen clan. Because of his matter, they who were Yi clan disciples noticed bystanders from all around looking at them with respectful gazes when they left the clan during these past few days, and it allowed their vanity to obtain sufficient satisfaction. They knew that all of this was given to them by the violet-clothed young man before them, and if it wasn't for this violet-clothed young man, no one would respect them like that. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded in reply to all the group of fervent Yi clan disciples. Instantly, the Yi clan disciples revealed brilliant smiles and exclaimed with admiration. Not only is young Master Duan's strength formidable, he's so modest as well. It's truly difficult to come by. When he saw Duan Ling Tian receive such respect from the Yi clan disciples, Chen An's expression completely darkened, and he looked at the nearby Yi Ting and ridiculed. Patriarch Yi, I think your position as patriarch can almost be given to this Duan Ling Tian. In the future, the Yi clan can just change its name to the Duan clan, and all the members of the Yi clan can change their surname to Duan. Chen An's words caused Yi Ting's expression to become extremely unsightly. Chapter 854, Blasted Flying with a Single Strike. Asking the Yi clan to change its name was undoubtedly an undisguised insult to their Yi clan. For a time, it wasn't just Yi Ting, all the Yi clan elders and disciples stared furiously at Chen En, yet because of being afraid of Chen Wei, they didn't dare make any movements. Little En, don't go too far. Don't forget that we didn't come to the Yi clan today to condemn them. Finally, Chen Wei, who stood silently at the side in meditation, opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man at the first possible moment. You're Duan Ling Tian. Chen Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a low voice. Exactly. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently, and at the same time, he started sizing up the young man, Chen Wei, before him. Chen Wei was around the age of 35, with a righteous aura between his brows, and a single glance allowed one to discern that he was an upright person. This was something that was completely opposite of his younger brother. Do you know what's the consequences of impersonating a disciple of the five-element sect to bully others and seize women? Chen Wei's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a low voice, impersonating a disciple of the five-element sect. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Chen Wei. Everyone from the Yi clan couldn't help but be stunned as well. Duan Ling Tian impersonated a disciple of the five-element sect. As far as they were concerned, with the attainments Duan Ling Tian had obtained at such an age, there was utterly no need for him to impersonate a disciple of the five-element sect. If Duan Ling Tian wanted, he would be completely capable of easily joining the five-element sect. At a mere age of around 25, he utilized an unfathomable ability to defeat a martial artist at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Would such an outstanding young man need to impersonate a disciple of the five-element sect? Eldest young Master Chen, is there a misunderstanding? Yi Ting asked. Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock, and his brows raised up. When he unintentionally looked towards Chen An, who was by Chen Wei's side, he noticed that slight panic was contained between Chen An's brows. For a time, he faintly guessed what had happened. Duan Ling Tian. Right at this moment, before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Chen An had already shouted out explosively and looked at Duan Ling Tian furiously. You scum! Not only did you impersonate a disciple of the five-element sects would peak to bully others and seize women, you even took my fiancé forcefully and forced the Yi clan to break off the engagement with our Chen clan. I won't let you off. I'll risk my life to kill you. As he finished shouted out furiously, Chen An pounced towards Duan Ling Tian with a manner as if he wanted to risk his life to kill Duan Ling Tian. The group of Yi clan members were stunned when they saw Chen An pounce towards Duan Ling Tian, as they never imagined that this good-for-nothing young master of the Chen clan would dare launch an attack at Duan Ling Tian. Logically speaking, he ought to know Duan Ling Tian's strength. Duan Ling Tian started laughing, and he laughed extremely brightly and brilliantly. He naturally guessed Chen An's thoughts yet didn't expose them and laughed coldly instead as he shouted. You contemptible wretch! As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he slapped out a palm strike towards Chen An with a raise of his hand. Duan Ling Tian didn't utilize too much strength in this strike. Don't harm my younger brother. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's palm strike about to descend onto Chen An, Chen Wei shouted out with a grim voice as he took a stride forward and similarly slapped out with his palm to greet Duan Ling Tian's palm. Vast origin energy transformed into vast and surging flames on Chen Wei's palm as it flashed out through the sky and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions of the air before moving to intercept Duan Ling Tian's palm. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth arose abruptly to first condense 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. A total of 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed out with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. 4th level void interpretation stage. 3rd level intermediate fire concept. This was the strength of the Chen clan's eldest young master, the disciple of the five-element sects would peak, Chen Wei. Interesting. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile as the origin energy on his hand suddenly exploded out to transform into gusts of piercingly cold strong winds that formed a ceaselessly revolving vortex at the center of his palm. Finally, Duan Ling Tian and Chen Wei's palms collided and emitted an enormous bang. Subsequently, raging flames gushed out from Chen Wei's palm and sprayed towards Duan Ling Tian as if it wanted to burn Duan Ling Tian's entire body into ash. The strong wind that roared and revolved without end counterattacked from Duan Ling Tian's hand instead, and it collided with the raging flames before completely suppressing it. The clear sound of bones breaking resounded out, and it was accompanied by an exceedingly heavy muffled groan as it entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, everyone saw that after Duan Ling Tian's palm strike suppressed Chen Wei and broke Chen Wei's arm, the palm strike that swept out like a tornado descended onto Chen Wei. Another enormous bang resounded out as Chen Wei's entire body flew out like an arrow leaving bow, and after he flew out for over 10 meters, he collided onto the wall of the Yi clan's audience hall before falling down and losing consciousness. Practically at the exact same time, with the expanse of sky behind and before Duan Ling Tian as the center, 2 compressed waves of air exploded out and swept out towards the surroundings, and it blew onto the clothes of the members of the Yi clan to the point of fluttering with the wind. Some Yi clan disciples with comparatively lower cultivations were even struck by the waves of air to the point of repeatedly taking a few steps back. In the sky above Duan Ling Tian, 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dispersed gradually, causing the sky to once again return to calm. It's still the first time I'm fighting since I broke through. Duan Ling Tian lightly clenched his fists as he revealed a slight smile. 5th level of the void interpretation stage. 3rd level intermediate wind concept. This was Duan Ling Tian's current strength. During this period of time in the Yi clan, not only had his cultivation completed a breakthrough, even his wind concept had broken through once again to obtain an increase of the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. But, why didn't my spiritual force increase this time? Since he broke through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage 2 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had always been perplexed by this and didn't know what exactly had happened. According to convention, his spiritual force was improved by a soul pearl and that was capable of improving the strength of the soul, and his soul was 2 levels higher than his cultivation. All along, his spiritual force had maintained an advancement of being 2 levels ahead of his cultivation. But when he broke through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage this time, Duan Ling Tian noticed to his shock that his spiritual force was still at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage and didn't advance to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Logically speaking, this was impossible. There's only one possibility. It's a side effect left behind after the devil-seal tablet changed unusually. Now Duan Ling Tian could only explain it in this way. On that day, when he was besieged by the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort, the energy that gushed out from within the devil-seal tablet after he touched it didn't just enter his arm, it also entered his soul. After that, he lost consciousness. In his dazed state, a scene that was like a dream had appeared, whereas, he'd already confirmed that it wasn't a dream but reality. The energy of the devil-seal tablet had temporarily taken control of his body and slaughtered all living beings in his surroundings. At that time, even Feng Wudao was almost killed by him who was controlled by the devil-seal tablet. Fortunately, he was barely capable of maintaining a trace of consciousness, and it allowed Feng Wudao to escape calamity. If the truth is really as I think it is, then the side effect of the devil-seal tablet is too big, right? Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. All along, he'd relied on his spiritual force that was 2 levels above his cultivation to execute his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and it could be said to be the strongest ability he possessed. It was even to the extent that he'd relied on his soul skill on many occasions to defeat opponents he was unable to defeat by solely relying on his strength. Now, after his cultivation advanced to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force didn't advance along with it, and it had maintained itself at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage instead. This caused him to be slightly unhappy and disappointed. Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of air and returned to his senses. No matter why exactly it had happened, since it had already happened, it was bound to be something that was difficult to change. I hope that my spiritual force will be able to advance again when I break through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Otherwise, it's practically impossible to surmount levels to defeat my opponents. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. What he was most worried about was that his spiritual force would become similar to his cultivation once more. If that situation really appeared, then his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, would become utterly useless. Don't move. After he returned to his senses, Duan Ling Tian noticed Chen and had carried the unconscious Chen Wei on his back and wanted to sneak off, and Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but shout out with a grim voice. Instantly, the body of Chen and who'd just soared into the sky shook, and he revealed a ruthless gaze as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you're dead since you dared to heavily injure my older brother. Senior K will absolutely not let you off. Senior K. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and then he flashed out to arrive nearby Chen and ask indifferently. Who's the Senior K you speak about? A member of the 5-element sect. Exactly. Chen revealed ruthlessness in his gaze as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Senior K isn't just a member of the 5-element sect, he's also my older brother's master and an elder of the 5-element sect's Wood Peak. An elder of the 5-element sect. As soon as Chen said this, Duan Ling Tian didn't have any reaction, yet the Yi clan's patriarch Yi Ting had already gone grim, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan, you should leave the Yi clan quickly and go into hiding. An elder of the 5-element sect is at least at the void transformation stage. He's far from something you can compare to. An elder of the 5-element sect. Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he'd utterly not heard what Yi Ting said, and his brows raised as he looked at Chen and asked indifferently. Where's that elder of the 5-element sect now? He's naturally at our Chen clan. Chen grunted coldly, and then he ridiculed. You wouldn't be thinking of going to our Chen clan to apologize to Senior K, right? If you are, then let me tell you now. It's useless. My older brother is the disciple Senior K dotes on the most and regards my older brother as his own child. Since you've crippled my brother's arm and even heavily injured him, Senior K will surely not let you off. As he finished speaking, the smile on Chen An's face grew wider. Who else from the 5-element sect came with your brother? Duan Ling Tian's expression was still calm as he asked indifferently. Even if it's only Senior K, it's sufficient to annihilate you 1,000 times. Duan Ling Tian, wash your neck clear and wait. Of course, you can flee as well. Ha 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 ha. As he finished speaking, Chen laughed without restraint, and his laughter was filled with joy. Chapter 855, Pitiable. No wonder the people of Drift Cloud Town say you're worse than an animal, they aren't wrong in the slightest. A wisp of coldness arose on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth as he looked at Chen who laughed loudly. Duan Ling Tian, if I was you, I'd quickly flee from my life and not waste time here. But even if you escape Drift Cloud Town, you might not be able to escape Senior K's hands. Chen withdrew his unrestrained laughter, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was looking at the dead. Do you think that a dignified elder of the Five-Element sect would be so stupid? Duan Ling Tian suddenly started laughing to the point Chen felt horrified and couldn't help but shout coldly. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Chen. Could it be that you aren't clear of what I mean than anyone else? Perhaps it was I that injured your older brother, yet why did I injure your older brother? Do you think that elder of the Five-Element sect would be unable to find out that it was you that led your older brother into a trap? You're talking nonsense. Chen face went grim when Duan Ling Tian pointed out his worries, and he roared furiously as if he wanted to use a loud voice to conceal the lack of confidence in his heart. I'm talking nonsense. The smile revealed on Duan Ling Tian's face grew even more brilliant, and then he said, all right. I'll make a trip to the Chen clan with you. Let's see if that elder of the Five-Element sect hates you, the cause of everything, or me, the person that injured your older brother. You still dare go to our Chen clan? Chen pupils constricted as he said with astonishment, aren't you afraid of death? Death? Even if I die, you'll probably die before me, right? I'm extremely curious, what expression would that elder of the Five-Element sect possess when the disciple he dotes on the most was led into a trap by his disciple's own younger brother? The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face remained. You're mad. Chen expression was extremely gloomy as he was really worried that Duan Ling Tian would return to the Chen clan with him. He originally thought that his scheme was extremely thorough, and once he brought his heavily injured older brother to the Chen clan while Duan Ling Tian had fled instead. Then his brother's master, the elder of the Five-Element sect, Ke Zheng, would surely spare no costs to pursue and kill Duan Ling Tian. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would probably not even have the chance to say anything before being killed by Ke Zheng. Yet now, the development of the matter had completely not moved according to the scheme in his heart. Or perhaps, the person that stood before him was too composed to the point it struck fear in his heart. Patriarch Yi, call little Zan over. We'll make a trip to the Chen clan together. Didn't this second young master Chen say that I've forcefully taken his fiancé? We'll go face the elder of the Five-Element sect with him. I don't believe that everyone in the Chen clan will go along with his lies. As he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. As the patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Ting was naturally not a stupid person, and he vaguely guessed some things from what Duan Ling Tian said earlier. All right, I'll go bring little Zan over now. As he spoke, Yi Ting transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards the little courtyard Yi Zan resided in. In the sky, Chen expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a low voice, Duan Ling Tian, what exactly do you want to do? What do you want? What do I want to do? What do I want? Duan Ling Tian looked at Chen as if he was looking at an idiot and laughed coldly. Second young master Chen, shouldn't I be asking you these words? I want to ask you what you want to do. What do you want? Out of respect for your father, I didn't fuss about the things you did in the past. But what have you done now? You deceived your own older brother and used him to deal with me. Do you really think that I, Duan Ling Tian, am an idiot like you and would walk into your trap? As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian slowly spoke a single word from his mouth. Idiot, idiot. Duan Ling Tian's voice was like the sound of an enormous bell that shook Chen to the point his face went ghastly pale. Every single word Duan Ling Tian spoke seemed to have transformed into a sledgehammer that collided fiercely on his chest and caused his breathing to become even more hurried. Duan Ling Tian. Finally, Chen took a deep breath and said slowly, so long as you ask the members of the Yi clan not to say anything about what happened today, then I won't fuss about it with you. As for my older brother, I'll say that he was heavily injured by an expert of unknown origin. Chenin speaking like this was obviously a sign of submitting, and at the same time, he admitted that his scheme had failed. Oh, Duan Ling Tian was greatly surprised when he heard Chenin, and then he asked curiously. But your brother was obviously injured by me. Even he knows that I injured him as well. In this way, wouldn't the elder of the five-element sect find out sooner or later? My older brother dotes on me the most. So long as I admit my mistakes to him, then he'll surely go along with what I say and will absolutely not sell you out. Chenin spoke with a low voice. Chenin's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but shoot his gaze at Chen Wei, who was heavily injured and unconscious, and his eyes revealed slight pity. As far as he was concerned, it was truly a sad thing for Chen Wei to possess such a younger brother. His younger brother had completely taken his affection as a tool that could be used, and it was pitiable. I really feel bad for your older brother. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and spoke from the bottom of his heart. You don't have to care about this. In any case, we'll go our separate ways. As soon as Chenin finished speaking, he wanted to take the unconscious Chen Wei and leave. Duan Ling Tian flashed out to stop Chenin once more. Chen An's face sank, and he said furiously, Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that it will be beneficial for you if you make a big thing out of this matter? Let me tell you that even if my brother's master knows the sequence of events, it's impossible for him to kill me with my brother protecting me. Yet you're in more danger than me. Is that so? Then I'll make a trip with you. Duan Ling Tian laughed fearlessly. Madman, you're a motherfucking madman. Chenin roared with a heavy expression. He's spoken like that earlier, yet he was actually not confident in his heart. Who knew if his brother's master would become enraged and kill him before his brother awoke? What exactly do you want before you'll be willing to let go of this matter? Chenin took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to him and looked at the two figures that flashed over from the distance. It was Yi Ting who was bringing Yi Zan along to arrive in the sky above the Yi clan's audience hall in the blink of an eye. Big brother Duan. Yi Zan didn't look at Chenin but looked at Duan Ling Tian instead, and she asked with a worried expression. I heard from my father that you injured Chen Wei and still want to go to the Chen clan. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a light smile. You come with me as well, as I might need your help. When he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at Chenin and restrained him with a raise of his hand before bringing along the unconscious Chen Wei and flying towards the Chen clan. Behind him, Yi Ting brought along Yi Zan, who hadn't stepped into the void-prying stage and was incapable of flying herself. The remaining Yi clan elders and disciples sighed successively. Young Master Duan is really capable. From the beginning until the end, that good-for-nothing young master of the Chen clan was completely played with in the palm of young Master Duan's hand. All the Yi clan disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure that vanished into the distance with admiration, and they only returned to their senses after Duan Ling Tian's figure completely vanished before their eyes. Big brother Duan. Yi Zan carried slight worry between her brows as she was worried something would happen to Duan Ling Tian. Little Zan, don't worry. Since brother Ling Tian has made a decision like this, I believe he knows what he's doing and will be fine. Even though Yi Ting was perturbed in his heart as well, but due to his trust towards Duan Ling Tian, he still couldn't help but console Yi Zan. After all, when he went to the Chen clan to break off the engagement with Duan Ling Tian that day, his feelings were even worse than it was now when he saw the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed was inferior to the Chen clan's supreme elder. But later on, Duan Ling Tian had used an unfathomable ability to play with the supreme elder in the palms of his hand, and it caused Yi Ting's feelings to instantly ascend the heavens from hell. Okay. Yi Zan nodded when she heard Yi Ting's consolation. Duan Ling Tian, let me go. Let me go. Chenin, who was restrained by Duan Ling Tian and brought along to the Chen clan, roared ceaselessly all along the way, and his expression was extremely hideous. Duan Ling Tian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Duan Ling Tian, so long as you let me go, not only will I remove you from any implication in this matter, I'll also guarantee that I'll absolutely not continue committing evil deeds in the future. It's true. Believe me. Believe me. After Chenin noticed being forceful was useless, he chose to submit. But unfortunately, he neither listened nor bowed to force. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian once again arrived in the sky above the Chen clan estate. The reason he wanted to make a big deal out of the matter this time was firstly to teach Chenin a lesson, and secondly because he wanted to join the five-element sect through that elder before heading to the treasure vault left behind by the martial emperor stage expert to join Tian Wu and the others. It was precisely because of this that he didn't strike ruthlessly when heavily injuring Chen Wei. Chen Wei's injuries looked to be extremely heavy, yet so long as he consumed a healing medicinal pill and recuperated slightly, Chen Wei would be able to recover completely in less than half a month. Chen Clan Audience Hall. After the elder of the five elements sects Wood Peak, Ke Zheng, had a meal while accompanied by all the higher-ups of the Chen clan, he sat at the head seat in the audience hall. Below him sat the Chen clan's patriarch, Chen Dong, and the elders of the Chen clan. Wei is really something. He rarely makes a trip back, yet actually even missed the banquet we prepared to celebrate Elder Ke's arrival. Chen Dong looked at Ke Zheng with an apologetic expression. Elder Ke, I'm truly something. It's surely that youngest son of mine that has dragged Wei out, and I'll surely teach him a proper lesson once he returns. There's no harm done. Ke Zheng shook his head and chuckled. Chen Wei hasn't returned for 4 years, let him go around Drift Cloud Town. After all, we're leaving tomorrow. So quickly. Chen Dong was shocked greatly. Elder Ke, I still want to properly entertain you. How about you stay for a few more days? Patriarch Chen, I brought Chen Wei out this time because we really have something to attend to. Because of certain reasons, our five-element sect needs to recruit a batch of void interpretation stage martial artists that are below the age of 40. Up until now, our Wood Peak has only recruited 2 people, and we're still far away from the expected target. As Ke Zheng finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. Our time is extremely tight. Void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40. Chen Dong's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard Ke Zheng. Elder Ke, I thought of a person when you said this. Perhaps I can help recommend him to join the five-element sect. Chapter 856, arriving once more at the Chen clan. Oh, Ke Zheng's eyes lit up when he heard Chen Dong, and he asked with slight surprise. Could it be that your Chen clan possesses a young genius that satisfies this condition? Elder Ke, you must be joking. Besides Wei, how could our Chen clan possess such an outstanding young genius? Chen Dong laughed bitterly. He's a young brother I became acquainted with a few days ago, and he possesses an extraordinary strength at his young age. I'm not afraid to incur Elder Ke's ridicule, but not a single person in our Chen clan was a match for that young brother. What? Ke Zheng was instantly shocked greatly when he heard this. Patriarch Chen, I heard from Chen Wei that the supreme elder of your Chen clan had already broken through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage 4 years ago. Could it be that even he isn't a match for that young brother you spoke of? There's something you don't know, Elder Ke. Our Chen clan's supreme elder had broken through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage some time ago. Chen Dong sighed, and his gaze became slightly complicated. That violet-clothed young man from before shocked him too greatly. 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Ke Zheng's pupils constricted, and he was moved. Patriarch Chen, could it be that the young brother you spoke of has even defeated your Chen clan's supreme elder, an existence at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage? Yes. Chen Dong nodded. Where's he now? Ke Zheng's eyes shone as he asked urgently. He suddenly felt that it was extremely likely that the young man would be a turning point for the Wood Peak. Presently, the Wood Peak was declining steadily, and it urgently required outstanding fresh blood to join it. He has been staying in our Drift Cloud Town's Yi clan during this period of time. Elder Ke, if you're interested, then all. Chen Dong hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Patriarch Chen, Duan Ling Tian has come uninvited, I hope you don't hold it against me. A calm and resounding voice sounded out from outside the Chen clan audience hall, and it grew closer and closer. It's him. Chen Dong's eyes lit up as he hurriedly looked towards the entrance. He didn't expect that he'd just mentioned Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian had arrived. But his face quickly went grim. He did see Duan Ling Tian, yet he also saw another 2 people. A young man with a face covered in terror, and a young man who was heavily injured and unconscious. Their 2 people couldn't be any more familiar to him, and they were precisely his 2 sons. Chen Wei, an aged voice sounded out abruptly as the old man who sat at the head vanished, and when he appeared once more, he was already at the side of the unconscious young man, the Chen clan's eldest young master, Chen Wei. After he inspected Chen Wei's injuries and found that it wasn't serious, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. After he fed Chen Wei a healing medicinal pill and reconnected Chen Wei's arm, he stood up and looked at the nearby violet-clothed young man. The violet-clothed young man was naturally Duan Ling Tian. Patriarch Chen, excuse me, Yi Ting, and my daughter for disturbing you. Another voice sounded out as the Yi clan's patriarch, Yi Ting, brought his daughter Yi Zan along and entered. You injured Chen Wei. The muddy eyes of the old man, Ke Zheng, stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke with a slightly low voice. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he carefully sized up the old man before him. When he'd just arrived at the Chen clan audience hall earlier, he'd noticed the old man that sat at the head seat, and it was extremely easy for him to guess the old man's identity, elder of the Five-Element sect and Chen Wei's master. Why, the old man was obviously a calm person, and even if he saw the disciple he doted on the most injured heavily, he didn't lose his head from rage and wanted to first understand the sequence of events instead. When he saw the old man be so reasonable, Duan Ling Tian's eyes had slight praise and respect. Actually, he'd thought countless times before he'd come here that if Chen Wei's master was an unreasonable person that only protected his own and made a move against him before asking for the reason, then Duan Ling Tian would kill Chen Wei's master with the talisman at the first possible moment. Now it would seem like not only could he save a talisman, he would even be able to attain his main objective from coming here today, which was to join the Five-Element sect and join up with his friends that he got separated from through the Five-Element sect. You're probably eldest young master Chen's master, Elder K from the Five-Element sect, right? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked with a light smile. Exactly. Ke Zheng nodded, and then he glanced at Chen Wei that lay on the ground and asked with a low voice. How did this useless disciple of mine offend you to the point of making you strike so ruthlessly? Ruthlessly? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Elder K, let's be straightforward. Do you really think I've struck your disciple ruthlessly? Ke Zhen couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this. Needless to say, even though he said that the violet-clothed young man had struck ruthlessly, he didn't think so in his heart. He'd clearly inspected the injuries on his disciple. It only required consuming a healing medicinal pill and rejoining the bones before recuperating for a period of time, and it wouldn't leave behind any side effects. No matter what, you've injured my disciple. I feel this disciple of mine conducts himself well and would absolutely not cause trouble. So shouldn't you give me an explanation? Ke Zheng asked with a low voice. Actually, his heart was filled with shock at this moment. He was shocked by the age of this violet-clothed young man before him. This young man that looked to be 25 at most was actually capable of defeating his personal disciple, Chen Wei, who was a martial artist at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. He's noticed when he inspected Chen Wei's injuries that Chen Wei was heavily injured under the circumstances of fighting another head-on. Moreover, the person that injured Chen Wei had held back intentionally. Otherwise, Chen Wei's injuries wouldn't be so simple. It was difficult for him to imagine how a young man at such an age actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Unknowingly, the intention to cherish a genius like Duan Ling Tian had arisen in the depths of his heart. If I'm really able to bring him back to the Five-Element sect, then why would I have to worry that the wood peak wouldn't rise? But I must probe his behavior before bringing him back. Otherwise, even if I bring him back, he'll be poached away by the other 3 peaks. Ke Zheng thought in his heart. During these past few years, it wasn't that disciples with outstanding natural talent hadn't appeared in their wood peak. Yet because of various reasons, all of them were poached away by the other 3 peaks. If the violet-clothed young man before him was a fence-sitter like the others, then no matter how high his natural talent was, Ke Zheng wouldn't bring him back to the Five-Element sect, because it would only be bringing back benefits to be reaped by the other 3 peaks. Explanation. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Ke Zheng, and then he pointed at Chenin. Elder K, if you really want an explanation, then I think he ought to be the most suitable to give you an explanation. Ke Zheng frowned and looked at Chenin. Is what he's saying true? No. Chenin hurriedly shook his head, and then he pointed at Duan Ling Tian in panic. Elder K, it's him. It's he who injured my brother. Quickly kill him, bastard. Finally, Chen Dong walked over and glared angrily at Chenin as he asked with a shout. Answer truthfully, what absurd thing have you done this time? He vaguely guessed some things in his head. He understood his eldest son and believed that his eldest son would absolutely not take the initiative to offend Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, there was no enmity between the two of them. As for Duan Ling Tian, even though he'd only become acquainted with Duan Ling Tian for a short period of time, he was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian was an upright person. Thus, as far as he was concerned, this matter was most probably caused by his youngest son. Chen An's entire body shook as his face went ghastly pale when being shouted at by Chen Dong, and he stretched out his hand to point at Duan Ling Tian and shout. Father, it's him, it's he who injured brother. All of you kill him quickly. Kill him quickly. Presently, Chenin was roaring hysterically, and he seemed to be hiding the terror in his heart. Looks like you aren't willing to speak to truth. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Chenin, and then he looked at Yi Ting. Patriarch Yi, please tell Elder K and Patriarch Chen how domineering second young Master Chen was at the Yi clan estate earlier. What, you unfilial son, you actually brought your elder brother to the Yi clan estate? Chen Dong's face went grim when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he raised his hand to give Chenin a slap, causing Chenin to be dazed by the slap. Yi Ting took a deep breath and didn't conceal anything as he slowly spoke of the matter of Chen and bringing Chen Wei along into the Yi clan estate and injuring the numerous Yi clan disciples. Besides that, I think eldest young Master Chen might have been deceived by second young Master Chen. Yi Ting had just spoken up to hear when he was interrupted by Chenin. Yi Ting, don't sling mud at me. Father, Elder K, I didn't deceive my brother, I didn't deceive my brother. It was they who injured my brother. Quickly kill them, quickly kill them. Chenin looked at Chen Dong and K Jung as he howled hysterically. Bastard, shut up. Chen Dong's face sank as he shouted out with a grim voice once more, and it terrified Chen and to the point his face went even paler as his body started trembling intensely out of fear. Oh, suddenly, a voice sounded out, and it was the unconscious Chen Wei that had opened his eyes and spoke in a daze. Where is this? Since eldest young Master Chen has awoken, Patriarch Yi, you don't have to waste your breath. Duan Ling Tian smiled, and then he glanced at Chenin. What do you think, second young Master Chen? Chen An's face sank slightly as he took a deep breath and hurriedly looked at Chen Wei. You wouldn't be thinking of using a voice transmission to ask your brother to help lie for you, right? After he noticed Chen An's actions, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and grabbed Chen An up before making him spin a few rounds like a top, causing Chen An to become completely dazed and incapable of sending a voice transmission. Chen Wei, Chen Dong and K Jung didn't stop Duan Ling Tian as they strode out to support Chen Wei up from both sides, and their faces were covered with worry. Father, Master. After Chen Wei sobered up, he asked with a perplexed expression. How did I come here? It's you. What are you doing to little N? Chen Wei's expression went grim when he saw Duan Ling Tian who was toying with Chen An, and he shouted out furiously as he moved to make a move against Duan Ling Tian and save Chen An. But unfortunately, he who hadn't completely healed his injuries had only just taken a stride forward before he almost fell down. Fortunately, he had Chen Dong and K Jung to support him. Chen Wei, what exactly happened? Tell us the sequence of events of the entire matter without leaving out the slightest detail. K Jung asked with a low voice. When faced with the frank and straightforward violet-clothed young man, he didn't dare confirm whether it was his disciple who was in the wrong or was it the violet-clothed young man that was in the wrong. Chapter 857, I'm satisfied. No, when Chen An heard what K Jung said to Chen Wei, he who wasn't facing Chen Wei and was incapable of sending a voice transmission to Chen Wei spoke out with the intention of stopping Chen Wei. Duan Ling Tian who was prepared since long ago raised his hand and swung out with a slap, striking Chen An to the point he became dizzy. Shut up, I'll beat you until your head is swollen if you speak another word. You. Chen Wei's face went grim when he saw Duan Ling Tian treating his younger brother like that, and his eyes went crimson, yet was utterly unable to utilize strength and could only watch idly by. Father, Master, quickly stop him. Chen Wei sought for help from Chen Dong and K Jung, yet he quickly noticed that not matter if it was his father or master, they didn't have any intention of helping Chen An. For a time, he vaguely realized that the atmosphere was strange. Father, what happened? Chen Wei looked at Chen Dong with a perplexed expression. Wei, answer your master. Chen Dong spoke with a serious expression. Only now did Chen Wei notice that his master was looking at him with a solemn expression, and he instantly didn't dare dally as he spoke of everything Chen An had told him since he just arrived home. Not only has that Duan Ling Tian impersonated a disciple of our five-element sects would peak to seize women and bully others, he even forcefully took my younger brother's fiancée before suppressing the Yi clan and making the Yi clan break off the engagement with our Chen clan, causing our Chen clan to lose face greatly. Chen Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian and gnashed his teeth as he said, so, it was I that wanted to teach him a lesson, and it has nothing to do with little An. Moreover, Master, don't you think that he ought to be taught a lesson? Impersonated a disciple of my wood peak. K Jung's face sank after he heard Chen Wei, and then he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze. How do you explain that? Explain. Duan Ling Tian started laughing as he glanced indifferently at K Jung and said, Elder K, truthfully speaking, I utterly didn't know of the existence of the five-element sect before I helped the Yi clan break off the engagement with the Chen clan, let alone the Wood Peak. As for the reason I came to break off the engagement with the Chen clan, Patriarch Chen knows clearly about it. If Patriarch Chen says he doesn't know, then I've brought the person concerned. When he spoke up to hear, Duan Ling Tian looked at Yi Zan who was behind Yi Ting. Little Zan, come here. Yi Zan stood by Duan Ling Tian's obediently as she looked timidly at K Jung. To her, the elder of the five-element sect was an existence that was far out of her reach and could only be looked up to, and her heart was filled with a perturbed feeling when facing him. There's no need for young Miss Yi to personally speak of this matter. Chen Dong took a deep breath before explaining the marriage agreement between the Yi clan that was a farce to K Jung, and at the same time, he spoke of all the misdeeds of his youngest son during these past few years. So, it was this unfilial son of mine that was unworthy of the Yi clan's young miss. It was understandable that brother Ling Tian came to our Chen clan to break off the engagement, and he'd conducted himself frankly and openly. He only came for the sake of repaying the Yi clan's young miss's life-saving grace, and he didn't want anything else. When he spoke up to hear, Chen Dong looked angrily at Chen Wei who had his back to him, and he said with a low voice, Yet never had I imagined that this unfilial son of mine would actually give a false account to Chen Wei. The person that bullied others and seized women was obviously him, yet it had become brother Ling Tian when he spoke of it. As for impersonating a disciple of the five-element sect's Wood Peak, it was surely he who slandered brother Ling Tian for the sake of infuriating Wei and making Wei stand up for him. As Chen Dong finished speaking, he was boiling with rage, and his clothes fluttered without the wind. What? Chen Wei's face went pale when he heard his father, and he looked at Chen An's figure with disbelief as he muttered. It was Little An. When did Little An become like this? Why did Little An become like this? No, impossible, impossible. Chen Wei was unable to accept the fact that his younger brother was a profligate disciple of the clan, and frequently bullied others and seized women. In the end, he was unable to catch his breath, causing his vital energy and blood to move in reverse, and he fainted once more. Third Elder, please take the eldest young master to go rest. Chen Dong sighed, and then he looked at Chen Lei who stood silently at the side and gestured to him. Yes, Chen Lei replied respectfully before carrying the unconscious Chen Wei away. Looks like I was mistaken about you. K Zhen looked at Duan Ling Tian and squeezed out a slight smile that seemed to be amiable. You're called Duan Ling Tian. Good, good. K Jung sized up Duan Ling Tian from top to bottom as he revealed a satisfied smile. Elder K, he's the young brother I mentioned to you earlier. Seeming to have discerned K Jung's interest towards Duan Ling Tian, the nearby Chen Dong said with a light smile, on that day, for the sake of repaying young Miss Yi's life-saving grace, he trespassed into our Chen clan estate to defeat me before defeating our Chen clan's supreme elder and broke off the absurd engagement for the Yi clan. It's rare that one is able to go to such lengths for the sake of repaying a life-saving grace. The gaze K Jung shot at Duan Ling Tian became even more satisfied, as he was able to discern from this that there was utterly no problem with Duan Ling Tian's character, and his worries earlier were completely unnecessary. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao could truly be said to be terrifying. A young man that looked to be merely around the age of 25 was actually capable of defeating the Chen clan's supreme elder, an existence at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Even if it was their five-element sect, it didn't possess such an outstanding disciple. Perhaps he's an opportunity for our Wood Peak to turn its situation around. K Jung's gaze became slightly excited as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, and he seemed to have seen his Wood Peak rising and the members of the other three peaks being shocked to the extreme. Patriarch Chen, I'll be embarrassed if you continue praising me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, and then he threw Chen An on the ground with a raise of his hand before a sharp light flashed within his eyes. Patriarch Chen, how do you intend to deal with the matter this time? As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, K Jung looked at Chen Dong as well, and his gaze became slightly fierce. Obviously, this elder of the five-element sect detested Chen An's despicable conduct, especially since Chen An had led his own brother, which was K Jung's disciple, into a trap, causing K Jung to be even more infuriated. But as the saying goes, even an upright family finds it hard to deal with a problem in the family. He knew clearly in his heart that he was an outsider to the Chen clan in the end, and it wasn't convenient for him to interfere in this matter. Brother Duan, Don't worry. I'll give both you and Elder K a satisfying explanation. Chen Dong took a deep breath and seemed to have made some sort of decision. Father, I know my mistakes. I know my mistakes. Forgive me this time, forgive me this time. When he saw Chen Dong's fierce gaze that swept over, Chen seemed to have realized what was about to happen, and he couldn't help but shudder as he endlessly begged for mercy with a trembling voice. But unfortunately, the fierceness in Chen Dong's eyes didn't seem to show any signs of weakening when facing Chen An's begging. Perhaps he'd already given up on this youngest son of his. Subsequently, under Duan Ling Tian's astonished gaze, Chen Dong arrived before Chen An before knocking out Chen An, who revealed an expression of despair and lay limply on the ground. 4 successive sounds of bones shattering sounded out and caused a chill to run down everyone's spine. Chen Dong had completely shattered the limbs of Chen An with the raise of his hand. He'd struck so ruthlessly that even with a grade 1 life recovery pill, it would forever be impossible for Chen An's 4 limbs to recover. From today onward, this unfilial son of mine will stay in the Chen clan. The Chen clan will allow him to lay peacefully on the bed and live through his entire life, and it won't allow him to go out and cause trouble. Chen Dong's cold and indifferent voice sounded out, and it fully displayed his resolution. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Chen Dong had no way to back down now, so he had to make a decision. Otherwise, he didn't know what trouble his younger son would cause in the future. The elders of the Chen clan sighed, yet none of them felt Chen An was pitiable. As far as they were concerned, this was perhaps the best end for Chen An. Big brother Duan, let's go home. Yi Zan's beautiful face went pale from terror since long ago when the sounds of bones shattering sounded out, and she couldn't help but close her eyes and not dare look at it. All right, Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly as he nodded, and then he held Yi Zan's hand before bidding farewell to Chen Dong and K Zheng. Patriarch Chen, Elder K. Since this matter is resolved, I'll be returning first. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian soared up into the sky with Yi Zan, and he flashed out of the Chen clan audience hall with Yi Ting. Brother Duan. Chen Dong was instantly anxious when he saw Duan Ling Tian wanted to leave, as he'd boasted before K Zheng earlier that he would introduce Duan Ling Tian to K Zheng. Patriarch Chen, is there something you need? Duan Ling Tian stopped in midair and asked with a perplexed expression. It isn't I that needs something but Elder K. I wonder if Brother Duan is interested. Chen Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian and wanted to ask Duan Ling Tian if he was interested in joining the 5-element sect, yet he wasn't able to finish speaking when he was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian. Patriarch Chen wants to ask me if I'm interested in joining the 5-element sect. Exactly. Chen Dong nodded, and he didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian would actually be able to guess what he thought. I can. Duan Ling Tian didn't beat around the bush and nodded, and then he looked at K Zheng, who revealed an excited expression upon hearing what he said and smiled lightly. Of course, the precondition is that Elder K is satisfied. I'm satisfied, I'm satisfied. K Zheng hurriedly nodded as a smile bloomed on his face, and he didn't have the slightest bearing of an expert at the void transformation stage. Big brother Duan, you're going to the 5-element sect. Yi Zan's pretty face went slightly pale as she bit on her lips, and her beautiful eyes held tears and were filled with unwillingness. Little Zan, if you're willing, then follow me to the 5-element sect. I think that Elder K will probably not refuse, right? Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at K Zheng as he asked. Of course not. K Zheng spoke out hastily. After he approved of Duan Ling Tian's character, he was filled with interest towards this young man with monstrous natural talent, and he wished for nothing more than to bring the young man back to the 5-element sect in the Wood Peak. Even though Duan Ling Tian's current request was going slightly too far, that was only towards ordinary people, and a monstrous martial artist like Duan Ling Tian naturally obtained a different treatment. I can go to the 5-element sect. Yi Zan couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian, and after she heard K Zheng's reply, at the same time that her beautiful face was dumbstruck, it revealed an expression of disbelief. Elder K, can my daughter really join the 5-element sect? Yi Ting was similarly stunned when he heard K Zhen, and he fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva before asking with disbelief. Chapter 858, Before Departure. Of course. K Zheng nodded and smiled confidently. I have that much authority. Thank you, Elder K, thank you, Elder K. After he obtained Elder K's confirmation, Yi Ting instantly had an excited expression. Even though he was the patriarch of the Yi clan in Drift Cloud Town, yet he still maintained a respectful manner when facing a colossus like the 5-element sect. The Yi clan had been passed down for a few hundreds of years, yet never had a single disciple of the Yi clan possessed a natural talent to join the five-element sect, and this had always been a regret of the Yi clan. Now, when he found out that his daughter could join the five-element sect, even though she had obtained Duan Ling Tian's help to join the sect, he still couldn't help but feel extreme excitement. Since it's like this, then I hope Elder K can allow us a few days to prepare. How about we leave after a few days? Duan Ling Tian looked at K Jung and had the intention of asking his opinion. No problem, no problem. Presently, K Jung was completely immersed in the happiness of Duan Ling Tian agreeing to join the five-element sect, and he would naturally agree to any request a monstrous genius like Duan Ling Tian had. Elder K, didn't you say that you wanted to leave at dawn tomorrow? Chen Dong, who instructed the elders of the Chen clan to take Chen in away, just happened to hear K Jung, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Earlier, K Jung had said that he wanted to leave tomorrow, and he intended to persuade K Jung to stay. But K Jung had a resolute expression, and it caused him to be rather helpless. Now. Cough, cough. K Jung laughed embarrassedly when he heard Chen Dong. A special circumstance, a special circumstance. Patriarch Chen, since it's like this, then I'll disturb you for a few more days. It's in honor of my Chen clans, said Chen Dong hurriedly. He was naturally able to discern that Elder K had suddenly decided to stay a few more days for the sake of Duan Ling Tian, and this was sufficient to show how highly he regarded Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Elder K. Duan Ling Tian thanked K Jung before bidding his farewells to Chen Dong, and then he brought Yi Zan and Yi Ting, who was still immersed in excitement, to flash out of the Chen clan's audience hall. Duan Ling Tian, you prepare slowly. You just have to finish preparing and leave with me within half a month of time. When he saw Duan Ling Tian had left the Chen clan audience hall, K Jung, who stood within the audience hall, added with a loud voice. It caused all the higher-ups of the Chen clan, including Chen Dong, to be speechless. Sure enough, different people obtained different treatment. Duan Ling Tian's group of three quickly returned to the Yi clan estate, and Yi Ting naturally couldn't avoid thanking Duan Ling Tian for the matter from before. Brother Duan, thank you, truly. If it wasn't for you, little Zan would probably be unable to step into the entrance of the five-element sect for her entire lifetime, said Yi Ting. Patriarch Yi, you've spoken too seriously. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and then he glanced at Yi Zan, who followed by his side, and said, little Zan's natural talent isn't bad. I actually spoke out to ask Elder K to accept her into the five-element sect because I didn't want a bright pearl to be covered in dust. The beautiful face of Yi Zan, who stood nearby, went slightly rosy, and her pair of pretty eyes contained excitement that was difficult to restrain. Up until now, she still felt that she was dreaming, joining the five-element sect. This was undoubtedly a dream of hers since she was young that was far beyond her reach. Now, this dream had been truly realized. Brother Duan, I know what natural talent my daughter possesses. With her natural talent, the five-element sect would surely not take a fancy to her. All of this is your contribution. Yi Ting shook his head when he heard Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. Could it be that this Patriarch Yi thinks his daughter's natural talent is still the same as before? After all, he'd pondered carefully before wanting to make Yi Zan join the five-element sect. He joined the five-element sect mostly for the sake of smoothly meeting and joining up with his friends through the five-element sect, and he didn't really want to join the five-element sect to commit himself to it. So, under these circumstances, Duan Ling Tian felt guilty in his heart, guilty to the five-element sect. He asked Yi Zan to join the five-element sect with him mostly for the sake of compensating the five-element sect. However, he knew clearly in his heart that in the future, Yi Zan would let everyone know that it wasn't she who was unworthy of the five-element sect, but the five-element sect was unworthy of her. Of course, Duan Ling Tian temporarily didn't speak of all this because he knew that few people would believe him even if he spoke of it, so it was better to let facts talk. Presently, Yi Zan needed time. So long as she had the time, her shocking natural talent would gradually reveal itself and emit extraordinary splendor. Five-element sect, this can also be considered to be an explanation of mine to you. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. In the following days, Duan Ling Tian still acted as usual, either cultivating and comprehending concept, or sitting in the small courtyard and cozily drinking tea. He naturally didn't ask K Jung for time to prepare for himself. He was alone and had no relatives or acquaintances here, so he could leave at any time. He asked for these few days of time for Yi Zan. According to his knowledge, Yi Zan had never made a long trip from home in her entire lifetime, so she naturally required some time to get ready properly. In the following days, the news of Yi Zan joining the Five-Element sect spread throughout the Yi clan, causing the Yi clan to be covered in lanterns and decoration, and it was filled with joy as if it was celebrating the new year. During these past few days, all Yi clan disciples would frequently mention, "Our Yi clan's young miss is going to join the Five-Element sect," when they were outside the clan. Moreover, the outsiders gave them various flattery as well. Everyone knew clearly what Yi Zan joining the Five-Element sect meant. From today onward, the Yi clan would be completely different from before, and it would be like the Chen clan, possessing the Five-Element sect behind it. Perhaps, the Five-Element sect wouldn't swarm out in full strength for the Yi clan, but there was no lack of favors when people mingled together. Once the Yi clan was in trouble and the Yi clan's young miss, Yi Zan, returned to help, she would surely have some elders and disciples of the Five-Element sect by her side to assist her. Drift Cloud Town is changing. When one attains something, everyone by the person's side rises with the person's success, just like the Yi clan now. All the streets and alleys of Drift Cloud Town were completely bustling and in an uproar because of the news of the Yi clan's young miss joining the Five-Element sect. Duan Ling Tian stood silently and without moving like a mountain before the entrance to the Yi clan estate, and he seemed like a statue. His gaze had descended towards a nearby group of people. A beautiful young woman was bidding her farewells to the group of Yi clan higher-ups that were led by the patriarch, Yi Ting. So long as they were Yi clan disciple in the Yi clan estate, all of them had come out to send her off. Half an hour later, the young woman turned around to arrive by Duan Ling Tian's side. "Brother Duan, I'll trouble you to take care of little Zan in the future." Yi Ting looked at Duan Ling Tian and instructed with a serious expression. His daughter was his everything, and he was extremely unwilling in his heart, as it was her first time leaving home for a long time. "Don't worry Patriarch Yi, I will." Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly, and then he held Yi Zan's hand and lightly smiled. "Little Zan, let's go." "Okay." Yi Zan was brought up into the sky by Duan Ling Tian before flying towards the Chen clan, but she couldn't help but keep turning around to wave her hand and bid farewell towards everyone from the Yi clan. She only turned around with a slight sense of loss when the figures of everyone from the Yi clan vanished before her eyes, and she muttered, "Big brother Duan, when do you think I can return to see my father?" "Silly girl." Duan Ling Tian smiled tenderly. "So long as you're willing, you can return at any time. I'll notify Elder K about this." Duan Ling Tian believed that K Jung would surely not refuse a small matter like this. Big brother Duan, don't tell Elder K this first. Otherwise, he will think that I'm relying on you to do things. Yi Zan spat out her tongue playfully. "I still hope to rely on myself to obtain the respect of Elder K and the other disciples of the Five-Element sect." Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. "You have ambition, also as you said." In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian and Yi Zan arrived at the Chen clan estate, and he naturally obtained the warm entertainment of the Chen clan's patriarch, Chen Dong. In the Chen clan audience hall, Duan Ling Tian saw K Jung once again. K Jung looked to be glowing with health today, and he seemed to be slightly younger. Duan Ling Tian's eyes couldn't help but light up and ask with slight surprise, "Elder K, could it be that you broke through during the past few days?" "Duan Ling Tian, you really have a good discerning ability." K Jung nodded with a smile. "My cultivation during these past few days was especially smooth, and I finally charged through the bottleneck I haven't been able to break through for many years." Many years ago, K Jung's cultivation had fallen into the bottleneck that led to the 7th level of the void transformation stage, yet he was unable to break through as if he'd fallen into a devilish barrier. During these past few days, because he'd encountered Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian had agreed to return to the Five-Element sect with him to join the Wood Peak, his mood was excellent. Unexpectedly, his cultivation broke through in one go without even trying. "Now that I speak of it, I have to thank you in this matter." K Jung smiled. "Thank me?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. "It was precisely because you agreed to follow us back to the Five-Element sect. That master was able to break through under his excellent mood." A person walked in from outside, and his calm voice entered the audience hall. Duan Ling Tian looked over and noticed that the person who came in was precisely the eldest young master of the Chen clan, Chen Wei. After a few days, Chen Wei had already recovered to the point he seemed as if nothing had happened to him. "Eldest young master Chen." Duan Ling Tian nodded to Chen Wei. After he understood the sequence of events of the previous matter, he didn't hold a grudge towards Chen Wei in his heart. Chen Wei was kept in the dark during the entire matter and was used by his younger brother, Chenin, so everything he did wasn't wrong. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you can forgive me for offending you a few days ago. After he entered, Chen Wei bowed to Duan Ling Tian in apology, and his tone was filled with sincerity. Eldest young Master Chen, you're too courteous, I've already forgotten about that matter. Duan Ling Tian smiled calmly, and he had an even better impression of Chen Wei. As expected of a figure that the people of Drift Cloud Town frequently held their thumbs up in approval to, he deserves his reputation. We're disciples of the same sect in the future, so don't call me eldest young master in the future. Just call me Chen Wei, said Chen Wei with a smile, and then he looked at Yi Zan, who was by Duan Ling Tian's side. You ought to be the Yi clan's young miss, right? Young Miss Yi, I'm sorry for causing offense and disturbing your Yi clan a few days ago. As for that younger brother of mine, even I never imagined that he'd actually done so many things that caused widespread indignation and discontent in these past few years. As he finished speaking, a trace of sorrow flashed past Chen Wei's eyes. Chapter 859, Bandits. Let's not mention things that have passed. Ke Jung shook his head and then said, since everyone has gathered, then we should leave. Elder K, why don't all of you have lunch before leaving? Chen Dong persuaded them to stay. There's no need, Patriarch Chen, thank you for entertaining me during these past few days. Ke Jung nodded to Chen Dong before calling out to Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 and heading out. Patriarch Chen, farewell. Duan Ling Tian brought Yi Zan along as he bid his farewell to Chen Dong and left. Chen Wei hurriedly followed after them. Their group of 4 soared up into the sky from the Chen clan estate and headed west. On the way, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask curiously. Elder K, are we returning to the 5-element sect or going somewhere else? We're going to Settlement City first. Our Wood Peak has a point of operations there. The 2 people that were recruited not long ago are there as well, said Ke Jung. Elder K, can you tell me about the situation in the 5-element sect? Duan Ling Tian asked. Ke Jung nodded and introduced. Our 5-element sect is divided into the gold, wood, fire, water, and earth peaks. Besides the gold peak, which is the main peak that the sect master resides in, the other 4 peaks have an equal status and are managed by 4 peak masters. The 4 peaks are in a state of competition, and in the last 20 years, it was our Wood Peak that was in a disadvantageous position. When he spoke up to hear, Ke Jung sighed heavily. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian obtained a certain level of understanding of the Wood Peak from Ke Jung and Chen Wei, and he knew that it was once the most brilliant peak beneath the Gold Peak. However, 20 years ago, the Peak Master was heavily injured outside the sect. After he returned and went into closed-door cultivation, the Wood Peak started to fall into decline. First, the outstanding disciples of the Wood Peak were poached away by the other 3 peaks by way of coercion or bribery, and then the other 3 peaks intentionally joined forces to suppress the Wood Peak, causing the Wood Peak to become the peak at the bottom of the sect. Even though the older generation experts of the Wood Peak were still present, yet compared to the other 3 peaks, the younger generation seemed lacking. Even if a power is just a small power divided out from the same sect, yet once its younger generation is lacking, it would mean decline. Ke Jung sighed. Wouldn't it be fine to recruit some genius disciples? So long as you spend some time, you'll still be able to find some disciples with good natural talent, said Duan Ling Tian. We of course know this, and we've indeed done so. But these genius disciples haven't even stayed in the Wood Peak for a while before being poached away by the other 3 peaks. Ke Jung laughed bitterly. Didn't the sect master's Gold Peak interfere this matter? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. There's something you don't know. There has always been a convention passed down in our 5-element sect. The 5 peaks exist together and compete with each other. Besides the disciples of the various peaks being prohibited from killing and crippling others, and the seniors are prohibited from making a move against juniors, there are many other restrictions. The Gold Peak has been the deserving number 1 peak in our 5-element sect since the beginning, whereas the other 4 peaks have always been competing with each other both openly and in secret. 20 years ago, our Wood Peak became the target of the joint suppression of the other 3 peaks, and this suppression caused the Wood Peak to be unable to catch its breath for over 20 years. When he spoke up to hear, Ke Jung sighed. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, and he came to understand the situation of the Wood Peak. As expected of a power of the foreign lands, it's only a third-rate power, yet its competition is so intense. Perhaps it's precisely because of this that the 5-element sect was able to develop until today. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. If it was a cozy and peaceful sect, then perhaps it could be mighty for a time, yet it was bound to decline in a few tens of years or after 100 years. It would decline for no other reason than because the younger generation of the sect didn't possess motivation and passion. No wonder Elder K seemed like a hunter than had seen prey when he saw me. So it turns out that he wants to make the wood peak rise once more through me. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. Even though thinking like this was slightly conceited, yet K Jung obviously possessed an intention like this. The competition between the peaks of the five-element sect was mainly between the younger generation, whereas the experts of the older generation rarely made a move, nor was it convenient for them to do so. Perhaps the strength of the younger generation was far inferior to the older generation now, yet they were the future pillars of support of the sect, and they were the foundation for the sect to continue prospering. My days will probably not be peaceful once I arrive at the five-element sect's wood peak. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Of course, he wasn't afraid and was instead slightly anticipating it. In next to no time, an afternoon of time had passed, and Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 had left far away from Drift Cloud Town to arrive in the sky above a continuous mountain range with complicated terrain. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian, who journeyed by the side of K Jung and Chen Wei, couldn't help but frown and seemed to have noticed something. "Watch out!" K Jung shouted out in a low voice and warned. Instantly, Chen Wei seemed as if he was confronted with a formidable enemy, and a 7-foot-long spear with flowing lights revolving at the tip appeared out of thin air in his hand. The weapon he used was exactly the same as his father. Numerous swift figures arrived around Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 in the blink of an eye, and they surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group. This was a group of middle-aged men in linen clothes who was cold and indifferent expressions, and the gazes they shot at Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 seemed as if they were looking at dead people. Bandits. Duan Ling Tian's brows rose, and he guessed the identities of these people in the first possible moment. Before he left for the foreign lands, he'd found out from the memories of the rebirthed martial emperor that bandits frequently roamed some remote places in the foreign lands. These bandits only had a single objective: to kill the passing martial artists with formidable strength and to seize the wealth of these martial artists. Simply speaking, this was a group of bandits that had no regard for their lives. They lived on the edges of their blades, and they risked their lives to earn enormous wealth. Duan Ling Tian had always been staying in Drift Cloud Town and had never left alone because he was worried about encountering these bandits. It was fine if he encountered bandits that were inferior to him, and he could kill them directly. If their strengths far exceeded him, then he could only become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered and wouldn't have the slightest chance of survival. Big brother Duan. Yi Zan's face went pale when she saw them being surrounded by so many people. She was the young miss of the Yi clan who was born with a golden spoon in her mouth, so when had she seen a scene like this? Little Zan, come on, big brother Duan's back. At the first possible moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Yi Zan was terrified to the point her body trembled slightly, and he instantly called out to Yi Zan and asked her to get on his back. Yi Zan leaned on Duan Ling Tian's back and held onto his neck, and only then did her feelings slightly stabilize. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as his spiritual force stretched out, and he clearly detected the cultivations of all the bandits at the first possible moment. There was a total of 9 people. 1 was at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage, 3 were at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage, the remaining people were at the 4th and 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage. What a formidable band of bandits! Duan Ling Tian gasped in his head as he never imagined that the first group of bandits he encountered in the foreign lands would possess such terrifying strength. Duan Ling Tian didn't know that this wasn't the first group of bandits he'd encountered since coming to the foreign lands. When he was devilified by the devil seal tablet that day, and after he distanced himself from Feng Wudao and lost consciousness, he'd encountered numerous groups of bandits with strengths that weren't inferior to the group before him on the way to Drift Cloud Town. It was even to the extent that there were even some existences at the Void Transformation stage. However, without exception, all those bandits were killed by the devilified him as soon as they made an appearance. Kill. The 7th level Void Interpretation stage bandit in the lead didn't speak a single word before directly giving the order. Instantly, the other 8 bandits pounced towards Duan Ling Tian's group of 4. In the sky, a vast expanse of ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and swept towards them, and they covered more than half of the sunlight from the horizon. Those 3 are at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. K Jung spoke out. He didn't have any intention of making a move and pointed towards 3 of the bandits as he spoke to Chen Wei. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Besides the bandit in the lead, the strongest amongst the other 5 are at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. How many can you deal with? Obviously, the old man wanted to test Duan Lingtian's strength. Up until now, the old man hadn't seen Duan Lingtian fight and only knew that Duan Lingtian had once defeated the Chen clan's patriarch and supreme elder. The Chen clan's supreme elder was a martial artist at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Senior, besides the bandit in the lead, leave all the rest to me. Duan Lingtian smiled with confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes started to flicker with dim lights, and in the depths of his mind, his vast spiritual force pierced into the soul brand. An illusory space was constructed by Duan Lingtian out of thin air, and it enveloped an area of a few tens of meters. The 9 bandits clearly appeared within the scope of Duan Lingtian's spiritual force. Besides the bandit in the lead that was at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, he was able to affect the other bandits with his soul skill, causing them to fall into the illusory space. When Duan Lingtian executed his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, Ke Jung and Chen Wei were both shocked by what Duan Lingtian said. Ke Jung couldn't help but frown as he felt Duan Lingtian was too conceited. Alas, have I misjudged in the end? Ke Jung sighed in his head as the origin energy in his body started to roil, and he was prepared to make a move against the group of bandits at any moment. Obviously, he didn't believe Duan Lingtian's boast. Chen Wei was stunned as well. Yi Zanhu lay on Duan Lingtian's back and tightly held onto Duan Lingtian's neck, was terrified to the point she couldn't help but close her eyes. But when she opened her eyes curiously to look ahead, she saw an unforgettable scene. The 8 bandits that charged over abruptly stopped in midair, and they revealed dazed expressions as if they'd suddenly lost their target. Subsequently, all of them went berserk and started attacking their former companions, and their surging strength that seemed ready to come out at any moment was vented completely. Terrifying strength tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding, and the 3 6th-level void interpretation stage bandits had joined forces to kill the other 5 of their companions. What are all of you doing? The bandit leader that wasn't affected by Duan Lingtian's soul skill was stunned for a short moment when he saw this scene, and then his face darkened as he roared with a grim voice. However, along with his roar, the 3 6th-level void interpretation stage bandits looked at him in unison and revealed killing intent on their faces. Chapter 860, Demon Revelation Mirror. What, all of you are thinking of going against me? The bandit leader at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage had a gloomy expression as he looked at the 3 subordinates before him. These 3 subordinates didn't even dare make a noise before him in the past, let alone arouse killing intent towards him. Kill. The 3 6th-level void interpretation stage bandits shouted out explosively as they directly made a move against the bandit leader, and they struck out with their full strength as soon as they made a move and struck straight towards the bandit leader's vital points without showing the slightest mercy. Have all of you gone mad? The bandit leader shouted out furiously, yet didn't launch an attack, and he only avoided the attacks of the 3 bandits while shouting out explosively at the same time. However, the 3 bandits seemed as if they'd utterly not heard him, and they continued launching attacks at him. In the end, the bandit leader realized that something was off. But the successive attacks of these 3 bandits caused him to be unable to divert his attention to think about it, so he could only attack with rage and launch an attack that covered the heavens and the earth to envelop the 3 bandits. The strength of a 7th-level void interpretation stage martial artist was revealed completely. When compared to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, there was like a distance of a chasm with the strength of the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, and it was a completely new leap in strength. Unless a 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artist had a special ability, otherwise, the martial artist would be completely helpless before a 7th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. In the time of 10 breaths, the bandit leader had killed all 3 of his subordinates with rage. After he killed them, he returned to his senses, and his gaze descended onto Ke Jung as he asked with a low voice. What did you do to them? Ke Jung had just recovered from his shock when he heard the words of the bandit leader, and he was slightly speechless for some time. What had he done? From the beginning until the end, he seemed to have been only standing at the side and watching the show, right? In next to no time, the bandit leader took a deep breath, and he who'd calmed down his feelings felt his scalp go slightly numb when he recalled the scene from before. HMPH, I'll spare all of you today. After he grunted coldly, the bandit leader maintained a posture that caused him to not lose to others in bearing as he flashed out to transform into a bolt of lightning, and he intended to leave this place. He noticed an aura of danger on the 4 people. Since you've come, then don't leave. An aged voice seemed to sound out from all directions. Subsequently, a figure appeared out of thin air in the way of the bandit leader. It was Ke Jung. The bandit leader's expression instantly went pale when he saw a figure appear like a ghost before him, and even he was unable to catch this figure, and he said in panic, You're an expert at the void transformation stage." Ke Jung didn't answer the bandit leader, and he looked at the bandit leader with a calm expression and a gaze that didn't contain any emotion. "Senior, spare me, Senior, spare me." Under the astounded gazes of Duan Ling Tian, Yi Zan, and Chen Wei, the bandit leader, a dignified martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, actually knelt before Ke Jung and ceaselessly begged for mercy. A qualified martial artist ought to be of unyielding and firm character and unafraid of death. A cowardly person that's afraid of death like you isn't worthy to be a martial artist. Ke Jung's face went cold. With a raise of his hand, vast flames swept out to envelop the bandit leader's body and instantly burned him into ash. From the beginning until the end, the bandit leader didn't even have the chance to let out a shrill cry. How formidable! Yi Zan, who lay on Duan Ling Tian's back, spoke with a dumbstruck expression. 7th level of the void transformation stage. Even though the old man held back when he attacked, Duan Ling Tian was still able to notice an inkling from his origin energy that was fused with advanced fire concept. After all, he'd fused with the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Even though he was temporarily unable to use his spiritual force to detect the old man's cultivation, yet he was still capable of noticing some things with his eyes. With Elder K's strength, his status in the Wood Peak is probably not low. Duan Ling Tian guessed, in his heart. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as a figure appeared before him, and it was precisely Ke Jung who'd killed the bandit leader before coming to stare at him with a burning gaze. Elder K. Duan Ling Tian felt uneasy and slightly embarrassed when being stared like this by Ke Jung. You used an ability similar to an illusory realm when dealing with those 8 bandits earlier. Finally, Ke Jung spoke out and asked with slight surprise. It isn't similar. What I executed earlier was an illusory realm ability. Duan Ling Tian spoke truthfully. I didn't sense any aura or fluctuation of inscriptions or inscription formations. In other words, you used your own spiritual force to execute an ability similar to a soul skill and constructed an illusory realm. Ke Jung's breathing became slightly hurried. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he couldn't deny this. You wouldn't be a demon, right? Ke Jung sized up Duan Ling Tian from top to bottom as he asked with a doubtful expression. This won't do. I have to verify it. Ke Jung spoke abruptly. How? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. You'll know soon enough. Ke Jung glanced at Duan Ling Tian with ill intent as he took out an ancient copper mirror that flowed with strands of faint flowing lights. Demon Revelation Mirror. Duan Ling Tian was completely speechless when he saw the thing in Ke Jung's hand. Senior, is there a need for this? A Demon Revelation Mirror wasn't anything rare in Cloud Continent. Any grade 3 weapons craftsman or above was capable of refining it so long as they possessed the materials. The Demon Revelation Mirror wasn't a spirit weapon and only had a single function, and it was to verify as a person was a demon that had taken human form. So long as it was a person who was a demon that took human form, once they were reflected on the surface of this mirror, it wouldn't show their human appearance but their real appearance instead. Let me see if you're a demon that has taken human form or not, little freak. Ke Jung held up the Demon Revelation Mirror and aimed it at Duan Ling Tian before looking towards the surface of the mirror. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw it was still Duan Ling Tian that appeared on the surface of the mirror. Now, he could be completely certain that Duan Ling Tian was a pure human and not a demon. You're not a demon, so how could you possibly execute a spiritual force ability similar to a soul skill? Even though he'd confirmed Duan Ling Tian wasn't a demon, Ke Jung still couldn't help but ask curiously. According to his knowledge, unless a human martial artist was at the martial emperor stage, otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to utilize spiritual force against one's enemies, yet Duan Ling Tian had gone against this convention. Senior, you wouldn't have not heard of variants, right? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he intentionally led Ke Jung astray. Variant. Ke Jung was completely petrified when he heard Duan Ling Tian. As an elder of the 5-element sect, how could he not know of the existence of variants? Variants were lives given birth to by the union of man and demon. They were either mediocre or possessed extraordinary natural talent, and the latter even possessed unique innate abilities. However, variants could be considered to be rare in the entire Cloud Continent, and only some top first-rate powers had variants existing in their sects. The five-element sect could be considered to be an overlord in the eastern area of the northern desert, but it was only a third-rate sect in the entire Cloud continent, and it wasn't worth mentioning, so he'd utterly not thought of Duan Ling Tian as a variant at the beginning because he didn't dare think in that way. You, Kei Jung looked at Duan Ling Tian and was slightly unable to speak clearly, and his heart was filled with indescribable excitement. A variant. I've actually encountered a variant of legend. Moreover, this variant is about to join my five-element sect and become a disciple of my Wood Peak. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Under Duan Ling Tian, Yi Zan, and Chen Wei's dumbstruck gazes, Kei Jung roared with laughter into the sky without the slightest reason, and his laughter sounded out far and wide. Duan Ling Tian was able to hear happiness from Kei Jung's laughter, and he naturally guessed why Kei Jung would be so happy. Finally, Kei Jung restrained his laughter. Now Kei Jung had no doubts in his heart towards the ability Duan Ling Tian had executed earlier. Innate ability. Big brother Duan, what's a variant? Why is Elder Kei so excited after hearing about it? Yi Zan lay on Duan Ling Tian's back and asked curiously. A variant is a type of unusual existence. You can understand them as existence that can't be described with convention. Duan Ling Tian explained with a smile. Yi Zan nodded without fully understanding what Duan Ling Tian said. Let's go. After the wave of loud laughter earlier, Kei Jung seemed to have completely wiped away the unhappiness he felt previously, and he seemed to be radiating joy. Duan Ling Tian, thank you. Suddenly, Chen Wei arrived by Duan Ling Tian's side and thanked Duan Ling Tian from the bottom of his heart. What are you thanking me for? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Thank you for making Master be so happy. Chen Wei sighed. Since the day I became Master's disciple, he placed great hopes on me because of the situation of the Wood Peak at that time. Even though he didn't say anything up until now, yet I know he's disappointed. Chen Wei, there's something I don't understand. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Chen Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian with a perplexed expression and asked. What? I keep having the feeling that Elder Kei seems to have an extremely unusual feeling towards the Wood Peak. His concern towards the Wood Peak is completely unlike the concern a Wood Peak elder ought to have. Duan Ling Tian said with a low voice, if it was another person, then perhaps the person would think that Elder Kei is the peak master of Wood Peak and not an elder. You noticed? Chen Wei was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and then he said, actually, it isn't a secret. Master is the foster son the Wood Peak's last peak master took in, and he'd grown up in the Wood Peak, causing him to completely take the Wood Peak as his home. To him, the Wood Peak's decline is similar to the decline of his home. Chen Wei laughed bitterly. So that's how it is. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. Never had he imagined that Elder Kei would have such a relationship with the Wood Peak, and since it was like this, everything seemed to fall into place. At dusk, Duan Ling Tian saw a city situated on the plains below, and it was like a colossus in a green and picturesque illusory realm. That's Settlement City, said Chen Wei. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he looked straight at the city ahead. Even though the Settlement City was inferior to the ancient desert city, yet it wasn't smaller than the capitals of the Darken Dynasty and Darming Dynasty. Duan Ling Tian's group of three followed Kei Jung to enter the city, and they quickly walked into a vast estate. Elder Kei. Everywhere Elder Kei passed, the people that were bustling about all around the estate would bow respectfully towards him. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.